From the depths of space, a world called the Demon Star appeared, turning every plant and animal on Earth into a ravenous monster. Just when humanity thought it was the end, they discovered a digital world that gave them the power to fight back. Thus began the great age of Demon Star exploration. Jiang Kai, a poor but ambitious young man, decided to bet everything he had to log in. He had one goal, to change his fate, but his luck was abysmal. The moment he arrived, he faced a beast the size of a mountain, nearly getting wiped out instantly. In that desperate, life-or-death moment, he accidentally activated a hidden class, the Gambler, which came with two unique talents, Double Down and Super Critical Hit. Weren't these the kind of cheat skills that could make anyone a legend? Was his dream of a new life finally about to come true? Do you believe in destiny? Do you believe that your choices can alter the path fate has laid out for you? Or do you believe that no matter which path you choose, you will always arrive at the same final destination? A piercing scream suddenly cut through the panicked chaos. Before a terrified girl's widening eyes, a monstrously huge hand reached out. The entire city seemed to be drowning in despair, haunted by the unending monster attacks. That beast-faced creature was a waking nightmare. Fleeing in terror from its assault, the survivors ran straight to the edge of a bottomless abyss. With a cliff before them, they had no escape. At the same time, the colossal monster's pursuit grew even more frenzied. With no other options, the remaining survivors could only scramble for cover behind large rocks. A young girl hid alone behind a boulder, trembling uncontrollably, her only thought a desperate prayer that the monster wouldn't find her. Please, just don't come this way. But the heavens are rarely kind. Her prayers were not answered. A drop of liquid splattered on her chest, and in the next second, a demonic face slammed into her field of view. Peekaboo. Are you scared? At that moment, every ounce of the girl's composure shattered. Her fear had reached its absolute limit, her voice trembling too much to form a single word. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air, followed by a series of wet, crunching sounds. The noise alone was enough to tell you how gruesome it was. Nearby, a young man, just as battered as the rest, could only shudder at the raw power of the beast's attack. So that's a Demon Star creature. This newbie trial is way too difficult. Glancing at the timer on his wrist, he gritted his teeth. The instructions said that after using the class material, you just had to survive on the Demon Star. 5 minutes was all it took to complete the class transfer. But for a normal person, surviving for even 1 minute here felt impossible. His name is Jiang Kai, and he was on the planet known as the Demon Star to undergo the newbie trial. The Demon Star was a colossal celestial body that had suddenly appeared in Earth's orbit 50 years ago. Miraculously, its appearance didn't cause any gravitational disasters or throw the Earth off its axis. But what happened to the plants and animals on Earth was another story entirely. All of them suddenly mutated into horrifying monsters, which humanity grimly named Beast Gods. They rampaged across the world, destroying everything. These beast gods were a threat that modern science had no answer for. Their appearance drove humanity to the very edge of extinction. But in this age of despair, the survivors discovered something miraculous. Strange teleportation circles appearing across the planet. By passing through these gates, humans could be transported to the Demon Star in a digital form. Upon arriving on the Demon Star, humanity was stunned to discover an entirely new reality. The Demon Star was a surreal, digital world where islands of all sizes floated in the sky, alongside countless colossal creatures. Stepping into this world was like traveling back to the age of dinosaurs. Here, humans could transition into various powerful classes. An ordinary office worker could become a powerful mage or a valiant warrior. It was no longer just a fantasy. The childhood dream of becoming a superhero suddenly became a reality. Each person had stats, equipment, and upgradable skill sets just like a game character, allowing them to gain incredible attributes. They even found that by leveling up to a certain point on the Demon Star, they could bring that supernatural power back to Earth. Once they returned, people in the real world would become just as powerful as they were inside the Demon Star. They could even use their mortal bodies to easily fight back against the beast gods. In short, if humanity wanted to break free from despair and survive, they had to obtain power from the Demon Star. The people who continuously flocked to this demonic planet were given a grand title, Adventurers. Without warning, the monster's spear slammed down hard, and the pained scream of an unlucky soul rang out. The sound instantly pulled Jiang Kai from his thoughts. This is bad. There are only a few survivors left. He was all alone again, but this time, there was no escape. Was jumping into the abyss his only option? But that was just another way to die. Still, there was no time to think of a better solution. Before he knew it, the demon had closed in on his hiding spot, raising its spear high. Facing the Reaper's blade, Jiang Kai refused to accept his fate. Had he ruined his family just to come to this Demon Star and die a painful death? He remembered being back on Earth, how his younger sister had cheered him on, so excited for his journey to the Demon Star. She and his older brother promised they would do everything to gather the money for him. His sister sacrificed her youth, enduring countless hardships just for his dream. And his older brother, despite suffering from kidney failure, kept working himself to the bone. If he didn't get surgery within 2 months, he wouldn't survive. But now, not only had Jiang Kai failed his class change, he was about to waste his family's life savings and die for nothing. Just then, the demon let out a wicked laugh as it plunged its sharp spear straight down. Jiang Kai's mind was clear. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Instead, for the sake of his family, he would bet it all on one final gamble. In a flash, he threw himself forward, sprinting for his life. Jiang Kai dared a single glance over his shoulder. The razor-sharp spear instantly tore through his arm, threatening to rip it clean off. But ignoring the searing pain, Jiang Kai knew he absolutely had to survive. This was his one and only chance. Before the demon star's astonished eyes, Jiang Kai leaped directly into the bottomless chasm before him. He could clearly see the twisted, distorted face of the monster looking down from above. Suddenly, in that brief instant, a rectangular screen flashed into existence before Jiang Kai's eyes. Your actions closely resemble those of a gambler. Congratulations. You have triggered a 1 in a million probability to receive a hidden profession. Your class change is now successful. Congratulations on becoming a glorious hidden profession, the gambler. A moment later, Jiang Kai found himself lying on the ground at the bottom of the abyss. His gaze was still fixed on the sky far above. As he slowly sat up, Jiang Kai couldn't understand what had just happened. How could he have fallen from a cliff and not have a single injury? He should have at least had a few broken bones to make it feel real. Not only that, but the wound on his arm had vanished completely. Was this some kind of insane magic? A sudden sound made Jiang Kai jump in surprise. Immediately after, a blue screen materialized once more. Because you completed your class change in time, your basic attributes have been refreshed, equivalent to a full health revival. Then, a seductive woman appeared before his eyes. Are you the AI that coexists with the demon star? You could say that. Congratulations, Jiang Kai, on your successful class change. Next, I will introduce you to the professional talents of the gambler. First is the duplication talent. System rewards or penalties you receive will trigger a doubling effect, with a 1% chance to activate a super duplication effect. When super duplication is activated, rewards and penalties are increased tenfold, because you have activated the duplication talent and received a duplication talent simultaneously. Your number of professional talents has also been doubled. Pretty amazing, right? In addition, you will receive the gambler's second talent. At this announcement, Jiang Kai was overjoyed. Other people only get 1 talent when they change class, but he was getting 2. That's right. This is the effect and current attributes of Jiang Kai's second talent. Talent, Supercritical Strike. Your critical strike damage is modified to 200 times. Your initial critical strike rate is set to 0.1%. Adventurer Jiang Kai, Profession, Gambler, Level 1. Attributes, Strength 4, Constitution 8, Agility 12, Spirit 12. Talents, Duplication and Supercritical Strike. Seeing this status panel, Jiang Kai was a little stunned. His 4 basic stats added up to 36 points. A normal person's total attributes after a class change are usually around 20, so why did he get 36 points? The main reason was his duplication talent, which doubled the attribute bonus he received after his class change. If that was the case, then when he leveled up on the Demon Star, a normal person would get 10 attribute points per level, but Jiang Kai would get double that, 20 points. Didn't that mean one of his levels was equal to 2 for anyone else? Furthermore, Jiang Kai still had his second talent, Supercritical Strike. A normal person's critical hit only deals double damage, but is dealt 200 times the damage. Although his current crit rate was only 1%, if he could find a way to increase that rate, his damage output in the future would be absolutely terrifying. Just then, Jiang Kai walked over to a nearby pool of water, where an incredibly long iron rod lay. Was this the weapon that beast-faced creature was using? Before, Jiang Kai had only been thinking about quickly changing his class on the Demon Star to earn money for his brother's surgery. Because on the Demon Star, even the weakest profession could earn more than you could back on Earth. But against all odds, he had accidentally triggered a class change, becoming a powerful hidden class, the Gambler. With this power, he might finally earn enough for his brother's medical bills and give his family a better life. A system window materialized beside him. Class change successful. Newbie quest, reach the sacred city safely within 7 days. However, in this beginner's trial, completing the class change was just the first step. The main objective was to survive the trial itself, reaching the final destination, the sacred city, within the 7-day limit. But making it to the finish line would be a monumental challenge. For starters, the trial zone was teeming with monsters. One death meant instant failure and teleportation back to Earth. And although dying on this demon planet wouldn't harm his real body, and he could log back in. That seemingly small price for death was a luxury only the rich could afford. For someone in Kai Jiang's desperate situation, it was the same as being cast into a bottomless abyss. After all, just logging into this world required an immense amount of money. The wealthy had endless chances to learn from their mistakes. The poor, like him, only got one shot. There were absolutely no second chances. Lost in thought, Kai Jiang was suddenly jolted back to reality. From deep within the forest, a loud scream echoed, making his ears ring. Sensing danger, Kai Jiang quickly ducked behind a nearby tree. This was a moment that demanded his utmost caution. That voice was painfully familiar. Could it be? Just then, the massive jaws of a snake lunged forward. A muscular guy was crying in terror, screaming for his mom to save him. His other hand swung out in a flurry of panicked punches. With 2 beefy arms and a fragile spirit, he somehow kept the snakes at bay. With a shriek that sharp, it's no wonder the creatures hesitated to get closer. He claimed to be terrified of snakes. But at this rate, the snakes would be the ones having nightmares about him. Seeing his best friend, Kai Yuanzhu, flailing wildly at the snakes, Kai Jiang was stunned. It really was Yuanzhu, but what terrible luck. His friend was completely surrounded by green vipers. With just a glance, Kai Jiang could tell these green vipers were highly venomous. One bite, and it was game over for man or beast. And yet, there were 3 of them here. Kai Yuanzhu had truly hit the unlucky jackpot. At that moment, Kai Jiang's voice suddenly rang out, calling his friend's name. Yuanzhu instinctively whipped his head around. Yuanzhu, don't be scared. I'm here to save you, baby. Instantly, Kai Jiang gritted his teeth, gripped his weapon, and charged forward. I'm coming for you, honey. Hearing Kai Jiang's words, Yuanzhu, who was still trading blows with the vipers, was shocked. Why are you here? But that didn't matter. Tears of terror streamed down his face. Forget about me. Just run. These snakes have high stats, and they're poisonous. 2 level 1s like us can't beat them. They'll tear us to shreds. But no matter how his friend pleaded, Kai Jiang charged straight ahead without hesitation. Don't worry, sweetie. He then swung the iron bar in his hand. With a sickening thud, the snake behind Yuanzhu took the iron bar right in its mouth, pinning it to a nearby tree. Take that, you loudmouth. Staring at the snake twitching on the tree, Yuanzhu was utterly astonished. Kai Jiang killed a green viper? How are you so strong? In response to the praise, he just smirked, having used Yuanzhu as the perfect distraction. Flanking the snakes from behind had worked like a charm. You really need to use your head for this stuff. But he'd only killed 1. Now, Kai Jiang had become the new primary target for the remaining green vipers. Seeing the 2 venomous snakes turn their fangs towards Kai Jiang, Yuanzhu yelled out a panicked warning. Their attack speed is insane. One wrong move and you'll be meeting your ancestors. Hearing this, Kai Jiang instantly planted his hands on the ground and executed a flawless backflip, effortlessly dodging the 2 lunging snakes. He dodged them with a simple move like that? How is that even possible? Kai Jiang let out a breath, a look of pure confidence on his face. After his class change, Kai Jiang's stats had doubled. His level 1 agility could now rival that of a level 2. As expected, these level 1 green vipers were no match for his speed. You're all still too green. He grabbed his weapon again. All right, Yuanzhu, keep distracting them from me. That was all Yuanzhu needed to hear. He immediately spun around and unleashed his 1,000-pound fists. Leave everything to me. Slicing sounds echoed through the air. In just a few moments, the ground was littered with the severed bodies of the snakes, the green vipers. Yuanzhu was still reeling in shock. He was just the decoy, yet his best friend had effortlessly wiped them all out. Just like that, Jiang Kai had finished the job. He then turned his attention to the system window glowing before his very eyes. Defeated 3 level 1 green vipers. Experience points, 3 out of 100. He was supposed to be an agility-based class, the class with the absolute lowest strength stat. Yet he just one-shotted a level 1 monster. It had to be the Iron Spear, the one he looted from that human-faced beast. It must be a high-tier drop for the newbie zone, perfect for a quick power boost. On Ghost Star, the strength stat directly translates to attack power, but as he was lost in thought, Yuanzhu suddenly tackled him, hugging him tightly and crying like a baby. His brawny arms squeezed so hard, Jiang Kai thought his lungs would burst. According to his buddy, the legends all said the same thing. Newbies are supposed to get killed by monsters, not the other way around. Kai, how in the world did you do that? Jiang Kai quickly wriggled free from his friend's iron grip, gasping desperately for air. For a second, he thought he was a goner. All right, let me put it simply for you. I got lucky with my class change. I'm a gambler now. Yuanzhu, you can't tell a soul about this. Even though he had no idea what a gambler class did, Yuanzhu puffed out his chest and confidently flexed his massive biceps. My class isn't trash either. Look, adventurer. Yuanzhu. Class: Martial Artist. Strength: 8. Constitution: 8. Agility and Spirit, both 5. A martial artist, huh? No wonder the kid managed to hold off those green vipers for so long. That was one of the top 5 classes in their Sacred Glory Nation. So just how many classes even existed on Ghost Star? No one truly knew the answer. But one thing was certain for every adventurer entering Ghost Star. The first thing they had to do was choose a class. And what class you became. That was usually determined by the class change materials you bought before logging into Ghost Star. Classes like Assassin, Mage, Barbarian, Knight, or Summoner. Typically, the wealthy would spend tens of millions on powerful materials for a guaranteed strong class. That way, they could secure a powerful starting class the moment they arrived on Ghost Star. Classes like Martial Artist, Soldier, or even Berserker. But the poor, like Jiang Kai, could only afford the cheapest materials on the market. These resulted in pathetically weak classes like Drunkard or Beggar. Sometimes, your class was completely random, but a single martial artist material alone cost a staggering 50 million. Yuan Zhu, you didn't take out a loan from a shark, did you? What? No way. It's a long story. He promised to tell Jiang Kai everything when he got the chance. In that case, we need to hurry and collect these snake carcasses. I heard even these can be sold for cash. On Ghost Star, almost any monster drop could be converted into currency. Jiang Kai hoped to make a fortune here to support his family back home. On Ghost Star, items like monster parts and equipment would transform into collectible cards upon being looted. Besides, after seeing that last battle, it seemed the gambler class was even stronger than a martial artist. Just then, from the dense bushes, a pair of small feet stepped out, followed by a soft voice. The sudden sound nearly made Yuan Zhu and Jiang Kai jump out of their skin. Who was it? From the shadows, a girl with incredibly long hair hesitantly walked toward them. My name is Nuon. It's too hard for me to clear this trial alone. Could I please join your party? Hearing her request, Jiang Kai refused without a second thought. We can barely protect ourselves. We don't have time to carry dead weight. But Nuon refused to give up. She rushed forward, pleading with him. My class, I'm a doctor. I can heal both of you. Just please, don't leave me behind. And if we run into those poisonous snakes again, I can extract their venom to add poison damage to your weapons. At that, Yuan Zhu's eyes lit up with hope. Awesome. She can heal and poison. That's so cool. But Jiang Kai was the only one stroking his chin, deep in thought. A doctor? Huh. That was also a high-tier support class. And a healer was absolutely essential for surviving the newbie trial. If he hadn't gotten that full heal from his class change, he would have been a goner for sure. All right, fine. My name is Jiang Kai, and he's Yuan Zhu. Let's stick together. As soon as he agreed, Yuan Zhu sidled up to him, whispering conspiratorially. A mischievous glint filled his eyes. Bro, did you only change your mind because she's cute? Oh. Jiang Kai had the sudden urge to punch him. Meanwhile, back on Earth, in the Sacred Glory Nation's Jiangzhong City, inside the data research lab for Ghost Star Login Base 18, a man with a receding hairline couldn't stop smirking. These modern smartwatches are truly incredible. They can pinpoint an adventurer's exact location on Ghost Star. Just then, Su Lamlan, the drill instructor for the new recruits, entered the room. She didn't argue the point. Well, of course they are. I heard most of the watches currently on the market can do more than just track player data from the star. The higher the model, the more features it has. Professor Lee, give me a status update on the recruits. And how is my little sister doing? According to the locators in the newbie watches, the trials had already eliminated countless newbies. According to Professor Lee's intel, her younger sister, Su Nuanuan, had formed a team with 2 others. The news left Su Lam completely stunned. My sister is so timid. She teamed up with strangers, but she had warned her again and again. Newcomers should never form groups, because in these trials, a larger party only acts as a bigger beacon for monsters. 3 minutes later, their worst fears were confirmed. Professor Lee and Su Lam stared in horror at the 2 human-faced beasts closing in on Su Nuanu's position. At that moment, a chilling fear gripped Su Lam's heart. Her entire body trembled for her sister's safety. This was bad. This was a catastrophe. A single human-faced beast was enough to massacre rookies. Against 2 of them, Nuanuan's chances of survival were practically 0. Sure, dying on the demon star is like a character's death in a game. It doesn't physically harm your real body back on Earth. But the experience of death there is terrifyingly real, and the psychological trauma it inflicts is immense. Survivors have been known to break from the shock, returning to Earth completely shattered, driven to madness. They scream endlessly, reliving the moment a monster devoured them piece by piece. Their hysteria is so severe they have to be restrained. She couldn't just stand by and watch. Su Lam Lam spun around, ready to move. She had to pull her sister out, get her to counseling immediately. But she hadn't taken more than a few steps when Professor Lee's words froze her in place. It seems Nuan Nuan isn't dead yet. In fact, it looks like her team killed both of the human-faced beasts. What? How is that even possible? Let's rewind to 3 minutes earlier. The moment the two human-faced beasts spotted Jiang Kai's trio, their monstrous faces split into horrifying grins. They charged forward with a thunderous roar. One look at the monstrosities sent Yuan Zhu and Nuan Nuan scrambling for their lives. Oh my god, what are those things? They didn't know what they were, but something that huge was clearly a nightmare. Their only instinct was to run. Jiang Kai, leading the retreat, glanced back over his shoulder at the two beasts hot on their trail. This is bad. Yuan Zhu and Nuan Nuan aren't fast enough. At this rate, the monsters will catch them for sure. There was only one option. Jiang Kai dug his heels in, skidding to a stop. Yuan Zhu, get going. I'll hold them off. Gripping his iron spear tightly, Jiang Kai's gaze locked onto the two charging beasts. If they kept running, all three of them would die. He had to make a stand here and see if he could somehow take them down. With an explosive leap, he launched himself into the air. Jiang Kai channeled all his strength into a downward thrust, driving his iron spear straight through the massive chest of the first beast. A triumphant smirk spread across his face. A direct hit. He actually did it. But his victory was short-lived. A massive arm swung out, smashing into him and sending him flying, tumbling violently across the ground. When he finally came to a stop, the pain was immense. He was badly injured. But giving up was not an option. The life force of these things was incredible. A single attack wasn't enough to take it down. Now, both beasts looked like enraged demons. With fury in their eyes, they lunged forward. Their claws reached for him slowly, menacingly. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed, facing down the two towering silhouettes. Damn it. Is this how I die? Is my rookie trial really going to end? Just like this? Watching from a distance, Nuan Nuan and Yuan Zhu were paralyzed by fear, tears streaming down their faces. They were completely powerless to help Jiang Kai. Overwhelming terror seized Yuan Zhu, his body shaking uncontrollably. His breath came in ragged, heavy gasps. He wanted to save Jiang Kai. He really did. But his legs were frozen in place, refusing to move an inch. Meanwhile, back on Earth, in the Jiangzhong residential district, Yuan Zhu's mother offered a tray of refreshments with a warm smile. You're the benefactor who gave my Yuan Zhu the materials to become a martial apprentice, aren't you? I still don't understand why you see such potential in my son. He may look tall and strong, but he's a coward at heart. If he ran into a monster on the Demon Star, I'm sure he wouldn't even have the courage to fight back. The man in black listened to her words, offering no argument. He knew she was right. Yuan Zhu's mother. When your son faces danger, he feels fear more intensely than any ordinary person. He took a slow sip of his tea. A faint smile touched his lips. But I've also seen that no matter how terrified the boy is, if he sees someone who needs saving, he will charge into battle without a second thought. And just like that, Yuan Zhu grit his teeth, his eyes blazing with a newfound fire. Get away from him, you bastards. Without a moment's hesitation, as the beast's claws were about to close around Jiang Kai, Yuan Zhu shot forward like a cannonball. He slammed into the nearest beast with all his might. Caught completely off guard, the monster stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground in an instant. Its long claws dug deep into the earth, desperately trying to keep its massive body from toppling over. He now stood as a shield in front of Jiang Kai. Yuan Zhu was still trembling, completely terrified. But he still managed to call out his friend's name. Did you drag me out here to protect me? Because you thought I was a coward. Yuan Zhu's hands tightened into fists. To him, Jiang Kai was a blood brother. And brothers are supposed to fight side by side. If we're gonna die, we die together. With a thunderous roar, Yuan Zhu unleashed a devastating swing. A fist carrying the weight of a mountain flew forward. Those words seemed to ignite a new power within him. With one mighty arm, he shattered the human-faced beast's skull. He slammed its massive body into the earth, cracking the very ground beneath them. Witnessing this incredible display, Jiang Kai was stunned. Zhu Zi actually knocked down a human-faced beast with just one hit. The damage might be low, but is this the controllability of a martial apprentice? He turned in surprise, realizing the wounds on his own body were slowly healing. It was Nuan Nuan. She had returned, channeling all her power to heal him. Seeing this, Jiang Kai immediately called out, Su Nuan Nuan, what are you doing back here? You're not a combat class. Get out of here. But how could she possibly leave now? Her comrades were still fighting. How could she abandon them? I absolutely refuse to leave. A doctor never abandons their patient, even in the face of fear. Nuan Nuan's resolve came from a painful memory. Years ago, her own father fought against a beast tide, and died a harsh death because he had no medical support. Now, her own teammates needed a healer. How could she selfishly save herself and leave them to die? At that very moment, the wounds covering Yuan Zhu's body began to vanish completely. His HP shot back up to 100%. A smirk spread across his face. Heh, you guys really have no fear of death, do you? He looked at the two beasts relentlessly pounding on his defenses, but even with all three of them, their damage output wasn't high enough to take down these monsters. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Jiang Kai's mind. He remembered what Nuan said before about being able to handle venomous snakes. I can extract their venom for you to increase your weapon's attack power. Without a second thought, Jiang Kai turned to her. You said you could extract venom, right? He quickly pulled out the corpse of a green viper. Jiang Kai thrust it toward her. Can you heal Zhu Zi and coat my weapon with venom at the same time? It seemed like an impossible task, with no guarantee of success, but Nuan would give it her all. With Nuan's aid, Jiang Kai's iron spear was soon coated in deadly venom. At this point, it was their only hope. If his hunch was correct, this strategy could be the key to their victory. But in front of them, two beasts were attacking simultaneously. Jiang Kai couldn't withstand their onslaught alone. But Zhu Zi, their tank, absolutely could. And while his own attack couldn't kill the beast, Nuan, as a healer, could create a poison to amplify their damage. With this new formation, the three of them formed a perfect party. A classic combo straight out of a video game. A tank, a healer, and a damage dealer. Just then, after a moment of intense focus, Nuan announced the venom was ready. That was the signal. Jiang Kai charged forward without hesitation. So what if they were just weak rookies? Zhu Zi, pin one of them down for me. Hearing the command, Yuan Zhu instantly intercepted a beast, pulling back his arm, and clenched his fist. As long as the three of them fought as one unit, each with their own role, they could absolutely crush these monsters. Even against a beast that specialized in hunting rookies, they could finally put up a real fight. And so Jiang Kai faced a human-faced beast head-on. He aimed his poisoned spear and lunged straight at the monster. Die, you bastard. A deafening crash echoed through the forest. A system notification suddenly rang in his ears. First kill, level 2, human-faced beast. Experience, 5 out of 100. Seeing the beast fall, both Yuan Zhu and Nuan let out a relieved sigh. They had actually done it. In that instant, the remaining beast froze. It saw its companion fall to the ground, dead, and for the first time, it looked panicked. Look at that, a 3-person squad working in perfect sync. Now, even another monster would be no threat at all. Immediately, the remaining beasts let out a roar and charged forward. The trio quickly regrouped, falling back into their battle formation. They knew they could defeat this one just as perfectly. With Yuan Zhu holding the line, Jiang Kai rushed in with his poisoned spear. But elsewhere, Su Lan, and Professor Li were watching in disbelief. What in the world? The data streaming from the wrist devices showed they had actually killed 2 human-faced beasts. But a single one of those things could wipe out an entire team of rookies. How on earth did those 3 manage to do it? Even Professor Li was forced to acknowledge the data. According to her stats, Nuan has 0 offensive capability. Her team's martial apprentice is only level 1. His damage output is negligible. That means the one who killed the monster had to be the other member of her team. The model's name is Jiang Kai. But right now, his profession is completely untraceable. All the data shows is his name, male, resident of the slums. His class is unknown. How is it possible that they can't look up his abilities? This makes absolutely no sense. He took down 2 human-faced beasts at once, and yet his class is a complete mystery? Just what kind of monster is this newcomer? Back on Ghost Star, Jiang Kai had just finished collecting the corpses of 2 level 2 human-faced beasts. At that moment, all 3 of them collapsed to the ground, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. They had finally done it. I can't believe Kai was able to stay so calm and adapt like that. He's just too cool. The 3 of them now had the strength to face these monsters head-on. They could definitely reach the trial's destination safely. Heck, at this rate, they might be able to end this trial right now. But Jiang Kai wasn't in a hurry. They still had plenty of time before they had to reach the final point at Sacred Light City. There was no need to rush. Hearing Jiang Kai's words, his 2 teammates were stunned. What in the world did he mean by that? Don't worry about it. Did you guys know that you get points after clearing a challenge? If we can rank in the top 3, the army will give us equipment as a reward. I heard the gear the army gives out is incredible. It would be a massive help for any newcomer trying to survive on Ghost Star. They now had the power to kill monsters. And killing monsters earns them points. More points means a better shot at the leaderboard. So why don't we hunt some monsters, rack up points, and claim that army reward? A few hours passed, and the team was getting a little anxious. Was Kai's method of farming points actually going to work? Even though Yuan Zhu wasn't scared, Jiang Kai was making him attract a massive swarm of green walking snakes. Was he going to die before this even started? Perched in a tree, Jiang Kai shouted words of encouragement to his cowardly friend. Man up. You're a warrior, a martial artist. Your whole deal is being able to take a hit and dish one out, so what are you scared of? Besides, you have Nuan here to heal us at any moment. It's actually pretty hard to die, you know. The second the words left his mouth, Jiang Kai shot forward like a bullet, stomping down hard on the snake in front of him. His iron spear swung in a deadly arc, slicing the other creatures in half. 3 level 1 green walking snakes were instantly defeated, granting him 10 experience points. The rule on Ghost Star was simple. Only the person who lands the killing blow receives the experience points. And since Jiang Kai was the only one capable of wiping out these monsters, the team decided to let him take all the EXP for himself. The plan was to let him level up first, boosting his strength to guarantee the team's safety. A day later, wandering through the deep forest at night after a long, grueling battle, a system window suddenly flashed open in front of Jiang Kai. Congratulations, adventurer Jiang Kai. Experience has reached 100 out of 100. You have advanced to level 2. The double up effect has been activated, granting you double the attribute points upon leveling up. Now level 2, Jiang Kai's strength stat rose to 8, constitution to 12, while agility and spirit hit 18. Looking at these numbers, it was absolutely perfect. After grinding green walking snakes for an entire day, he finally reached the second level. Hearing this, both Nuan and Yuan Zhu cheered for him. You finally leveled up. Quick, tell us what your new stats look like. Faced with their questions, Jiang Kai just smiled calmly. Leveling up gave me 20 attribute points. My total attributes at level 2 are now 56. I'd say that's pretty decent, right? His words hit them like a bolt of lightning. Both Nuan and Yuan Zhu were so shocked their faces went pale. How many points did you just say? Utterly stunned, Yuan Zhu glanced back at his own status window. My god. He knew leveling up increased strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, but a normal person only gets 10 attribute points per level. How on earth did Jiang Kai get a whopping 20 points? It wasn't just Yuan Zhu who was freaking out. Nuan was also reeling from that insane number. And a total of 56 attribute points at level 2, that's on par with a level 4 player. That's a terrifying amount of power. Oh my god, how are you so overpowered? Hearing their shock, Jiang Kai didn't seem to think it was a big deal. It's nothing special, just a class trait. My class doubles the rewards from leveling up, but it also doubles the penalties. So please, keep this a secret for me. At that, Nuan ran up to Jiang Kai, clapping her hands excitedly. I'll keep it a secret, so don't you worry. I don't really get it, but your class sounds amazing. As they were laughing and celebrating, a blue light once again materialized from thin air. The system interface appeared, speaking directly to Jiang Kai. Players who reach level 2 may select one class skill. However, due to activating the gambler's double talent, Jiang Kai will receive 2. Wait, the skills you get from leveling up can be doubled too? That means he now has 2 class skills. It was a second wave of pure shock. Yuan Zhu simply couldn't believe what he was hearing. His skills can be duplicated as well? Is this guy secretly the system's favorite son or something? The Devil Star? Huh. How incredibly lucky. Jiang Kai's first skill was named Devil's Hand, Card Throw. When he throws an item, it comes with a 20% piercing effect. When throwing card-type items, excluding item cards, the piercing effect skyrockets by 200%. However, the mental energy cost also increases by 100%. The skill can be upgraded. His second-class skill is Devil's Eye, Cursed Gaze. His vision and tracking ability are boosted by 50%, but the mental drain increases by 100%. This skill can also be upgraded. So, these were 2 long-range skills. Although he didn't fully grasp how to use them yet, it seemed the gambler class was a perfect fit for Jiang Kai. Alright, now that he was stronger, they could all go hunt higher-level monsters for experience. 2 days later, back on Earth, Su Lan and the others were glued to the massive screen before them. Just then, Professor Lee spoke up. Instructor Su, it's been another 2 days, and your sister is somehow still alive. A proud smile touched her lips. For a party of rookies to survive this long, it seemed that Jiang Kai fellow had some real strength after all. At that very moment, frantic footsteps echoed from outside. Suddenly, a man with a panicked expression burst through the door. Attention, all personnel in charge of the rookie zone. The Newbie trial is in imminent danger. I need everyone on high alert immediately. Command has detected that Nation L has once again sent people across the border to infiltrate our rookie zone. And this time, it's a large-scale invasion of a rare magnitude. Everyone, prepare for an emergency response. Just as he finished speaking, the highest commander of the Jiangzhou Central Region, Wei Ying, strode into the room. Seeing him, Su Lanlan was completely stunned. A large-scale foreign invasion. Could this really be true? He let out a sigh at her naive question. If this were fake, would Wei Ying himself have come all this way? Hearing this, a fire of panic ignited in Su Lanlan's heart. This was bad. The invaders from Nation L are a group that specializes in hunting the rookies of other countries, aiming to stop special classes from developing. Because according to the rules of the Devil Star rookie trial, high-level players cannot enter the newbie zone to help. Therefore, the rookies can only rely on themselves to survive the trial. But the specialized invaders from Nation L are different. They can use the unique traits of their invader class to enter the rookie zones of other nations who have no way to fight back. What's more, their methods are incredibly cruel. They hunt and kill players from other countries, inflicting the most terrifying death experiences imaginable. Their objective is to make the tortured rookies terrified of ever logging into the Devil Star again. This drastically suppresses the number of new players from other nations. Slamming her hand on the table, Su Lanlan seethed with rage. Those absolute bastards. Nuan's mental fortitude is so weak. If she runs into those animals. At this, Wei Ying could only let out a heavy sigh. Prepare the psychological counseling for the rookies. Their large-scale invasion has already begun. For this rookie trial, we must prepare for the possibility that no one makes it out alive. Night fell. As they moved through the dark forest, Jiang Kai's gaze suddenly snapped to the side. He had spotted something. Before anyone could understand what was happening, he immediately gripped his iron spear and raised it high. What on earth is over there? Seeing his strange action, both Yuan Zhu and Nuan were completely confused. Have you fought so much you've finally gone crazy? We just walked past that spot. There was clearly nothing there. But Jiang Kai was certain. His eyes flared with light as he activated Devil's Eye, cursed gaze. No, it's much farther away. Instantly, Jiang Kai hurled the iron spear forward with all his might. There's definitely something there. Like a whirlwind tearing through the night, Jiang Kai's spear flew true. Then a loud thud echoed back, startling even him. A direct hit. Everyone, let's go check it out. At this point, Nuan and Yuan Zhu still didn't have a clue. They couldn't see a thing, so what could he have possibly hit? Was he being tricked by some ghost? Over here. Just as Jiang Kai predicted, his iron spear had struck a monster. Adventurer Jiang Kai has slain the short-toothed wild beast, level 2. Current experience is 199 out of 200. By now, both Yuan Zhu and Nuan couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my god, does Jiang Kai have eagle eyes? He somehow spotted that wild boar from so far away. That's incredible. And he even killed it at level 2. Walking over to the fallen beast, Jiang Kai swiftly pulled his iron spear free. There's no need for you two to be so shocked. It's all thanks to my new skills. Just then, another system notification popped up in front of Jiang Kai. Would you like to harvest the corpse of the short-toothed wild boar? Collect 19 to craft a weapon. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Jiang Kai quickly accepted the prompt. Right now, his Devil's Hand card throw skill had increased his damage output, giving his projectiles more punch. Meanwhile, Devil's Eye, Cursed Gaze was like having a pair of binoculars with a special slow-motion effect. This boosted his attack power, making his ranged strikes lethally precise. It meant he could now assassinate low-level targets from the shadows before they even knew he was there. With that settled, Jiang Kai turned to his two companions. All right, you just need a bit more experience to reach level 3. Go ahead and hunt some monsters. But just as the three teens were about to leave, a chilling laugh echoed from beneath the shimmering water's surface. Well, Captain, looks like Team 2 is in luck. I didn't expect to find a nice little appetizer as soon as we arrived. Instantly, ripples formed on the water, stopping the three teens dead in their tracks. Then, several men in black emerged from the depths, their faces twisted into sickening grins. Looks like we've got some new toys to play with. Seeing them, Jiang Kai immediately took a defensive stance. Who in the world are you? One of the men slowly drew a sword from his back. Don't be scared, little fella. We're not bad guys. We just want to rip open your chests, hang you upside down, and let you bleed out. Or maybe we'll feed you to some beasts and let you die a slow death. How does that sound? As he spoke, it was no longer just three men. Out of nowhere, nearly a dozen of them had completely surrounded Jiang Kai's group. Then another figure leaped from the water. Our objective this time is simple. A man with a bird-like face rose from the surface, chuckling. He was the captain of the Border Crossers' second team. Their mission today was to ensure none of Sheng Yao's rookies would pass the trial. Seeing him, Nuan couldn't help but shudder. She recognized these people, the infamous Border Crossers who specialize in hunting newbies. What's more, Nuon's scam revealed their levels were all 3 or higher, with the lowest being 3 and the highest, a terrifying level 5. At this revelation, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Facing these hunters, he felt a knot of dread in his stomach. This was a full-blown ambush, and there was even a level 5 adventurer among them. With his current stats, he could maybe hold his own against a level 4, but a level 5 was a completely different story. But the captain wasn't about to give the 3 rookies any more time to struggle. His eyes glowed a menacing red. "Brothers, shall we begin the feast? Damn it." In this situation, Jiang Kai knew there was only one choice. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted. The team immediately split into 2 groups, running in different directions. Juzi, Nuon, you 2 stick together. We'll separate for now. Seeing this, the captain sneered. "No matter how hard you try, you're all going to die here. Share the rewards but run from the danger? Are all the people of Sheng Yao cowards like this? 2 of you, go kill that bastard who ran off alone. Leave the other 2 for the rest of us. We'll torture them slowly." And just like that, 2 shadowy figures zipped deep into the forest after him, watching the young man desperately fighting for his life. How thrilling. This kid is pretty fast on his feet, but it's only a matter of time before we catch him. However, just as the words left his mouth, the 2 hunters froze. The shadow they were chasing had vanished into thin air, leaving them standing in the silent woods, but they quickly put their smiles back on. The 2 hunters let out a cackle. Well, little boy, you want to play hide and seek with us? How exciting. When we find you, the first thing we'll do is break both your legs. Suddenly, an iron spear shot out from the trees. The hunter reacted instantly. With absolute confidence, he raised his sword to block the incoming attack. So the brat wants to fight back? An attack from a mere rookie is nothing to worry about. But he never could have imagined his blade was nowhere near strong enough to stop that iron spear. In an instant, his sword shattered. The force of the blow sent him flying backward. Seeing his partner get launched several yards away, the other hunter was stunned. "Why did you go flying? What happened?" Then, his eyes widened in utter shock. Right before him, his partner was impaled through the chest by the spear, dead on the spot. How? How is this possible? Suddenly, Jiang Kai's voice echoed from the shadows. Hey, 1 hit, 1 kill. And you call yourselves assassins? You're still way too green. Looks like you weren't as strong as I thought. Realizing the danger, the remaining hunter frantically tapped the watch on his wrist. The target in front of me is a Sheng Yao rookie. How could you kill a level 3? In a flash, Jiang Kai's stats appeared before the hunter's eyes. The numbers made his entire body tremble. What is this? I'm level 3 with only 45 attribute points. How does this rookie have 60 points? This is impossible. But impossible or not. Bam. Bam. A flurry of attacks rained down, and in the blink of an eye, the second assassin collapsed, dead on the forest floor. Success. Kai Jiang's total attributes were on par with a level 4, which meant taking out a level 3 was child's play. His earlier retreat wasn't cowardice, it was a strategy to pick them off one by one. He was now just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 3, and based on his knowledge from Earth, killing another adventurer was the key. Just then, the system interface flared to life before Kai Jiang. You have successfully eliminated an adventurer. You may claim the Watch of the Fallen. Furthermore, before the adventurer's body disappears, do you wish to absorb their experience? 2 level 3 adventurers, each worth 100 points. For every point he gained, his enemies would lose double, so it was true. You could actually steal experience. Plus, killing adventurers yielded far more EXP than monsters. Kai Jiang decided to absorb just 100 points from each of them. Confirmed. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 3. The breakthrough had finally arrived. Looking at his status window, Kai Jiang was incredibly pleased. Adventurer. Class, Gambler. Level 3. Strength 12, Stamina 16, while Agility and Spirit both jumped to 24. Only his defense and critical hit rate remained at 0 and 0.1%, but his critical damage was a staggering 20,000%. His experience read 199 out of 400. He bent down, retrieving a dagger from the fading corpse of the ambusher. His total attributes had now reached 76, far surpassing the average 60 points of a level 5. After claiming the watches from the 2 dissolving bodies, Kai Jiang slung his iron spear over his shoulder and set off. He was finally strong enough to go back and save Zhu Zi and the others. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Yuan Zhu and Nuon weren't having it nearly as easy. The young man's handsome face was now slick with blood, his breathing coming in ragged gasps after enduring so many vicious attacks. As for Nuon, she was only in slightly better shape, but even as her own strength faded, she desperately continued to heal her companion. Facing them were 2 savage adventurers. a martial artist and a nurse. To think they'd run into two with top-tier Holy Radiance classes. With classes this good, a voice commanded, "Take your time wearing them down." Surrounded by these vicious wolves, Nuan healed Yuan Zhu, tears of fear welling in her eyes. Was Kai Jiang being hunted down by those two assassins? Was he really not coming back? Hearing this, Yuan Zhu, though covered in wounds, smirked with unshakable confidence. Of course he is. Kai might be a skirt chaser, but in a real fight, he's the most reliable guy I know. The ambushers suddenly let out sinister grins, their eyes flashing with a terrifying cruelty. We're bored of these games. How about we skin these two alive this time? Now that sounds interesting. But there was one thing these thugs didn't understand. When Kai Jiang's friends or family are in danger, no matter how hopeless it seems, that kid will always return. And at that very moment, a pair of eyes, blazing like headlights, pierced through the darkness. He shot forward like a whirlwind, unleashing a deadly attack as he closed the distance. Small iron spikes flew through the air, embedding themselves deep in the ambushers' skulls, dropping them dead on the spot. Hearing the chaos, the downward-facing young man's lips curled into a smile. This dagger. Yuan Zhu knew it. He knew that kid would be back. Elsewhere, the enemy captain was in a complete panic, his eyes darting wildly as he searched for the attacker. His men were being picked off one by one, dropping like flies. Who was doing this? Where were they? Is it that coward who ran away earlier? If you've got the guts, then come out and face me. But his challenge was met only by an eerie silence, broken by the rustling of leaves in the dead of night. A shiver ran down the captain's spine. He couldn't see anything. He had absolutely no idea where his opponent was. Could Holy Radiance have a new class for beginners? He couldn't think of any other way to suppress the overwhelming fear rising within him. For all his bluster, the captain was a coward. He immediately turned tail and fled. He had to get out of there, and fast. Seeing their leader shamelessly flee, Nuan and Yuan Zhu were stunned. He was actually running away, but did he really think escaping would be so easy? In the shadows, a dagger was already poised to strike. No one who tortures Kai Jiang's brothers gets to just come and go as they please. Did he really think he could just walk away? The young man's eyes blazed with fury as he activated the Ghost Eye Transfer curse. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave your life right here. Now. Lie down and die. In an instant, a razor-sharp dagger shot through the air. With a sickening thud, it pierced through the captain's body, and he let out one final scream before collapsing to the ground. In just a few short minutes, it was over. Yuan Zhu and Nuan were the only ones left standing, surrounded by the corpses of their attackers. Just then, Kai Jiang emerged from the shadows. "I took care of these thieves," he said. Nuan, are you all right?" Seeing Jiang Kai approach, Nuan's heart soared with relief, tears instantly welling in her eyes. "You're finally back, Kai." But her gaze fell on Yuan Zhu, whose injuries were far too severe. She was completely powerless to heal him. Hearing this, Yuan Zhu could no longer stand to celebrate Kai's return. All he could do was glance at the boy beside him and let out a few weak coughs. He knew that kid would come back for them. But this time, he probably wouldn't get to see them both again. "I'm going on ahead." With those final words, Yuan Zhu collapsed. Could this truly be the end for him? Lying on the ground, Yuan Zhu's trembling hand reached out for Jiang Kai. Then he called out to Nuan, his voice a fading whisper. "Risking my life with you too was the best memory I could ever ask for. From now on, you have to carry my share of the burden and conquer this trial." Hearing his final words, Nuan couldn't hold back her tears, screaming Yuan Zhu's name in despair. As for Jiang Kai, he simply lowered his head and muttered Yuan Zhu's name. You expect a touching, emotional scene, right? Think again. Jiang Kai grabbed a raider with one hand and slammed him right into Yuan Zhu's stomach, causing him to howl in pain. "What the heck was that?" he sputtered. "Cut the theatrics, you drama queen." Once Yuan Zhu snapped out of his emotional act, Jiang Kai turned to the raider. He had intentionally lured the 6 of them here, injuring them just enough. "You two kill them to get the experience and level up," he explained. "That way, your health will be fully restored." Hearing this, Nuan realized it made perfect sense. In the Ghost Star, you could level up by killing other explorers. This was a secret not even Yuan Zhu's father knew. They had almost held a funeral for him. A wide grin spread across Jiang Kai's face. "Didn't they enjoy torturing you earlier? Well, now it's our turn to return the favor. Sounds fair to me. You can even use your left hand to get the last hit. Let's show them what karma is all about. The heavens are watching, and they aren't blind." As if on cue, the 3 figures stepped forward, like demons looming over the helpless explorers. "Hey, Kai. Isn't this a little much?" "Too much. At Saint's Light, we call this returning a favor. It's a noble tradition that must be upheld. There was no way the 3 of them could refuse." "Oh, in that case, a noble tradition, you say? Well then, I, Yuan Zhu, must uphold it with the utmost respect. Come on, sweethearts, don't scream. We're not demons. Meanwhile, at the Nation L Transmigrator Management Bureau's data center, red alert windows flooded the main screen. This is terrifying. Absolutely horrifying. In an instant, the defeated explorers jolted awake in the real world, their minds reeling from the shock. A newcomer from Saint's Light had just wiped them all out. He was completely ruthless, stealing all their experience points and even dropping their levels. Outside, a high-ranking official from Nation L stared at the pathetic group in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? How did all of you end up in this state? Has a new class appeared in Saint's Light that can counter our transmigrators? At the same time, back in the Saint's Light Nation, Professor Lee looked at the portal with a growing sense of unease. According to the data just sent from Nuan's watch, her team had definitely encountered the raiders. Hearing this, Su Lanlan, who was sitting nearby, shot up from her seat in shock. Is my Nuan okay? Just then, Ying Wei took a calm sip of his tea before speaking. No newcomer has ever survived an encounter with those raiders. Prepare yourselves for the news of their deaths. No, Professor Lee interjected. That's not what I mean at all. According to the data, Nuan's team not only survived the raiders, they even leveled up. At these words, both Su Lanlan and Ying Wei's jaws dropped in utter disbelief. What in the world was going on? How was that even possible? They survived an encounter and leveled up? Don't tell me the raiders helped them kill monsters. No. If Nuan had leveled up once, I might believe she just killed a monster. But the data shows she jumped 2 whole levels, don't you see? There's only one possible explanation for this. Nuan's team killed the raiders. The teacup slipped from his hand and shattered. Ying Wei immediately strode forward. Show me Nuan's team data, now. Right then, the information for the 3 members appeared on the screen. Aside from Jiang Kai, whose data was hidden, both Nuan and Yuan Zhu had reached level 3. It's unbelievable. They actually reached level 3? There's no way they could have gained 2 levels so quickly unless they killed those raiders. But Su Lanlan, standing behind him, still refused to believe it. This is completely impossible. Nuan is a non-combat class, and a martial artist's damage is low in the early stages. Does this mean Jiang Kai defeated all of them by himself? The thought was just too absurd to comprehend. Ying Wei's laughter echoed even louder. He was absolutely certain Jiang Kai was behind this, but why was the boy's class listed as undetermined? What in the world was going on? Professor Lee finally managed to dig up some intel on Jiang Kai. The cause was simple. Every explorer on Ghost Star is issued a watch that updates their information. However, Jiang Kai was using the oldest possible model, a first-generation antique. The servers for that ancient watch had been shut down for over 10 years, making a network connection next to impossible. That was why they couldn't see his data. Who in this day and age still uses a first-generation device? This was certainly getting interesting. Bring me every single file we have on Jiang Kai. I'm going to find out exactly who this kid is. Meanwhile, back on Ghost Star, Yuan Zhu was practically glowing, brimming with newfound power and vitality. Dude, that's insane. I can't believe you actually leveled up with a full health revival. Even Nuan was stunned she could level up in such a way. And now, Yuan Zhu had unlocked a brand new skill, Earth-Shaking Stomp. With it, he could powerfully blast away any surrounding enemies. At the same time, Nuan had activated her own class skill, Doctor's Heart. Now, her healing abilities had become much stronger. Hearing all this, Jiang Kai simply stroked his chin and nodded, as expected of the skills for a warrior and a doctor. Very practical. Yuan Zhu then strode over to Kai with a cocky grin. Hey, look at that. I'm a whole level higher than you now. I could probably even take on one of those border crossers myself. But Jiang Kai just scoffed. In your dreams, buddy. You think being level 3 is enough to fight one of them. I'm already level 4. He pulled up his stats. You still got a long way to go, pal. Staring at the astonishing numbers on the screen, Yuan Zhu was so shocked he started pulling at his own hair. What the hell? When did you hit level 4? Weren't you level 2 just a minute ago? And a total attribute score of 96. That's on par with a level 8 explorer. It turns out, while escaping earlier, Jiang Kai had managed to kill a level 3 border crosser. After taking out 5 more on his way back, he shot straight to level 4. As for their next move, Jiang Kai remembered their leader, saying they were the second border crosser team. So, what do you say we go hunt down Team 1? Half a day later, deep within the Newbie Zone forest, the arrogant laughter of raiders echoed through the trees. What an absolute joke. Team 2 got wiped out by a bunch of newbies. You couldn't make this stuff up. They should just retire. Hearing his squad's careless jeers, the level 5 border crosser captain finally spoke up. Don't get cocky. If command mentioned this to us, we need to stay on our guard. Guard against what? The highest level player in the newbie zone is 5, and our entire squad is level 5. Out here, if we meet a god, we kill the god. If we meet a Buddha, we kill him too. What is there to fear? Hearing this, both Yuan Zhu and Nuan broke into a cold sweat. Was Jiang Kai really planning to fight 9 level 5 border crossers? Maybe they should just back out now. Don't be afraid. You too. With Jiang Kai's current stats, even if he couldn't win, ensuring their escape wouldn't be a problem at all. Besides, if they didn't take them out, they would just come after the other newbies. So, instead of a passive defense, we strike first. The moment the words left his lips, Jiang Kai shot forward like an arrow. And of course, the border crosser team's captain instantly detected the approaching threat. Careful, we've got incoming. Seeing a lone figure charging them, the squad members laughed as they checked his level. I see him. It's just some level 4 punk.
For a newbie to have survived this long is one thing, but who knows how he leveled up. He might even be the one who took out Team 2.
Hearing this, a smirk crept across the captain's face. Not bad. A major find, then. Everyone, maintain formation and pursue with caution. Capturing him will earn us a major commendation. Instantly, the raiders moved like a pack of hunting dogs, hot on Jiang Kai's trail. This was bad. The border crossers knew how to maintain their formation. The original plan was for him to lure the enemy, giving Yuan Zhu an opening. He'd use earth-shaking stomp to scatter them all. Then, Jiang Kai would use the chaos to pick them off. But this team's formation was too spread out. If Zhu could knock them all back in one hit, any survivors would likely escape. Even so, they had a countermeasure. It's just that, if they wanted to wipe out every single border crosser, Jiang Kai suddenly spun around, spear in hand, and charged straight back at his pursuers. It seemed he'd have to go all in to bait this trap. Seeing this sudden reversal, the group paused. Why is he turning back? Just then, a tattooed enemy rushed forward with a loud laugh. Nowhere left to run. Are you so terrified you can't even move your feet anymore? Wake up and face me. The man's sword slashed Jiang Kai, drawing blood. But he merely coughed once and kept charging forward. Not good. They still weren't close enough. They were finally grouping up, but it still wasn't enough. He pushed harder, closing the distance to the main pack. Jiang Kai spun his body a full 360 degrees, weaving through the volley of attacks. Seeing this incredible move, the border crossers were left completely baffled. Then, in their moment of confusion, another figure suddenly appeared in their sights. They were all level 5. How could a single level 4 kid possibly dodge all of their attacks? It was at that exact moment that one of them, "Something's wrong, Captain." One of the ambushers yelled, checking his watch again. At first, they couldn't get a read on the kid's stats, but after using a high-grade scanner, he finally got a partial lock, though the kid's total attributes were still hidden. But his agility was now visible, and it was nearly 30 points. Hearing this, the captain froze in disbelief. What did you say? 30 points of agility? Is that even possible? The buzz-cut raider spun around, shouting, "You must have read it wrong. My agility isn't even 20. How could that brat possibly be faster than me? If those numbers were real, how could they ever hope to stop him?" Seeing the panic in his squad, the captain at the rear assumed a cautious stance. Something wasn't right. The scanners were rarely wrong. If that kid was really that fast, was he just pretending to be chased this whole time? The captain's eyes widened in horror. It's a trap. We've been baited. Everyone, scatter now. But before his men could react to the order, a chilling voice echoed from above, startling them all. So the bunch of morons finally figured it out. It was Jiang Kai. But I've already herded you all into the perfect kill zone. Thinking of running now? It's far too late. Instantly, a blinding light flashed directly over the border crossers. Plummeting from the sky, the massively muscled Yuan Zhu came crashing down. Eat my Earthshaker stomp. With a deafening boom, the very ground shattered, launching the entire ambush squad high into the air. A smirk crossed Jiang Kai's lips. Nice one, Yuan Zhu. You can leave the rest to me. The moment he finished speaking, a figure moved like lightning, flashing past the helpless men and leaving agonizing screams in its wake. Eagle Wing Strike. With just that single move, the level 5 border crossers dropped from the sky like swatted flies, dead before they even hit the ground. Jiang Kai turned, a faint glow still shimmering around him as he let out a sigh of relief. Wiping them all out in one clean sweep felt incredible. As for Yuan Zhu, even though this was all part of the plan, he couldn't help but stare, his eyes wide with utter shock. Holy cow. 9 level 5 guys, all wiped out. He gulped. Kai, you're an absolute monster. Just then, Jiang Kai's system interface popped into view. Adventurer Jiang Kai has slain 5 level 5 poachers, acquiring a total of 2,000 experience. You are now the top-ranked player in the novice zone, promoted to the highest level, Finally, level 5. Killing an adventurer one level higher yielded double the experience points. Does that mean a single level 5 adventurer is worth 400 EXP? At that moment, Nuan, and Yuan Zhu ran over to Jiang Kai. I heard level 5 is the max for the novice zone. Dude, you're number 1 now. It's nothing special. Just adventurers killing each other for experience. Jiang Kai then revealed that he left 4 enemies with just a sliver of health remaining. Go on, you two, finish them and claim your EXP. Before, Jiang Kai would grind monsters first to increase his combat power. But now that he was maxed out, he was going to lead his 2 friends to hunt monsters and get them points. Once you two have farmed enough, we'll head to the final destination. Hearing this, both Yuan Zhu and Nuan were ecstatic. It was finally their turn to hunt. Venturing deeper into the forest, Jiang Kai didn't forget to remind the 2 behind him to stay alert. We're close to the goal, so we should be able to score a lot of points here. But the closer we get, the more terrifying the monsters become. Even the novice zone's boss could be lurking. We have to be extremely careful. No sooner had he spoken than a blood-curdling howl ripped through the night, making all 3 of them jump in surprise. Lying mangled on the ground before them were 2 human-faced beasts. The gruesome sight sent a shiver down their spines. Their bodies were covered in countless bite marks. Were they bitten to death by something? Guessing was pointless. He needed answers. Jiang Kai quickly activated his cursed ghost eye to analyze the 2 corpses. In an instant, he could visualize every single attack the monsters had suffered before their demise. From a distance, I saw a golden light here. Could a golden monster have killed these 2 human-faced beasts? Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed behind Nuan, and Yuan Zhu, streaking directly toward them. They were about to find out exactly what kind of creature could kill 2 human-faced beasts, and it was clear its new target was them. The light moved at blinding speed. Before Nuan could even react, it sliced a deep gash into her shoulder and then shot towards Yuan Zhu. Now they knew for sure. It was a golden creature, and it was hunting all 3 of them. At that moment, another streak of light shot directly at Jiang Kai. The second their eyes met, he froze, completely stunned. Seeing Jiang Kai just standing there, Yuan Zhu clutched his own bleeding arm and screamed a warning. Jiang Kai, be careful. That thing's damage is insane. It bites. Watch out, or it'll bite you to death. But how could something like this possibly harm Kai Jiang? Facing that blinding flash of power, he actually caught it with a single hand. This was simply unreal. In that instant, the object in Kai Jiang's hand lost its glow, its true form finally revealed. Was that a Jiahui? A disgusting, golden-furred Jiahui. Seeing that the creature that had just wounded them was a short-tailed rodent, Yuan Zhu and Nuan were completely stunned. It was so incredibly fast, yet Kai Jiang caught it. And with his bare hands, leaning in to stare at the rodent, Kai Jiang was as calm as ever. You guys thought this thing was fast? Isn't it just a fat mouse? Hearing the guy in front of him body shame it, the Jiahui fumed with rage. It squeaked nonstop, probably trying to defend its slightly oversized figure. Seeing the fearless look on the rodent's face, Kai Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. This little mouse still refuses to submit? All right then, let's see what happens when I let you go. Without giving the creature time to react, Kai Jiang decisively opened his hand, letting it drop to the ground. The moment it escaped its captor's grasp, the Jiahui's eyes blazed with fire. You dare look down on me? Then watch this. In a flash, the rodent shot forward in a zigzag pattern, aiming to tear Kai Jiang's face off. Faced with that attack, Yuan Zhu began to panic on Kai Jiang's behalf. Why in the world did you let it go? That thing killed 2 of the human-faced monsters. So what? If he could catch it once, he was confident he could catch it a second time. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant little rodent was once again caught in his hand, and once again, he let it go. Don't worry, little guy. To me, this creature is still far too slow. And so, no matter how many times the rodent tried to attack, Kai Jiang caught it every single time. How could a small beast possibly compare to the combination of the cursed demon eye and the immense agility Kai Jiang now possessed? This was just too absurd. After a few minutes of this game, the arrogant little creature finally waved the white flag. It had clearly picked the wrong opponent. Kai Jiang excitedly held out his hand for his 2 teammates to see. Look, this mouse has been completely tamed. It can't even run anymore. See? I told you it was fat. You should really work on that waistline. As for Yuan Zhu, he was so shocked he had goosebumps. Kai just tamed this unruly pet using nothing but his barehanded speed. Now, I wonder if this little guy can be trained into a fighting force. But just looting the 2 human-faced monster corpses is already a huge win. Nuan, you 2 just need a little more experience to reach level 4. Each of you take a corpse and let's find more monsters to hunt. We need to get you both to level 5 before the trial ends. At this point, Yuan Zhu was completely dazzled by Kai Jiang's performance. He felt that compared to his best friend, a martial artist like himself was nothing. The feeling of inadequacy was overwhelming. Just then, in another place, the silhouette of a fully cloaked man appeared. As soon as he arrived, the figure let out a triumphant laugh. It's been a long time, but I finally reached the end of the novice zone. Standing before a massive, majestic tower, this person slowly ascended the 1,000-step staircase. Just like that, the gate at the very top began to open, and a squad of gleaming guards stepped out to greet him. Newcomer, congratulations on passing the trial. We are the guides for new arrivals. Welcome, you are now an official explorer of Ghost Star. After this greeting, He-Tao stepped forward and placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. While we are delighted that you made it through the novice trial, it's a pity that someone else has already claimed the #1 position, but rankings aren't important. For a newcomer to even pass, the trial is already quite impressive. Hearing this, the young man suddenly slapped He-Tao's hand away. Commander, you're right that I wasn't the first one to arrive. But on what basis do you assume I am not #1? Seeing the long list of defeated monsters on his system panel, the guides couldn't help but gasp in shock. The rankings are calculated by points, and with that many monster tags, he could exchange them for an enormous amount of points. How could a newcomer like you kill so many monsters? Seeing the astonished faces before him, the young man quickly pulled down his hood and laughed loudly. Words are useless. I am the second young master of the Huang family, a future executive of the Black Tortoise Guild. I received special training long before I ever came to Ghost Star. Seeing Huang Wei's face, all of them stared with their mouths wide open. What? The Huang family that owns the Black Tortoise Guild? That guild is one of the great guilds. It's no wonder he's from such a powerful clan. A bright smile finally bloomed on He-Tao's face. Then, congratulations to you. Based on your points, you are not only #1 in this trial, but you could even rank among the top 10 of the Holy Temple. At those words, Huang Wei spread his arms wide and laughed with immense satisfaction. Let me make a declaration here today. Taking first place in the trial is merely the first step for a newcomer. Next, just give me a little time, and Ghost Star will enter a new era. The era of Huang Wei. The target was deep inside the newbie training zone, but Jiang Kai couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. They'd been traveling all day. Logically, the monster should be getting denser, so why was it so eerily quiet? He glanced back at the fat mouse dozing on his pack. Could this tiny creature have actually scared everything away? The moment the thought crossed his mind, a piercing howl shattered the silence, startling all three of them. Vicious claws tore through the air, and in an instant, a pack of shadow wolves materialized before their very eyes. Behind the pack, a massive figure emerged. It was the Shadow Wolf King, the final boss of the Sacred Nation's newbie zone. The Shadow Wolf King had appeared. Jiang Kai's face went pale as he gripped his weapon, his knuckles turning white. We're done for. This is the newbie zone's boss, the Shadow Wolf King. So this is why there were no other monsters. They had stumbled right into its personal territory. Now, completely surrounded, there was no way out. Fear brought tears to Yuan Zhu's eyes. Kai, I've heard the Wolf King is the strongest creature in the newbie zone. No one's ever beaten it. Facing it means certain death. What do we do now? His hands trembled as he clutched his iron spear. Even Jiang Kai felt a wave of despair. What could they possibly do? The pack's numbers were overwhelming. If he were alone, he might have a chance to escape. But with Yuan Zhu and Nuan, that was impossible. This would be a fight to the death. With no time to hesitate, Jiang Kai called out to his friends. There was no turning back now. Our only way out is to kill the Wolf King. We have to coordinate and take it down together. With those words, Jiang Kai shot forward like an arrow, unleashing a powerful attack as Yuan Zhu immediately grasped the plan. He slammed his fist into the ground, shouting, "Now watch what I can do." A massive shockwave erupted as a pillar of light surged from behind Jiang Kai. Then, Yuan Zhu leaped from within the light, crashing down with a devastating stomp that shattered the very earth beneath him. Meanwhile, Nuan was doing everything she could to support their assault. She coated Jiang Kai's weapon with potent green viper venom to aid his attack. Now, it was his turn to shine. Ghost Eye, transfer. Ghost Hand, card assault. In a flash, his attack flew towards the monstrous wolf, but it had no effect. Instead of wounding the beast, their assault only served to enrage it further. The three of them stared in utter disbelief. What? We can't even get through the Wolf King's defenses? This was completely beyond their expectations, and Jiang Kai's failed attack had drawn the full, unbridled fury of the Wolf King. A deafening roar tore through the air, shaking the very heavens. At their king's command, the entire pack lunged forward. Their only goal was to tear the three adventurers limb from limb. In moments, both Yuan Zhu and Nuan were covered in grievous wounds. Staring into those monstrous, gaping jaws was a terrifying sight. This was bad. Really, really bad. The Wolf King commanded its pack with chilling precision, and their attacks against it were completely useless. Was there anything else Jiang Kai could do? Jiang Kai slammed one wolf's snout into the dirt, gritting his teeth in a desperate struggle. It was no use. The Wolf King's defense was impenetrable, and the endless horde of wolves was wearing him down. Just then, little Jia Hui, who had been sleeping soundly, was suddenly jolted awake by the chaotic sounds of battle. It woke up furious. The little mouse was not happy. It whipped its head around, glaring at the scene before it. Ah, so it was that giant mutt over there that was the culprit who ruined its beautiful dream. As Jiang Kai struggled for his life against the pack, Jia Hui's eyes turned pure white, its tiny teeth clenched in rage. This was a classic case of waking up on the wrong side of the bed, and its anger had reached its boiling point. Unable to contain its fury at being disturbed, Jia Hui shot forward in a blur of pure, unrestrained rage. Prepare to feel my wrath, you ill-mannered dogs. With a vicious chomp, a howl of pure agony erupted from the Wolf King. Ow! That blasted Jia Hui dared to bite me. Jiang Kai froze, hearing the shriek of pain, his eyes wide with shock. Did that tiny mouse just tear through the Wolf King's hide? Without a second thought, he activated his ghost eye to get a better look. The mouse had actually left a wound. This little guy is incredible. This changed everything. A moment ago, the Wolf King's defense was too high, causing their attacks to fail. But now, with its hide breached, he just had to target the wound. The king's impenetrable defense would finally shatter. Not wasting a single moment, Jiang Kai vaulted over the wolves and dashed forward. He lunged with his short thorn dagger. In an instant, the razor-sharp blade plunged deep into the wound Jia Hui had created. The Wolf King let out another earth-shattering roar of pain. Seeing its reaction, a satisfied smile crept across Jiang Kai's face. It worked, just as I thought. Now, he just had to keep attacking with his ghost eye transfer, and victory would be theirs. And just like that, it succeeded. A brilliant light erupted from the dagger, still lodged deep in the mangled wound. In the next second, a massive bolt of lightning exploded outwards, shocking the beast and forcing it to howl in fatal agony 200 times over. At this sight, both Nuan and Yuan Zhu stood with their jaws on the floor. Did Jiang Kai really just kill the Shadow Wolf King in a single blow? But they weren't the only ones in disbelief. Even Jiang Kai himself was stunned by what had just happened. It wasn't until the Wolf King collapsed to the ground that the system screen lit up. Congratulations to the explorer, Jiang Kai, for defeating the novice boss, the Shadow Wolf King. Jiang Kai had prepared for a drawn-out battle, but he triggered a 200 times critical hit instead. It made sense, he supposed. After grinding for so long without a single crit, a massive one was bound to happen eventually. Now, with their king dead, the remaining wolves showed looks of sheer terror, slowly backing away from the area. They think they can just run? Yuan Zhu, Nuan, you still have some fight left in you. If you do, then without their king, this pack of wolves is nothing more than fish in a barrel. Remember how they treated us. We'll show them no mercy. These bastards are going to die. They picked the wrong opponents. In that instant, the three of them joined forces, charging toward the pack of wild wolves. They unleashed absolute hell upon them. With Nuan buffing their strength, the two boys fought with even more ferocity. Thunderous punches rained down on the beasts relentlessly. After a moment of venting their fury, every last wolf lay silent upon the earth. And just like that, the battle was over. They could hardly believe they had managed to defeat the Novice Zone's regional boss. Jiang Kai had left many shadow wolves with low health, so he told his friends to go ahead and farm some extra points. As for their next plan, with a huge number of points in their possession, the next step was obvious: head to the final destination. A few hours later, they arrived before a grand and magnificent castle, leaving Yuan Zhu completely speechless. Could this be their Holy Radiance Kingdom's territory on Sol Star? It was unbelievably majestic. The Holy Radiance City is the largest hub for the people of the Holy Radiance Kingdom here on Sol Star. As they were talking, the small mouse on Jiang Kai's shoulder suddenly leaped off his body. But it was all right. It was a gesture of its freedom. If they were fated to, they would surely meet again someday. In the grand reception hall for novices, a warrior-like man greeted the newcomers with a radiant smile. Congratulations on passing the trial. I am Xia Tao, the guide for novices. All the rookies who have passed the trial are gathered here now. Sir, can I see the rankings for the novices who've passed the trial? In response to his question, a mocking laugh echoed through the hall. What a funny coincidence. I didn't expect to see his hired help participating in the trial as well. How about I show you the leaderboard? They were shocked to see Huang Wei had arrived here so early. Judging by the smug look on his face, he was definitely feeling on top of the world. Just then, Huang Wei pulled up the ranking board. He was supremely confident that he was the #1 player here. As for you all, you've perfectly secured the top position, if you're counting from the bottom up, that is. Look at these worthless scrubs. With pathetic achievements like that, You dare ask to see the rankings? You're not even as good as the other failures. Hearing this, Jiang Kai said nothing, but a memory flashed in his mind. It was the image of Huang Wei harassing his younger sister. She had come to Seoul Star to earn money for him. She had taken a job as a servant in his house, and that scum had sexually harassed her countless times. Not only that, Huang Wei often used his brother's illness to humiliate him. He was truly a piece of garbage. When Yuan Zhu couldn't take it anymore and started to shout back, Jiang Kai quickly reached out to stop his friend. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I would just like to announce that the rankings will be rearranged very soon, because the top 3 spots have already been claimed by us. A dead silence fell over the hall, but it was quickly broken by a wave of derisive, roaring laughter. Are you completely insane? The 3 of you took the top 3 spots? With what? That big mouth of yours. Are you delusional? The 3 of you in the top 3? That's hilarious. Sir, I think this group has completely lost it. They belong in a mental asylum. Despite the barrage of insults, Jiang Kai simply let out a calm laugh. Yuan Zhu, Nuan. There's no need for us to pretend anymore. Let's show them our hand. In an instant, a massive pile of monster corpses appeared before them, stacked so high they filled the entire screen. Surprised, boys? Pretty shocking, isn't it? Faced with this undeniable proof, Huang Wei still couldn't believe his own eyes. How could there be so many monster corpses? My god, not just the man-faced beasts, but there are also countless shadow wolves. This can't be happening. And on top of it all is that the Shadow Wolf King. What kind of sick joke is this? Jiang Kai and his friends are all worthless trash. How could they possibly kill so many monsters, let alone the Shadow Wolf King? The Wolf King? If you think it's impossible, the rankings don't lie. Go ahead, check for yourselves. Immediately, the entire crowd scrambled to check the leaderboards. And just as he said, everything had changed. His team was holding the top 3 spots. But this is only the beginning. Did you really think this was all we were capable of? Officer, I have a question. Are there bonus points for eliminating a smuggler? Just then, a stunned Xie Tao stepped forward in front of everyone. This is a smuggler's watch, from Country L. At that moment, Huang Wei erupted in mocking laughter. So, you finally exposed yourselves. How could a bunch of rookies possibly kill a smuggler? I knew it. You're nothing but a pack of frauds. There weren't even any smugglers in this trial. I'll ask everyone here. Did any of you encounter a smuggler? Officer, you see, you've dozens of witnesses right here. Besides them, not a single person saw a smuggler. They're clearly cheating. I demand their rankings be voided and a full investigation be launched immediately. As Huang Wei's accusations grew wilder and Xie Tao stood bewildered, a new voice suddenly cut through the tension. Everyone, please calm down. The sudden appearance of the smugglers was a real event. We just hadn't been able to notify you all in time. This man was Lu Jun, deputy commander of the Jiangzhong City military region. He was shocked when he first received the report, but his superiors had ordered him to personally commend Jiang Kai's team of 3. This proved everything they said was true. So what could the doubters possibly say now? It was all real, after all. With a calm expression, Lu Jun walked over to Jiang Kai. The military wishes to commend you for neutralizing the smuggler threat. As such, we have decided to specially upgrade your equipment rewards. The rewards for 2nd and 3rd place have been upgraded from B rank to A rank. And as for your 1st place reward, Jiang Kai, it has been elevated from A rank to S rank. An S rank item. The news was unbelievable. The crowd was left completely speechless. How's that for a shock, you ignorant fools? The trash you all look down on is making legendary moves from day 1. For a little context, let's have a quick lesson on equipment. Gear in this world is ranked from S down to F. F is the absolute lowest tier, while S represents a masterpiece. Generally speaking, even B rank or C rank gear is considered excellent. A rank and S rank items are legendary, the kind of gear every adventurer dreams of. At this moment, Huang Wei's shock was quickly twisting into pure envy. His fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white as he ground his teeth in fury. So what if Jiang Kai got an S rank reward? How dare this nobody push him down to 4th place? This was completely and utterly unfair. There had to be something wrong with these results. That Jiang Kai is from the lower class. What right does a bottom feeder like him have to surpass me? Hearing this, Jiang Kai had finally had enough. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as he stared down his rival, Huang Wei. The military itself has confirmed the results, yet you still refuse to believe it? Furthermore, I'm warning you. Stay away from my family. That final warning made Huang Wei snap completely. He drew his blade in a flash, advancing on Jiang Kai with pure rage in his eyes. This arrogant fool was beyond reason. In his twisted mind, he hadn't said a single thing wrong. Your entire family is nothing but low-class trash. Your brother is a sickly dog, and your sister. She's just a lowly servant, nothing more. And you, You're just the weakling I used to beat up in the alleyways. And today you have the audacity to stand above me?" Taking Jiang Kai's silence as a sign of fear, Huang Wei grew even more arrogant and lunged forward with his sword. "You should remember that your little sister is still a servant in my family's house. Do you really want to provoke me? One day I'll—" He never got to finish that threat. A single, lightning-fast strike from Jiang Kai stopped him dead in his tracks. A spray of blood erupted from his chest, stunning the entire crowd into silence. Even Deputy Commander Lu Jun watched with a newfound curiosity. Jiang Kai actually attacked Huang Wei. The reality of the situation finally hit the onlookers, and they began shouting threats at Jiang Kai. That's Huang Wei from the Huang family, a core member of one of the 10 great guilds in the entire country. How dare you attack someone like him? Do you have any idea who you just messed with? Meanwhile, Huang Wei clutched his bleeding chest, trembling with absolute fury as veins bulged on his neck and arms. Humiliation and rage burned within him. "Jiang Kai, you dare to strike me? Do you have any idea what's coming for you now? What's coming for me? I couldn't care less." Jiang Kai calmly turned, his gaze as cold as ice, looking down on the pathetic man before him. "This animal spread rumors and threatened to harm my family. Why should I care who he is, or what house he comes from?" Feeling the suffocating pressure of that piercing gaze, Huang Wei's arrogance shattered. A jolt of pure fear shot through his entire body. But Jiang Kai wasn't finished. He began to walk slowly, deliberately, toward the injured man. In this fallen world, family is the only thing that truly matters, and if anyone dares to touch them, no matter who they are, he would personally tear that monster limb from limb, and he would strike the killing blow without a shred of mercy. Before the stunned eyes of the crowd, Huang Wei trembled, left with no time to even beg for forgiveness. With immense force, Jiang Kai thrust the iron rod he was holding, piercing straight through the man before him. In a single, devastating blow, the weapon ravaged the young master's internal organs. The pain was so astronomical, so soul-shattering, that no scream could ever capture the pure agony of it all. After dealing with the young master, Jiang Kai slowly pulled his iron rod free, and a system notification chimed in his mind. Explorer Jiang Kai has successfully killed the level 1 explorer, Huang Wei. 6 experience points are available for plunder. Do you wish to proceed? Staring down at the motionless body on the ground, Jiang Kai just narrowed his eyes. Only 6 experience points to plunder. Is his so-called great family really that poor? So cheap they only gave him 6 points. How boring. It was only then that the surrounding crowd finally processed what had just happened. They were completely terrified by the boy standing before them. Did that kid, Jiang Kai, really just kill the young master of the renowned Huang family? Even though being killed on the ghost planet isn't permanent, the Huang family's Black Tortoise Guild is a colossal power. This kid's got some serious nerve. What kind of demon's heart did he swallow to become so reckless? On the other side, Luo Jun's eyes remained fixed on the young man, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This kid really isn't half bad. He might be a bit reckless and crude, but he hasn't lost his sense of justice. No wonder the higher-ups specifically requested to meet him, and only now did Luo Jun finally speak up, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, Huang Wei was the one who initiated the challenge. Jiang Kai was only acting in self-defense. This matter should be considered closed. The fault lies entirely with the young master, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Kai, you 3 come with me. I'll take you to collect your rewards. Hearing this, the 3 of them obediently followed. But Yuan Zhu couldn't help but voice his admiration for his friend. Dude, that was insane back there. You were cool as hell. Arriving in a small building, Luo Jun directed the 3 teenagers towards a stone platform. You've been waiting for this, haven't you? This is the special military equipment awarded to you. Go on, open it up and see. The moment their hands touched the boxes to open them, a brilliant light burst forth. In front of Muon was a life jade, an item that novice medics could only dream of obtaining. The life jade boosts constitution and spirit by 15 points, while also enhancing healing and potion crafting effects. This is perfect for you. Beside her, Yuan Zhu was stunned by his own item. It was a set of leather armor. So awesome. The Black Rock leather armor's chest piece increases energy by 16 points and reduces damage taken by 16%. It's a high-quality piece for both offense and defense. Finally, it was Jiang Kai's turn. As his hand reached forward, his eyes widened in surprise. Inside the box were 9 dazzling small knives, but they required an appraisal before their stats could be viewed. High-quality equipment requires an appraisal card to be identified. Luckily, Luo Jun could help them with that. He placed the card on the small box, and a notification flashed into existence. 9 Calamities Life Facusser, an S-rank weapon. Each time this weapon is used, its critical damage rate increases by 10%, stacking up to a maximum of 90%. After landing a critical hit, all bonus Soul Chaser effects will be reset. So it's a critical stacking type of weapon, Newcomers have low attack power, so even with a critical hit, the damage isn't high. This S-rank weapon seems weaker than even an A-rank one. Just as Luo Jun was about to offer to help Jiang Kai apply for a different reward, the boy immediately refused. No need to change it. This is the one I want. Grabbing the weapon, Jiang Kai let out a small, confident smile. How could this equipment possibly be bad for him? This was clearly the most perfect, god-tier item he could have asked for. People had to understand, Jiang Kai's critical damage wasn't just double the normal amount. It was 200 times stronger. As long as he landed a critical hit, not even the Shadowless Wolf King could withstand it. But unfortunately, his base critical chance was extremely low against powerful enemies. He could die before ever landing a single critical strike. In that case, his power would be useless. However, the 9 Tribulations Soul Chaser guaranteed at least a 10% critical chance with every strike, stacking up to 90% by the 9th hit. That was a near-guaranteed critical. You could even say this was the perfect divine weapon for a gambler. Seeing this, Luo Jun didn't press the issue. If Jiang Kai likes it, then there's no need to exchange it. After you pass the trial, you can return to Earth if you wish. But Jiang Kai, I just want to give you a little warning. It's likely that someone will come looking for you soon. I sincerely advise you to be careful when you return home. Back on Earth, in the Shangyao Nation's Jiangzhongcheng slums, Jiang Kai excitedly zoomed away on his bicycle. He never imagined he could clear the novice trial so flawlessly. He wondered how his brother would react upon hearing the news. The anticipation was thrilling. Next, Jiang Kai would move his brother and sister out of this slum, far away from the royal family. Looking up at the sky, Jiang Kai felt that life had never been so beautiful. From this day forward, his family would no longer have to live in this filthy hovel. His big brother's health would be taken care of, and his sister, Yingzi, would no longer be harassed by that scumbag Huang Wei. Everything was about to get better. Returning home filled with joy, Jiang Kai pushed the door open and called out, "I'm back. Everyone, guess how the novice trial went?" But suddenly, his eyes froze and his body went rigid. Before him, a group of large, menacing men were seated inside his home, smirking maliciously at the boy who just walked in. At that moment, the leader sitting in the center of the room finally spoke. He'd been waiting all day for Jiang Kai to finally drag himself home. He heard the little brat was at the novice trial. How impressive. How cool. Seeing Huang Da here, Jiang Kai was completely stunned. This was Huang Wei's older brother. What on earth did Huang Da want? Jiang Kai took a cautious step back. This was bad. How did the royal family's people find him so quickly? Before he could react, a hand shot out from behind him, shoving Jiang Kai forward and slamming him to the ground, forcing him to kneel before the men. Just then, Huang Da stood up, a large club in his hand, and walked toward Jiang Kai with a wicked grin. "Jiang Kai, I wonder if you know that my little brother, who you killed on the Demon Star, had to be sent for psychological treatment when he returned. You see, only members of the royal family are allowed to bully others. No one has ever dared to bully us before. So, for forcing Huang Wei offline for a month, you'll have to log out of life permanently." After saying this, Huang Da swung the wooden club straight at Jiang Kai, aiming to shatter his skull in a single blow. This was it. Against the overwhelming power of these men, Jiang Kai had no way to dodge this attack. Just as he thought it was all over, the wooden door suddenly flew inwards, smashing into the 2 thugs behind him and making them cry out in pain. The momentum of the door sent Huang Da and his 2 cronies tumbling to the floor. Enraged, he looked up and screamed, "Who the hell is so bold?" In response to his arrogant shout, a pair of long, slender legs appeared beside Jiang Kai, and behind them, the silhouette of a woman. "Jiang Kai, I had someone warn you to be careful on your way home. Did you not pay attention? Why didn't you take it seriously? Do you always disregard the words of others?" Su Lanlan then held up a document for all to see. "Don't move. Official military business." At her words, the members of the royal family were completely shocked. It was Wei Ying, the senior commanding officer of the Jiangshang City Military District. Why would such a powerful figure be here? At that moment, Wei Ying raised a cigarette to his lips and took a drag. "We're here for Jiang Kai, of course. Today, you've all messed with the wrong person. The commander-in-chief himself was here for this Jiang Kai. How could this be possible? What was his true identity?" Nearby, Jiang Kai slowly pushed himself up, his eyes glancing at the 2 beside him. The senior commanding officer of Jiangzhong City came all this way for him. A few moments later, Huang Da and his cronies were cuffed and escorted into military vehicles. Inside, Jiang Kai could only thank the 2 for saving him, but he had to ask, "Why did you come here for me?" Hearing this, Wei Ying and Lanlan remained perfectly calm. "Don't be nervous, kid. We came looking for you for a reason. In this novice trial, you, Yuan Zhu, and Su Nuan Yuan all performed exceptionally well. Did you know that after you left, Yuan Zhu and Nuan Wen were invited to join the military. We're here today to extend you the same invitation. After all, you possess a new class, don't you? Just then, Su Lanlan, who had been silent, turned her head and spoke. Do you know what the appearance of a new class truly means? Currently, Demon Star explorers have many classes available. Every time an explorer levels up 20 times, they get a class change, which alters their attributes and skills. Some will grow stronger, but others will become weaker. Many current late-game class changes are practically useless. So, to find greater power, the military is always searching for new classes. And the one Jiang Kai currently possesses appears to be an incredibly powerful new class. So, what's your answer? Will you join the military with your new class? Rest assured, the military has no intention of forcing anyone. We sincerely apologize for showing up unannounced. They had already investigated him and his family, and knew all about his brother's illness. If you agree to enlist, not only will the military protect your family, we will also cover every last cent of your brother's medical expenses. Seeing the boy remain silent, Wei Ying turned to leave. What's the holdup? Didn't you come to Devil Star for your brother's treatment fees? If you agree, report to the military base tomorrow. When you get there, just ask for Su Lanlan. Just as the two were about to leave, Jiang Kai finally turned his head and spoke. I refuse to join the military. Hearing this, both Wei Ying and Su Lanlan spun around in shock. But why? Why wouldn't you? Jiang Kai knew joining the military was an incredible opportunity. But that was for classes with a guaranteed, powerful future. Classes like Yuan Zhu's martial artist or Nuan's doctor. But his own path was uncertain. He was a brand new class. He remembered when the spirit bender was first discovered. Wasn't that class also highly valued by the military? Back then, the military poured all its resources into Gu Yao, and he reached the pinnacle of his power. But then, the moment they realized he was no longer useful to their cause, didn't the military just cast Gu Yao aside? Look at his condition now. A former spirit bender, now living a life no different from a beggar. This time, Jiang Kai had been too reckless, letting his guard down. He never expected the Huang family to shamelessly attack him directly. He and his siblings had to move out of the Huang family's territory immediately. Thank you both for your help. But Jiang Kai and his siblings had relied on each other for over 10 years. They were used to forging their own destiny, not depending entirely on others for protection. At his words, Su Lanlan couldn't help but speak up. Humanity is facing an apocalypse right now. Your new class could be the very thing that brings about change for mankind. Humanity desperately needs you. How can you think so selfishly? But no matter what she said, Jiang Kai stood firm in his refusal. I'm not that noble. I just want to protect my family and help them survive. Just as Su Lanlan was about to argue further, Wei Ying raised a hand to stop her. Let it go. I understand this kid's reasoning. Habits formed over a decade can't be changed in a day or two. But listen, kid, you have to know, your brother is running out of time. And in this apocalypse, fighting alone is a death sentence. So how about a wager? For the next month, the military will shield you from the Huang family's harassment. If, within that 1 month, you can earn the money for your brother's surgery and prove you have the strength to protect your family, I'll accept your refusal to enlist. But if you fail, the military will cover your brother's medical costs to keep him alive. In exchange, you must join the military for evaluation. What do you say? Faced with this offer, Jiang Kai was silent for a moment. Then suddenly, he laughed. Of course, he accepted the deal. After an exhausting day, Jiang Kai now faced a bet with the military. He had to get back to Devil Star immediately and earn that money. Just like that, Jiang Kai left home, leaving only a note behind. Still working overtime? I passed the test and am heading back to Devil Star. Plus, with the threat from the Huang family, they couldn't live here anymore. They had to move to a higher security zone to be safe, so returning to Devil Star this time was a heavy burden. But he swore he would come back with enough money. At the Holy Light City on Devil Star, having passed the novice trial, his true adventure was about to begin. Jiang Kai changed his gear in the trade district, and finally, he could start earning money by fighting monsters on Devil Star. However, for a newcomer to make money, joining a guild was mandatory. The monsters here were so strong, fighting them solo was basically suicide. That's why all new adventurers had to join a guild and form parties to hunt monsters. A guild was like a massive team. After joining, new members could follow veterans to fight monsters and drastically increase their survival rate. So, Jiang Kai went to see which guilds he could join. Hello, I'd like to join a guild. Hearing his request, the receptionist in front of him just gave a strange smile. I'm sorry, you must be Jiang Kai, correct? You are currently unable to join any guild. And the reason why? He just had to look at the notice posted right behind her. Because he had offended the Huang family, he was now on the blacklist of nearly every single guild in the city. It seemed that unless a miracle happened, from now on, he would have to fight all alone. Time to challenge the demon crystals. Stepping into the safe zone on the outskirts of St. Radiant's City, Jiang Kai still couldn't believe his situation. Just for offending the royal family, not a single guild would dare accept him. Was his journey already over before it had even begun? As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly chirped in his ear. "Hey there, adventurer. Worried about where to go to hunt monsters? I'm a fortune teller. I can find the perfect spot for you. Only 100 magic crystal coins for a reading." In front of the girl, a diviner named Hu Yan, Jiang Kai remained completely silent. Staring into her sparkling eyes, he gave a cold refusal. "Sorry, I don't believe in that stuff." "Wait, young man. You can haggle, you know. How about 80 or 30, then?" Finally, she offered him a free reading, calling it a special startup promotion. At those words, Jiang Kai changed his tune so fast, it would give you whiplash. He never expected someone as beautiful as Hu Yan to be so kind-hearted. A free reading? Well, I wouldn't want to trouble you. Turns out, he was actually quite the superstitious type. Good grief, she thought. I've run into a total cheapskate. Still, she figured it was a good chance for Hu Yan to practice her skills. Taking out her compass, she began murmuring strange incantations. "My client, you are currently in grave danger. To avoid this crisis, I advise you to head to the Valley Kingdom." The Valley Kingdom? Staring at Hu Yan's compass, Jiang Kai was instantly lost in thought. Just as he suspected, heading to any other area would be incredibly dangerous. The royal family was definitely targeting him. The only reason they hadn't moved against him yet was because killing is forbidden inside the safe zones. Most new adventurers leveled from 1 to 10 in the scorching Firefield Plains, but the royals would almost certainly send assassins there to eliminate him. As for the windy and waterlogged Taiping Mountain, that was a zone for adventurers level 15 and above. If Jiang Kai went there now, it would be an absolute death sentence. But the Valley Kingdom, that was a high-risk zone for level 10 and up. With Jiang Kai's current strength, if he entered that place, he might just barely be able to handle it. The royal family would never expect him to go there, right? All right then. The young man cracked his knuckles with confidence. If those royal scumbags wouldn't let him join a guild, then he would conquer the demon crystals all on his own for the world to see. The Valley Kingdom became his #1 target. Without another moment's hesitation, Jiang Kai turned and sprinted away. Of course, he didn't forget to wave back at Hu Yan. "Thanks a lot for the tip." Watching the boy just leave like that, Hu Yan was completely dumbfounded. Did she say something that he misunderstood? Hey, wait a minute. Why is he going to the Valley Kingdom by himself? Going in there alone is suicide. This was unbelievable. She was supposed to tell him he needed a party to go there. What kind of place does he think the Valley Kingdom is? A rookie like him wandering in there is no different from asking for death. But no matter what she yelled, he was already gone. Hu Yan didn't have time to worry about other people's problems. "Whatever," she muttered, "it's none of my business. Just don't give me a 1-star review." Meanwhile, in the Valley Kingdom, before a majestic landscape of mountains and babbling brooks, Jiang Kai paused, his eyes scanning the area. "So this is the Valley Kingdom? Huh. I wonder what kind of monsters are lurking around here." As he pondered the terrifying beauty of the creatures he was about to face, a massive roar suddenly echoed beside him. It made Jiang Kai jump, and he whipped his head around to see the commotion. There was strange activity nearby. A colossal ape was roaring its head off, its massive arms swinging like wrecking balls at a group of adventurers. "Die, you miserable pests, die." After being taunted just a little, the monster had flown into a furious rage. Every single adventurer there was getting thrown around and beaten down. Each time they charged in, the giant ape would slam them into the ground. But even so, they couldn't give up. The team had to hold their formation, refusing to be defeated by the monster. As Jiang Kai looked at the massive beast, a system warning blared in his ears. The monster was a giant strength black ape, level 11. Strength, 172. Constitution, 68. Agility, 142. Spirit, 13. Defense, 3. He couldn't believe this black monkey was a level 11 monster. But those young adventurers weren't weak either. They were all level 10. With just a little more effort, they could send this overgrown ape to meet its ancestors. They couldn't give up. Push harder, everyone. Unleash everything you've got. Fire every skill you have. I don't care what color it is. What a critical hit. As the other party attacked the monster. Over here, Kai Jiang could only hide off to the side. So this is what an adventurer's combat party looks like. His eyes had truly been opened. Besides, the monsters here seemed incredibly strong. He wondered what else he would run into. As he was thinking, a strange presence suddenly shot past his ear, making him jump. The moment he turned his head, 3 hulking black apes appeared before him. "Surprise. Handsome, we're here to take care of you." Seeing these three ladies with the bodies of brutes, Kai Jiang cautiously took a step back. Did they really have to show up so fast? Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. And three of them at once? No less. At that moment, the device on Kai Jiang's arm lit up. The system flagged all three black apes in a brilliant red. Giant strength black apes, level 12, level 13, and there was even a level 14. Threat assessment. They were charging straight for Kai Jiang. Meanwhile, after a grueling battle, the adventurer party finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Heavenly Sword Squad had defeated the level 11 giant strength black ape. They had finally won. They were all so incredible. The bald-headed member of the team shot his captain a thumbs up. Captain, we're only level 10, but we took down a level 11 giant strength black ape without a single casualty. We can totally brag about this victory, right? Now we'll have something to boast about to our friends back home. Hearing this, the captain smirked with satisfaction. Of course you can. Just look who your captain is. But before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash echoed from behind them. It instantly caught the squad's attention, and they whipped their heads around. Their eyes immediately fell on the figure of a young man who they guessed must have trifled with a good girl's heart being chased down by three muscular apes. Looking at their expressions, the word enraged couldn't even begin to describe the ape's fury. Glancing back at the monsters chasing him, Kai Jiang gritted his teeth. Damn it, he must have wandered into their territory. He was in deep trouble this time. Down below, the young adventurers were equally horrified.
Captain, over there. That guy is fighting three giant strength black apes.
And what's more, each one is a higher level than the beast we just defeated. By the adventurer's code, we have to go help him. But these naive fools needed to know who they were dealing with before jumping in. From the captain's perspective, that kid had definitely attracted all three at once. We barely survived killing one. Are you all trying to get yourselves buried? Thinking like that will get you killed early. The best move is to run. Just as he said that, another deafening crash echoed from behind them. They thought the young man was finished, but who could have possibly expected what came next? The massive body of a black ape was sent flying high into the air. Target eliminated. Level 12, giant strength black ape. Raising his iron-like gauntlets, Kai flashed his satisfied smirk. A cool victory like that deserved an equally cool pose, right? This was perfect. Every time he used his Fatexer skill, his critical hit rate increased, with the fifth and final blow unleashing his supercritical strike. At this rate, the other apes were nothing more than small fry. Having witnessed the young man's fight from start to finish, the squad captain's jaw was on the floor as sweat poured down his face.
What in the world just happened? Was that monster already defeated?
Just moments ago, their entire party had to fight with every ounce of their strength just to take down a single level 11 giant strength black ape. And yet that kid, all by himself, took down a level 12 in a matter of seconds. This guy was completely off the charts. Before the shock could wear off, two more massive, dark, and foul-smelling giant strength black apes leaped from the bushes, pouncing towards him. As they chased him, Kai glanced back with a sneer. You're as big as a house, but you're still pretty slow, huh?
Since you're so persistent in following me, then let's take care of one more.
Without another word, Kai swung his staff, launching a powerful strike at the ape in front of him. A flash of red light erupted as one of the two was sent flying backwards. Target eliminated. Level 13, giant strength black. Unbelievable. No one expected Kai to need only one strike. His Faticacer skill had already boosted his critical hit rate by 10%. Not only that, but it had triggered his super critical hit. This kid was simply on another level. Hey, are you guys over there watching? I bet you're pretty surprised. Huh. That kid killed another one in a single blow. Could any of them say the same? Now, only the final giant strength black ape remained, relentlessly pursuing Kai. Its massive body drew closer and closer to Kai down below. Facing this pursuit, he was no longer panicked like he was at the start. He was now used to his own power and filled with confidence. All right, a one-on-one fight was definitely to his advantage. But to any outsider, the situation looked completely insane. This was a level 14 giant strength black ape, the strongest monster in this entire godforsaken place. The team captain couldn't believe his eyes. That kid couldn't possibly kill it. Not a beast that powerful. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai merely glanced back at the monster hot on his heels. He was down to his last 3 pursuit talismans, but his spiritual power and stamina were nearly depleted from the fight with the last 2 creatures. He was on the verge of collapse. Grasping his final 3 talismans, Jiang Kai unleashed his energy, shattering them into a swarm of razor-sharp shards. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. He had to boost his critical hit rate before this level 14 beast could catch him, a wager to see who would fall first, him or the monster. And just like that, Jiang Kai's final talismans shot forward, carrying an immense and destructive force. In an instant, they split into countless smaller projectiles, homing in on the rampaging beast. The moment the talisman struck the ape's stone-like hide, a massive critical explosion erupted violently. Crimson flames engulfed the beast, shaking its entire body as it roared in pure agony from the overwhelming pain. A perfect hit. By betting everything on a single attack, Jiang Kai had landed a devastating critical blow. Absolutely magnificent. Just then, as the explosion subsided, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Level 14 giant black ape successfully eliminated. With that, the massive body of the black ape crashed to the ground, stunning the adventurers watching from behind into utter disbelief. The entire four-person party was completely stunned, rendered utterly speechless by what they had just witnessed. That kid, he actually took down all three of those giant black apes all by himself. A party of more than 10 adventurers would struggle to defeat them. Who in the world was this guy? What kind of legendary player had they just met? Jiang Kai leaped towards the monster's corpse, his eyes scanning it carefully before swiftly retrieving his talismans from its forehead. He never imagined this monster would be easier to defeat than he thought. You never truly know your own limits until you push them. Suddenly, 3 notification windows appeared before Jiang Kai, each showing an image of a fallen black ape. He placed his hands on his hips, incredibly satisfied with his results. With 3 monster cards now in his possession, it seemed going solo wasn't as difficult as he'd imagined. Without a second glance at the onlookers, Jiang Kai collected his spoils and vanished in a flash, heading for the next area. It was only then that the team captain frantically realized his mistake. Oh no, that expert player is gone. We should have tried to befriend him. Why did you guys stop me from helping him in the first place? His regret was overwhelming. But wait a minute, wasn't he the one who decided not to help? Why was he blaming his team now? Meanwhile, at the Ash Plains, a brilliant flash of light left every adventurer in the area completely dumbfounded. Were their eyes deceiving them? A party with 3 martial artists, a soldier, and a doctor. Could that be the Eagle Squad? From the royal family's Black Tortoise Guild. What were they doing here in a beginner zone like the Ash Plains? They were overwhelmingly powerful. The members of the royal squad stood before the crowd, wearing sinister, arrogant smiles. Every member of their team, the doctor, the martial artists, and the soldier was level 20. This squad's power was nothing to scoff at. One of the men reached out, his hand wrapping around a young woman's throat as he let out a threatening laugh. "We've scoured the entire Ash Plains," he sneered, "but we still can't find that brat, Jiang Kai, our boss told us about. I hear you were the last person to see him. If you want to live, you'll tell us exactly where he is. Right now." Choking under his grip, Hu Yan struggled to cough out a few breaths. Yet, her gaze remained defiant. "What business do you even have with him?" Her question was met with a cold scoff. "Isn't it obvious? That Jiang Kai brat crossed the royal family. We're here to deliver their vengeance." Hu Yan replied, "I see. But what a shame. Jiang Kai already left for the Valley Kingdom. You'll have to look for him there." The martial artist shoved her violently to the ground, warning her, "If we find out you're lying, we'll be back to teach you a painful lesson." The crowd watched in fear. The Eagle Squad was the top team among the royal family's level 20 adventurers, going up against a squad that powerful. That guy Jiang Kai was as good as dead. As Hu Yan coughed on the ground, she thought to herself, powerful, are they? For those without morals, not even a fortune teller can predict their fate. She had secretly performed a divination on them. Her calculation was clear. When they finally find Jiang Kai, they are the ones who will most likely die. One day later, in the Valley Kingdom, Jiang Kai stared at his status window, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. Adventurer, Jiang Kai. Class, Gambler. Level, 6. Strength, 24. Defense, 0. Constitution, 28. Critical rate, 0.1%. Agility, 42. Critical damage, 20,000%. Spirit, 42. Experience, 85 out of 3,200. Model. After taking down 16 of the giant black apes, he had finally reached level 6. He heard the corpse of one of these beasts sold for a fortune, but hauling it out would be a nightmare. Still, there was no choice but to bring him along. It was the only way to conserve our medical supplies. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice cut through the air, snapping Jiang Kai's attention back to reality. "Hey, you over there. How about joining our hunting party?" In that moment, a group of adventurers stepped forward, blocking his path. According to their leader, their 3 parties were hunting an elite black ape. If they won, they would claim an elite treasure chest. So, he asked, "Are you in?" A hunting party. But Jiang Kai was traveling solo. At this, a cunning smile spread across the man's face. "No problem at all, my friend. As it happens, you're exactly the person we need." High on the towering mountain peak, a group of level 15 giant black apes slumbered deeply before them. Their cave held the elite treasure chest, but with 4 powerful beasts and only 3 teams, they needed Jiang Kai to be the bait. All he had to do was lure one away. Their three parties would handle the rest. When he returned, a share of the treasure would be his. An elite treasure chest. He had heard the rumors they held items far more valuable than any monster corpse. If that was true, Jiang Kai had to get it. But facing powerful elite monsters alone was a death sentence. So why were they asking him to lure one away by himself? The answer was obvious. They never wanted him to come back. This way, three parties could split a treasure meant for four, but he was already in too deep. Refusing now would be a fatal mistake. So, he agreed, which was exactly what they were waiting for. The man raised his sword high and roared, "Excellent, brothers. Let's stick to the plan. All teams, get ready." At his command, the other men surged forward. "Everyone, let's move together." Facing the horde of black apes, the leader ordered Jiang Kai to make his move. Playing his part, he lunged forward, unleashing a strike on the nearest ape. The attack sent the creatures into a frenzy, and they immediately gave chase after Jiang Kai. This was his cue. He bolted straight into the deep forest, leading the massive black ape in a different direction. Watching the successful lure, the man burst into a triumphant laughter. Not bad at all. The kid actually pulled it off. That meant one less person to split the chest with. Now, they could each take on one ape. Everything was falling into place. Ha ha. Meanwhile, the ape's deafening roar forced even the fleeing Jiang Kai to glance back over his shoulder. They were far too calculating for their own good. The stats of this elite black ape were leagues above a normal one. Any ordinary adventurer would have been torn to shreds by now. But then again, Jiang Kai was no ordinary adventurer. He unleashed his life chaser skill, striking the black ape directly with a merciless critical hit. Just as the monster was about to swing at Jiang Kai, its entire body instantly exploded. Elite giant black ape, level 15, successfully eliminated. Piece of cake. He couldn't believe a single supercritical hit was enough to take down an elite black ape. Now then, about that treasure chest. It was his turn to use them. While the other teams were locked in a desperate battle with the apes, Jiang Kai quietly slipped past the chaos. He ignored their brutal struggle and calmly entered the cave. As he stepped inside, a brilliant light flooded his vision. He couldn't believe how easy it was, and there it was, the treasure chest. It looked even more valuable up close. Without another moment of hesitation, Jiang Kai stepped forward and reached out his hand, ready to claim the chest before him. This made everything worth it. Luring a level 15 elite black ape wasn't so bad for a reward like this. But before he could touch the chest, a low growl echoed in his ear. A thick drop of drool landed on his shoulder, sending a shiver down his spine. At that moment, he felt hot breath on his neck as an enormous ape stared down at him with furious eyes. To call this thing a pervert would be an understatement. Judging by the drool it was spitting out, it was absolutely ravenous for the person below. Instantly, a massive fist slammed into the ground, shattering the solid rock with its incredible force. Fortunately for Jiang Kai, his lightning-fast reflexes allowed him to narrowly dodge the monster's devastating attack. But even so, Jiang Kai was still reeling from the shock. What in the world was happening? There was another elite black ape, a level 21, hiding in the cave. Had those guys not bothered to scout this place out at all? At that moment, as Jiang Kai stared into the hideous, demonic face of this beast, a system notification chimed. Monster, elite giant black ape, level 20. Special warning, extremely dangerous. This ape seemed far more intelligent than the others. In a flash, its body blocked the cave entrance, cutting off Jiang Kai's only chance of escape. This crafty son of a bitch. What has it been eating to get so damn smart? No more standing by, Jiang Kai unleashed his soul chasers, lunging straight for the ape. If a plan won't work, then brute force is the only option left. But this time, things didn't go as Jiang Kai predicted. As his soul chasers swung in, the monster tanked the hit without a single scratch. Seeing its completely unfazed expression, the young man's heart began to pound. Not even a scratch when I aimed for its eyes. Suddenly, a system window flashed to life before Jiang Kai. Elite Earth Element Colossal Black Ape. Defense, 23 points. Current attack cannot penetrate its outer defenses, unable to inflict damage on the monster. My Soul Chaser's penetration is only 9 points. But this monster's defense is a whopping 23. Is this like the Wolf King? Do I have to shatter its defense before I can even damage it? While Jiang Kai was lost in thought, the black ape's patience ran out. It raised a massive arm high into the air and brought it crashing down with devastating force. The impact sent Jiang Kai flying, slamming him into the ground so hard it shattered. His body screamed in agony, completely immobilized. Coughing violently, Jiang Kai could only glare up at the monster before him. That blow was on another level. The difference in our power is just too great. Am I really going to die in a place like this? Gravely wounded from that devastating attack, Jiang Kai could only hang limp as the monster grabbed him. If he dies on the Ghost Star, he'll face a penalty, a 1-month ban before he can log in again. If that happens, doesn't it mean I'll fail my private agreement with Commander Wei? And then my brother and sister. Will they be forced into the army because of my failure? But as he struggled in this hopeless situation and his consciousness began to fade, a familiar voice suddenly echoed deep within his mind. Hey, wake up, wake up! A man, covered in his own blood, appeared in his mind's eye. He was holding a small boy, screaming with desperation. You can't fall asleep. You hear me. You have to fight it. Stay awake. Your big brother. I swear. I swear I'll get you all out of this hellish battlefield. The image that flooded Jiang Kai's vision was a city in ruins. This was the beast god battlefield from 10 years ago. Back in the present, clutched in the monster's giant hand, Jiang Kai's senses slowly returned. What the? How could I let myself drift off? Big brother managed to save me and my sister on that battlefield. Just as the giant ape raised Jiang Kai to its mouth, ready to devour him, his mind finally achieved perfect clarity. His dangling hand quietly gripped his last soul chaser. How could I possibly die here? With a single, effortless gulp, the ape swallowed him whole. So pleased with itself that it cackled in triumph. But that triumphant laugh didn't last long. In the very next instant, a brilliant light flashed from within its head, followed by a sudden, crippling wave of nausea. In less than a second, the ape's entire head exploded, raining blood and gore across the ground. Its massive body swayed for a moment, before collapsing with a deafening thud, felled by a critical hit from deep within. At that moment, the system's voice chimed again. You have slain the level 20, Earth Attribute Elite Colossal Black Ape. Stumbling out from the corpse, Jiang Kai fell to his knees, his head bowed. I did it. The black ape's hide may have had impossibly high defense, but the inside of its mouth had none at all. No matter how tough the body is, the heart is always vulnerable. By attacking it from the inside, I could bypass that insane defense layer, just like I did with the Wolf King. Slowly pushing himself to his feet, Jiang Kai's gaze fell on the elite treasure sun nearby, and a victorious grin spread across his face. Finally, it belongs to me. Half an hour later, the other party finally took down the last black ape. Cheers erupted from their ranks as they celebrated their victory. The party leader looked back at his comrades, his chest swelling with pride. He thought to himself that their success was all thanks to that kid who lured one of the apes away. Otherwise, their entire party would have been wiped out. Seeing how battered his own team was, he figured the kid was probably long dead by now. But then again, who cares? If he's dead, that just means a bigger share for us. Let's get into this cave. The treasure sun has to be inside waiting for us to claim it. We're about to hit the jackpot. However, as the group stepped into the cave, their jaws dropped in utter disbelief. The cavern before them was completely barren. There was nothing inside at all. What the hell is going on? The leader couldn't believe his eyes. Where is the treasure sun, the elite treasure Sunday? Where is it? How could it not be here? Was he just blind, or was the treasure really gone? Just then, one of the henchmen turned to his captain and spoke up. Boss, I remember now. During the chaos of the fight, I think I saw that kid sneak into the cave. Hearing this, the captain was stunned. Why didn't this idiot say something sooner? What good was this information now? But you couldn't really blame him. At the time, he thought he was just seeing things, since he never imagined the kid could have survived. Boss, does this mean our fight was for nothing? We've wasted so many days on this trip. And you see, even without the treasure, you still have to pay us. You're already several months behind on my salary. Hearing this, the captain's rage absolutely boiled over. He let out a roar so loud it nearly shattered his vocal cords. To think they were outsmarted by a mere boy. Damn and all. He looked like prey, but he was the real predator all along. Elsewhere, in the Valley Kingdom, the young man who had escaped finally let out a sigh of relief. That was the only way he could have possibly shaken those guys. Hey, I bet you guys are furious right now. But more importantly, it's time to see what's hidden inside this Astral Sun treasure. The moment he opened it, the Astral Sun treasure erupted, revealing the brilliant light of precious artifacts. His own eyes began to shine just as brightly, but with the unmistakable glint of cold, hard cash. Could you believe this haul? He couldn't believe how many rare minerals there were, and on top of that, there was equipment too. He pulled a cloak from the treasure chest. The value of these ores and gear on the Ghost Star was worth thousands of times more than monster corpses. He had finally struck it rich. It seemed there was still one piece of equipment left. After equipping the other items, Jiang Kai stared at the final piece, lost in thought. What kind of gauntlet is this? Is it for offense or something else? He figured he'd have to try it on to find out. He hadn't even worn it for a second when a strange energy suddenly surged throughout his entire body. After putting it on, the young man's body felt incredibly light, and he felt much more vigorous as well. Could this be equipment that increases strength and agility? Well, there was only one way to know for sure. It was time to test a new move. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Kai hurled a hidden weapon forward, moving so fast that it was followed by a trail of fire. A small flame appeared on the dagger. Could this be a piece of equipment that provides a common fire enchantment for weapons? On the Ghost Star, there were many types of flames. Special flames could inflict different kinds of wounds during battle. Moreover, common flames had very low damage output. They couldn't be used in a fight and were only good for cooking. Did this mean the item on his hand could only be used to grill meat in the future? Just then, a loud roar echoed from the forest, making Jiang Kai jump in surprise. What in the world was that sound? He didn't have to wait long. A group of level 18, elite-class Earth Element giant black apes appeared right in front of him. And not just one, there were 4 of them. Was the universe trying to kill him? He quickly backed away. Although Jiang Kai was a little annoyed, when he thought about it, wasn't this the perfect chance to test out his new gauntlet? He had nearly died just dealing with one of them before, and now 4 had shown up at once. His only option was to concentrate his attacks on their mouths, just like how he killed the previous one. Actions speak louder than words. Jiang Kai immediately threw his life-taker daggers straight into the gorilla's mouth. However, they caught every single one in their teeth in an instant. The system announced that their defense could not be broken. The damage dealt was 0. He was in deep trouble now. These things actually knew to clamp their mouths shut to block attacks. They were supposed to leave them open for an easy kill. Just then, the entire pack of apes charged straight for Jiang Kai. He had to run for his life, or he would definitely become their afternoon snack. As he fled from the monsters, Jiang Kai had a realization. Even if their mouths were open, the life-takers he had on him weren't enough to kill all 4 of them at once. Was he really going to die here today? As he panicked, not knowing what to do, a red flame suddenly flared up on the chest of the lead ape. Soon after, it began to burn them slowly. Sensing something strange, Jiang Kai immediately looked back over his shoulder. And what a surprise! Why hadn't his flame gone out? Not only that, but it was also growing larger and larger. Just as the ape swung its hand to grab him, the flame suddenly erupted with immense power. It directly dealt 2,000 points of damage to the beast. It was being roasted alive from the inside out, each muscle fiber cooked to perfection. A tasty meal ready to be served. Before the astonished eyes of the other 3 apes and Jiang Kai himself, the lead ape was defeated in an instant. What in the world was this powerful flame? It wasn't over yet. The remaining embers floated towards the 3 other apes, striking the head, the chest, and the arms of the other 3, before erupting in a massive explosion that incinerated them all. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, even Jiang Kai had to stop mid-sprint to watch. How were those black apes taken down so suddenly? Could they all be dead already? Just then, a notification pinged in his ears. You have slain 4 giant Earth Element black apes. It was a stunning revelation for Jiang Kai. Recalling the flames from before, everything finally clicked. The fire damage he witnessed had suddenly spiked to 2,000. He quickly collected the 4 giant black ape corpses into his card, his mind still reeling from the shock. 2,000. Isn't that a 200 times multiplier? Gazing at the gauntlet on his hand, a wide grin spread across his face. Could it be that this gauntlet doesn't just shoot normal flames? Can it actually trigger my 200 times critical damage skill? On top of that, these flames even had a splash effect that spread to the entire group. He knew that ordinary fire was typically weak, but against a monster with no fire resistance, this damage bypassed its defenses completely. Burning away 2,000 health per second effectively created a devastating field of fire. This item was truly a divine weapon made just for him. Now, he'd never have to worry about piercing through a monster's defense again. For the rest of that night, the giant black apes of the Valley Kingdom witnessed the darkest moments of their monkey lives. Massive flames engulfed them, burning them relentlessly. They'd never seen anyone roast them alive with what looked like simple fire. And not a single one even saw a health bar appear, because this vicious master griller wasn't about to spare any of them. Get rowdy, and it's game over, darlings. Within 10 miles, no treasure was left untouched. On the second day in the Valley Kingdom, after a satisfying night of barbecuing, the ground everywhere smoldered with white smoke. As for Jiang Kai, it goes without saying. He was beyond satisfied. After wiping out more than a dozen giant black apes in one night, he had finally leveled up. Adventurer Jiang Kai, Class Gambler. Level 7, Strength, 28. Constitution, 32. Agility, 48. Spirit, 48. Defense, still 0. Glancing at the life chaser on his hand, he knew its area of effect damage was now unbeatable against anything below level 20. Better yet, Jiang Kai now had 10 elite sun treasures, plus a huge pile of black ape corpses. They would surely sell for a fortune. Gazing out at the vibrant green rice paddies, the young man felt tears of triumph welling up in his eyes. But still, adventuring alone on Ghost Star was a bit lonely. He truly missed the days of fighting alongside Yuan Zhu and Nuan. Jiang Kai had no idea what was happening with them now. But then again, they had the entire army backing them up. No matter how you looked at it, they had to be doing better than him. Or so he thought. Because somewhere else in the Valley Kingdom, Yuan Zhu was crying her eyes out. Why is there absolutely nothing here? What kind of moron killed all the black apes? They had been in this place for days without spotting a single one. How were they supposed to train like this? She missed how easy it was when Jiang Kai led them on monster hunts. As the two complained, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Yuan Zhu and Zisu Nuan, you shouldn't be saying such disheartening things. The only reason you found monsters easily before was because you were in the novice trial area. But for newcomers at your level, this is a high-level monster zone. Li Biao, a level 38 cavalryman, looked at the two teens with a stern expression. If Jiang Kai had brought you to the Valley Kingdom himself, it would have been a complete disaster. That's why I brought you here for some real experience, not to listen to your pointless whining. Let's go. We're continuing the search for black apes. Despite his harsh words, the two of them still missed Jiang Kai like crazy. 3 days later, in that same valley, a squad of adventurers stood before the corpses of 4 giant black apes. Looking at their team's haul, the men grinned with satisfaction, but something felt off. They had only arrived a few days ago, and all they could find were a few ordinary black monkeys. For them, taking down these common apes was a piece of cake. Young Master Huang Wei sending them to kill Jiang Kai felt like complete overkill. Hearing this, a team member who was munching on a rice ball spoke up. It was just 1 kill per person, nothing special. At his blunt comment, the others shot him an irritated glare. Just then, the captain of another squad camping nearby spoke up, his voice growing louder with every word. A few days ago, they had witnessed some god-tier player take down 3 black apes in one fell swoop. The scene was absolutely terrifying. These guys kill 1 ape each and act like they took down a dozen, he scoffed. Don't they have any shame? Seeing the other team's attitude, the warrior scoffed. 1 guy killed 3 of them? You call that impressive? Is that supposed to be a big deal? But without another word to the grunts below, their captain just kept chewing, letting out a dismissive snort. Wasting no more time, the warrior pulled up his screen, displaying a portrait of Jiang Kai. He ignored the man above him and addressed the crowd. Have any of you seen this person? 1 glance at the picture and the captain's whole team instantly recognized him. What a coincidence. The person in that photo is the master I was talking about. The one who took down 3 black apes at once. And I have to say, he's incredibly handsome. Hearing this, the men below let out a skeptical laugh. Are you guys blind or something? Look closely. This guy's just a level 5 rookie. Don't make up stories just because you're jealous of us. Tossing his food to the ground, the captain stood up and turned his back. If you don't believe me, go find that master and see for yourself. We just saw him leaving the Valley Kingdom. Even our girl here had to greet the legendary figure. How can someone that handsome even exist in this world? Surprise. For a split second, a predatory grin spread across the warrior's face. What did he just hear? You mean? Jiang Kai is somewhere nearby. Without another word, his squad quickly pulled their swords from the corpses of the black apes. A treacherous glint appeared in each of their eyes as they began to move. Let's go, everyone. We've been wandering this dump for days. It's time we gave young Master Huang Wei an answer, don't you think? Finally, we get to kill that arrogant brat. Seeing the crazed expressions on these psychos, the team of 4 was left completely speechless. Looks like they're going to settle a score with that handsome master. That master had the aura of someone who transcended the mortal world. In comics, guys this arrogant are usually just cannon fodder, right? So loud and flashy. That's no way to become a true master. At that moment, near the exit of the Valley Kingdom, a large crowd of people had gathered. What bad luck. We went hunting and didn't see a single black ape. I heard a recent forest fire burned them all out. We'll have to wait for a new batch to spawn before we can go in. Either way, we'll just have to wait. It's not like anyone could have wiped them all out. Just then, the one responsible for the mass extinction walked right past the adventurers, completely unnoticed. It took Jiang Kai 3 days to eliminate all the black apes, leveling him up to 10 and earning him 19 elite treasure chests. First things first, he should head back to Sacred Light City and cash in. But just as he was about to step out, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Hey, Jiang Kai, stop right there. As Jiang Kai turned around, a group of young men with unnervingly friendly smiles stood facing him. You've been hiding for so many days. It was a real pain finding you. Hearing this, the surrounding adventurers couldn't help but gasp. Isn't that the Eagle Squad from the Royal Black Tortoise Guild? What on earth did that kid do to provoke an elite squad like them? Royal Black Tortoise. What guild is that? Did the royal family send you here? At this, the lead warrior slowly drew his sword. Still playing dumb, are we? Have you already forgotten who you offended during the rookie trial? How dare a lowlife like you pick a fight with young Master Huang Wei? We're here to take your life." Facing their sudden attack, Jiang Kai swiftly dodged. During that trial, Huang Wei was the one who attacked first. "I was only defending myself. So what? We don't care who struck first. Do you have any idea how much money Huang Wei will give us for your head?" Hearing this, Jiang Kai tightened his grip on his fate mace. "Is that so? If you've abandoned all sense of right and wrong for personal gain, then I have no reason to hold back." Just like that, a volley from the fate mace shot toward the group. They dodged, expecting to rush in for a counterattack, but they didn't have a single scratch on them. "Is that little spark supposed to be your skill? Now we're really starting to wonder how our young master lost to a piece of trash like you." The crowd around them began to sneer. "It's just a normal flame. An attack with such pathetic damage is honestly embarrassing. Is he trying to light a cigarette for them or something?" But no matter how much they laughed, Jiang Kai simply stared them down. The flame's initial damage might be small, he thought, but what if he could make it inflict just a little more? It was only then that the warrior on the other side sensed something was terribly wrong. But by now, it was far too late. A burst of 2,000 damage erupted. A torrent of flames directly incinerated the man. Witnessing the attack, the crowd was utterly terrified. "Captain." But before anyone else could react, the agonizing scream of another squad member echoed through the air. "Pain, what's happening? How could a normal flame be this powerful?" One by one, the remaining attackers realized something was terribly wrong. But it was too late. They were consumed by the raging inferno Kai Jiang had unleashed. The last two assassins were swallowed by the sea of flames. A devastating attack flared to life. Explorer Kai Jiang has annihilated the Eagle Squad. Squad experience will now be awarded. Everyone stared in disbelief. Was this really happening? Could this even be real? Gazing down at the smoldering remains of his enemies, Kai Jiang finally broke the silence. "If you were all in such a hurry to die, then I'd be rude not to accept your generous offer." It was only then that the onlookers' minds caught up with reality. An absolute panic set in.
What in the world had they just witnessed? Did that newbie just wipe out the entire Eagle Squad?
That was a team of level 20 elites. Hell, if they hadn't seen it themselves, they'd swear this whole thing was a setup. Just who was this kid? And as if on cue, a system window appeared before all of them. Their system watches were failing. They couldn't read the guy's stats at all. The scan came up blank. But then, a realization dawned on someone. Could he be a high-ranking fire mage? Is he using an item to block our scans? A fire mage master. That has to be it. They called him a fire god. But he didn't care what the crowd was whispering. Kai Jiang had a triumphant grin, his eyes glued to his system window. He had just gained 2 whole levels. "Hey brain," he thought, "why can't they see my stats?" Of course, it was because of Kai Jiang's unique dual class, the Gambler. It provided too many bonus attributes. The gap between his stats and others at his level was massive, making him completely unreadable by standard system watches. Good, he thought. The less they know, the better. He then made his way back to Ghost Star Holy City, the main trading hub. Kai Jiang entered the exchange, ready to sell some items. He immediately spotted a girl at the counter with a look of utter boredom. "Only one new customer all day," she sighed. Today's sales were hitting rock bottom. Kai Jiang stepped forward and pulled out his item cards. "I've got a lot of stuff," he said. "Could you tally it up for me?" She figured he was just another broke adventurer. But her expression shifted the moment she saw his haul. Holy smokes, over a dozen black ape husks. And not just that, 19 elite-grade spirit cores. "Did you miss me behind this mountain of loot?" Kai Jiang asked. "So, what's the grand total for all of this?" Was she dreaming? Is this guy from some massive hunting corporation? Most people sell things one at a time. How did he bring in a whole truckload? She quickly snapped back to her senses. Her professional demeanor returned instantly. "Don't you worry, sir. You've come to the right place. I happen to be the top sales agent here. Just leave the calculations to me." This was the jackpot. A true tycoon. She'd risk it all to close this massive deal. After a flurry of calculations, her fingers flying across the keypad. "All right," she announced. "The husks alone will sell for 10,000 ghost coins. As for the spirit cores and their contents, those will fetch a price of 170,000 ghost coins, bringing your grand total to 180,000 ghost coins. And for reference, 1,000 ghost coins is equal to 10 Saint coins. Ghost coins are the primary currency here on Ghost Star. The exchange rate means his haul was worth 1,800,000 Saint coins. This was more than enough for his brother's medical bills. His deal with Commander Wei was finally fulfilled. He had taken care of his big brother. Kai Jiang no longer had to enlist in the military. Now, he could finally return to Earth and get his brother the hospital care he needed. As he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out to him. "We meet again," it said. "I am Nyan Hu, the fortune teller you met before." I advise you to visit the Valley Kingdom. I trust your harvest there was plentiful, yes, and you even dealt with a few rude individuals. Looking at the mysterious woman, Kai Jiang remembered her instantly. Her advice to visit the Valley Kingdom had been a game changer. Her predictions were frighteningly accurate. Thank you so much, he said sincerely. She smiled. If you truly wish to thank me, then perhaps you could grant me one small request? Of course, Kai Jiang replied. After all the help you've given me, just name it. The moment he agreed, Nian Hu made her proposal. What I want is to join your party. Please, allow me to fight by your side starting today. Kai Jiang had expected some grand, complicated request. This? I can't do that, Kai Jiang said flatly. I refuse. He turned and walked away. Hey, where are you going? You're way too blunt. Such a cold-hearted person. Though she said it with a bit of a pout, Nian Hu didn't press the issue. She let out a disappointed sigh. It was just as she'd expected. It was always the same story. A character the military deemed useless. Why would anyone ever want her on their team? Forget it, she mumbled. I know your type. You like free stuff, right? How about all my equipment? I'm giving it to you. This is the last time I'll ever log into Demon Star, anyway. At those words, Jiang Kai slowly turned his head. The last time? Is she poor, too? You're logging off forever? Why would you stop trying to make money in Demon Star? Of course, Hu Yan desperately wanted to, but she just couldn't. After all, what kind of team would ever accept a useless fortune teller in battle? It all started when the military thought Feng Shui masters were a powerful class, so she rode the wave of military support for her profession, successfully hit level 20, and then class changed into a fortune teller. However, a Feng Shui master's only initial talent was a slightly better perception of time, place, and people. As a fortune teller, all she gained was a single divination skill. Afterwards, once the military discovered fortune tellers had zero combat ability, they were cast aside. Because they were too weak and no one would party up with them, their levels completely stagnated. With no one to help her grind monsters, Hu Yan could only scrape by in Demon Star, surviving day by day. If she went back to Earth to work as a scrap collector or a manual laborer, at least she wouldn't be starving. But that kind of life is brutal. It was overwork that destroyed his own older brother's body. She was just a girl. How could she possibly endure it? But was there any other choice? Back on Earth, Hun Han had younger siblings. As the pillar of her family, she had no choice but to bear the weight of that responsibility. Hearing those words, Jiang Kai suddenly thought of his own older brother. It's okay, he thought. My brother can handle it. He had faced the same kind of pressure. His big brother had dreamed of making it big in Demon Star, vowing to one day defeat the beast god. But after he had raised Jiang Kai and their sister, he was afraid no one would be there to care for them. So he gave up his chance in Demon Star, leading to his body breaking down. Just then, Hu Yan turned to walk away. If you want her gear, just wait there. She'd go get it right now. This was it, after all. Her last moment before returning to the real world, never to come back again. She'd barely taken a few steps when Jiang Kai's voice suddenly stopped her. Next time, the words left her completely stunned. Seeing her expression, the young man just turned slightly. I'm Jiang Kai. I have to log off now, too, but not for long. The next time you're online, come find me. We'll form a team. At his words, Hu Yan began to tremble. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Kai had never lied in his life. If he was deceiving her, may he be cursed to be poor forever. He was dead serious. For a moment, she stared the young man's back as he walked away. Hu Yan couldn't hold back her tears, overwhelmed with emotion. For a cheapskate like him who only cared about money to make such a promise, it had to be the truth. She instantly leaped forward and hugged Jiang Kai. You're a really good person. Hey, woman, get off me. Don't you know men and women should keep a proper distance? Back on Earth, inside their slum apartment, Jiang Kai sat with his siblings, confidently making a declaration. From this day forward, neither of you have to work again. I've finally made some money. Hearing this, his older brother wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was filled with suspicion. You made money that fast? Is it even legal? What are you saying? His little sister shot back. Jiang Kai explained he earned the money in Demon Star. Tomorrow, he would arrange for his big brother's surgery, and his little sister was going back to school to study properly. Hearing this, his older brother was deeply moved. Xiao Kai, it's been so hard on you all this time. Hearing his brother's praise, the young man became so embarrassed he couldn't even look at him, quickly turning his head away. This is nothing. Compared to all the hardship you went through taking care of us, what is this? Don't you worry, big bro. You were always the one working so hard, but now I have the ability. I will definitely give everyone a much better life. And just like that, the three of them raised their glasses to toast to their loving family, surviving together in this apocalypse. He had barely taken a single sip when a phone next to him suddenly rang. On the other end, Ying Wei was calling from the middle of a ferocious battlefield. "It's about our bet from before. You actually won. Do you have time right now? I'll send someone to pick you up to see your winnings. Make sure you come." The location was a battlefield just outside the safe zone of the Divine Light Nation. This was the Beast God's territory. So many years had passed. The city where Jiang Kai had lived as a child. Had it really turned into this? While he was looking around, Jiang Kai was startled by the figure before him. "Commander Ying Wei, I wonder why you've summoned me here." Standing with his back to Jiang Kai, Ying Wei remained silent. Suddenly, a massive roar ripped through the air. The sound was so powerful that the entire ground began to tremble violently. In the next instant, a massive inferno erupted, consuming the towering skyscrapers before them. Right at that moment, a monster thousands of feet tall, with countless horns sprouting from its head, appeared on the horizon. They were under relentless assault from behind. With blinding speed, they closed in on the monster. Their movements were a blur of deadly precision as they attacked the beast. The moment he saw them, Jiang Kai was stunned. Were those the legendary Transcendent Ones from the Beast God battlefield? He couldn't believe his eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen them fight in person. Currently, every 20 levels is a major turning point for Demon Star explorers, with a total of 6 major stages. Among them, explorers from level 1 to 80 could become stronger after a class transfer, but their powers were confined only to the Demon Star. But for the Transcendent Ones, it was a completely different story. When an explorer breaks past level 80 and enters the final stage, from 81 to 120, a qualitative change is required to become transcendent. Facing the towering beast, the 3 Transcendent Ones launched themselves into the air like superheroes, ready to strike. But the monster was no pushover. It gathered a blindingly brilliant light in its massive jaws and unleashed a devastating blast. For those who had undergone that qualitative change, the power once usable only on the Demon Star could now be brought back and unleashed on Earth. Faced with the colossal energy beam, the 3 Transcendents instantly formed a protective barrier, deflecting the terrifying attack. Their power, radiating gold, blue, and red auras, was immeasurable. They were on another level entirely. He finally got a clear look at them, the absolute pinnacle of power. In a mere moment, they shattered the monster's attack. The emergence of this surreal power wasn't just a monumental shift. It changed the entire history of human warfare, presenting a new challenge in the fight against the beast gods. This was their most effective strategy. Without hesitation, the 3 Transcendents shot straight towards the colossal beast god. One wielded a sword, the others used spears and fists, anything to bring the monster down. In a single flash, the young man pierced straight through the massive monster's body. An instant kill. His power was just overwhelming. Seeing Jiang Kai's excitement, Commander Wei was unfazed. "You think that's strong? Don't you know? That was just an ordinary beast god. And to take it down, we lost 2 Transcendent Ones. Jiang Kai, humanity is in a dire situation now. Don't let the safety of the shelters make you forget the dangers outside. You won this bet, so Commander Wei won't force you to join the army. As for the royal family, he would personally warn them not to lay a hand on him." A faint smile appeared on his face. Jiang Kai must be wondering why Commander Wei values him so highly, right? It's because he always trusted his intuition. And his gut told him that Jiang Kai could become one of the greats. So powerful, in fact, that the entire Shengyao nation would one day need his help. But Commander Wei knew that in this apocalyptic world, Jiang Kai only wanted to protect his family. Joining the army meant facing the battlefield, a place of unimaginable danger. However, when the world is at stake, every man has a duty. This world needs people to stand up and fight these monsters, doesn't it? The day will come when Commander Wei will also die on that battlefield. But, as a citizen of the Shengyao nation, if he can die for his country and for its people, he will do so without regret. Jiang Kai, Commander Wei won't force your hand. But if Shengyao faces a crisis in the future, he hoped that if he had the power, he would fight for their nation. After resting on Earth for a few days, Jiang Kai finally returned to the Demon Star. Now back in Shengyao City on the Demon Star, Jiang Kai's mind was still replaying the commander's words. He never imagined the commander held him in such high regard. Could his future truly be what he said? The one Shengyao needs? Shaking his head, he decided thinking was useless without action. For now, he needed to focus on himself. The black apes in the King's Valley should have respawned by now, right? Just then, a system notification appeared, an elite-level monster of the ghostly Banshee. Its special trait was extremely high damage, capable of one-shotting explorers. Its attacks also had a disrupting effect. The Banshee's scream could inflict extreme fear on any explorer within 10 meters. Only attacks from within 10 meters could inflict damage on the Banshee. Wow, what a powerful monster. Inside 10 meters, you risk being one-shotted and disrupted. But outside 10 meters, You can't do any damage at all. Closing his eyes for a moment, Jiang Kai knew this monster would be troublesome, even more so than the giant ape. He was going to need a team. Meanwhile, Hunan's snores echoed through the area as she hugged a sign that basically said, "Leave me alone." I was waiting for the captain, but I was so tired I fell asleep standing up, leaving everyone who saw me totally bewildered. Was this girl completely nuts? She even had a snot bubble inflating with each breath. Jiang Kai's voice suddenly cut through the air, startling Hun Han awake and popping her bubble. "Hun Han, don't tell me you've been standing here waiting for me ever since I logged off." The moment she saw Jiang Kai, Hun Han's eyes began to sparkle. "Captain Kai, I knew you'd come back for me. I've been waiting right here for days. Captain Kai, are you ready to take me monster hunting now? I can even help you find an amazing teammate. I've scouted a guy who would be a huge help in your fights." "Oh, you think so? Do you have someone in mind?" He was surprised she had picked up on his intentions so quickly. Someone who could actually help him grind monsters. That sounded almost too good to be true. "All right, but just don't bring me some hopeless drunk." Just then, a short young man covered in wine bottles stumbled forward shyly. His name was New. He was, without a doubt, a hopeless drunk. Hearing this, Jiang Kai instantly tried to teleport away. "Nope, I don't need an alcoholic. See ya." Look at him trying to run. Captain Kai is so straightforward, she thought. "Wait, Captain. Please, just take Nguyen Ziu with you. He's used to hardship, and he's super obedient." Faced with Nguyen Gu's pitiful expression, Hu Nan pleaded desperately to make Jiang Kai stay. "He'll even cook for you, and give you back and shoulder massages. He even said that if you let him join, he won't take a single piece of loot." At those words, Jiang Kai's eyes lit up, and he let out a sharp, "Huh?" The young man's hand immediately clasped the other's, a huge grin spreading across his face. "Well, hello there, Comrade Nguyen Nhu. I am your captain, Jiang Kai. The moment I saw you, I knew you were a rare and outstanding talent. From this day forward, you are a member of our team. Today, your captain Jiang Kai will lead everyone to find the ghostly banshee and blow off some steam. From today on, we're family. Let's go." Faced with Jiang Kai's bizarre change in attitude, even the drunken Nguyen Ngu was confused. "This captain seems a little crazy," he muttered. Hun Han had to agree. "This isn't about family. It's because you're free labor." That night, inside King's Valley, lived the elite territorial monster, the ghostly banshee. After a low moan, a hand reached out from behind a wooden door, pushing it open. The incredibly seductive figure of the ghostly banshee was revealed. "She's level 20, Jiang Kai whispered, observing the banshee's form from a distance with extreme caution. "Everyone, listen up. This banshee is way stronger than the black ape. If she spots us, we could get one-shotted. Keep your voices down. And remember, only attacks within a 10-meter range can damage her. So, we have to be incredibly quiet and find a chance to get close, no matter what." As soon as he finished, a loud hiccup echoed in his ear, followed by someone calling Captain. "Be quiet, Hu Nan. Keep your voice down," he hissed. But the calling just continued. Jiang Kai warned her again and again to stay silent, but Hun Han just looked confused. "Captain, I haven't said a single thing." At that moment, they both turned to look behind them. If it wasn't her, then who's making all that noise? "Oh, sweet heavens, what is that?" It was Nguyen Nhu, clutching several wine bottles and jumping up and down. "Captain, look what I found." "Thank you, Captain. A toast to you." The second his voice rang out, the monster went berserk, leaping directly towards the three of them. In the next instant, a stream of power began to gather in its mouth. "Damn it. Nguyen Gu, what are you doing? And Hun Han, didn't you say he'd be an advantage for the team?" "I might have exaggerated a little," she mumbled. They were completely screwed. From the monster's frail body, a disrupting scream attack was unleashed upon them. The skill hit, and all three of them froze, a status abnormality warning flashing before their eyes. Facing the monster's terrifying shriek, both Hun Han and Jiang Kai fell backward, stunned and utterly terrified. The banshee was overwhelmingly powerful. He was completely immobilized, so scared he almost wet himself. "Captain, we can't beat it." As far as Hun Han could see, all they could do now was wait to die. Just as the monster opened its mouth to devour the two of them, an excited, slurred voice suddenly cut through the air. "Ooh la la. Is that my dear Minner over there? Hee hee. What's a peerless beauty like you doing in a place like this? Tell me, my love, were you looking for me?" And with that, Nguyen Nhu launched himself forward like a rocket, tackling the monster in a tight embrace. The impact sent her flying backward. Clinging to the woman beneath him, Nguyen Nhu panted like an excited dog. "Oh, fate must have brought me to such a beautiful lady. Let me show you some love. Wow, your skin is so smooth." Seeing the banshee's horrified expression at being harassed by a pervert, Jiang Kai and Hu Nan suddenly found they could move again. The paralysis effect had been lifted. What in the world was happening? How is the Banshee being completely subdued by Nui and Niu? That demoness's skill has a cooldown. You have to strike now, before she can unleash her next attack. We need to end this fast. And just like that, the demoness was completely restrained. The flames of love, fueled by Jiang Kai, blazed from Niu and Negu. By now, the demoness was utterly terrified of him. Oh, my sweet lady. Let me teach you the art of the French kiss. From this day forward, you are my beloved wife. How do you like that? Just as the demoness opened her mouth to scream, a massive explosion ripped through the air. When the dust settled, leaving only black smoke, Duen Nu was a complete wreck, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to form a single word. Where is my wife? My baby? Where did she go? But his comrades couldn't care less about his profound grief. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan were absolutely ecstatic. Talk about a perfect outcome. They had eliminated an elite-level ghost demoness. That was incredible, Captain. You actually managed to one-shot an elite demoness. You're on a whole other level. Amidst all the praise, Nguyen-gu collapsed to his knees, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. You monsters! How could you blow my beloved wife to smithereens? She was the one and only love of my life. How could you be so cruel as to make her disappear? I can never love another for the rest of my days. Watching the guy wail, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan were speechless. He turned to her and asked, "Does Nguyen Go always get this crazy when he's drunk?" She nodded. He's a total alcoholic. He can't help himself. And he acts like a complete idiot when he's wasted. Putting that aside, Hu Yan zipped forward excitedly. Captain, let me grab the treasure chest and the elite's monster core. Jiang Kai watched as she took off. Jiang Kai just nodded quietly. Wait a minute, he thought. Nguyen Zhu was definitely hit by the demoness's disruption skill, but for some reason, he was completely unaffected. He was even able to launch a counterattack. An alcoholic's greatest weakness is losing control when they're drunk. But who would have thought that this fatal flaw could somehow completely negate the demoness's power? Incredible. A sly grin spread across Jiang Kai's face. Just then, Hu Yan returned with the loot, stepping in front of Jiang Kai with the rewards in hand. Seeing her, his grin widened into something far more mischievous. Ha ha. So Nguyen is basically a natural-born divine weapon, perfectly designed to counter this demoness's specific skill. I've really struck gold. Hu Yan stared at his unsettling smile, completely baffled. Why was he suddenly grinning like such a villain? In another demoness's lair, a chilling aura began to radiate. From within, a stunningly beautiful demoness emerged, groaning softly. Instantly, she lunged forward, her eyes burning crimson with the intent to devour them whole. This time, however, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan felt no fear. The plan was set. Muenzigu, you're up. Go, my secret weapon. And with that, his team launched Nguyen Nu like an arrow, panting with his tongue out like an eager dog. A new beauty. I'm coming for you, my darling. Facing this bizarre assault, the demoness quickly unleashed her provocative charm, but against someone as completely out of his mind as Nguyen Nu, her powers were utterly useless. Ah, hee. Hello there, beautiful. Why are you drooling at the sight of me? Could it be you crave this magnificent body of mine? Then come, let me embrace you with all my passion. What a coincidence. I desire you just as much as you desire me. Watching Nguyen Ju corner the demoness, Jiang Kai was truly impressed. This is working out perfectly again. Her skill was nullified that easily. Now we can get in close for an attack whenever we want. Meanwhile, Nguyen Gu was getting a little carried away. Oh, come on, baby. Meeting you has made me believe in love again. Let's ignite the passionate flame of love tonight. Just then, from behind him, a volley of razor-sharp projectiles shot forward. Just before Nguyen Gu's lips could steal the demoness' first kiss, the projectiles found their mark. A thunderous explosion echoed. The demoness was blown to pieces. Adventurer Jiang Kai has slain an elite ghost demoness. And once again, crashing down from his euphoric high, Yuan Yu collapsed to the ground, howling in despair. Damn it, you monsters. You blew up my beloved wife again. Oh, heavens, I curse you all. You're pure evil. The moment he finished his tirade, Nguyen Yu began to freefall. He plummeted headfirst into the ground, nearly scrambling his brains. But to Jiang Kai and Hu Yan, the sight was nothing short of poetic. While Nguyen Gu is still out cold, let's hurry up and find another demoness. This is a golden opportunity, my baby. For the next 3 hours, massive explosions rocked the cold, dark forest. Each blast was followed by the heart-wrenching screams of Nguyen Nu. It had been so long since he'd last savored the sweet taste of love. He begged the two bastards not to blow up his wife number 11. What they had was true love. And as if that wasn't enough, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan's raid once again entangled Ruan Yu's 23rd wife. Who would have thought it would all be blown to bits by those two animals? Is a peaceful home really so much to ask for? Seriously, just spare the poor woman already. For his 35 wives. You can't do this. They just met, they didn't even get a good look at each other before being torn apart. Seeing another orb drop before them, both Hunan and Jiang Kai burst into ecstatic, maniacal laughter. Absolutely legendary. Who would have thought? By relying on Nguyen and Gu, they'd taken down all 35 of those elite succubus treasures, completely wiping out the King's Valley succubus. This kind of efficiency was something they wouldn't dare to even dream of. And after killing 35 elite succubi, Jiang Kai jumped 2 whole levels, hitting level 14. And the price for all this? Just a single, heartbroken Nguyen Nu. That was a steal. Hunan, you were right about Nguyen No being useful after all. Dead right. Besides, they were just helping Nguyen Gu build his psychological resilience after a breakup. This way, if he ever meets a real trap girl, he won't die of a broken heart. Watching the two figures, one ecstatic, one miserable, Jiang Kai felt incredibly smug. Nguyen Negu could call them scumbags all he wanted, but this was a massive win. He even managed to loot 2 skill cards from the succubus's den. These items allow the user to learn a brand new skill. The first skill was Rain Prayer, a technique used by those with immense spiritual power to summon a massive downpour over a wide area. With the right terrain, high-level masters could even create lakes and rivers from thin air. This could create miracles in a real battle. Just then, Jiang Kai held out one of the skill cards towards Hunan. You're already level 29. Your spiritual power is higher than mine. I want you to learn this skill. Startled by his words, Hunan couldn't believe her eyes. A skill card? For real? You're giving it to me? Seeing his completely serious expression, she reached out with both hands and accepted the skill card. At that moment, Hunan was so moved by Jiang Kai that her eyes welled up with tears. Thank you so much, Captain Kai. I finally have a skill besides fortune-telling. Captain Kai, from now on, you are my eternal big bro. Please, accept this bow from your little brother. Please don't bow like that. You earned this. Only after bowing to Jiang Kai like he was her great-grandfather, leaving a lump on her head, did Hunan finally stop. Then, she joyfully cradled the skill card and ran ahead, laughing like a mad. She wasn't worthless anymore. No one could ever call her useless again. After giving Hunan the first skill card, Jiang Kai now had the final one resting in his palm. It was a one-time use skill point for hidden classes. Using this point could activate an additional skill for that hidden class, but the additional skill could only be used once before disappearing. Is that so? In that case, Jiang Kai had to give it a try. Let's see just how divine my little Jiang really is. Even if it's only a one-time use, a skill that only a hidden class can activate is a must-try. The moment he activated it, Jiang Kai's system interface lit up. A notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations to the professional hidden gambler for activating the additional skill, Casino Pickpocket. When Casino Pickpocket is active, any adventurer within range who pays attention to the gambler will have 1/1000th of their total attributes stolen and added to the user. After 30 minutes, the skills and bonus attributes will be removed. Wait, is that all the skill does? As the system calmly confirmed it, Jiang Kai's world came crashing down. He threw his hands on his head, frantically tearing at his hair in disbelief. He wanted to scream at the heavens. Such a precious one-time skill. And all it does is steal a measly 1/1000th of someone's attributes? Are you kidding me? My total attributes are just over 200. From one person, I'd only steal 0.2. What's the use of that? While Jiang Kai was in utter agony, Nguyen Ju finally sobered up, looking dazed. What happened to me? Did I fall asleep? He placed a hand over his young, innocent heart. Why did he feel a dull ache inside? Seeing his confused state, Hunan just grinned mischievously and whispered to remind him. Oh, Gui Xing's #1 romantic. Have you already forgotten the heartbreak of losing your 35 wives last night? As her words hit him, memories flooded in Nguyen Ngu's mind like a lightning strike. His own unparalleled, perverted expression. The smooth, sizzling hot bodies of his wives. It was all enough to make the young man collapse and cry his eyes out. He remembered everything. At that moment, Nguyen Zhu began to sob like never before, stumbling over to Jiang Kai and apologizing profusely. He really hindered the captain's mission. He's just a pathetic drunk. He can't help but drink, and if that's not acceptable, he can just leave the team. Hearing this, Jiang Kai held out a piece of gear toward Nguyen Nu. What are you talking about? Last night. You were the MVP. Here, this is the equipment that belongs to you. If it weren't for you, Nguyen Ju, who knows how many times that succubus would have killed me and Hunan. A drunkard like you was the core of this entire operation. You were the key to victory. Hearing this, Nathan's face lit up. But hadn't he already said he didn't need anything? Just being on Kai's team was more than enough for him. but Kai insisted, promising he'd never shortchange his comrades. Besides, there was a share of the gear for Nia, too. At those words, Nia turned to Kai, her eyes sparkling with hope. In that moment, she saw him as a hero from a novel, cold and domineering on the outside, but kind and warm deep down. Babe, you come get your gear too. Oh my God, our leader. From this day forward, we follow you. In life, we are your people. In death, we will be your ghosts. Later, Kai arrived at the Ghost Crystal Item Exchange. Before he could even spot anyone, a syrupy sweet voice called out, "Our big spender has returned." Simply astonishing. Today, the total from your monster drops and treasure chests has reached 840,000 ghost crystals. That's incredible. Doesn't that convert to 8.4 million saintly coins? This would more than cover his and Anzi's living expenses, he thought as he stepped into the exchange's fitting room. Kai couldn't stop thinking about the massive fortune he'd acquired, and it wasn't just the money from selling his loot. He'd also found two pieces of equipment perfect for him. The first was the Nightfall trousers, a set piece for his Nightfall cloak. It granted the power of stealth, allowing him to move completely undetected. S-rank Nightfall trousers, agility plus 11 points, strength plus 6, defense plus 3, and a special skill, 3 minutes of total invisibility at night. The second item was the Phantom armor, which could phase through matter at critical moments to avoid deadly attacks. An A-rank item, it increased agility by 24, strength by 8, constitution by 9, and spirit by 14. Every 10 minutes, its phasing ability could be activated, granting immunity to one physical attack. The effect of his gauntlets had also been confirmed. The flames they produced could actually stack on top of the critical damage Kai dealt. In other words, it was a god-tier item made just for him. An S-rank piece that boosted agility by 7 and strength by 6. It allowed his weapon to be constantly wreathed in flame, with an area of effect bonus. The fire was an extension of the user's weapon. It could amplify both base damage and critical hit damage. Stepping out from behind the curtain, Kai felt a surge of new power. He was on a completely different level than before. Now, he was confident he could even take on adventurers level 20 or higher, and still come out victorious. Just then, Nathan ran over. "Captain, there you are. I made a little improvement to your Soul Chaser." Before finishing his sentence, he hurled the weapon straight at Kai. "Let me give you a demonstration." Seeing Soul Chaser flying straight for his face, Kai's heart leaped into his throat. "Nathan, what the hell are you doing?" Was he still holding a grudge about Kai burning his 35 paper wives? For a second, Kai thought he was a goner, but who would have guessed? The weapon stopped dead, just inches from Kai's face. Then, Nathan tossed a block of wood into the air. He yelled, "Return." Instantly, Soul Chaser whipped around from its position in front of Kai and effortlessly pierced straight through the wooden block. Catching it, Nathan grinned and handed it back to Kai. "Captain Kai, I notice you're always having to retrieve Soul Chaser during fights. It seemed like a real hassle, so I embedded a lodestone into Soul Chaser's hilt. Now after you throw it, just use the paired magnet to call it right back to your hand. Are you serious?" This meant Kai would never have to worry about running out of daggers again. Plus, it can still deal damage to anything in its path on the return trip. Overjoyed, Kai grabbed Nathan by the shoulders, praising him nonstop. "I can't believe it, Nathan. You're a genius master of equipment modification. Apparently, it was a skill he taught himself. You're truly incredible." To show his sincerity, Kai raised 3 fingers to the sky and made a vow. "I swear to the heavens, if I'm exaggerating, may I be struck by lightning." The words had barely left his mouth when a massive bolt of lightning descended. The blast nearly sent Kai's soul flying from his body. Right after the thunderclap, dark clouds gathered, and rain began to pour. Whoa, what's happening? Nathan started to wonder if his captain's praise had all been a lie. But over on the side, Naya was jumping for joy. "Captain, that was me. I just learned the beginner's rain summoning skill, though. I guess it isn't very useful, is it?" Hearing this, Nathan finally let out a sigh of relief. So it was just Nia's new skill. He really thought the heavens were punishing Kai for lying. Meanwhile, Kai carefully observed the raindrops that Nia had created. "How can you say this skill isn't useful? Don't sell yourself short, Nia. Look around. People are taking cover from the rain you summoned. Now, what if you could make this storm even bigger? A heavier downpour would be enough to seriously hinder our enemy's movements during combat." According to Jiang Kai's analysis, the enemy would become a sitting duck, allowing him to kill anyone he pleased. Just look at those players slipping and sliding on the ground. This rain clearly has massive potential. Hearing the captain's sincere praise, Hu Yan's chest swelled with pride. She confidently puffed out her chest. "Is what you're saying true?" She never realized she could be this useful. In that case, she would definitely practice this rain summoning art even more diligently. Hearing Hu Yan's resolve, Jiang Kai felt a wave of relief. Now, Ruan Yu could charge into battle for the team, and Hu Yan possessed an incredible range summoning skill. It wasn't just him. The entire team had grown immensely stronger. While Jiang Kai was lost in thought, the group of Yus nearby couldn't help but curse the very existence of this storm. What the hell was with this torrential downpour? All the equipment they brought to Frost Island was completely soaked. What if the royal family punishes us for being late? Hearing this, Jiang Kai was startled and looked over. Did they just mention the royal family? At that, Jiang Kai called out to the group. Wait a moment, you three big brothers, may I ask which royal family you're talking about? What kind of royal family is it? Hearing this from a young kid, the three men were a bit confused. Are you really new here? Don't you go online? The royal family's Xuanwu Guild is bringing 200,000 people to Frost Island to hunt a king-class boss. Defeating this boss could help the nation expand its territory on the Demon Star. That's why, besides the royal family, many other adventurers will also come to help drive away those wretched monsters. This is a duty that concerns the very rise and fall of our nation. How could you be unaware of such critical news? After saying their piece, the men hurried off. If they were late, they could be punished. The royal family is hunting a boss for the sake of the country. Could it be that Huang Wei is also involved in this? Divine beasts were currently running rampant on Earth. Each nation could only seek resources on the Demon Star to fight back. But right now, the resources on the Demon Star are all occupied by bosses. Only by defeating them can a nation claim the land and gather the resources it needs. Moreover, as far as Jiang Kai knew, the monsters on the Demon Star were ranked from low to high: common, elite, warlord, commander, king class, Earth Emperor, and the highest of all, the Guardian King. Among them, a king-class boss required a force of hundreds of thousands just to stand a chance against the terrifying beast. And the royal family can command the Xuanwu Guild to contribute to the nation like this? Could it be that a guy like Huang Wei has turned over a new leaf? Has he become a commander who cares about the fate of the people? But every person shares responsibility for the fate of the world. Someone has to stand up and fight these monsters. If even Huang Wei is doing this, shouldn't Jiang Kai also go to Frost Island and serve his country? On the Demon Star, at Frost Island. Trekking through the bone-chilling snow, Jiang Kai and his team were reaching their limit. Captain, we came to Frost Island on a whim. But you didn't buy any winter clothes? Who could have known it would be this freezing? Suddenly, a loud shout echoed out. Which team of idiots doesn't know you're not supposed to walk on the lake's surface before a battle? Hearing this, Jiang Kai shivered uncontrollably. This is our first time here. Can I ask why we can't walk on the lake? Why? What group of rookies are you? As everyone knows, beneath Frost Island lies a nest of monsters. You walking on the lake like that might have already disturbed the merfolk lurking below. The words had barely left his mouth when, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." A massive merman shattered the ice and burst through, hissing aggressively at the three people before it. That's right. It's the infamous bipedal merman from this area. Watching the chaos unfold below, the men on the high ground didn't help. Instead, they watched as if it were a play. What a bunch of fools. To deal with a level 22 merman, the entire team needs to be at least level 20. From what they knew, the merfolk were masters of close-quarters combat. Once you're caught by them, especially a level 22 merman, getting close means facing certain death. Seeing the monster charging at them, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's faces turned pale with fear. Instantly, the bipedal merman leaped forward, its weapon plunging down toward the figures below. Phantom armor. Dematerialize. But this time, it had picked the wrong target. Jiang Kai met its attack with a bright smile, instantly flashing behind the monster. And here I thought you'd be tough. Turns out you're just another trash-tier fish. With one devastating blow, Jiang Kai sent the beast straight to the afterlife. A massive explosion erupts. The three onlookers above are completely frozen in shock. Did he not only dodge the attack, but launch a close-quarters counter against the merman? A beast like that normally requires a full party, with every member at least level 20, just to stand a chance. But he's only level 14 and he instantly obliterated that merman. After that little warm-up, Jiang Kai lets out a satisfied breath. After getting his blood pumping, the biting cold of this place doesn't seem so bad anymore. Alright, time to get back to business. Jiang Kai's current strength stat is a staggering 76 points. If he activates a critical hit, the damage would be at least 15,200 points, and that's not even counting the bonus from his soul chase ability. Even based on his absolute minimum critical damage calculations, his power would completely overwhelm any monster or adventurer around level 20. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single one of his attacks. Behind him, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu are jumping up and down with pure excitement. Captain Kai, I grabbed the merman's excellent grade card for you. Now, let's get back to shore. Oh, by the way, you three big shots. I wanted to ask if you know where Huang Wei is. My goodness, great master, what are you talking about? How could you possibly call us big shots? We are your humble followers, the lowest of the low. But as luck would have it, we do know where the young master Huang Wei is. Then allow us 3 humble servants to lead the way for you, sir. Somewhere on Frost Island, Jiang Kai travels alone. He didn't want Hu Yan and Ruan Yu getting caught up in his business with Huang Wei, so he made them stay behind. But didn't those 3 lackeys insist that Huang Wei was right here? He wanted to confront him one-on-one, but so far, there's been no sign of him. Just as he scans the area, a voice calls out right behind Jiang Kai. Could that be Huang Wei? Seeing the imposing young man step forward, Jiang Kai actually feels a hint of relief. After all, Jiang Kai was impressed when he heard Huang Wei was going to defeat the world boss for the good of the nation. He believed they could finally put their bitter feud aside, and he was even prepared to offer his help on Frost Island. But the moment those words leave his mouth, Jiang Kai is startled. His instincts scream as he instantly dodges a vicious surprise attack. Huang Wei, what are you doing? I just came here to resolve our misunderstanding. Resolve it? You bastard, you killed me first. Do you have any idea how long it took me to recover from that? And now you want to just talk things out? Since the day Jiang Kai killed him, Huang Wei had obsessed over countless ways to get his revenge. But the military issued a direct order. His family was forbidden from touching Jiang Kai. How could he accept that? So, he volunteered for the raid against the king-level boss for one reason only, to use the merit from the battle to demand the military revoke its protection over Jiang Kai. So that was his true goal all along? Of course it was. But he never dreamed Jiang Kai would just walk right up to him. The great war ahead could wait. First, he would kill Jiang Kai right here, right now. Then he'd use the merit from the boss raid to smooth things over with the military. Well, it seems Jiang Kai had been far too optimistic. In the end, Huang Wei was nothing more than a petty, insignificant villain. But since he wants to die so badly, Jiang Kai suggests they all just attack him at once, because either way, their entire Falcon team is about to be annihilated. Hearing this bold declaration, the group of young men erupts in laughter. Will you listen to this guy? He thinks he can destroy the Falcon team. The only reason you're still alive is because the military is protecting you. Young Master Huang is over level 10 now, and he's decked out in S-rank equipment. Why would he possibly need our help to crush a pathetic insect like you? But the words die in his throat. The mocking smile vanishes, replaced by pure shock as he stares at his opponent's information panel. How did that brat reach level 14? Just as fast as their young master. At that same moment, facing Jiang Kai directly, Huang Wei lets out a piercing scream of agony. What is this? Why is there fire everywhere? Help me. Somebody. Save me. The men behind him realize with dawning horror that the flames engulfing their young master aren't just normal fire. How could they possibly be causing such an insane amount of damage? To put an end to their useless speculation, Jiang Kai lets out a simple breath. Your young master is already dead. Are you all just going to stand there? If you don't want to end up like him, stay out of my way. Just then, Huang Wei's tattered and scorched body slowly becomes visible. His equipment has an ability that locks his health at 1%, saving him from an instant death. But he's done talking. Get him. Avenge me. Torture that bastard until he begs for death. Seeing this pathetic display, the young man simply frowns in annoyance. He's already shown them this much of his power. And these fools still want to willingly throw their lives away for Jiang Kai? Fine by me. I'll just use all of you as test subjects for my new life-chasing super magnet. Without a word, Jiang Kai's deadly shuriken sliced through the air, whizzing past the group and making them flinch. However, they expected a devastating attack, but were stunned when every single blade missed them completely. The entire gang, with levels from 28 to 32, just stared at Jiang Kai and burst out laughing. Was this kid putting on some kind of pathetic show? How could he throw so many daggers and not land a single hit? What kind of pathetic accuracy was that? Or was he just trembling with fear because they were all level 30? Just then, one of the thugs charged forward with a cocky grin. With his power, he was confident he could teach Jiang Kai a lesson he'd never forget. He'd start the show, and they would all witness his supreme skill. Facing down this arrogant fool, Jiang Kai didn't even flinch, casually raising a single hand. Hey, this guy clearly never heard that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. As the thought crossed his mind, fire ignited in his palm. From behind his opponent, a devastating strike slammed into his back, piercing straight through him. Jiang Kai's soul chaser had returned, blowing a hole clean through the man's chest. In an instant, the man's body was consumed by searing flames, the fire burning him to ashes in an agony beyond words. Watching the entire battle end in less than a minute, the rest of the gang began to panic. What in the world just happened in front of them? How could a thrown weapon possibly return like that? This wasn't some kind of movie. This was completely insane. Besides, from what they knew, the kid was barely in the teens. How could he instantly kill their level 32 captain? Having no time to waste on these morons, Jiang Kai flickered past the group, becoming a shadow behind another one of them. The fun's not over yet. Recall, with a sickening thud, a shuriken appeared from nowhere, plunging through the armored man's body. Fire erupted from the wound created by the soul chaser, and his fragile body exploded in a brilliant, burning flash. At this point, the remaining two were shaking in their boots, their earlier confidence gone with the wind. What in the world was that skill? How could it unleash such devastating damage? Could this kid be a legendary master hiding his true power? From a distance, Huang Wei watched his subordinates and felt his blood boil. He gritted his teeth against the pain and roared. "You bunch of blind fools. Can't you see he's a long-range attacker? Use your damn heads. Think." At his words, the last two men finally realized their mistake and charged forward. If he's a long-range specialist, then they just needed to get close. The two of them could easily overwhelm him in close quarters, right? Seeing his men finally working together to attack the kid, a cruel smirk spread across Huang Wei's face. Jiang Kai had to be a high-damage assassin who specialized in ranged attacks, but if they got close, it would surely be. Before the thought could even finish forming, his two men were suddenly engulfed in a massive inferno, burned to a crisp. Their agonizing screams echoed through the air, forcing him to a dead stop. After wiping out all his opponent's lackeys, Jiang Kai slowly walked forward, muttering, "A worthless leader with a worthless crew. Is there really any difference between you?" It was only then that Huang Wei stumbled back in absolute terror, unable to process what was happening before his eyes. This can't be happening. The level gap between them is massive. He's just a kid who's barely over level 10, so how is this possible? How in the world is Jiang Kai doing this? Faced with such pathetic questions, Jiang Kai couldn't be bothered to answer, slowly drawing his weapon with a cold sneer. He had originally intended to let their grudge die, but Huang Wei had truly pushed him too far. "Huang Wei, you're a persistent one, aren't you? You still want to kill me that badly? I just want a simple answer." Staring at the absolute terror on his enemy's face, Jiang Kai remained perfectly calm. "Wondering what I'm about to do? It's nothing special, really. You wanted to kill me, so it's only fair that I return the favor. A man who doesn't know how to repay his debts is truly worthless. I heard killing you last time gave you some psychological trauma. So this time, let's make that darkness a little bit bigger." As the words left his lips, the smile on Jiang Kai's face widened. The weapon in his hand plunged downward, and all that could be heard was Huang Wei's blood-curdling scream, echoing endlessly into the distance. A few minutes later, Jiang Kai looked at his stats and had to admit it. Killing other adventurers really gave the most experience. He couldn't believe that killing 4 level 30-plus players and that pathetic loser Huang Wei had leveled him up 17 times in a row. Suddenly, a crimson notification flashed before his eyes. "Warning, for killing over 10 allied adventurers, you will receive the Bloodthirsty Killer penalty. In the Bloodthirsty Killer state, your location is revealed to every player in the vicinity. Killing a bloodthirsty player triples the experience gained, but you need 10 tears of repentance to remove the status yourself. What the hell is this? The Bloodthirsty Assassin title? Isn't that a kill-on-sight curse that marks you for death? Anyone with this penalty is a walking bag of experience points, their location visible to all. You become everyone's prey." But alongside the penalty, Jiang Kai received a blessing, the double talent. Any reward or punishment from the system would now have a twofold effect, and there was a 1% chance to trigger a super amplification, multiplying the effect by 10. How incredible is that? A devastating penalty, yet a god-tier talent. The irony made Jiang Kai want to scream in despair. If he died even once, he'd lose 30 times the normal experience. He could be wiped clean, all the way back to level 1. This was bad. From now on, Jiang Kai had to avoid crowds at all costs, and somehow find the tears of repentance. It was the only way to remove this status. Meanwhile, at the royal garrison on Frost Island, news of his son's death reached a powerful man. The father of Huang Wei, Huang Tong, commander of the Frost Island campaign, was roaring at his subordinates. Huang Wei was killed by someone else. What kind of protection were you providing? He had just boasted that the 3 of them were fighting for the country, and now his son was dead. This made him look like a liar in front of the entire nation. Just then, Huang Da stepped in to calm his furious father. The most important thing was their next move. And it was simple. They would join the battle. They would head straight for the king-class boss. Once they defeated it, they could use their military achievements to pressure the army into withdrawing its protection from Jiang Kai. Then, Huang Tong would make that brat pay a terrible price. Half an hour later, somewhere on Frost Island, both Huyan and Ruan Yu were shocked to learn their captain was now the bloodthirsty assassin. But Jiang Kai quickly hushed them. "Keep your voices down, or we'll be exposed." There was no time for a full explanation. In short, he had become a sworn enemy of the royal family. They needed to get out of here fast. Just as he finished speaking, a massive sound echoed, stopping the three of them in their tracks. What was that? Was that the horn signaling the start of a war? Why would it blow right now? Did the royal family attack first? Captain Jiang Kai. Look over there. Look at the frozen lake. It's shattering. From beneath a thick sheet of ice, a damp hand clawed its way onto the frozen surface. An entire mountain range was suddenly swarming with bipedal fishmen. And that wasn't all. Something was falling from the sky. At the peak of the ice mountain, the grotesque figure of a sea monster appeared. It was the king-class boss, the Frostwind Fishman Lord. Hiding nearby, Jiang Kai and his companions broke out in a cold sweat. That's the boss. The pressure it's giving off is immense. Just then, Huang Tong's booming voice echoed across the battlefield. Soldiers, the king-class boss, the Frostwind Fishman Lord, has been lured out. Everyone, prepare for battle. If we win this war, you'll not only receive great rewards but also help Sacred Light City secure vital resources. You'll protect your families from future monster threats. So whether for the present or the future, we must do everything to win, even if it means facing death. Warriors, once the arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back. And with that, the battle against the king-class boss officially begins. After his rallying cry, legions of young soldiers charged forward to attack the monster horde. Charge, and kill them at all costs. For the good of the nation, they would make the ultimate sacrifice. From their hiding spot, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's faces turned pale with fear. They urged their captain to move. Captain Kai, why aren't we leaving yet? A battlefield with 200,000 soldiers. This is a war against a king-class boss. But Jiang Kai remained surprisingly calm. He slowly stood up and moved closer to the battle. The team doesn't need to leave just yet. Now that the war has started, the royal family won't have time to worry about me. We'll stay and watch the boss fight. It's not every day you get to see a spectacle like this. On the battlefield, the young soldiers gripped their spears, gritting their teeth as they charged. They were determined to slay this monster. However, their resolve shattered the moment the creature took a step. Its overwhelming pressure was suffocating, threatening to crush them all. The colossal figure merely lifted its foot, and the ice cracked effortlessly. That's right. It was a common-grade bipedal fishman monster. Level 25, the undisputed pretty boy of the aquatic world. Stunned by the monster's bizarre handsomeness, the warriors froze in their tracks, utterly bewildered. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a fish. Is that all it's got? We outnumber it. We can take it down. But the words had barely left his lips. The merman's hand shot out, snatching the group's leader and yanking him forward with brutal force. Its massive jaw, wider than any bag, opened wide, devouring the man whole in a single, horrifying instant. His agonized screams and desperate pleas for help were swallowed by the darkness, offering no chance of escape. Witnessing this terrifying sight, the remaining men froze in pure shock. Mermen actually eat people. The fear was absolutely paralyzing. Hiding nearby, Kai's team wasn't faring any better. Was that a normal merman? How could it be so powerful against an adventurer? And it felt like their numbers were endless. It said that in a king-level boss battle, as long as the boss lives, its army will continue to spawn indefinitely. So the key to this fight isn't the 200,000 adventurers versus the merman army. It's the superhumans versus the boss, Bosker. Attention team. Our squad of 8 has breached the boss's territory. Every member, push your condition to its absolute peak. We need to unleash maximum damage on the boss, now. Just like that, the warriors unleashed a storm of attacks. Flames erupted and magical energy converged. Divine fists flew through the air. The combined assault from the entire team of adventurers created a massive explosion. To see this kind of power with your own eyes was just breathtaking. This level of strength was overwhelming. It made Nora and Yana want to scream in awe. So this is the power of a superhuman? It looks like the boss is about to be defeated. Hearing their confident predictions, Kai shifted slightly. He had to crush that optimistic thought immediately. Things were not nearly as simple as they appeared. From what he could see, the situation wasn't just bad, it was dire, let alone having any hope of defeating a monster that powerful. In that instant, Kai's eyes glowed a vibrant green. He had activated his demon eye, focusing intently to analyze the superhuman's attacks and the boss's condition. Their skills looked incredibly destructive on the surface, but through the lens of his demon eye, Kai could see the truth behind the flashy attacks. As powerful as they seemed, they hadn't even managed to scratch the boss's defensive barrier. Just as Kai predicted, the group paused to observe the beast, only to receive a notification that their attacks couldn't penetrate its defense. Cold sweat dripped down their faces in panicked disbelief. What? All that power was completely useless. Suddenly, the monster swiped a claw through the air. It was finally striking back, sending the warriors below flying like ragdolls. That single blow was enough to send half of them to the afterlife, their bodies falling like autumn leaves. Surveying the carnage, the king-level boss let out a relaxed laugh. To it, they were nothing more than insects. Seeing that vile smirk on the monster's face, everyone present, including Kai's team, stared with their mouths agape in horror. Jaws dropped and eyes went wide in utter disbelief. With just one move, the monster had annihilated all 8 superhumans. Not only that, but the attack speed was terrifyingly fast. To think it could kill 8 powerful fighters with a single strike. And it had done so with such casual ease. Was this the true power of a king-level boss? Just then, one of the superhumans charged straight at the monster. The reckless act left everyone completely stunned. 8 of his comrades were just completely wiped out. And someone still dared to charge forward alone? This kid has a death wish. Don't go, you fool. Facing the oncoming superhuman, the monster remained as calm as still water, raising its weapon to strike. He's done for. The royal army is about to have another casualty. As the spear swept across the frozen ground, the young man instantly raised his own weapon to block the boss's counterattack. What? He actually blocked the monster's attack. Impossible. Who in the world is this guy? The warrior just let out a cold snort. Hey, monster. My comrades let you kill them on purpose. Did you really think we'd let you wipe us out with a single move so easily? Today, I, Fang, will give you a proper funeral on behalf of my fallen brothers. Talent activate, blessing of the dead. For every fallen superhuman comrade on the battlefield, his power would surge by 20%. He blurred towards the monster. In a flash, Fang's spear struck out, followed by a relentless frenzy of stabs against the creature's massive body. Incredibly, in that short burst of time, he shattered the boss's protective shield and dealt direct damage. Witnessing this incredible display, the crowd erupted in cheers of joy. This guy is on a whole other level. He actually broke through the boss's defense, this champion. He might actually pull this off. Watching from the sidelines, even Huang Tong was ecstatic. Did that damned monster really think the Xuanwu Guild was so weak? The superhumans who had just fallen. Their deaths were all part of a calculated sacrifice to massively boost Jiang Fang's power. He was already a warrior who could take on 10 men alone. But now, empowered by the blessing of the fallen, his strength surged by 200%. At this moment, his power alone was equivalent to an army of 20 elite superhumans. Closing the distance in a flash, the young warrior unleashed a storm of blows, a relentless and savage assault. With every devastating strike that landed, the smile on Huang Tong's face grew even wider. He had invested so much into Jiang Fang. And finally, his grand investment was paying off. As long as no surprises occurred, victory in this battle was already in his grasp. Meanwhile, the 3 teens were mesmerized by the fight, with Hu Yan even cheering. You've totally got this. But from the shadows behind them, a figure emerged. As their smiles froze, a level 32 elite merman made its official entrance. At that very instant, the Xuanwu Guild received an urgent notification from the system. Holy hell! We've detected a massive horde of mermen approaching from the rear of the ice island. Hearing the dire news, the triumphant smile vanished from Huang Tong's face, replaced by a mask of pure panic. More mermen appeared. Does this mean an entire deep-sea army has been summoned to this place? What the hell? Below, Huang Da began to scramble, more frantic than ever. The intel he was receiving confirmed it was no joke. He feared hundreds of mermen were converging on their position, and they were all elite-class monsters, above level 30. Every last one a nightmare to fight. They were completely and utterly screwed. This assault wave consisted of hundreds of creatures, and every single one was an elite above level 30. This was a catastrophe. Jiang Fang was only able to focus on the boss because they had stabilized the battlefield. The front lines were divided into 5 zones based on the mermen's 5 tiers: common, elite, warlord, commander, and the boss itself. Huang Tong had assigned a huge number of his forces to each zone to hold back the wretched merman army. The result was a hard-won, bloody stalemate on this brutal battlefield. But if their rear flank collapses and the formation descends into chaos, Jiang Fang will never be able to kill the boss. Worse, all 200,000 of their people would be slaughtered here today. A bone-deep chill washed over Huang Tong at the thought. His eyes bloodshot, he growled a desperate order to Huang Da behind him. Jiang Fang needs at least 30 more minutes to kill the boss. How long until that merman horde reaches us? Find out now. Frantically scanning the system map, he saw countless red dots swarm the area around the ice fields. Red alert. A massive merman force is approaching. According to calculations, their ETA is approximately 10 minutes. The words had barely been spoken when 3 crimson streaks of light shot out, piercing straight into the ferocious merman. A moment later, its body exploded. A system window popped up. Adventurer Jiang Kai has slain an elite merman. Hiding nearby, Hu Yan was on edge. Captain Kai, where did all these mermen suddenly come from? We need to get out of here, fast. Hearing her, Jiang Kai looked toward the battlefront with a hint of regret. Do we really have to leave now? The entire battle is hanging by a thread. If no one stops this new wave of mermen, the entire expedition is doomed to fail. Narrowing his sharp eyes, Jiang Kai could see the father-son duo, Huang Tong and Huang Da, desperately trying to devise a plan. The Huang family were his sworn enemies. Seeing them fail like this should bring him immense satisfaction. His companions were frozen in fear, wondering what they could possibly do in this situation. Watching the chaos unfold, Jiang Kai was torn. Part of him wanted to see them crushed, but another part of him didn't. The future of Xingyao City and the 200,000 soldiers fighting here. They were all innocent. They had done nothing to harm him. Closing his eyes for a moment, Jiang Kai remembered the words of the Eagle Guard commander. Everyone bears responsibility for the fate of this world. Someone has to step up and fight back against these monsters. In that instant, everything became clear. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, we're not leaving just yet. In fact, I need one of you to lure all the surrounding mermen here. I'm going to take care of this entire horde myself. Hearing his incredibly bold declaration, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were stunned, speechless. How could he be so reckless? Down below, after just 10 minutes, the battlefield had already become a sea of blood. Blood and bodies littered the ground, leaving only the merfolk, who skewered humans like grilled fish and cheered with savage delight. Huddled in a corner, another young man was drenched in blood, now completely unable to continue the fight. Captain, we have to stop. There are too many adventurers in the rear getting overrun by these sea merfolk. Once those merfolk surround us too, it'll all be over. We need to escape. Now, hearing these words, the captain had no counter-argument. Under the overwhelming pressure of the monsters, they all had to admit the grim truth. If you die, you can't log on for a whole month. And if we can't earn money for a month, our families will be thrown out on the street. Let's go, or we're all gonna die here. Amidst the rising panic, the captain stepped forward from the back. There's no need to run. Haven't you noticed? 10 minutes have passed since we first spotted those sea merfolk. They said reinforcements would reach the battlefield in 10 minutes, but not a single one has appeared. What does that mean? Huh. Now that he mentioned it, they finally realized it too. Why haven't we seen a single one? Could it be a transcendent is taking action in the rear? No way, right? The royal family definitely didn't deploy any troops back there. Well, this means some powerful figures are fighting in our rear. But to stop that, many sea merfolk, it must be an incredibly strong group of elite adventurers engaged in a brutal battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai sprinted across the plains, a massive horde of starving sea merfolk chasing him relentlessly. Faced with this pursuit, Jiang Kai experienced for the first time what it felt like to be the one being chased. A smirk crept onto his face. He planted his foot firmly on the ground, spun around, and launched a direct assault on the beasts. He let out a loud laugh. The last fools who talked big in front of Jiang Kai. Well, the grass on their graves is already several feet high. Dashing past the monster's pig-like snout, Jiang Kai instantly incinerated the idiot, then glanced back over his shoulder. Although he had already killed over 20 of them, they were only coming at him one by one. This is way too slow. Just then, Hu Yan came running, screaming in a panic. Captain Kai, help me. I brought the sea merfolk here, but they're about to tear me to shreds. And not just him. Ruan Yu was also running and crying out for help. I'm over here, too. Save me. You two are actually pretty useful, huh? I told you to pull some monsters, and you brought back so many. Good job, my little darlings. Leave the rest to me. You two go hide. I'll handle this. Watching Jiang Kai's imposing figure stride forward, Hu Yan, still panting, couldn't help but worry. There are so many elite monsters in front of him. Can he really kill them all? You looked exhausted after killing just 2 of them a moment ago. Looking at the grotesque sea merfolk, Jiang Kai had to admit that fighting them one-on-one earlier was indeed a bit draining. But what you guys don't know is that compared to single-target combat, Jiang Kai enjoys wiping out mobs even more. The moment he finished his thought, Jiang Kai dashed into the heart of the monster horde. With a look of absolute confidence, his eyes blazed with red fire, incinerating the entire group. After that display, adventurer Jiang Kai has slain 257 elite sea merfolk. What the hell? Jiang Kai's performance was enough to make Hu Yan and Ruan Yu grab each other in absolute shock. Is this Captain Kai's true power? Holy crap, he's only a dozen levels or so in. Does he need to be this overpowered? At the same time, on another front, the royal army happened to see the terrifying explosion in the distance. Why would an explosion like that come from the rear? Just then, Huang Da's eyes went wide as he stared at the screen, where the red dots were rapidly vanishing. He rushed to report to his father. The sea merfolk in the rear have disappeared from the map. Could it be the troops Huang Tong called for have arrived? Hearing this, Huang Tong was a little stunned. Troops? That's impossible. How could that be? He had only just contacted the army. How could they have arrived so quickly? They're human, not gods. Although many questions remained, Huang Tong had no time for wild speculation. He just ignored it for now. If the army has arrived, then I'll announce it to everyone on the battlefield. That will let Jiang Fang focus on the boss without worry. After half an hour, Jiang Fang was still locked in a relentless battle with the monster. After being toyed with for so long, the monster was getting seriously annoyed. It was furious that after all this fighting, its health points were down to just 65%. Seeing the number on the notification screen, everyone around them couldn't help but cheer with joy. Awesome! The boss's health is down by a third. Victory is within our grasp. Suddenly, a set of claws emerged from the giant monster's body, winding up for a devastating strike aimed at Jiang Fang below. Realizing the monster's intent, Huang Da screamed at the top of his lungs to warn him. Watch out. When the boss loses a third of its health, it will. It was entering its second phase, a berserk rage. In this state, the boss's attack speed becomes so fast it's nearly impossible to dodge. Because of this, Jiang Fang had no choice but to brace himself and endure the onslaught. But the critical issue was that the boss seemed invincible. Just watching Jiang Fang fight, you could tell he was at his absolute limit. His body went rigid as he blocked the monster's attack. The great spear in his hand, after long use, finally snapped in two. The immense impact forced Jiang Fang to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The adventurer's health had dropped to a mere 5%. Hearing this notification, everyone froze in disbelief, unable to process what they just heard. Was their great champion really about to die? He clenched his jaw, and a defiant laugh escaped his lips. You beast. You think a pathetic attack like that is enough to kill me? In that instant, a furious, raging power began to envelop Jiang Fang's body, a transcendent talent, battle will armor. With immense energy radiating from his body, Jiang Fang charged straight at the monster. Instantly, an incredibly tough set of armor materialized around his entire body. It could perfectly negate all incoming damage, and what's more, it reflected that damage right back at the boss. The situation had turned into an absolutely epic reversal. That battle will armor was terrifyingly strong. Not only does it negate damage, but it reflects it, too. Is this the power of a transcendent talent? This was amazing. They finally had a chance to kill the boss. They just had to push forward. Witnessing this turn of events, Huang Tong let out a sigh of relief. He knew it all along, Jiang Fang was the ace they had so carefully chosen. His transcendent talent could reflect 50% of all damage back at the enemy for a full 90 seconds. On top of that, the boss was still in its rapid attack berserk phase. A new notification appeared. The boss's remaining health is 35%. In other words, the faster the boss attacked, the more its own health bar would plummet. Wow! In just a moment, the boss had already lost 30% of its health. If Jiang Fang could just hold out a little longer, victory would belong to the royal family. The moment those words were spoken, the monster's eyes suddenly flashed, and it unleashed a devastating attack out of nowhere. The young man's eyes widened in panic as the blow landed squarely in the center of his chest. The battle will armor instantly shattered into pieces, and his body was sent flying backward, tumbling across the ground. In that moment, Jiang Fang had completely lost all his defenses, with only 1% of his health remaining. Seeing Jiang Fang sent flying by a single blow, their powerful champion reduced to such a pitiful state, no one could believe their eyes. Did their hero actually lose? Just then, the monster slowly began to wave its tentacles. That was the boss's special skill, Armor Break Tentacle. The shock was too much for Huang Tong, who staggered back. We were careless. Did this boss have an armor-breaking skill all along? No one had noticed it before. It's over. This entire battle hinged on Jiang Fang. If even he was defeated, then the whole party was doomed to fail. Just like that, the other players were swarmed by the two-legged fish monsters, screaming desperately for help. Their ace had fallen. We can't beat them. What are we supposed to do now? Everyone, run for your lives. With a loud crack, a sturdy bronze shield shattered after taking just one hit from a monster's spear. A man gritted his teeth, holding back the monster's attack while muttering apologies to his comrades. Juzi, Nuan. I was wrong. I never should have brought you two here. I just wanted to prove I was stronger than that Jiang Kai you always talk about. That's why I led you to this godforsaken place. But Jiang Kai never led you into a death trap, and I did. I'm a complete failure as a team leader. Hearing Li Biao's words, Nuan could only cry. She looked around frantically, searching for any sign of help. She had no spiritual energy left to heal anyone. Zhu Zi, beside her, wasn't any better off. He was practically collapsed on the ground, with barely enough strength to even move. Now, the boss was unkillable, and endless waves of fishman soldiers kept pouring in. If someone didn't intervene, everyone was going to be wiped out. Everything would end here. Is no one coming? Is there really no one who can save us? This time, Li Biao truly fell into despair. He had absolutely no fight left in him. The bronze shield finally broke, and the terrifying monster loomed closer. Just as he thought he was about to say goodbye to the world, a volley of soul-chasing arrows shot out from nowhere. They instantly incinerated the fishman monster's body right before Li Biao's eyes. This spectacular entrance made everyone freeze and stare. Who is that? It's Jiang Kai. But as soon as Jiang Kai appeared, he was already rushing away. As he ran, he shouted a few words of advice. Zhu Zi, Nuan Nuan. Long time no see. I'm going to take on the boss. Protect yourselves. Zhu Zi, on the verge of collapse, could barely believe it. What did Kai just say? He's going after the boss? Am I hearing things? How can I sense Kai's location so clearly? It wasn't just him. Nuan Nuan felt it too, like some kind of hallucination. Wait a second. Why do I feel like someone is nearby? I can sense them in my head. That was the effect of the bloodthirsty killer. Nuan Nuan cried out in alarm. Captain Kai, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your current situation? With that title, 200,000 people are going to be hunting you down. Seeing this, the vicious bastards who thought they were done for suddenly felt a surge of excitement. They never expected to find a bloodthirsty killer out here. If they could just kill that kid, they'd be set. Well then, one of them sneered. Before the merman kill us, let's kill him first. The man dove from above, aiming for Kai and Kai alone. Zhu Zi and Nuan's hearts nearly stopped from fear. Tears welled up in their eyes. But reality was the complete opposite. The ones who got hurt were the attackers. Their own tricks were turned against them. They couldn't even block a single one of his moves. Sprawled on the ground, they wondered in disbelief. How is his damage so ridiculously high? Isn't he just a rookie who's barely over level 10? What? What just happened? The news seemed to snap Zhu Zi out of his stupor. Kai's actually fine? Did he just take care of all of them? He's so strong. Two pairs of adoring eyes were fixed on him. The old man nearby was frozen solid, staring wide-eyed without blinking. Is this really Jiang Kai? He was surrounded by a mob of level 20 players, yet he came out completely unscathed. This is impossible. The bald-headed man frantically called for his father the moment he sensed Jiang Kai had entered the battlefield. It looks like he's running straight for the boss. Even though it sounded absurd, he couldn't completely dismiss the possibility. The father demanded to know why he would do such a thing. Could he possibly kill the boss on his own? What we should be focusing on right now is minimizing our losses in this battle. We don't have time to worry about other people's business. But deep down, the punk had a terrible feeling. Why do I have this nagging suspicion that Jiang Kai can actually kill the boss? He felt a surge of pride. He never thought he'd willingly jump into this fight. Helping the Huang family fight a boss was something he'd never done before. Jiang Kai recalled someone's words from the past. If the sacred sanctuary is ever in danger, I only hope that you'll fight for it with all your remaining strength. There was still one question he couldn't answer. Who would ever agree to let me command the vanguard? Right now, the nation was in crisis. It needed more territory to secure vital resources. Besides, I just happen to have a little something saved up for a rainy day. Smart brain, are you there? I want to activate the one-time skill I acquired before. When Casino Bit Bucket is activated, every nearby adventurer who notices you will have 0.1% of their total stats stolen. Those stats are then added to your own. After 30 minutes, the skills and stolen attributes will be permanently erased. Originally, Jiang Kai had his doubts about this one-time use skill. It could only steal a meager 0.1% of an observer's stats. He had no idea what its real purpose was. He never imagined it would be this useful in a situation like this. He had to remember, he was currently marked as a bloodthirsty killer. That meant nearly everyone on the battlefield would have their eyes on him. The system displayed beginning stat theft of 0.1% from all observers. Although he could only steal 1,000th of each person's total attributes, which seemed tiny, there were over 200,000 people here. Even if he only stole 0.1% from each of those 200,000 people, once it was all combined, the total would be an absolutely massive number. After seeing Jiang Kai's current power level, the young man's jaw dropped. Damn it, Dad. Jiang Kai is making a run for the boss right now. He might actually steal it. Look, my watch's assessment of Jiang Kai's stats just became terrifyingly high. His total attributes seemed to have surpassed even Jiang Fang's. Jiang Kai's current position was in the warlord grade merman zone. The monster was a shark-tooth merman, a warlord grade beast. Level 51. Facing a warlord grade merman, Jiang Kai didn't even think about dodging. Even if the stats he now possessed felt unreal, the shark-tooth merman's bite was a skill that even a level 60 adventurer had to be wary of. It looked like this was as far as he could go. The old man thought that against the creature's massive, sharp teeth, Jiang Kai would surely fall. However, it seemed Kai was about to disappoint him. Get out of my way, he roared. His teammates were witnessing a sight like this for the very first time. What? He's not even using a weapon? He took down a warlord-class merman with nothing but his fists. Are his stats for real? Can he actually solo a boss? Next up is a level 74 commander-class merman. This one will surely be a challenge for him. The two onlookers chuckled to themselves. He doesn't know his own limits. When the merman commander roars, you need special skills or gear to be immune. What good are raw stats? That kid is completely clueless. They don't understand anything. They just want to steal the boss kill. What a fool's dream. At that moment, Jiang Kai collapses. Can he possibly get back up and keep fighting? Seeing his brother-in-arms in peril, Ruan Yu summons all his courage and charges forward. He swears he will never be weaker than anyone ever again. Hey, beautiful. I'm not any worse than my captain, am I? Don't just save all your charm for him. He steps forward, unleashing a powerful strike against the monster. Is it possible that a man of my high caliber can't even get your attention? Let me bestow upon you a kiss that transcends species. Ruan Yu stands defiantly before the creature. This time, nobody is going to blow up my precious wife. And then, the kiss actually happened. However, the beast was incredibly ferocious. But that's a personality trait he actually likes. His life and death dream state can significantly reduce incoming damage, but it also plunges him into a dazed stupor. It's a simple technique, but one that few would ever dare to use. Whose subordinate is this guy anyway? How can he just ignore the roar of a merman commander? Not only that, he can even block its attacks? How could one person possibly draw so much hatred from the merman leader? Jiang Kai lets out a long sigh. Why did Ruan Yu have to follow him here? Didn't he tell them both to stay back? With things as they were, they hit him with a question that left him speechless. Captain, do you really think we're going to bring shame upon you? Spurred by his words, Hu Yan makes her move. Watch this. Unrivaled dance technique. Captain, you need to get out of here now. Ruan Yu can't hold out for much longer. The power gap between him and the merman commander is just too vast. Ruan Yu puts on a show, kneeling and flattering the beast. Oh, my merman wife, I've come for you again. Jiang Kai was at a loss for words, forced to go along with their plan. That woman is using a dance technique? What in the world is this nonsense? Are all of these mermen really going to die? From rain? Jiang Kai turns away, placing his trust in them. All right, I'll leave this place in your hands. For Hu Yan, this was child's play. These guys don't even understand basic physics. Just then, they all noticed something strange in the sky. It wasn't rain falling from above, but a massive downpour of ice. Is this some kind of joke? That's not a dance technique. That's an ice storm spell. But why is it hitting friend and foe alike? Someone save me. Hu Yan just cackles with delight. By harnessing the extreme cold of this frozen island, her rain prayer technique naturally evolves into a massive ice storm. Before, she had no attack skills, but now she can take on 200,000 enemies at once. It's truly incredible. Captain Kai, you said it yourself, didn't you? As long as my rain prayer can slow the enemy down, they'll all become living targets for you. My ice storm has already drawn the merman's aggro. They can no longer roar or attack effectively. It should be much easier for you to kill the boss now. Captain, remember that we're a team. You don't have to fight this battle alone. Hearing this, Jiang Kai was deeply moved. With renewed purpose, he finally slayed one of the merman commanders. Ruan Yu collapses in heartbreak, wailing pitifully. Boo-hoo, you killed my wife again. Hu Yan's words echoed in his mind, sinking deep into his soul. She's right. Why was I trying to do this all by myself? Hu Yan. Ruan Yu. I truly underestimated you both. Thanks to you, I'll take care of these small fry first. The father and son duo screamed in utter disbelief. What? Jiang Kai wiped out all the merman commanders. It took over 10 of our teams just to hold out this long. What kind of monster is this guy? Everyone was stunned into silence, but in the end, it was a fantastic outcome. The stats Jiang Kai had boosted were now terrifyingly powerful. If he lands another critical hit, not even a heavenly king could stop him now. On top of that, his movement speed is faster than ever before. Haha, I've finally made it to you. You look so mighty from a distance, but now that I'm up close, I realize you're just plain ugly. He uttered a soul-crushing line for any creature with feelings. Our appearance is really that important. Its current health is down to 35%. The father and son could only stare, completely numb with shock. No way. That kid actually made it to the boss. Does he really intend to? Hu Yan gathered all of her strength to shout, "Go for it, Captain." Her words gave Jiang Kai a massive surge of power, but it was too late. The boss entered its berserk mode. Its speed and damage would be impossible for Jiang Kai to handle. That's what an outsider would think, but what he felt was the complete opposite. The boss's speed is fast. To me, it seems to be moving in slow motion. Why did that royal ace before choose to block it head-on? He effortlessly dodged every single attack the boss unleashed. Did I just see that correctly? Not a single shot landed. This kid actually evaded all of the boss's attacks. Hu Yan couldn't stop cheering for Jiang Kai, as expected of our captain. He's even more agile than the boss. In a situation like this, the boss is nothing but a punching bag. Its current health has dropped to just 25%. The rate of that health drop is insane, from 35 down to 25. That bloodthirsty killer just wiped out 10% of the boss's HP in a single strike. Even Jiang Fang would need at least 10 minutes to do that. What kind of damage is this? Jiang Kai stood his ground, fearlessly facing the boss alone. Even though he was dwarfed by its sheer size, his every move left the crowd completely stunned. Jiang Fang wouldn't even dare to face the boss head-on. But this kid, he's not even using his full strength to fight it. After a long battle, Jiang Kai had finally waited long enough for this bipedal boss to learn how to properly use its legs. I won't fall for the same trick again. The boss began unleashing its skills like a complete maniac. Losing control in a fight only makes its attacks more powerful. They were all certain. This bloodthirsty killer was finally done for. But Jiang Kai's voice cut through the noise. Done for? I think you're talking about the wrong person. Emerging from the dust cloud with a commanding presence, he said, "Look at you. Without your weapon, do you even know how to fight?" He actually destroyed the boss's weapon. He isn't human. He's an absolute monster. Has there ever been a case of someone breaking a boss's weapon on Demon Star before? Jiang Kai had no more time to waste on these creatures. All right, I've wasted enough time playing with you. Now, I'll end this quickly. A massive explosion rocked the area. The health bar flashed red, dropping to 15%. He immediately attacked the other side. And just like that, only 5% of its health remained. You look at me as if I've disrespected you. So why are you still giving me that look of contempt? I've hated that arrogant face of the Merman King for a long time. Jiang Kai was already moving in to deliver the final, crushing blow. A moment later, it collapsed heavily onto the ground. The battle was over. Its current life value stood at a mere 0.1%. The onlooker couldn't believe this was real. What? He actually defeated the boss? And he did it without a single scratch. At that moment, footsteps approached. "Liu Jun," you said. Huang Tong urgently requested our army's help. But now that we're here, it seems we aren't needed at all. The person speaking was the supreme commander of Jiangzhong City, the superhuman vice commander Wei Ying Heshen. The person beside him was Liu Jun. He replied with a faint smile. Indeed, I never expected that the turning point of this battle would depend on the very young man that you, Commander Wei, hold in such high esteem. Jiang Kai had won, but he wasn't celebrating. He just stood there, coldly savoring the feeling of victory. The silver ice rain had stopped. It was time to finish the boss. The other man, unable to accept this outcome, roared, "No, the boss only has a sliver of health left." Absolutely not. We cannot let Jiang Kai get the final kill. All members of the Xuanwu Guild, listen to my command. Everyone, disengage from your battles with the merman immediately. Take down that bloodthirsty killer, no matter the cost. Anyone who kills the bloodthirsty killer will be rewarded with 50 million Saint coins. But if you let him steal the boss, then after this fight, don't expect to see a single coin of your pay. Isn't he forcing their hand a little too much, when our chances of success are basically zero? I don't care about 50 million, but if we don't get paid, how will my family survive next month? That's right, my child still needs medicine. Everyone is fighting their own battles. Forget about the mermen. Hurry and take down the bloodthirsty killer, or we're all finished. Driven by desperation, they charged forward, determined to kill him. But Jiang Kai remained as calm as ever. The Royal Guild couldn't take down the boss, and now that they see I can, they're using this to threaten everyone into killing me. How disgusting. He helped up Wang Bai, the ace of the Royal Guild, and asked softly, "You're not dead yet, are you?" A weak voice replied, "Bloodthirsty killer. What do you want from me? You've already wounded the boss, so why don't you just finish it?" Jiang Kai explained, "I'm good at getting a monster's health low, but whoever said I was competing with you for the boss kill? If I steal the boss, the Royal Guild won't suffer much of a loss. But if the Royal Guild uses their pay to threaten everyone, then 200,000 families will suffer. Since you represent the Royal Guild, Jiang Kai is now asking you, Wang Bai, to deal the final blow. I'm counting on you." Jiang Fang suddenly froze in his tracks. What did he just say? Jiang Kai urged him again, "Hurry up. If you don't strike, they're going to cut me down. Just consider it a favor to me." The situation had become critical. Jiang Fang had no choice but to follow his plan. At that moment, the boss's life value hit exactly 0%. A decisive, final blow. The last, faint screams echoed. Then silence. The transcendent Jiang Fang of the Black Tortoise Guild had slain the boss. The king-level merfolk lord was defeated. Outsiders assumed it was the work of some bloodthirsty assassin, never suspecting the great Jiang Fang himself had landed the killing strike. With their leader gone, the merfolk army retreated, to think the boss was taken down by an ally. But why didn't the bloodthirsty killer snatch the reward? Does that mean we get the rewards then? That father and son duo. He asked himself one more time, what just happened? Did we actually win? Jian Fang killed the boss. Could it be that kid, Jiang Kai? Let him have the final blow on purpose. His underlings erupted in cheers, so that means we won. Turns out the bloodthirsty assassin is a pretty good guy. He gave up the boss kill, a true hero, fighting for the people. If anyone dares to touch our benefactor now, they'll have to deal with me. Nuan, and Zhu Zi were filled with respect. What Captain Kai did was so cool and incredibly noble. What a stud. Seeing is believing. Today, I am officially a true believer in Jiang Kai. He is the greatest hero of this entire battle. Countless people cheered for him, praising the good, bloodthirsty assassin. The generous, bloodthirsty assassin. Seeing her own guy being celebrated by everyone else, Hu Nian was bursting with pride. Now you see how amazing my captain is, don't you? Just look at who chose him as captain. That's right. Now that I think about it, the way the royal family threatened us was disgusting. They wanted us to be cannon fodder, and when their commander failed, they wanted us to pay the price. A wave of injustice washed over them. Their emotions boiled over, and they screamed at the father and son duo. Get down here, you damn capitalists. You think money makes you all-powerful. If you've got guts, come down here and fight us one-on-one. I want to withdraw from the Xuanwu Guild. The cursed son gritted his teeth and turned to his father. Father, this is not good. 200,000 people quitting and posting negative comments. It will destroy our family's reputation. His father's scowl deepened 1,000-fold. Damn it, I will remember the name Jiang Kai. For now, we leave. But next time, I'll make him pay a brutal price for this humiliation. With everything settled, Jiang Fang approached Jiang Kai to shake his hand. I owe you one, he said, but I have to know. What about your attributes? He quickly replied, these attributes came from a one-time use skill. It's not actually that strong. Once it's gone, it's gone. I just took advantage of the bloodthirsty assassin's penalty mechanics. As he was explaining, something suddenly wrapped around him tightly, dragging him away for reasons unknown. Hu Nian scrambled towards the chasm, screaming, Captain Kai. What's happening to our Captain Kai? Jiang Fang, still looking down, replied softly, I was careless. Jiang Kai is your captain. That's right. I'm sorry. Then I have some terrible news for you. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. There's a high probability Jiang Kai has triggered the boss's death revenge. Death revenge is a terrifying skill some bosses use after they die. Once the boss is dead, if it successfully takes revenge on an adventurer, that adventurer will suffer an unimaginable punishment. Being tortured to death is only the beginning. The most terrifying part is, after the victim dies and returns to Earth from the ghost star, the memory of the torture is so unbearable. They choose to end. Hearing this, Hu Nian's legs went weak. She knew this smelled like trouble, but she still had to ask, will Captain Kai become like that? Then she screamed his name into the abyss. Down in the darkness, Jiang Kai slowly regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. So much pain, such agony. Why does it feel like my entire body is being crushed? Where am I? Before he could finish the thought, the scene came into view. Most main characters get tied up with their hands and feet bound, but at least they still look human. Our hero, however, was trussed up like a holiday rose. A grotesque squid-like octopus creature had him in its grip. It just kept gurgling ominously. A tentacle slithered out of his ear. Something was digging into his body from the inside. Then more and more tentacles appeared, causing a silent, searing pain. The system's warning blared. One-time skill. 8 iron rushes. And its received attributes are about to disappear. Prepare for skill and attribute transfer. The system began its countdown. 20, 19, 18. It was then he realized the true nature of this torment. His current attributes were the only things keeping him alive, fighting off the thing that was slowly killing him from within. The monster tightened its grip. If these attributes vanished, he would die instantly. Suddenly, it roared, "Kill you! Kill you!" Hundreds of beams of light shot straight towards him. He activated etherealization, slicing through all the tentacles that bound him. He dodged the beams of light aimed at him. Only 11 seconds left. He landed back on the ground. The countdown reached 8 seconds. Because of the etherealization he just used to escape, his body returned to its normal state, no longer bound. 6 seconds left. The monster wasn't about to give up. It continued its relentless pursuit with its tentacles. Die. I want you to die. Jiang Kai froze. The clock was still ticking. 5, 4, 3. His body was too weak now. He couldn't escape. The only option left was to bet everything on a single final blow. All right then, he decided, I'll risk it all against you. He summoned his steel thorns and his short thorns. Using the last dregs of his stolen attributes, he launched hundreds of daggers straight at the beast. A blinding flash, like a miniature sun, erupted, engulfing both his body and the monsters, just as time ran out. Boom! A massive explosion tore the creature to shreds. When the smoke cleared, the merman was left in two pieces, joining the half-and-half club. Its body slowly disintegrated into smoke. Jiang Kai let out a victorious smile. He had escaped the death revenge, the soul of the Fishman Lord, and unlocked a secret treasure zone never before seen by human eyes. A new map materialized before them, behind the creature's massive corpse. A grand entrance revealed itself. This was the gateway to the merfolk's subterranean kingdom. Or more accurately, the secret chamber of the Frost Fishman Lord. Carved above the gate was a towering, grotesque beast. This is the boss's inner sanctum. The system's voice chimed in with an explanation. The 10-minute countdown for this hall's destruction begins now. Gather as much treasure as you can within 10 minutes. And then, escape with your life. The system's avatar spoke, its eyes gently closed. It's like the treasure is on a flash sale or something. If you're going to give it away, just give it away. What's with this stupid countdown? And on top of that, I have to escape a boss. Jiang Kai grumbled in protest. If I don't make it out, who's going to carry all this loot home? Naturally, if you fail to escape, you die. And all that precious loot gets returned to the shop and destroyed. But if you succeed, you're free to take it all home for a grand unboxing. And with that, the system vanished. Hey, I didn't even agree to the terms and conditions. Whatever, I'll just wing it. All I have to do is grab as much as I can and get out. The worst that can happen is I die. No big deal. Despite his reluctance, he pushed the doors open. And he wasn't disappointed. A mountain of gold, jewels, and glittering diamonds appeared right before his eyes. System notification. Merfolk elixir discovered. Drinking it will increase your attributes by 60 points. He downed 3 bottles without hesitation, pouring all the points into his agility stat. He glanced over and saw the boss's rare treasure chests. But there were thousands of them. How rare is that? A quick look told him they were at least A rank, and he still had 7 minutes left. With the speed boost from that elixir, he figured he could pocket every last one. But just as he was scheming to clear the place out, the system hit him with another notification. Warning, treasure chests will only exist for 90 seconds. What? The chests have their own separate timer? Why didn't you say that from the start? But there was no one to hear him complain. Instead of wasting time, he scrambled to grab the loot. When the 90 seconds were up, he collapsed onto a massive pile of treasure. If making money is that tiring, I'd gladly take your place. Suddenly, his eyes caught something glistening. Tears of repentance. Did some other player feel guilty for taking too much and leave these behind? Using 10 of these tears can remove the bloodthirsty killer status. Do you wish to use them? Jiang Kai yelled out in excitement. All that work sweeping this place clean paid off. Use them, right now. He energetically moved from one pile to the next, grabbing everything in sight. Not only had he found immense treasure, but he also managed to clear his name, finally removing the bloodthirsty killer debuff. Then, his sharp eyes noticed a piece of paper, placed carefully on a nearby shelf. The scroll read, after an adventurer reaches level 20, they must undergo a job change before they can level up further. His eyes widened in shock. Could this be it? The special item he needed to complete his unique level 20 job change? The scene shifts to the next morning. On a cliffside, Hu Ya and Yu were wailing, crying their hearts out before a makeshift memorial for him. Captain, it's been so long and still no sign of him. Don't tell me what Jiang Fang said was true. He said our captain couldn't escape his fate. It's true what they say. The heavens are jealous of true talent. He was taken from us far too young. Hearing his name, Jiang Kai took a deep breath. Just as he was about to pull himself over the ledge. Seriously, who the hell is bad-mouthing me now? Spotting movement below, they thought it was a merman. Hu Ye immediately grabbed a rock. Newbie and Newbie backed away cautiously, before rushing forward to help. They hurled dozens of rocks down the cliffside, each one bigger than a boulder. They would never allow a filthy merman to desecrate their captain's solemn memorial. A rain of rocks crashed down right on his head. Just as he reached the top, a kick sent him plummeting back down. Are you kidding me? It took me forever to climb out of that damn cave. Are you guys that eager to collect my funeral offerings? Guanzu strained, lifting not just a rock, but a massive boulder. But Hu Ya recognized that familiar cursing. It sounded just like his mom yelling at Lu Fei every single morning. But Muai Nugu, seeing and hearing nothing, heaved the giant boulder over the edge, and the whole atmosphere suddenly turned, bright pink. The sweet innocence of youth. Jiang Kai flashed a brilliant smile. To think, it's only been 1 day since we last saw each other. His hands were bandaged, but even when life gets tough, you gotta find your joy. And for him, joy meant teaching those two rock-throwing monsters a lesson for breaking his hand. Meanwhile, back on Earth, in Jiangzhou City, base number 18, portal to the Demon Star. What's the status? Have you located Jiang Kai's offline position yet? A blonde and a redhead stood in the meeting room, delivering their daily progress report. Liu Jun reported that Jiang Kai was still missing, but they had discovered the reason for his sudden spike in attributes. It was because he used a one-time use skill. He can never use it a second time. An old man at the table let out a dismissive chuckle. Now that makes more sense. If a level 20 brat could easily rack up tens of thousands of attribute points, then what's the point of us superhumans even training anymore? But normally, anyone who encounters a revenge boss is long dead, already forced to log out. Could Jiang Kai still be getting tortured? Was it even possible to torment a player for this long? I wondered. The commander insisted that you couldn't use common sense to analyze Jiang Kai, that there was still one possibility they'd overlooked. Jiang Kai didn't just survive the boss's retribution. He might have even found its secret treasure. How could that be? No, that's absolutely impossible. Even without any proof, the man immediately denied it. In the 50 years since the Demon Star appeared, only a handful of people have ever survived a boss's revenge and claimed its secret hoard, and every single one of them were top-tier elites. Exactly. Jiang Kai had only been on the Demon Star for about a month. I just don't see how he could have survived an attack from a vengeful boss. But old Master Yang ignored their arguments, still utterly convinced that Jiang Kai could do it. Just then, a woman burst in, interrupting their conversation. Commander Wei, that person. He's listing items on the trading floor. Blondie and Luo Jun both stared at her, their eyes screaming. Does opening a shop really require a formal announcement? But the news was an absolute bombshell. Not only was Jiang Kai alive, but he had opened his own private sales channel on the Demon Star. The total value of the goods he was selling exceeded 4 million. Blondie and his friend finally realized. The old ginger is always the spiciest. Never argue with your elders. A few minutes later, an announcement rang out. Welcome to Kai's Emporium. Here, Kai is selling a huge variety of ores. Every color you can imagine, every shape you could possibly need. Step right up. Step right up. 1.8 kilograms of nether green ore sold in seconds for 180,000 divine coins. 3 kilos of special black and white crystal orbs for a staggering 63,300,000. And there were countless others, like reinforced iron stone, mystic iron crystal, black mystic iron crystal, black diamond hardened stone, and yellow pear wood ore. Just to name a few, the total value was easily over 100 million. Just counting the zeros was enough to make a person dizzy. To be able to sell so many high-quality items at once, it was just as the old master had said. Jiang Kai had truly found the bosses. The old man was grinning from ear to ear when the woman who'd burst in earlier suddenly spoke again. She said the royal family was looking for him and that it was an urgent matter. Back with Jiang Kai's group of 3, after a few hours of selling on the exchange, he had so much loot he had to open a private stall. Selling through the official exchange meant paying a fee, and the amount deducted from his earnings was enough to make Jiang Kai wince. But Hu Yan thought it was incredible. Who else had so much loot that they had to sell it this way? Ruan Yu saw him raking in cash while still complaining about losses. Was this what they called suffering from success? Having too much money to spend had become a problem. Of course, Jiang Kai didn't forget about the 2 loyal followers who'd been with him for so long. He had already given them plenty of good items, but now it was time to share the boss loot. Their eyes lit up. He took out the Mystic Ice Jade for Hu Yan. This gem had a freezing effect, and combined with her rain-calling technique, she could create a full-blown blizzard. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu received a shield that could temporarily freeze any opponent it touched. It was a shield with crowd control abilities. On top of that, he had several eternal pages that could be used for skill upgrades. There are 2 ways to level up a profession's skills. The first is through skill books. These skill books can typically only be found in monster treasure chests or from completing special quests. The second method is the universal upgrade item he received from the Merfolk Lord's treasure chest. This type of item could improve any skill, regardless of its level. The Eternal Page was an essential treasure, priceless and rarely seen on the market. Whenever one appeared on the exchange, it was sold instantly. A single page could go for up to 500,000 divine coins. Depending on a skill's power, the number of Eternal Pages required for an upgrade also varies. For example, higher-level combat skills required far more Eternal Pages to level them up. But even with such a valuable item, he didn't hesitate to give them to Hu Yan and Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai stood on a mountain of wealth, handing out fortunes like he was feeding the poor. At that moment, to them, he was like a living saint. Captain Kai, you are our greatest benefactor. We will pray for your blessings every single day. That's right. Even if you die, your soul will surely ascend to heaven. Hu Yan hugged one of his legs. Ruan Yu hugged the other, clinging to him like he was a pillar. Their display in the middle of the street was incredibly embarrassing. As Jiang Kai was desperately trying to pry them off, a tall, imposing man in iron armor appeared. Bald head, sunglasses. The guy looked seriously intense. Seeing Jiang Kai's group causing a scene, he immediately roared, "You actually have the capacity for shame? A bunch of low-class trash who don't even know how to conduct themselves in public. No wonder you people will always be nobodies." Damn it, the guy had an intimidating face and an even nastier mouth. The three of them immediately recognized an old acquaintance, Huang Da, who continued his tirade. "I warned you not to get too arrogant. Don't think for a second that just because the army protects you, you can defy the royal family time and time again. I came here to tell you something. In the upcoming guild challenge, I'm going to brutally destroy you. I will prove to the military that you are a worthless piece of trash who doesn't deserve their protection." He wasn't even done with his tirade. "Once the military casts you aside, prepare to die by my hand." The guy ran his mouth without letting him get a word in. Only after he vanished did our hero speak. "The guild challenge. What's that? What was that guy, Huang Da, even barking about?" "Kai, you mean you don't know, Captain? The guild challenge is a competition hosted by the military designed to scout out the most powerful guild forces. The minimum entry requirement is level 21, and it's divided into tiers every 20 levels, all the way up to the cap of level 100, making 4 tiers in total. Each guild sends at least one team of 5 to compete. They're matched against other teams in their tier until the top 3 are decided. The reason is simple. The military offers massive rewards for those top 3 positions. Because of that, countless guilds join every time, including some of the strongest ones out there. A gathering of masters. Jiang Kai nodded in understanding. "I see. So why didn't you participate? So why was Huang Da running his mouth like that? Whatever, let's forget him. We made a huge profit this time, so I'm logging off for a while to see my family. Back on Earth, in Jiang Zhongcheng City. Kai, why did you buy so many nutritional supplements? This must have cost a fortune." Jiang Kai used his downtime to visit his older brother. "Bro, you just got out of surgery, right? I was worried you weren't getting the right nutrition. But this is way too much." A delivery man then wheeled in an entire cart. "Too much? It's like a whole warehouse in here. Kai, you already put me in the most expensive hospital. How can you keep spending money like this? I'll get discharged immediately and find work to ease your financial burden. There's no need, bro. I remember your dream was to become a transcendent and fight the beast gods for humanity, wasn't it? So after you recover, you should become an adventurer." His brother was stunned. "Me? How can I become an adventurer in this state? Besides, traveling to the Demon Star is way too expensive. It's enough that you alone can go." Jiang Kai quickly pulled up his bank account, showing his brother the ridiculously long string of numbers on the screen. "Bro, I told you. You don't have to worry about money anymore. From now on, you don't have to work." His brother's jaw dropped. "This? Kai, where did you get this much money? This is hundreds of millions." Jiang Kai quickly clarified, "Brother, I swear, this is all money I earned legitimately on the Demon Star. Your little brother isn't a thief. You've worked so hard for me and Yingzi for years. Now that I have the ability, you can live the life you've always wanted. I still remember. On the Beast God battlefield, with nothing but a mortal body, you saved me and Yingzi. Just imagine what would happen if you became a transcendent now." He smiled and continued, "I think we could definitely save a lot more people." His brother was frozen by his words. Could someone like him, in his current condition, really become a transcendent? Jiang Kai split an apple in 2 with his bare hands, offering one half to him. "Bro, you can absolutely do this." With a pep talk from the main character, of course it's possible. He left the hospital as the sun began to set. He stretched, satisfied that his brother had finally reclaimed his dream. Now it was time to celebrate with Yingzi after picking her up from school. That was the plan, anyway, until a red-haired man completely shattered it. He pulled up in a combat vehicle, shouting Jiang Kai's name and telling him to get over there. As Jiang Kai approached, he saw a familiar face. The blonde guy was with him, too. "It's you, big bro Lu Jun. What's up?" "I'm not free right now. I have to go pick up my sister." Jiang Kai. "I'm here about your sister." "Your sister, Yingzi. She was in a car accident." Jiang Kai's face went pale. His entire world stopped. At the scene of the crash, a bus had collided with a car. The car was completely overturned and crushed. The area was pure chaos, filled with smoke and dust. "Yingzi! Yingzi!" Jiang Kai sprinted recklessly into the wreckage while the other two waited. "Brother Jiang Kai, behind you." "Bro, I'm over here." He saw Yingzi waving to him. He rushed over, grabbing her by the shoulders. Yingzi, are you all right? What happened? I'm fine. My school shuttle just had an incident. An incident? But luckily, this man saved me. He even said that he knows you, model. Yingzi turned and introduced the man behind him. It was Jiang Fang from the real world, the royal family's superpowered agent. What are you doing here? Just then, Lu Jun stepped in to explain. Jiang Kai, let me tell you. There's something important I have to tell you. Your sister's accident. It wasn't really an accident. It was a secret plot by the royal family. Jiang Kai, you've embarrassed them one too many times. So the royal family's hatred for him only intensified. Now they were twisting his victory over the Eternal East Island boss, using it as leverage to force the military to withdraw its protection. The glory from that victory was too great to ignore, and Commander Wei, facing immense pressure from above, had no choice but to concede. But Commander Wei still carved out one last chance for him. During the negotiations, he proposed a wager tied to the upcoming guild competition. If the royals could defeat him in the match and prove his new class was weak, the military would agree to their demands. They hoped that this time, he would finally back down. Otherwise, Commander Wei would have no justification left to protect him directly. This is the absolute most we can do for you in this situation, Luo Jun said, his voice heavy. What this means is, the royal family is backing you into a corner. If you refuse to compete, your family will bear the consequences. He felt powerless. The royal family's influence and strength were simply too vast. On top of that, your achievement on Eternal East Island has already swayed some of the higher-ups. So, unless they make a direct move on you like they did today, our hands are tied. The military can only look the other way. That leaves you with only two paths. 1. You agree to the royal family's wager. 2. You immediately join the army and receive our official protection. Hiding behind her brother, Yingzi asked timidly, Can the army really protect us? Luo Jun replied, For now, your class still holds value. If you enlist, Commander Wei will have more options to protect you and your family. At the very least, you'll be safe from the immediate trouble. Jiang Kai had heard enough. His gaze fell as he thought to himself, Should I really just join the army? A dark memory flashed through his mind, men in suits restraining him as he desperately screamed for his brother and sister. A boot pressed down on his neck. A voice echoed in his head, Jiang Kai, you think joining the army will make you safe. You're just a worthless gamble, a complete nobody. Jiang Kai's fists clenched as his resolve hardened. If I join the army now and depend on their protection, what happens if my class doesn't develop as they hope? They'll cast me aside, and the royals will come after my family with even more fury. It would be a dead end, with no way forward and no way back. He had to admit it. The royal family's resources, wealth, and power were on a completely different level than his. But his unique talent as a gambler was a game changer, doubling his gains. In reality, his stats were nearly twice that of anyone else at his level. That meant against an opponent of the same rank, his raw power and critical damage would give him the edge. He could even stand a chance against higher-level foes. With the right strategy, he thought, I can even turn the tables and crush them. And since the gambler was a brand new class, the royal family had no idea what he was truly capable of. Aren't all of these my own unique advantages? In that case, instead of passively waiting for his demise, he would bet it all on one decisive move. He would use this opportunity, with the military as his witness, to make an official wager with the royal family, and he would publicize the terms of that bet, making sure everyone in Shengyao knew exactly what was at stake. As long as he could defeat the royals, the military would have to take his new class seriously and continue to protect him. At the same time, with the public watching, the royal family would have to think twice before making a move, caught between public opinion and the military. Luo Jun placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. If you don't have any other ideas, I'll help you prepare the enlistment documents. Brother Luo Jun, Jiang Kai paused, then offered a slight smile. The challenge match requires a 5-person team, correct? My team only has 3 members right now. Could I borrow Zhu Zi and Nuan from the army? Luo Jun stared, dumbfounded. Jiang Kai, what are you saying? I made my decision. I will fight. Jiang Kai, don't be reckless. You have to understand, accepting this means you'll be facing the entire, powerful royal family. Brother Luo Jun, don't worry. My mind is perfectly clear. I'm grateful for what you've arranged, but every person has their own path to walk, and the path I choose is to seize my own destiny. I will defeat the royal family in the guild challenge match. Luo Jun tried to reason with him again. Jiang Kai, you're being far too emotional. I really think you should just... Before he could finish, a booming voice cut in. Well said, kid. You've got guts. I support you. I'm starting to like you. My name is He Shen. If you really have the nerve to face the royals, then I, He Shen, will personally guarantee you can borrow those people. Jiang Fang chimed in. Jiang Kai, I admire your courage, too. Besides, I still owe you a favor. From this day forward, I will help protect you from the royal family. If they ever dare to touch your family again, you just let me know." Little Yingzi also cheered her brother on with all her might. Between all the sudden support, Luo Jun's head started to throb. "You're not a child anymore. Why are you so recklessly throwing in with Kai's crew to stir up trouble?" But Ares and Fang paid him no mind, their focus locked on their target. "So, what's your answer?" Defeated, he finally let out a sigh. "It's not like I can stop you all by myself anyway. Besides, Commander Wei personally asked me to lend Kai my full support. So from this day forward, I'll handle all your family affairs. All you need to do, Kai, is focus on preparing for the challenge." With 4 god-tier patrons watching his back, what was there to fear from a few royal brats? He wasn't afraid of anyone now. "I, Kai, am deeply grateful for everyone's support today. If any of you need my help in the future, I swear I'll give it my all." After parting with the 3 of them, it was time for Kai and his sister to head home as night began to fall. Ying Yue looked up at him, puzzled. "Brother, are you sure you want to go look at houses tonight?" "I'm sure. The royals have already shown their hand. You and our brother can't stay in that slum, where the security is non-existent." The 2 of them soon stopped in front of a high-end luxury complex. "Brother, are we in the wrong place? These are villas that cost hundreds of millions. There's no way we can afford this. How could we be in the wrong place?" Kai smirked, pulling out his solid black VIP card.
From this moment on, this is our new home.
Ying Yue's eyes went wide, nearly popping out of her head. She stared at the massive swimming pool, a living room bigger than their entire old house, a private restaurant, a personal gym, and finally, a prince. He smiled, seeing her overwhelming excitement. He gently stroked her hair as tears of joy welled up in her eyes. "This is our new home now. But this is only the beginning. From now on, with me here, you and our older brother will never have to worry about your lives again. The life for the 3 of us is only going to get better and better." The very next day, deep within a secluded forest, a voice cut through the silence. "Nuon, do you think we were abandoned by the army because we performed so poorly?" It was Yu's voice, filled with despair. "Captain Li said our new captain would take care of us for now and told us to wait here. But how could it happen so suddenly? I think it's a real possibility." Suddenly, a new voice echoed from behind them. "Zhu. Nuon. I've come to get you." Why the long faces? It was Kai. He had come to assume his new position as their temporary captain. But Zhu and Nuon still couldn't grasp what in the world was happening. They thought he had finally decided to officially join the military. But Kai clarified that he wasn't joining the army. He was simply borrowing the 2 of them for 1 month to cooperate in the upcoming guild challenge. The royal family is using their military achievements on the ice island to pressure the army. They're constantly looking for a chance to move against me. They've even used Ying Yue's safety to threaten me. To help, Commander Wei made a wager with the royals, using this guild challenge as the stage. If I win, they have to back off for good. That's why this time, we absolutely must win. We have to shut those royals up permanently. Nuon, Zhu, are you willing to help me? Of course we are. Those bastards from the royal family dared to threaten Ying Yue. I watched that little girl grow up. How could they? It's just too evil. The 2 of them unleashed a storm of curses, their anger boiling over. But Zhu eventually calmed down, asking Kai once more, "Are you absolutely sure you want to team up with us?" Kai was taken aback. He was the one who made the offer, after all. Zhu explained further, the military has a sophisticated internal evaluation system. After new members join, they undergo an initial ranking. Based on their combat performance, they're rated from E rank to the legendary SSS rank. Then, for 2 months, the army constantly reevaluates its personnel internally. If a newcomer is ranked E for 6 consecutive months, that person is cast out by the army. In the initial rankings, Nuon was a C, and I was a B, but because of my stage fright, we're both considered bottom of the barrel E ranks. It finally clicked. Zhu was afraid that he and Nuon would only drag Kai down. After all, this was a battle that Kai couldn't afford to lose. But Kai didn't seem to care in the slightest. For the next month, we will be comrades. When the guild challenge is over, you 2 will return. At that time, I guarantee your reevaluation will be at least an A rank. Kai, are you serious? We all just got out of the novice zone not long ago. Are you sure you can lead the 2 of us? Normal squad leaders are at least level 15 or higher. But Kai, are you even level 15 yet? The sound of red heels approached. Level 15? What's that? Captain Kai hit level 20 a long time ago. Right now, he's figuring out his class advancement. The speaker was Yan, who arrived with Ruin. Kai introduced everyone, and the atmosphere was friendly, but it seemed they'd missed the most important detail. Wait a second. Holy crap. We're only level 9. And you're already level 20, Kai. That's nothing. My next objective is to get all of you to level 20 before the challenge begins. That'll make it easier to deal with the royal family's dogs. Level 20. Did I hear that right, Kai? If that's even possible. If I can pull this off, you'll be a leveling god. Hu Yan confidently linked arms with Nuon. Others might be questionable, but Captain Kai, he'll definitely succeed. So, if we're forming a squad, shouldn't we come up with a team name? Nuon has a point. Does anyone have any ideas? Ruan Yu spoke up instantly. How about the Fire God Squad? The name implies the five of us unleashing our full firepower. Captain Jiang Kai gave the idea his approval. To recharge for their upcoming mission, the Fire God Squad would push into monster territory at the crack of dawn in 2 days. The four of them parted ways at the edge of the woods. At that moment, Jiang Kai's mind drifted back in time, back to the rookie trials, when it was just them, minus Hu Yan, deep in the training zone. Zhu Zi kept glancing around nervously, so he offered some reassurance. Just a few more hours, we'll be at our final destination. Shang Yao, Chang. Once we set foot on Ghost Star again, you'll face the real deal. Are you getting nervous? Zhu Zi's head remained bowed. It's strange. I'm not really nervous anymore. I was just thinking. I'll probably never activate my class talent, the Warrior's Heart. Why not? But you've been incredible these past 2 days. You were always there, protecting me, and Nuon. Even though I fight with everything I have to protect everyone, deep down inside, I'm still afraid. It's just, the fear of you all getting hurt was stronger. So I was able to temporarily suppress my own terror. But to truly awaken the warrior's heart, I need to be fearless from the very bottom of my soul. I'm supposed to believe I'm an invincible warrior, but I just can't do it. Jiang Kai didn't know what to say. He knew that Zhu Zi's class talent, Warrior's Heart, provided a huge bonus to all stats during a class change or upgrade. And beyond that, the Warrior's Heart could even grant the user additional effects in battle, like knockback, armor penetration, shock, and sword E slashes. It truly was a top-tier talent. But the power of those bonus effects depended entirely on the user's courage and confidence. Right now, Zhu Zi's confidence and courage were so low, he could only trigger a simple knockback effect with a ground stomp. The most important goal of their next training session was to help Zhu Zi finally awaken his courage and activate his class talent. Snapping back to the present, Jiang Kai opened his system menu. He needed to use this opportunity to boost his own strength, too. He'd given Hu Yan and Ruan Yu 55 eternal pages in total. The remaining 50 could be used to enhance his own ghostly hand, flying cards, and ghostly eye. Focuses skills. I. Brain upgrade my 2 skills, ghostly hand, flying cards, and ghostly eye. Focus. The I. Brain initiated the upgrade. Excellent. Once ghostly hand, flying cards was upgraded, the armor penetration effect for thrown items increased by 10%, and when using cards specifically, that bonus skyrocketed to 50%. Even though the cost increased by 10%, it was well within an acceptable range. The I. Brain added more info. A gambler is often obsessed with their craft. After a long period of honing their skills, their hands have become preternaturally flexible. Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus state for Ghostly Hand, Flying Cards, Gambler's Time. The bonus state, Gambler's Time. Upon entering Gambler's Time, his release speed would increase by 100%. For 10 seconds, an increase of 100%. Isn't that basically double my attack speed? On top of that, Ghostly Eye, Focuses had also been upgraded. Just as he'd hoped, his visual range and tracking capabilities had improved. Of course, the mental drain had increased as well. He asked the Brain, does this mean Ghostly Eye, Focus also unlocked a bonus state? It replied, in a casino, a gambler needs more than just deft hands. They also need the ability to confuse their opponents, preventing them from being read. After a wall of text, he basically understood it as a cheating state that affects an opponent's judgment through eye contact, powered by the difference in their spiritual. Whoever has the higher spiritual power wins. In short, that's the deal. Jiang Kai was thrilled when he heard that, although the effectiveness of this powerful debuff would likely be reduced when fighting against higher-level opponents. Not bad at all. I'm dying to test out these 2 new abilities. 2 days later, Jiang Kai's group of 5 arrived at the border of King's Valley and the Taiping Mountain Road. This was the territory of the armored dragons, and it was Yu Zi who was the first to ask a question. Kai, are there a lot of armored dragons in this area? I remember they're monsters above level 25, right? It's not just a lot, there's an overwhelming number. Armored dragons are pack animals. Their population in this territory is no less than 1,000. Furthermore, rumor has it there's a warlord class monster here, over level 50. What did you say? A warlord-class monster is incredibly rare. Usually, you might see 1 or 2 elite-class monsters for every 20 regular ones, but you only have a slim chance of a warlord class appearing for every 100 monsters. Our squad is almost entirely under level 20, and we're supposed to go up against a warlord class monster directly. Hearing that insane level difference, Nuon started to seriously doubt Kai's main character aura. Back on Everwinter Island, you took down the Fishman Lord single-handedly. I trust your power, Captain, but this time, you're leading us against a warlord-level armored lizard dragon and 35 elite level 1s on top of that. Isn't this far too dangerous? The power gap between us and you is just immense. Jiang Kai reassures them, because beyond just gaining experience, the most critical thing is to forge our bond as a team. Mindless slaughter teaches us nothing. For our squad, that kind of hunt offers zero growth. Only true danger can awaken the potential slumbering within each of us. Trial by fire is the fastest way to advance. Besides, class advancement materials almost always drop from unique, warlord-level monsters like this. After all, the treasure chest from a white or purple-blooded, warlord-level armored lizard dragon has a chance to drop level 20 advancement materials, like the Water of Holy Union for a saintly doctor, or the illusory core for a phantom drunkard. And the chest from a black armored lizard dragon might even contain the level 20 material for a blood warlord martial artist. So that's how we get the level 20 advancement materials. Captain Kai, with that confident look on your face, you've already got a plan cooked up, don't you? Let's keep that a secret for now. With that, the 5 members of the Fire God squad pushed deeper into the jungle. Jiang Kai took the lead, his eyes scanning the ground for any tracks left by the armored lizard dragons. Zhu Zi, for all his size, was as timid as a mouse. Brother Ruin, you weren't even scared of that elite-level ghostly nurse. But that thing's appearance is one of a kind. You see it once, and it's burned into your memory forever. How can you not be scared of something that makes people run on sight? I guess I was just born fearless. How can I teach you something I don't understand myself? Speaking of which, you know the brew we phantom drunkards make has a special effect. This is a level 2 wine, crafted after I leveled up my skills. It's from the Eternal Estate, but you're a martial artist, the anchor of our team. It's best if you don't drink before a fight.
All right, I'll remember that.
Their conversation ended just in time. Jiang Kai suddenly spotted something. Underneath a large rock up ahead, there was movement. Everyone spread out. One of them whispered, "Your ability to sniff out trouble is truly on another level." With a deafening roar, the ground where they just stood exploded upwards, revealing a regular armored lizard dragon. Since Jiang Kai was the first one to land in its territory, it immediately locked onto him as its prey, charging forward with its massive jaws agape. Jiang Kai was about to counter, but then he remembered his real mission, to train these absolute rookies. Zhu Zi was all muscle, but had the heart of a chicken. He didn't dare face an enemy head-on. If this continued, how would he ever awaken his true class potential? This armored lizard dragon. Wasn't it the perfect test subject? At level 9, Zhu Zi couldn't win, but he wouldn't die from a single hit either. For Jiang Kai, dodging an attack from this beast was almost laughably easy. He could just shift into his phantom state and it would all be over. He decided to use himself as bait to show Zhu Zi that he had nothing to fear. The 2 girls hesitated, but their brother-in-arms suddenly charged forward, much to Hu Yan's astonishment. He had courage in spades. But why on earth did he close his eyes when fighting a monster? Luckily, the creature wasn't very agile and its huge body made for an easy target. He slammed into it, knocking the beast flat on its back. Zhu Zi's sudden success stunned the entire party. Even Jiang Kai offered a nod of approval. But their celebration was premature. This was a level 25 creature, after all. If a level 9 could defeat it so easily, the very system of this world would be flawed. Just as the praise left his lips, the armored lizard dragon lurched back to its feet. It let out a furious roar. "Who dares sneak attack me? Show yourself." The sound alone was enough to make Zhu Zi's knees knock together. What? It's already roaring again? Save me. Oh my god. Just as he screamed, Jiang Kai appeared to provide backup. He delivered a single, powerful punch straight into its gut. "Zhu Zi, I've pierced its abdomen, its weakest defensive point. But it's not a fatal blow. I've done this much for you. If you can't finish it, you'll be a total disgrace." The monster, seared by the blow, wisely chose to target the weaker foe. Zhu Zi, though terrified, drew his massive dragon-slaying saber and slashed it through the creature's body. His signature combo of screaming with his eyes shut always seemed to work wonders. The fight was over, but he still refused to open them. He needed his teammates to coax him back to reality. It was only then that Zhu Zi realized he killed the armored lizard dragon and shouted, "Holy crap, that thing just popped out of nowhere. My fragile little soul nearly left my body." "Kai, what were you spacing out for?" If I was a second slower, you would have been its lunch. A moment ago. I don't know why, but my mind just went completely blank. And what's more, you promised you would protect me. Were you just going to stand there and watch it eat me? And to be fair, he did make a promise like that. But the moment he saw a monster, he'd frozen solid. Before Jiang Kai could finish his thought, the other three ran over. Zhu Zi, you were so brave this time. Back in Captain Li Biao's Tiger Squad, I never saw you charge a monster like that. Hu Yan also showered him with praise. Was that shadow kick technique always so powerful? All the compliments made him grin from ear to ear. Jiang Kai urged them to move on and find more targets, telling Zhu Zi to collect the corpse of the armored lizard dragon. As they ventured deeper, they only encountered elite-level monsters. 3 of them, all level 35, just basking in the sun. They'd found it. The team took cover behind a massive boulder, and Jiang Kai quickly realized the creatures were guarding something. A warlord-level armored scaled dragon. This stone forest provides too much cover. 3 elite-class monsters are lurking nearby, and there could be even more lying in ambush. After all, it was only thanks to his one-shot slaughter skill that he managed to wipe out those elite merfolk on Yongdong Island. This time, we have to be extremely cautious. Hu Yan, I need you to summon a rainstorm to mask our scents. We need to keep the armored scaled dragons from detecting us. Can you maintain it for about 10 minutes? My rain summoning skill has been upgraded. Plus, after all my training on Yongdong Island, holding it for 10 minutes will be no problem at all. Jiang Kai issued his commands. Hu Yan, prepare the rainstorm. Nuan, get your poisons ready, just in case. Ruan Yu, you're responsible for protecting the girls. Zhu Si, you're with me. Don't attack them directly. Just use your earth-shaking thunder stomp. Your only job is to control and delay them. I will handle the rest. A bolt of lightning split the heavens, and the downpour began. Under the cover of the storm, Jiang Kai and Zhu Si charged. But suddenly, from the deepest shadows, a dozen pairs of glowing red eyes emerged. It was just as he predicted. Even more armored-scaled dragons were lying in wait. He ordered Zhu Si to provide cover, and despite complaining about how creepy it was, Zhu Si immediately followed his captain's orders, stopping to cover their rear. He unleashed the same devastating technique as before, sending a dozen of the beasts hurtling through the air. Jiang Kai, for his part, was just as impressive. He launched nearly 10 of the creatures himself. Within 10 minutes, his attack speed had increased by 100%. It was time to test the effectiveness of his newly upgraded skill. Activating Earth-Shaking Arrow Strike, he hurled a dagger straight into the monster's chests, one arrow to pierce the heart, and they instantly detonated like fireworks. The system notifications flooded his vision, armored scaled dragon slain. Elite level 35. The support team watching from a safe distance was in absolute awe. This was the first time they'd seen Zhu Si coordinate his skills so perfectly with Captain Kai. Unbelievably strong. To Nuan, the man she saw today was like a completely different person from the rookie she met during the trials. This type of armored scaled dragon has incredibly tough plating. If you don't expose their underbelly, their only weak point, killing them under normal conditions is nearly impossible. Even Jiang Kai couldn't finish one in a single blow. At that moment, Zhu Si's sword pierced through another elite-class beast. He leveled up from 9 to 10. He immediately turned to brag to his captain, only to see that Jiang Kai had already taken down his 65th monster. Jiang Kai knew he had it in him. The 2 warriors returned to the group, completely victorious. Hu Yan felt a surge of relief. Maybe this squad finally had a glimmer of hope. They hadn't even been on the move for an hour, and Zhu Si had already gained an entire level. Although she knew Captain Kai and Zhu Si were a powerful duo, she never imagined they could level up this fast. Nuan wished she could be that incredible, too. Jiang Kai snapped her out of her thoughts, explaining that the monster's den must be hidden in the rocks or crevices of this area. Nuan, you stay and search around here. The other 4, Jiang Kai, Zhu Si, Ruan Yu, and Hu Yan, pressed deeper into the stone forest. If all goes according to plan, the warlord-level armored-scaled dragon has to be in this stone forest. Kai, shouldn't you rest for a bit? You must have used a ton of energy back there. It's true, that battle took a lot out of me, but it's not enough to stop me in my tracks. Besides, this might not be the only entrance to its lair. That last fight made a ton of noise. The longer we wait, the more time the creature has to summon more guards to protect itself. When hunting a warlord-class beast, you have to strike while the iron is hot. But after 10 minutes of searching, there was still no sign of their target. The team began to wonder if it was even here. Even Jiang Kai was starting to have doubts, despite having already activated his demon eye. But he still couldn't find a single suspicious trace. Could I have made a mistake somewhere? Zhu Si suddenly wrapped his arms around himself. Ruan Yu figured he was just cold, but Zhu Si himself had no idea why he suddenly had goosebumps all over. From behind them, Hu Yan pointed and scoffed. You're just on edge. Seriously, what kind of man has no guts? It was far too quiet. Jiang Kai was still scanning the area with his demon eye when his pupils suddenly contracted. Something's wrong. This isn't just nerves. There's something off about this exact spot. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Everyone, freeze. But it was already too late. A massive, gray tail descended from the sky, about to smash the three of them into paste. Luckily, the monster missed. Otherwise, we brothers, though not born on the same day, month, or year, would have definitely died on the same day, month, and year. Terrified, the three of them scrambled for their lives and took cover behind Jiang Kai. So, the warlord-class boss had finally revealed itself. Zhu Si was still in shock, unable to believe he had just come that close to meeting his ancestors. The warlord's scales were the exact same color as the surrounding rocks, allowing it to camouflage itself perfectly to ambush its prey. Jiang Kai was the first to react, instantly dropping into a combat stance. Nuon, stats. Now, on it, Nuon replied. A system window materialized, displaying the beast's full profile. It was a scaled dragon warlord, level 58, with the ability Scale Harden. It was known as the White-Scaled Dragon, approximately 36 years old, and weighed about 2.4 tons. Scale Harden. This was the first warlord we faced with an actual ability. What's happening? You've got to be kidding me. Did I wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? He launched a relentless assault against the monster. With his knowledge and experience, wounding this beast should have been easy, but the critical hit only sent it into a rage. Still, even a single critical strike like that had to have done some damage. This is a mutated warlord-class beast. The richer their drops, the higher the chance of finding a top-tier item in their treasure chest. But its power is far greater than a normal warlord. The scales on the back of this armored Zhilong have a defense rating over 35 points. They're also heavily armored, resistant to heat and corrosion, and almost impossible to pierce. Not only that, its chest has formed a protective film with a defense rating of around 20 points. It also has the same high heat and corrosion resistance. The team was in total shock. Hu Yan screamed, and that's without its defenses raised. Nuon's face was pale with fear. Based on previous data for armored warlord Zhilongs of a similar size, their spirit power is between 100 and 150. Their strength is from 380 to 420, and their physique is from 440 to 480. At that moment, the monster charged madly toward Jiang Kai. It opened its massive jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Suddenly, a notification flashed, warning of an extremely dangerous beast assessment. The warning repeated again and again. Witnessing the terrifying scene, his four teammates couldn't help but fear for Jiang Kai's life. The four of them shouted in unison, "Captain Kai, watch out." At the same time, the monster slammed its claw into the ground. The earth cracked and splintered all around. But with his lightning-fast reflexes, Jiang Kai dodged to the side. He called out, "I'm fine, don't worry." But inside, he thought, so its whole body really is resistant to high temperatures. And with that armor, even my soul-chasing fire assault can't inflict real damage. Only push it back. Good thing my instincts kicked in. With a strength stat around 400, a single swipe would have torn me to shreds. Thank goodness for the mystic wings I found in the Merman Lord's treasury. They boosted my agility significantly. Right now, my agility must be 60 points higher than its, so if I'm careful, I can keep its attention, without getting myself killed. If I use this chance to push Zhu Si, he might awaken his class-specific talent, and apply an armor break effect at the same time. If it fails, I'll have to keep kiting this armored warlord Zhilong. I'll create an opportunity for everyone else to escape. But if it succeeds, it might be enough to fully awaken Zhu Si's talent. He stood his ground as the monster charged, then screamed at the top of his lungs, "Zhu Si, save me." The words barely left him when a shout echoed back, "Kai, I'm coming." Then Zhu Si activated his skill, ground-shattering stomp. He plummeted from the sky, landing right between his captain and the monster. The beast froze, completely confused by the sudden appearance. A huge crater formed where Zhu Si had landed. He looked around, startled, and shouted, "This is bad, Kai." It doesn't seem to be working. As the realization hit him, Jiang Kai screamed in terror, "Zhu Si, run." The moment he yelled, the monster lunged straight for Zhu Si. Zhu Si panicked and started to cry. Ah, this thing is terrifying. Seeing his teammate being hunted, Jiang Kai swiftly threw his soul-chasing daggers. The attack blocked the monster's path, forcing the creature back a few steps. With the beast distracted, Jiang Kai rushed in, slung Zhu Si over his shoulder, and ran, a plan forming in his mind. For now, this armored warlord Zhilong will definitely target me and Zhu Si. I just need to lead it away. As he ran, someone suddenly sprinted right past him. leaving Jiang Kai completely stunned. Who was that? From behind him, Hu Yan yelled, Captain Kai. Ruan Yu started drinking. Nuan added, Kai, the saliva of an armored warlord Z Long can corrode most equipment and quickly burn through flesh. Hearing this, his face filled with absolute panic and dread. His heart sank. This is bad. It's Ruan Yu. If he actually tries to kiss that Shi Long, his entire body will melt. At that moment, Ruan Yu was slamming his shield into the Shi Long's head. The instant he made contact, Ruan Yu was sent flying backward. Deep in his drunken haze, he felt absolutely no fear. He just casually said, an armored Ji Long, huh? Jiang Kai watched in horror and screamed, what? Why doesn't Ruan Yu think the Si Long is a beautiful woman this time? I thought he was drunk. Hunan stared at Ruan Yu in terror, her expression a mix of confusion and deep worry. I don't know. But it seems he drank the newly fermented level 2 wine today, and surprisingly, this new brew could erase negative statuses. A bizarre aesthetic taste blossomed in his drunken state. Ruan Yu seemed completely numb to any pain. He boomed with laughter, declaring, as a male Tich Long, I have long sought a worthy female counterpart, the one worthy of me. It seems the heavens haven't forsaken this lonely dragon. Finally, among countless Xylongs, I have found you. The Xylong, hearing Ruan Yu's passionate words, just froze, completely unable to process what was happening. Ruan Yu then charged forward with fiery passion, shouting, my love, let us seize this moment and make it beautiful. Nuan watched the scene unfold, utterly bewildered. Brother Ruan, does he think he's a Xilong now? Ruan Yu was now sprinting towards the beast, shouting at the top of his lungs. Oh my love, oh, baby, no one can ever tear us apart. Don't be shy. Tonight will be a night of passion for us. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. In stark contrast to Ruan Yu's delirium, Jiang Kai relentlessly unleashed skills on the monster, his heart racing with anxiety. Ruan Yu is too hard to control in this drunken state. If this continues, even if we get a shot to kill the Xylong, I'll be completely out of stamina and focus. Tears and snot were now streaming down Ruan Yu's face, but he just kept on yelling. My dear wife, let me warm your shattered maiden heart with my powerful chest. Jiang Kai thought anxiously. Ruan Yu has completely lost his mind. I can't restrain him and fight this armored Xylong at the same time. We have to end this now. He turned and shouted, Ju Zi, hurry. Right now, only your class's armor-breaking talent can help us. We need you to get us out of this tight spot. Seeing Jiang Kai charge into battle without hesitation, Ju Zi was filled with admiration. So this is what it means to be truly fearless. Brother Ruan is like a god. He then remembered what Ruan Yu had said earlier. Overcome fear. No, that's not it. At that moment, there was simply no fear in my heart. Hearing this, Zhu Zi's own heart pounded with excitement as he exclaimed, no fear at all? Brother Ruan, how did you do that? Can you teach me? With that thought, Zhu Zi made a swift decision. Grabbing the cup of wine Ruan Yu had offered, he lifted it to his lips and downed it all. All right, let's do this. Brother Ruan, thank you for the personal demonstration. I've learned my lesson. After drinking, Zhu Zi let out a loud burp, his face flushing crimson. Immediately, a system notification popped up. You have achieved a state of chaotic perception. In this state, your understanding of your identity, power, and situation will become disordered. The notification turned red. Severe chaos. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai's attacks sent debris flying through the air. Ruan Yu, still completely unaware of the danger, continued his frenzied rush toward the Xylong. Seeing Ruan Yu getting closer to the beast, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan screamed in terror. Ruan Yu. Nuan was also frantic with worry for him. Brother Ruan. The wine cup fell to the ground and shattered, but Ju Zi no longer knew what fear was. He gripped his sword and shot forward, his eyes blazing with resolve as he roared, I am the strongest war god in the universe. Then, without a shred of doubt, Zhu Zi swung his sword directly at the armored Xilong. Jiang Kai was stunned, but a grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, after drinking Ruan Yu's wine, Zhu Zi can break its armor in a single strike. It seems that after getting drunk, Zhu Zi's mind has entered a state of chaos. This has pushed his confidence to an unprecedented peak, and this blind confidence has actually triggered his hidden class talent, causing his attacks to carry a powerful armor-shattering effect. Just like with the Ling King and the elite giant ape, breaking the armor doesn't deal direct damage, but it annihilates their defenses. Zhu Zi, still overflowing with power, roared at the beast, I am the #1 war god in all the heavens. Who dares? But before he could finish his boast, the Xylong's tail whipped towards him. Zhu Zi was raising his sword for another devastating blow, but the tail slammed squarely into his body. The brutal impact sent him flying, coughing up blood as he let out a sharp grunt. Then the Xylong raised its colossal tail, preparing to smash Zhu Zi into paste. But luckily, Jiang Kai unleashed his tracking blades, piercing its tail. These attacks were just enough to distract the Xylong. Seizing the opening, Jiang Kai used his lightning speed to dash forward and drag Zhu Zi to safety. Jiang Kai smirked and said, "Zhu Zi, thank you." Then, as he spoke, he launched himself high into the air. Without even recalling his blades, he grabbed more and hurled them forward, his expression brimming with confidence. "Now, let me get revenge for you." Jiang Kai's strikes all slammed into the spots where Zhu Zi had broken the armor, causing the Zhilong's health bar to plummet. 2,000 damage per hit. The monster collapsed in agony, letting out one last, desperate roar as it fell to the ground. Jiang Kai's eyes widened with grim satisfaction. Perfect. Once the Zhilong's armor was destroyed, it stood no chance against my critical strikes. Zhu Zi, how is it that the final blow is falling to you? Still lost in a drunken haze, Zhu Zi heard the call, and he staggered menacingly toward the Zhilong. His fighting spirit now burned hotter than ever before. Zhu Zi roared, "I am the #1 war pillar god in the heavens. Who dares to be so insolent?" The Zhilong was already bleeding out, its strength nearly depleted from Jiang Kai's earlier assault. It was helpless as Zhu Zi's continuous armor-shattering strikes rained down upon its body. Zhu Zi's momentum was now unstoppable. Seeing this, Nuan couldn't help but voice her concern. "Kai, is Zhu Zi going to be all right?" Jiang Kai calmly replied, "Don't worry, Zhu Zi is just drunk. Besides, the Zhilong's defenses have already been shattered. I wounded it severely, so he's perfectly safe." A moment later, under Zhu Zi's powerful sword strikes, the Zhilong was finally slain. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations, you've killed the level 58 mutated warlord Zhilong. Received warlord grade Zhilong treasure." Wu Zi of the pillar class was so thrilled he burst out laughing. "Haha, I told you. This pillar is the greatest war god in the world." But before he could savor his glory, the alcohol finally took its toll. He couldn't stand any longer and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Hunan observed, "Looks like Zhu Zi is completely wasted." Jiang Kai added, "Yeah, he is." But Nuan, looking deeply troubled, spoke up, "Kai, Hunan, I feel like I've forgotten something, but I just can't remember what it is." Jiang Kai placed a hand on his chin, pondering. "Now that you mention it, I think I have the same feeling." Hunan chimed in, "Me too, actually." The three of them stood in the middle of the forest, staring at one another. It took a moment before they realized someone was missing. Then, in a shared moment of panic, they all screamed, "This is bad. Ruan Yu." Elsewhere, Ruan Yu witnessed Zhu Zi strike down the beast and let out a heart-wrenching wail. "No, my one and only beloved wife in this entire world," he cried. "I thought of you all as family, and yet you killed my wife." Screaming through his tears, Ruan Yu charged toward the three of them. But in his blind rage, a strange scent suddenly filled the air. It flooded his nostrils, making him halt. "Ugh, what is that? It's awful." The words had barely left his mouth when Ruan Yu pitched forward, falling flat on his face with a loud thud. Jiang Kai and Hunan spun around to look at Nuan. Seeing their gazes, she replied shyly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Brother Ruan was imagining that he was a Zhilong. He might have even attacked us, so I just used some of that sleeping potion I made earlier, just to let him get some rest. Hearing this, Hunan and Jiang Kai couldn't help but praise her. "No, what we mean is, you did a great job." Hunan continued, Nuan, give me some of that potion too. It could be really useful the next time Ruan Yu gets drunk." Jiang Kai quickly agreed, "I want some too." Nuan smiled cheerfully. "Sure, no problem at all." The sky had darkened, and the moon was now high above. The group was finally taking a rest. Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu were hugging each other, lost in their own happy world. Hunan was already fast asleep, leaving only Nuan, and Jiang Kai sitting by the campfire. Nuan was holding a water skin. She walked over to his side. "Kai," she said softly, "do you want some water?" Jiang Kai looked up and quickly answered, "Thanks." "Aren't you sleeping yet?" Nuan handed him the water skin and said, "Yeah. Today was just too intense. I still can't quite believe it all happened. It's a good thing that at the critical moment, Zhu Zi broke the armor of that mutated warlord Zhilong." Jiang Kai took the water skin and said with a smile, "I never imagined Ruan Yu's level 2 wine would accidentally activate Zhu Zi's class profession." Nuan's face flushed a little as she continued, "Kai, do you think in the next few days, Zhu Zi might be able to unlock even more of his class talents?" Hearing her question, he turned his head to look. He gazed at the soundly sleeping Zhu Zi. That kid has never been weak. The one thing he's always lacked is actually confidence. His confidence today was born from a drunken confusion, which gave him the courage to unleash that armor-breaking effect. Though fast asleep, Zhu Zi must have still been reliving the battle with the Teach Long as he suddenly threw his hand in the air, mumbling in his sleep. How audacious! I, the pillar, am the greatest war god in the heavens. Seeing this display, Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He almost wanted to take back what he just said. Maybe he needs a lot more training. In the end, I just hope he can build some genuine confidence soon. Nuan nodded in agreement. I'm sure he can do it. By the next morning, Zhu Zi was awake and shouting in utter excitement. What? Are you guys telling me I was really that heroic yesterday? But Zhu Zi's pure excitement stood in stark contrast to everything else. Nathan was in absolute shock as Hu Yan relentlessly teased him. He just had to say something. His mind was still a mess from when he had to seduce that scaled, armored dragon lizard. It was just too much. As she spoke, her eyes lit up, and she didn't forget to give Nathan a thumbs up. Hu Yan shouted, so heroic. Hearing those words made Nathan feel sick to his stomach. His face went pale, with tears and snot running down his face. He gagged and cried out, don't say another word," ignoring Nathan's misery entirely. Next up was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Opening the treasure chest they got from the monster. As everyone gathered around the chest, Kai spoke up. All right, now that we're all here, let's open this treasure chest. Hearing this, Hu Yan stepped forward, putting a hand on his shoulder playfully. Captain Kai, this is a rare treasure chest. I did a little fortune-telling earlier, and your luck isn't great today. Let's have Nuan open it. Her rosy complexion tells me she's way luckier than you. Nuan was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. She pointed to herself doubtfully. Huh? Me? Kai replied cheerfully. That's right. Hu Yan is a master fortune teller. Go ahead, Nuan. Hu Yan went to Nuan's side to encourage her. Don't worry, just go for it. We already profited just by finding that scaled dragon lizard. She stammered. Oh, okay then. The moment she finished speaking, Nuan reached out to open the chest. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted from within the box. When the five of them saw the treasure, their eyes widened in amazement. A notification immediately popped up in Nuan's system. The purple stone was a magic stone essence, which could be equipped to a weapon to enhance its defensive barrier, weighing 10.4 kilograms, with an estimated value of 500,000 divine coins. Next was the white stone. It was a 17-kilogram earth core, a vital energy source for city construction, with an estimated value of 100,000 divine coins. The red, shuriken-shaped stone was a 48-gram blood essence crystal, a key material for crafting and upgrading important weapons, valued at 300,000 divine coins. Following that were 3 heaven-bestowed bones, crucial catalysts for advancing to the immortal tier, estimated at 210,000 divine coins. And finally, there was a 0.6-gram mutated blood essence crystal, one of the ingredients for crafting an attribute secret elixir. The appearance of the mutated blood essence crystal left Kai completely astonished. 1 gram of this stuff cost 1,000,000 divine coins, and it's only one of the ingredients. Nuan saw his expression and confirmed, that's right. At this, Kai's face turned ashen as he thought, wait a minute. That merman's secret elixir I drank before. Does that mean I chugged hundreds of millions of divine coins? Nuan explained, a secret elixir enhances a person's core attributes, and the ingredients are incredibly rare. In the entire divine realm, less than 20 bottles can be made a year. 1 bottle can raise a basic attribute by 10 points and sells for about 150 million divine coins. Hearing this, Zhu was beyond excited. His eyes gleamed as he yelled, as expected of a mutated battle general. In stark contrast to Zhu's excitement, Kai was silently crying inside, filled with regret. So it's true. I really did swallow an entire lakeside villa. If I had known, I would have at least taken the time to properly savor the taste. Returning to the chest, the next item was a bottle of beautiful, sparkling blue liquid. This item made Nuan's face light up with joy. This is holy water. Hu Yan, standing beside her, was equally stunned. Holy water? One of the level 20 pure ingredients for the doctor class. I heard you need 5 milliliters for a class change, and Nathan chimed in, 5 milliliters of this can sell for 1,000,000 divine coins, so this bottle must be worth 3 million, right? Zhu was also thrilled. We really found a doctor class change material. Nuan, your luck is insane. After all, even for a mutated battle general's treasure, getting 3 ultra-rare class change materials at once was unheard of. Hu Yan was probably the happiest one there. With literal dollar signs in her eyes, she said excitedly, the total profit from a normal battle general's treasure is around 8 million divine coins. That means this chest is worth well over 10 million. Seeing her like this, Nathan felt helpless. Hu Yan, you look like a total gold digger right now. Hearing his jab, Hu Yan turned to Kai, then said smugly to Nathan, "Are you sure? Why don't you take a look at Captain Kai's face right now?" At that moment, Kai was ecstatic, with the very same money signs reflected in his eyes. He let out a goofy laugh, thinking to himself, with the previous elite treasure chest plus the Battle General scaled dragon lizard we just killed, our total loot must have surpassed 15 million divine coins. Seeing this, money-grubbing expression on Kai's face left both Hu Yan and Nathan standing there utterly speechless. After that day, the Fire God squad began conquering a dragon lizard lair almost daily. Sometimes, they even managed to clear out 2 Battle General level layers in a single day. With every battle they fought, Zhu Zi's armor-piercing attacks combined with Kai's fatal criticals made short work of the iron-skinned dragons. The only drawback was how much wine it cost them. Fueled by the liquor, Zhu Zi roared with bravado. "This is nothing. I, Zhu Zi, am the greatest warrior in the world." 10 days later, the Fire God squad had cleared almost everything. It was the highest level Battle General nest they had ever encountered. Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu both soared to level 20, while Nuan leaped from level 9 to level 12. Deep in the forest, smoke from a campfire drifted into the air as the team celebrated, laughing and cooking together. Just then, Hu Yan turned to Jiang Kai. "Captain Kai, what's next? We've pretty much cleared this entire area. Another Battle General class monster won't spawn here for a while." But suddenly, something caught Nuan's attention. The ingredients she was holding slipped from her fingers. Noticing her distress, Jiang Kai immediately asked, Nuan, what's wrong?" Hu Yan also grew concerned. "That's right, Nuan, you've gone completely pale." Shaken, Nuan quickly replied, "I just got an alert. A small-scale guild from Lai Feng, one that specializes in power leveling, suddenly ran into a mutated commander-class fallen zombie king. Reinforcements couldn't reach them in time. The entire party was wiped out." Her words sent a shockwave through the group. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The fallen zombie king. A monster that truly lived up to its terrifying name. It was a phantom-like beast from the underworld, known for its horrifying power. A normal commander-class fallen zombie king was already over level 60. That was far stronger than the mutated armored dragon lizard. The power of a mutated commander class was simply unimaginable. Nuan continued. But the mutated fallen zombie king was also wounded and fled to recover. The fact that a small guild could injure a mutated commander class monster proved they were incredibly strong. Hu Yan couldn't help but worry. If they had actually managed to defeat it, the rewards would have been legendary. But instead, they were annihilated. "That's too high a price to pay." Yuan Zhu added, "Yeah, what a damn shame." Ruan Yu spoke up. "But at least they gave it their all." Jiang Kai's voice cut in, low and serious. Nuan, this intel just came in, right? How widespread is it?" Nuan quickly replied, "It's fresh, so it probably hasn't spread far yet, but some of the major guilds have likely already gotten the news. The top players are definitely heading there now." As realization dawned on her, she gasped, "Kai, you don't mean you want to?" A confident smirk spread across Jiang Kai's face. He remembered the rules clearly. Sacred glory forbids kill-stealing bosses, but that only applies to king class and above, not commander class. There was no doubt about it. Countless players were now scrambling for a chance to take on a heavily wounded, mutated commander class fallen zombie king. "So, why don't we give it a shot too?" he asked, his voice brimming with confidence. Hu Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yeah, we've had more than enough practice with that armored dragon lizard here anyway. Even if we don't land the final blow on the fallen zombie king, it'll be one hell of a new challenge." Ruan Yu added, "Without Captain Kai, I never would have imagined we could beat the scaled armored dragon lizard. I'm in." Nuan then declared, "Kai, I'm going too." Seeing their resolve, Yuan Zhu confidently raised a fist. How could the Fire God squad go into battle without the world's #1 battle general, Yuan Shu? "Of course I'm in." Seeing his team united, Jiang Kai grinned. "Excellent. The Fire God squad's next target, the mutated fallen zombie king. Let's move out." The following day, the squad arrived in a desolate wasteland where the ground was cracked and not a single tree could be seen. Ruan Yu panted as she walked, complaining, "It's so hot." She spotted a nearby tree with glowing red cracks, as if magma flowed inside it. Yuan Zhu stared in awe. "Whoa, that's a special-looking tree." Nuan immediately explained, "That's a 20-year-old skyfire tree. Ones that live for over 30 years can evolve into a sacred skyfire tree. When you destroy one, there's a chance it will drop a heart of the fire tree, a material that enhances fire-based abilities." As they were looking, Yuan Zhu suddenly spotted something in the distance. He pointed and yelled, "Look over there. That's a team from the Azure Dragon Guild. I've run into them before. The closer they got to their destination, the more squads they encountered. Ruan Yu also spoke up. There's another party over there. It looks like everyone who got the news is flocking here. We have to speed up. Hu Yan added, we might have gotten here faster than the teams coming from the main city. But no matter how fast we are, we can't beat the squads that were already training in this region. Jiang Kai stared at the silhouettes of the teams ahead of them. He thought to himself, Hu Yan's right. There's no telling how many squads are marching toward the fallen zombie king's lair right now. The teams already in this area are probably just waiting for their own reinforcements. He glanced back and saw Nuan. Nuan had fallen far behind. Nuan was completely exhausted. She thought, I'm so tired. My stamina is still no match for everyone else's. The competition for this boss will be brutal. Everyone is pushing so hard. I absolutely cannot be the one to slow them down. Her vision started to blur. When suddenly, a figure appeared right beside her. It was Jiang Kai. Seeing how pale she looked, he handed her a water skin and asked if she was okay. Nuan took a sip, resting for a moment. He thought to himself, Yuan Zhu is one of our main fighters. We have to prioritize raising his level. Ruan Yu started at a decent level, so hitting level 20 would be a breeze for him. Hu Yan, on the other hand, was already a powerhouse at level 29. Only Nuan was at level 12, but she never complained, pushing herself hard so she wouldn't fall behind. Noticing Jiang Kai's concern, her expression softened. She shook her head, trying to act casual. I'm not tired. But Jiang Kai couldn't help but worry. She had the lowest level, and on top of that, she was a non-combat medic. Nuan had far more grit than she let on. Seeing her resolve, he just made an excuse. You might not be tired, but I definitely am. Let's all just take a quick breather with me. Zhu Zi caught his drift immediately and chimed in. That's right. I've spotted a lot of high-level squads in this area, Nuan added. We should rest up and conserve our strength before making a move. But before she could finish, Jiang Kai explained, Liao Yem Peak, the fallen corpse king's territory, spans a radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. On top of that, most monsters here have no real sense of territory, so they're constantly wandering into each other's paths. With so many other teams searching, we're at a serious disadvantage when it comes to speed and stamina. Hearing this, a worried Hu Yan asked, Captain Kai, what's your plan then? Jiang Kai's voice grew grim. I'm thinking we need to stop this blind hunt for the fallen corpse king and start strategizing. What unique advantage do we even have over the other squads? Ruan Yu had to agree. Captain Kai has a point. This area is swarming with elite hunters. What makes our fire god squad think we can find the fallen corpse king first? Zhu Zi and Hu Yan both nodded in agreement. Only Nuan seemed deeply troubled by the conversation. I can't think of anything. Are we supposed to just rely on pure luck? Hearing her words, something suddenly clicked for Jiang Kai. Luck? Zhu Zi turned to Hu Yan. Hey, Hu Yan, why don't you divine our fortune? See if we're fated to find the fallen corpse king. Startled by the request, she stammered, how am I supposed to divine something like that? Suddenly, Jiang Kai shouted, Luck. That's it. It's all about luck. Hu Yan, you're our team's secret weapon. Hu Yan was completely bewildered by his outburst. Huh. Captain Kai, do you want me to read a fortune or perform a rain dance? Jiang Kai was practically buzzing with excitement. Hu Yan, have you forgotten your own skills? Before your class changed to diviner, you were a feng shui master. The fallen corpse king is critically wounded and hiding somewhere to recover. So, where would an underworld-type beast choose to recuperate? In that instant, realization dawned on Hu Yan, a place with the densest yin energy. He continued, it might not be the absolute densest spot. It's injured, so it probably couldn't find the perfect location. You can use your skills to find the areas with high concentrations of yin energy on Liao Yan Ridge, and we can narrow our search from there. Hu Yan's eyes lit up. Of course, it's so simple. She shot them a wink, her face brimming with confidence. Feng Shui is my specialty, after all. You guys get some rest. I'll pinpoint the fallen corpse king's likely hiding spots. A wave of relief washed over the team, but a short while later, Jiang Kai was lost in thought again, a distant look in his eyes. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was Zhu Zi. What's got you looking so serious? You didn't even hear me walk up. Jiang Kai replied calmly, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how Nuan already unlocked her level 20 class change materials. I know the formula for mine, but I have no idea where to find the components. Zhu Zi clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. Kai, you already figured out your formula? That's awesome. What are the materials? Are they super rare? Jiang Kai's expression darkened. It's not that they're rare, it's that I can't even comprehend what they are. I found the special level 20 class change formula in the secret dungeon beneath Yongdong Island, the one with the siren boss. After deciphering the cryptic text, I learned the ingredients are water from an unknown source, and fire born from the void, earth that is untethered, and metal that is ever-changing. Zhu Zi was completely baffled. Wait a minute. Water from an unknown source, and fire born from the void? Kai, are you sure that's a formula and not some kind of twisted riddle? Jiang Kai replied firmly, it's the only one of its kind. There's no mistake. It just makes no sense at all. I thought maybe water from an unknown source meant rain. But what about the rest? Zhu Zi continued, unknown source. Hey, that actually sounds plausible. So what about fire born from the void? Do you think it could be talking about Liao Yan Ridge? Liao Yan Ridge? Jiang Kai was intrigued. Zhu Zi pressed on. Yeah, they say there are no flames there, but the heat is absolutely unbearable. It's like a natural furnace. Doesn't that sound mysterious enough? Hearing that, Jiang Kai had to agree. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. But suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind them. Well, if it isn't the petty punk who got dog lucky back on Yongdong Island, Jiang Kai himself. The sudden taunt made both men freeze. A sudden voice made everyone flinch and spin around. The source was an imposing, battle-hardened squad. Every last one of them was at least level 40. Their arrogant leader spoke, well, talk about a small world. Seeing this man, Zhu Zi was immediately confused. He leaned in close and whispered, what's he talking about? Kai, do you have some kind of beef with these tough-looking guys? Kai calmly replied, I've never met them. But judging by the way they're itching for a fight, they must be with the royals. Zhu Zi's anger flared. The royals, huh? In that case, I'll have to teach them a proper lesson. Jiang Kai calmly held him back. Don't be reckless. Our target right now is the mutated fallen corpse king. We can't afford a fight right now. He then turned to the opposing group and said, I'm Jiang Kai. Is there a problem? Hearing this, one of them sneered. A problem? You murdered a member of my Eagle Squad 5. Not only that, but you ambushed and killed young Master Huang while we were hunting the Merman Lord. Jiang Kai, oh Jiang Kai, you really have a death wish, don't you? He leaned in, his face inches from Kai's, a smug and victorious look in his eyes. Zhu Zi scoffed. Jiang Kai didn't ambush Huang Wei. In fact, it was Huang Wei who brought 4 of his cronies to attack him. And yet, in the end, Jiang Kai wiped the floor with every single one of them. The red-haired woman, Li, flew into a rage at his words. She flicked her wrist towards him and yelled, Our captain is speaking with Jiang Kai. What gives a dog like you the right to bark? Seeing the rock hurtling toward them, Jiang Kai instantly activated a skill, shattering it in midair. A sense of dread washed over him. These people were clearly determined to start something today. It seemed this battle was inevitable. Suddenly, Nuan stormed forward from behind, her voice filled with fury. Xu Feichang, what do you think you're doing? Are you really planning to attack us right here and now? Jiang Kai was taken aback, thinking to himself, they know Nuan. Xu Feichang was puzzled to see her. Su Nuan, aren't you supposed to be with the military? Why are you with Jiang Kai? She shot back without hesitation. I'm a member of Team Fire God now. Jiang Kai is my captain. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I will not stand by and watch. Ruan Yu chimed in. That's right. Seeing this, one of Su Feichang's teammates whispered a warning. Captain, her older sister works directly under Wei Ying. Finding the fallen corpse king is our priority. We shouldn't be making unnecessary trouble right now. Xu Feichang seemed to agree. He sheathed his sword and said, Consider yourselves lucky today. I won't touch you. Still, I never figured you for the type to hide behind a woman, Jiang Kai, using her as your personal shield. His words struck a nerve, and rage simmered deep within Jiang Kai. Xu Feichang and his team turned to leave, but he couldn't resist one last taunt. Oh, that's right. You're a fan of those throwing daggers, aren't you? It figures. A coward like you would only use such a deceitful weapon. But remember this, the next time we meet. Before I kill you, I won't just destroy your daggers. I'll sever both of your arms. As he spoke, a triumphant and twisted grin spread across his face. A crazed light filled his eyes. Hearing this threat, pure fury surged through Jiang Kai, but he gritted his teeth and held it back. Seeing the look on his face, Xu Feichang and his squad burst into mocking laughter. Hard to believe Eagle Squad 5 actually lost to a guy like this. This was too much for Zhu Zi, who growled in anger. That's going too far, but Jiang Kai calmed him. Now's not the time. Let them go. He then turned to Nuan and asked, Nuan, what can you tell me about that guy, Xu Feichang? She quickly replied, I know a little. He used to live in the military district, too. I heard he advanced from martial disciple to fighter over half a year ago. By now, his actual combat power could be on par with an inheritor. The 3 of them gasped in shock at the news. An inheritor? One of them asked. Jiang Kai explained, The martial path is highly valued by the military. They're the four main job classes before you can become superhuman, and they have a long history. From level 1 to 20, you're considered a martial disciple. From level 21 to 40, you're known as a fighter. From 41 to 60, you become an inheritor. And from levels 61 to 80, you're an ancient martialist. To think Xu Feichang's strength could already match an inheritor's. Nuan nodded. He's also on very good terms with the royal brothers. Oh, and I heard his speed and agility are off the charts. Everyone needs to be careful. A dark premonition surfaced in Jiang Kai's mind. He had a strong feeling that he would face this man again in the upcoming Guild Challenge tournament. Just then, Hu Yan returned. She shouted excitedly, "Captain Kai, I've finished the calculations. There are a total of 3 locations that fit our conditions. The first location is the Twilight Monastery, northwest of Blazing Ridge. It's incredibly close to the Fallen Corpse King's territory. The second location is Shady Mountain Lake, due south of Liao Ridge. That lake has a sinister aura, and it's a place where anything can happen, closest to the main city. The other option was a low-lying hollow due west of Liaoyan Ridge, an infamous, nameless place you had to cross a small hill to reach." Jiang Kai listened, sinking deep into thought. Just then, Zhu Zi spoke up, insisting the Fallen Corpse King would definitely rush back to its nest. "So, how about we try our luck at the Twilight Mausoleum?" But Jiang Kai calmly refused. "No, we're going to the valley." His decision surprised everyone. He explained, "The Twilight Mausoleum is close to its territory, but countless other teams probably have the same idea. By the time we get there, the place will have already been picked clean. Even if the king is there, we'd likely leave empty-handed. As for Yinshan Lake, its negative aura isn't as strong as the mausoleums, and it's not as quiet as the valley. Plus, being so close to the city, plenty of people will be heading there first. But the valley, even though it's separated by a mountain range, which might seem like a difficult hiding spot for an injured corpse king, that very fact might cause most explorers to overlook it completely. So, all things considered, let's gamble on the valley. We'll be the first ones there." 2 hours later, the team arrived at the nameless valley. Jiang Kai scanned the area. "So this is the place?" Zhu Zi shivered uncontrollably. "This damned place. I don't need a geomancer to tell me this whole valley is radiating a deathly aura." Ruan Yu added, "But this area is huge. If the Fallen Corpse King is injured and hiding here, finding it will be incredibly difficult. We don't just have to find it. We have to take it down before anyone else discovers this location. The difficulty is no joke." Jiang Kai explained his logic. Because the Fallen Corpse King is afraid of being discovered and wants to hide while it heals, it will definitely choose the most concealed spots, something like a cave or a tomb. Hearing this, Nuan pulled out a bunch of potions. "These are something I prepared back when I was fighting with the army. They reduce the effects of toxins from Hell System monsters. The effect only lasts for half a day, but it might give us the edge we need in this situation." A smile broke across Jiang Kai's face. "All right then. Everyone, drink Nuan's potion. After that, we'll scout the area for any hidden cave." The team agreed in unison, their spirits lifted. "Right." After walking for a while, an exhausted Zhu Zi called out, "Kai, I can't go on anymore. Can we just rest for a bit before we go deeper?" Jiang Kai turned back. "Zhu Zi, don't fall behind. Keep up." Nuan added, "He's right, Zhu Zi. What if the Fallen Corpse King suddenly jumps out? You need to get over here, now." Nuan's words made Zhu Zi's face turn pale with fright. He stammered, "Suddenly jump out? No way. I thought it was injured and hiding." Seeing Zhu Zi's terrified expression, Hu Yan decided to tease him, her voice turning creepy. She said, "What if? Maybe the mutating Corpse King got hungry while it was healing, and it just so happens to smell some fresh humans nearby." At that, he imagined a monstrous beast lunging from behind. He squeezed his eyes shut and sprinted forward, screaming, I'm coming. Wait for me." Jiang Kai saw this and gently chided, "Hu Yan, Zhu Zi is timid. Don't scare him like that." She shot back, "Zhu Zi is clearly skilled. His only weakness is his cowardice, so he needs to train it out of him." As Zhu Zi was frantically running, he tripped over a rock and fell flat on his face with a painful shout. "Ah!" Worried, everyone rushed to his side. Zhu Zi, are you all right?" Before Zhu Zi could answer, his eyes suddenly shot wide open, filled with pure terror. He scrambled backward, pointing a trembling finger. "Wait, everyone. Look over there. What is that?" In front of the group was a tomb, pulsing with a terrifyingly dense, dark aura. Hu Yan spoke, "An abandoned tomb. It's so well hidden, we could have walked right past it and never noticed." Ruan Yu voiced her doubt. "But this tomb is tiny. How could a commander-level Fallen Corpse King possibly fit inside?" Suddenly, A cracking sound echoed from the tomb itself. The noise grew louder and louder. Realizing the danger, Jiang Kai yelled, "This is bad. It's in there. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, Nuan, fall back now." Hearing the command, the three women immediately retreated. At that exact moment, an eerie green light erupted from the tomb, spreading through cracks along the cliff face. Sensing disaster, Jiang Kai leaped into a nearby tree. He shouted to Zhu Zi, "I'll hold its attention head on. You get into the shadows and prepare to strike." Zhu Zi quickly responded, "Got it." As he spoke, he began to activate his skills. The ground beneath them had shattered completely, with blinding green light pouring out from every fissure. Seeing this, Jiang Kai shouted a final order to Zhu Zi. "If you can't block it, then run. Don't try to be a hero. I'll use Soul Chase to pin it down." Zhu Tu barely had time to agree. "All right," he said. Just then, a massive hand burst from the earth below. Seeing this, Zhu Tu began to panic, his voice trembling. The pressure. It's overwhelming. The mutated, Commander-class Fallen Corpse King, a level 65 monster, had emerged, its colossal form radiating a chilling, dark energy. The sight alone was enough to inspire terror. With its first breath on the surface, the monster let out a deafening roar. The entire team froze, staring up at the massive Corpse King, and muttered in unison, "It's here." The Fallen Corpse King's gaze locked onto Zhu Tu. His face went pale with fear as he screamed, You stay away from me." His mind raced with pure dread. "Oh my god, this thing is horrifying." The Corpse King opened its massive maw, targeting its prey. It unleashed consecutive rings of dark energy, a powerful force that sent Zhu Tu flying backward. He was completely shocked, shouting, "Damn it, the Fallen Corpse King must still be injured. There's a patch of skin on its chest that hasn't healed. You could see the blood vessels pulsing beneath." Meanwhile, Zhu Tu was losing his nerve. "Oh no, this is bad. I can't hold on." As he spoke, he pulled out a mug of beer and chugged it down. He slammed the empty mug on the ground, and in that instant, all fear vanished. He roared with newfound courage. "I don't care if you're a demon or a devil. I am the world's #1 god of war." With that declaration, Zhu Tu raised his sword high and charged toward the Fallen Corpse King, slashing across the monster's shoulder. But suddenly, his sword became lodged in its flesh. He couldn't pull it out. Man and monster stared at each other, completely dumbfounded. In his drunken state, Zhu Tu let out a loud burp, an act that instantly infuriated the Fallen Corpse King. Watching from behind a tree, Gu grew anxious. "This is bad. Zhu Tu's sword is stuck." Seeing the opening, Jiang Kai leaped down from the branches. He sprinted toward the beast, his face etched with alarm, yelling, "The situation's critical. Zhu Tu, get out of there." The Corpse King let out a furious roar, the force knocking Zhu Tu completely off balance and sending him flying several meters. His body slammed against a tree, finally stopping his momentum. But the monster wasn't finished. It roared again, raising its massive arm. It was preparing to unleash another devastating blow. But Jiang Kai had already closed the distance, taunting, "What's the rush? Your opponent is me." He then hurled several soul-chasing talismans at the beast. The attacks exploded one after another, striking the Fallen Corpse King with relentless force. Seizing the opportunity, Nuan Gu and Hu Yan rushed to help Zhu Tu. "Let's get out of here. Nuan, I'm back." As Hu Yan supported Zhu Tu, she said, "This is a huge opportunity for us." This Fallen Corpse King was already severely wounded. With Captain Kai on the move, won't it be crushed to dust? But Nuningju looked worried. But Zhu Tu's sword didn't even faze it. "I don't think this is going to be so simple." Just then, Nuan's expression turned grim. Hu Yan turned to her. Nuan, what is it?" Then, Hu Yan saw it too, and her face went pale. Her eyes widened in absolute terror as she stammered, "Whoa, what is this? Can this Fallen Corpse King not be killed?" On the system panel, the boss skill was clear. Undead Revival. When the Fallen Corpse King receives fatal damage, its inner soul power will restore it. This drastically reduces incoming damage and rapidly accelerates wound recovery. Not only that, the massive wound on its chest was already closing. The Fallen Corpse King, now enraged, threw a devastating punch toward Jiang Kai. He hastily retreated to dodge the blow, thinking, "This Corpse King. Its armor is broken and it's heavily injured. Yet even after my continuous attacks, it's still standing. It's unbelievably strong." Just then, Nuan shouted a warning from behind him. "Kai, you have to pierce the mutated Corpse King's heart. Otherwise, no matter how much damage its body takes, it will just regenerate." Hearing this, Jiang Kai finally understood. He thought, "So that's how it is. No wonder we couldn't kill it. I have to pierce its heart completely." The Fallen Corpse King's gaze shifted, now locked onto Nuan. Once again, it let out a low growl, trying to instill fear in its new target. The Corpse King then charged straight for Nuon Nuon. Seeing this, Jiang Kai screamed from a distance, Nuon Nuon. But it was a feint. The monster suddenly changed direction, turning back to him. It slammed its massive fist straight into the ground. Instantly, something began tunneling beneath the earth, moving directly toward him, as Jiang Kai could only watch in confusion. What is this? In the next moment, the monster's arm burst from the ground below. It moved so fast that he was caught before he could react. He was trapped firmly in its grasp. Who would have guessed its arm could stretch so impossibly far? Jiang Kai was already severely injured. The pain was immense. I think my bones are broken. A feint, a classic misdirection. There's no way to escape. The fallen Corpse King opened its enormous, gaping mouth, and its tongue shot out, trying to swallow him whole. Hu Yan watched in horror. Captain Kai. Zhu Tu's eyes once again blazed with a drunken fury. He grabbed his sword and charged forward again, roaring, "You beast! How dare you harm a member of my squad?" A victory? Not so fast. The fallen Corpse King unleashed a deadly cloud of bone-corroding mist, aimed directly at the charging Zhu Zi. Even a slight exposure made Nuon Nuon's body seize with pain. She gasped out a warning, her voice strained. "That's a black-purple poison mist. Zhu Zi, be careful." A cold dread filled her heart. Poisonous assaults were one of the fallen Corpse King's deadliest, most mastered techniques. The rule was simple. The darker the mist, the more lethal the poison. Typically, a commander-class Corpse King produced a deep green fog, a toxin so potent it could melt the flesh from an explorer's bones in less than 1 minute. But the mist from a King-class boss was pitch black. For any normal adventurer, a single touch meant instant death. And this mutated commander, even while wounded, could still unleash a variation of it. This black-purple mist was something in between. While not instantly fatal, its toxicity had to be absolutely horrifying. The antidotes I prepared, they'd be utterly useless against this. No wonder it wiped out that entire elite team, even in its weakened state. Zhu Zi was now facing the Corpse King head-on. But the gap in their power was a chasm. He wouldn't last long. As she stood there, paralyzed by the horrifying realization, a voice suddenly boomed from behind her. "You dare touch Captain Kai. Not on my watch." Nuon Nuon jumped. Wait, that voice. It was Ruan Yu. Chugging from a flask to fuel his courage, he charged forward, roaring at the top of his lungs. "My name is Ruan Yu, and I've never backed down from anyone." Seeing his reckless charge, Nuon Nuon cried out from behind to stop him. "Brother Ruan." But before she could move, a firm hand gripped her arm. It was Hu Yan, who warned her, "Don't be reckless. Stay back. That purple mist is no joke. You're the medic, Nuon Nuon. You might be our last hope." Hearing this, Nuon Nuon stammered. "Okay, but..." Hu Yan offered a reassuring smile and asked, "What's wrong?" "From now on, you have to protect yourself, no matter what." Nuon Nuon looked at her, confused. "Protect myself?" Before Nuon Nuon could even process her words, Hu Yan turned and sprinted towards the fight. A wave of panic washed over her as she screamed, "Hu Yan, wait! What are you doing?" "Hu Yan." Hearing her cry, Hu Yan glanced back with a brave smile. "Stay back. It's too dangerous. The poison's range is massive. I have to get in close to summon my rain spear and wash this toxin away." Nuon Nuon's eyes darted around. Everyone was fighting. She was the only one left behind, utterly alone. A tremor of fear ran through her. Everyone. They're all risking their lives. But why? Why can't I, their medic, do anything at all? Ever since she was a child, her older sister had shielded her from every danger. She had grown up in that protective embrace, accustomed to relying on her sister for everything. But then one day, the fiend crystals descended from the sky, and with them came the spirit beasts, appearing all across the globe. Only those humans who passed the trials of the fiend gods and became the awakened had any hope of fighting back against the beasts that invaded our home. That all changed the day my father died on the battlefield, a casualty of the war against the beasts, lost because of a lack of medical supplies. It felt like I grew up in a single night. From that moment, I vowed to join the military, to become the unshakable support my comrades needed on the front lines. During my first few days inside the Fiend Crystal trials, when I felt completely alone and helpless, I met Zhu Zi and Kai. Our teamwork in battle was flawless. Under Kai's leadership, both Zhu Zi and I were recruited by the military for our outstanding rookie records. At last, just like my sister before me, my dream of joining the military had come true. I thought I had finally taken the first real step towards achieving my goal. But it was only after joining the military that I realized the crushing gap between my abilities and everyone else's. I trained relentlessly, but my rank was stuck at class. I tried to comfort Zhu Zi, whose results weren't much better, telling him not to worry. But the truth was, I was even more disappointed than he was. Could I ever truly become the amazing medic I wanted to be? Did I even have the right to protect them? Just like right now, watching my best friends fight for their very lives, while I could do nothing but hide behind them, just as I once hid behind my sister. I was beginning to doubt if I ever should have become a medic at all. As she was lost in this spiral of self-reproach, the fallen Corpse King unleashed another wave of its deathly purple mist, which billowed out in every direction. Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu threw themselves forward, using their own bodies as shields against the toxic tide. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was still trapped in the monster's unyielding grip. Even then, his only concern was for his team, forcing out their names: Zhu Zi, Ruan Yu. Seeing her captain, battered and broken, snapped Nuan out of her despair. It was Kai's voice. At that exact moment, the force of the blast became too much. Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu were sent flying, crashing violently against the trees. Panic seized her as she cried out, "Zhu Zi, brother Ruan." She immediately rushed to their sides to check their injuries. The sight of their wounds made her blood run cold. Less than a minute in the mist, and the corrosion was already this severe. Calm down, Su Nuan. Nuan focused. Saving them is the priority. Then, she reached out, her healing arts mending both of their wounds. As she worked, the sky suddenly cracked with lightning as dark clouds began to gather. Instantly, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. The first drops of rain began to fall. The cleansing downpour began washing away the fallen Corpse King's toxic smog. She cried out joyfully. It's Hu Yan and her tempest. The poisonous fog was finally thinning. Hidden nearby, Hu Yan was pushing her skills to the limit to keep the storm going. The monster roared in absolute fury, glaring at the sky. Meanwhile, Kai was on the verge of collapse. His body screamed in agony. He could barely draw a breath. Had he truly overestimated his own strength, back on East Island, without the arena's skill boost, he couldn't even scratch the merman boss. And this commander-level fallen Corpse King was never part of the plan. He had led everyone here, but now he couldn't even protect them. Was I completely wrong? So reckless? Are they all going to pay the price for my mistake? At that moment, his spirit shattered. He was ready to give up, closing his eyes to await the end. But his comrades refused to yield, charging forward once more. Healed and reinvigorated, Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu rushed back into the fight. As they ran, they bellowed, "I, Zhu Zi, am the strongest war god under the heavens. Who dares harm the beauty? I'm coming for you." Zhu Zi's sword slashed across the monster's chest, forcing it to release Kai with a shriek of pain. Ruan Yu followed up, slamming into its ribcage like a human cannonball. Just as he was about to surrender, his team had saved him. Kai gritted his teeth. How could I even think of giving up? My brother and our friends are all waiting for me, waiting for the better days we promised each other. Everyone is still fighting for our fire god squad, fighting until their very last breath. He lay on the ground, racked with pain and coughing violently. He seethed with frustration, his body refusing to stand. Nuan ran to him, her voice breaking with tears. Kai, what do we do? Zhu Zi, Hu Yan, brother Ruan. He quickly cut her off. Nuan, calm down. Hu Yan is exhausted. This storm won't last much longer. I feel like every bone in my body is broken. But we have to finish that thing. Now, is there any way for me to recover instantly? Please. Nuan hesitated. Kai. Then, her eyes hardened with resolve. All right, I understand. At that moment, the fallen Corpse King used its massive tongue to ensnare both Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu. As it dragged them toward its gaping maw, Kai roared from a distance, "You bastard, let go of my friends." He launched himself forward, delivering a brutal kick straight to its face. Spit them out. The force of the blow made the monster release its captives. Nuan rushed to their side. Zhu Zi, brother Ruan, seeing they were safe, Kai felt a wave of relief. He entrusted them to Nuan. They're in your hands. Then, he turned to face the beast for one final showdown. He remembered her words from moments before. Kai, with my current healing abilities, I can't restore you instantly. This is a lesser Phoenix tier. I happened to acquire it while training with the army. Drinking it allows any adventurer below level 20, regardless of their injuries, to return to their peak condition for exactly 1 minute. But the side effect is severe. After that minute is up, no matter the situation, the user will fall into a deep coma. Kai, are you sure you want to drink this? Without a word, Kai took the vial from her hand. He said with absolute confidence, 1 minute is all I need. Back in the present, overwhelming power surged through his veins. Kai unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks against the monster, taunting it all the while. Come on, you idiot. If you've got the guts, then catch me. Enraged, the beast gave chase, spewing its toxic gas. Kai immediately retreated. He thought, good. The storm has almost passed. I've created enough distance. Then he stopped running and turned to face his foe. The fallen Corpse King once again used its skill, plunging its arm into the earth, aiming straight for him. But this time, as its arm erupted from the ground, Kai activated his phasing skill and dodged it perfectly. He smirked. "You think I'd fall for the same trick twice?" The monster exhaled another cloud of poisonous mist, but from within the fog, 3 of his lethal bolts shot out. Seeing them, a flicker of fear appeared on the fallen Corpse King's face. It leaped back to dodge the attack. The projectile slammed into the ground, erupting in a massive explosion that set the sky ablaze. The monster let out a furious roar. Its toxic mist flooded the area, obscuring all vision. Kai had to stay on constant alert for its next move. 3 more streaks of light shot out from within the poisonous fog. The creature scrambled to evade them. Kai's 3 soul chasers missed, sinking deep into a tree behind it. The fallen Corpse King howled, infuriated by his taunts. It roared in fury, but as the toxic smoke cleared, he was already gone. In a flash, he appeared right behind it. Jiang Kai shouted, "Hey, over here, you're way too slow." He then unleashed 3 more soul-chasing daggers at the beast. Enraged, the monster stretched its long arm, trying to snatch him from the air. The 3 daggers flew true, striking its weak point, the wound on its arm. The limb exploded in a shower of gore and fell to the ground. But its other arm was faster, catching him in a crushing grip. The fallen Corpse King brought him close, letting out a guttural growl. Seeing this, Nuan screamed in terror, tears welling in her eyes. The monster began to lift him towards its gaping maw, but suddenly, its eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Kai just smirked and said, "You rotten corpse. You didn't really think you could catch me a second time, did you? I only let you grab me to lure you into my trap." The fallen Corpse King looked down, only to see a fatal wound blooming over its heart. Jiang Kai then used his gauntlet to recall these soul-chasing daggers from afar, forcing the monster to release him in a spasm of agony. Jiang Kai thought to himself, "Looks like the gamble paid off. That 1-minute power boost really is short." Meanwhile, the monster stared in horror at its own heart, which was now bleeding profusely. It collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. But Jiang Kai wasn't much better off. He had just taken a free fall from high up, landing face first on the dirt. Nuan ran towards him in a panic, crying out, "Kai Kai." With the last of his strength, he spoke. Nuan, he managed, just before passing out. "It's all up to you now." She rushed to his side, once again using her healing magic on his body. She remembered that moment, the 3 arrows stuck in the tree earlier. At first, I thought Kai had just missed his shot, but it turns out that was a trap he set up for this very final blow. He called the arrows back, sending them straight into the fallen Corpse King's heart. Had this all been part of his plan from the start? A sudden roar startled Nuan. Even with a pierced heart, the fallen Corpse King wasn't dead, though it was now paralyzed. "It's not dead yet." She remembered Jiang Kai's words before he lost consciousness. Nuan, it's all up to you now." In that instant, Nuan made her decision. She gripped her knife, her eyes burning with newfound resolve. She steeled herself, thinking, "Get it together, Su Nuan. Your teammate needs you right now." Raising the blade high, she aimed straight for the fallen Corpse King's heart. The monster saw the line between life and death before its eyes. It let out one last defiant roar, swinging its massive hand toward her. Nuan tried to dodge, but its claws still left a deep gash on her arm. Blood dripped onto the ground, but not even the pain could diminish her fierce determination. "You think you can escape?" The monster's roar was a final, desperate taunt. Nuan stared it down. "You dare to harm my friend. Now, prepare to die." Her gaze was fixed on the monster's exposed heart. The forest fell silent, save for the creature's hopeless, fading roars. The next day, Nuan had healed everyone's injuries. Sister Shang and the others were laughing and joking around, but Nuan was still worriedly tending to Jiang Kai's wounds. "Don't move around too much. Get plenty of rest, and with my medicine, you should recover in just 3 days." Seeing her so focused, he gave her a warm smile. Noticing his expression, Nuan asked, "What is it? Is there something weird on my face?" Jiang Kai answered calmly, "No. I was just thinking that you're growing up so fast, Nuan. You're becoming more and more like an excellent adventurer." She looked doubtful. "Excellent? Me?" he affirmed. "Of course." Her expression suddenly turned sad and distant. "But when you guys fought the fallen Corpse King, I was just a healer. I had to rely on everyone else to fight on the front lines. I feel like I'm just slowing the team down." Jiang Kai continued, "I think you're selling yourself short, Nuan. These past few days, while I was busy helping Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu level up, you never once complained and just endured the fatigue. You worked so hard to keep up with the team, never falling behind. And when the Eagle Squad provoked us, you knew you were no match for them. But you still bravely stepped forward. And after I was critically injured by the Corpse King, it was you who decisively stepped up to finish it off. You helped yourself level up successfully, while at the same time healing all of us who were severely wounded. Nuon, you're a healer with almost no combat ability, but I know you have never, ever thought about backing down. You've done so many things that you don't even notice, but we see it all. Nuon, you've done an amazing job. Everyone here really likes you, and we all really need you. Hearing his words, Nuon was deeply moved, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhu Zi and the others chimed in. That's right, Nuon. If it weren't for your kind doctor's heart healing us, how could we be jumping around like this now? Seeing them all gathered, Jiang Kai looked surprised. When did you guys get here? Ruan Yu just laughed, adding, he's right. This time, it was thanks to Nuon. Embarrassed. Hu Yan also spoke up. That's right, Nuon. If I didn't have you, I probably would have been a goner long ago. Hearing their sincere words, tears began to well up in her eyes. Everyone, the truth is, I really like you all too. I need you all so much. 2 hours later, Jiang Kai finally spoke. Is everyone ready for this? All 4 of them were buzzing with excitement. We're ready. All eyes were laser-focused on the enormous chest before them. Jiang Kai grinned. All right, then I'm opening it. As he worked the lock, he thought to himself, they say the fallen Corpse King's treasure chest is filled with equipment, and it's especially known for dropping top-tier gear. This one was a mutated version, making the anticipation almost unbearable. When the king's chest finally swung open, a blinding light erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Whoa! The first item was a level 80 Raging Flame Dance blade. There are only 2 of these blades in the entire Holy Sanctuary. This is the third one, and it's worth at least 350,000 ghost crystals. Hearing the price, Zhu Zai gasped in shock. What? 350,000 ghost crystals? That's 3 million Holy Sanctuary coins. Hu Yan calmly replied, what's so surprising? It's a top-tier weapon for level 80 players. After all, Ruan Yu chimed in, the only shame is that we don't have an executioner in our party. A greedy glint appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. True, but that just means we can sell it for a fortune. Hee. He then pulled a piece of armor from the chest and showed it to her. Hey Nuon, what is this? Nuon looked it over and replied quickly, this is strange. There are no records of it. Ruan Yu added, if there are no records, doesn't that mean this piece of gear has never appeared before? She then pulled out a card and placed it on the armor. Luckily, I can appraise it. When I got back, Zhu Zi sometimes found gear in the army that the standard watches couldn't identify. So I bought a few appraisal scrolls just in case. Instantly, a pulse of light flared from the armor. The armor's information materialized before them. Soul Spirit Outer Armor requires level 60 to equip and increases strength by 24 points. It also grants 27 points of defense, 33 points of dexterity, and a massive 71 points of spirit power. Special Effect 1, Death's Pardon. This can lower the usage requirement down to level 40. Special Effect 2, Soul Spirit State, granting immunity to neurological system attacks. This lasts for 3 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Special Effect 3, Death's Torture, which unleashes a mental attack on the enemy. The enemy will continuously feel the mental torment of being on the brink of death. It only activates after the opponent has been critically wounded. This can be sustained until the caster's spirit power is completely drained. After reading the description, Zhu Zi was left utterly speechless. What? The stat boosts on this armor are insane, especially the spirit power. I can't believe it gives 71 points. Jiang Kai was just as excited. It's not just that, the special effects are what make it truly unbelievable. Effect 1, Death's Pardon, means that even though it's level 60 gear, level 20 adventurers like us can actually use it. And the second special effect, Soul Spirit State, is the true essence of the Soul Spirit Outer Armor. Even though the immunity to neurological attacks is short, if we ever face an attack like a Netherfiend's Sonic Scream, or some kind of neurotoxin, this gives us a golden opportunity to recover and launch a counterattack. As for the third special effect, Death's Torture, even though it only works after the enemy is critically injured, it's not very useful in direct combat, but it's an amazing trick to terrify our enemies when we need to. 25 minutes later, the team was still sorting through the loot. Nuon said, so far, most of what we've found are weapons and armor. While they're all high level, they don't really suit our party. Looks like we'll just have to sell everything for class change materials. But just then, Zhu Zi noticed a small ring inside the chest. What is this glowing thing? He reached in and picked it up. As Zhu Zi held it high, everyone's eyes widened. It was an accessory. This ring looks like it's a very high tier. Nuon, try using your watch to see if you can appraise it. Okay. But at that exact moment, Jiang Kai had already noticed something else on the ground. Huh. He bent down and picked it up. What is this? Suddenly, a system notification flashed in his vision. Congratulations, you have received the unique weapon of the gambler, the master card of the Death God. He beamed. The Death God? Yes. That's it. The Death card, a master card, the unique weapon of the gambler. It has no level requirement, and it's part of a 9-card set. The Death card is one of them. After an adventurer ascends to the transcendent or aberrant stage, this card can be brought into the real world. Jiang Kai shouted in shock. Unique? Does that mean this is the only set in the entire Ghost Crystal world? And this Death card is a weapon made specifically for the gambler class. Plus, it has no level restrictions at all. Wasn't this thing practically designed just for me? Come to think of it, with my ghostly card throws skill, throwing a normal item increases my accuracy by 40%, and its penetration is boosted by 30%. But when using a card-type item, my accuracy skyrockets by 120%, and the penetration effect increases by 250%. This means when I use the Death card, its accuracy and penetration will be several times greater than any ordinary weapon. However, what is an aberrant? A transcendent is a master at level 80 or higher. But an aberrant, it sounds like some kind of title for a transcendent being. Whatever, I'll look it up when I get back. Suddenly, the system interface flashed to life. The Death card could increase the user's base stats by 20%, penetration power up by 50 points, a permanent 15% increase to critical hit rate, and a 150% boost to critical damage. Kai's eyes widened in shock. Whoa. The Death card's stats increase by percentage. That means the higher my own stats get, the bigger the boost from the card will be. Now I'm really dying to know, what are its special effects? System announcement introducing the special effects of the Death card. Special Effect 1. The time is not yet ripe. This is an active skill. Once activated, the Death card will automatically attack a target up to 50 times. Using the time is not yet ripe consumes a massive amount of spirit energy. While active, the target takes an additional 50% damage. However, it cannot die during this process. Kai Jiang was stunned. 50 consecutive attacks, and the target cannot die. I've only ever heard, if I want you dead, you die. But the Death card's special effect is, I won't let you die. So you are forbidden from dying. Special Effect 2. Wrath of the Gods. This is also an active skill. The Death card will spin on its tip at blinding speeds, dealing continuous damage to a single point of impact. During this process, if the target is unable to escape, the card's penetration power will continue to rise indefinitely. Using Wrath of the Gods drains both stamina and spirit energy. Kai felt a sense of helplessness just reading it. If you can't escape, the damage just keeps ramping up. Combine that with the first effect. The time is not yet ripe. No wonder. No wonder this thing is called the Death card. Special Effect 3. Divine Weapons Acknowledgement. The Death card is indestructible. Once bonded, it can be summoned, thrown, and recalled through thought alone. A smile finally crossed Kai Jiang's face. Now this was a useful effect. Not only is it unbreakable, but I can control it with my mind. This means even against cunning opponents like the Huang clan, they'll never be able to figure out my trump card. I can't believe it. I didn't find the class change materials for the gambler, the level 20 advancement I was hoping for, but I found a weapon tailor-made for a gambler. Then a question surfaced in his mind. But, Prime God cards? What exactly is a Prime God card? Why does it say my Death card is one of them, and that there are 8 others? Just then, a loud noise erupted from the other side of the forest. It was so loud it sent a flock of birds scattering into the sky. Kai Jiang immediately activated his demon eye, peering through the dense woods. He spotted a group of people hiding in the brush. This is bad. They're a high-level team, and right now, everyone in my party is exhausted. If they find out we're the ones who killed that mutated fallen corpse king and got the treasure chest, they'll definitely try to steal our loot. Kai Jiang turned and shouted to his group, "Someone's coming. We can't waste any time. Let's get out of here now." Hearing this, the rest of the team immediately agreed. Meanwhile, in a different location, Commander Ying stared out through a glass window. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. He turned instinctively as the door opened. Su Lan entered. "Commander, another nation has discovered a linked teleportation array." Hearing her report, Commander Ying pondered. Another nation? Because the exploration level of the Demon Star is still low, the explored territories of each nation are not connected. Aside from a few unique classes that could access the trial zones of other countries through special means, national territories have remained completely separate until a year ago, when countries began discovering teleportation arrays to the Land of the Lost. These arrays are scattered all over the Demon Star, but they all connect to a single public area called the Land of the Lost. This Land of the Lost is a strange place. First, its territory is absolutely massive, and every 6 months, its entire location shifts. Second, within it are many mysterious, uncharted areas known as Lost Ruins. These ruins hide rare treasures and powerful class change materials for new professions. Third, only adventurers below level 60 can enter the Land of the Lost. But the most surprising thing of all is, as soon as a human enters, an AI system broadcasts a competition announcement. Welcome to the venue. For the preliminary competition of the Land of the Lost, all participating teams must consist of 5 members, with all members being below level 60. Once 80 nations have entered this area, the competition will officially begin. All adventurers will compete against each other in this land. Ultimately, the teams that seize first, second, and third place will receive 3, 2, and 1 respectively. Secret keys to the otherworldly land, granting them the right to enter the Lost Ruins and seek out legendary treasures, Su Lanlin explained, her voice heavy with concern. So far, 49 nations across the globe have discovered teleportation gates to the otherworldly land. Once that number reaches 80, the otherworldly land tournament will begin. Our nation, Shangyao, still hasn't found its gate. We have to secure a high rank in the tournament to earn the right to explore those ruins. The treasures within could very well decide the fate of our entire nation. Commander, are you listening to me? The Eagle Guard turned and stubbed out his cigarette. He gave the order, summon representatives from every guild in the country for an immediate meeting. Su Lanlin quickly acknowledged. Understood. 3 days later, Jiang Kai emerged from a trading hub. The anticipation among his crew was palpable. Zhu Zi spoke up first. Kai, did you manage to sell everything? Jiang Kai replied with a grin. Yep. The moment I listed it on the private market, it was all gone. I also bought the class change materials everyone needed. These are pre-formulated, so just drink them to complete your advancement. Hearing this, Hu Yan's eyes lit up. The spoils we got this time were all rare materials. They must have sold for a fortune, and yet they sold out in an instant. Ruan Yu chimed in. It seems there are more and more wealthy big shots out there. Just then, Nuan added, I heard the military held a global guild conference a few days ago. Right after, their procurement department started buying up massive amounts of rare resources. It has to be connected to this. Jiang Kai's suspicion grew. At that exact moment, he overheard a few men talking behind him. Hey, this year's guild challenge is about to start. Looks like a lot of powerful new guilds are preparing to compete. Haha, this is going to be a spectacular show. I heard the Xuanwu Guild is taking this year's challenge very seriously. They're even boasting that first place is already theirs. Hearing that, Zhu Zi scoffed loudly. The Xuanwu Guild is disgustingly arrogant. Kai, don't you worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely put them in their place for you. Ruan Yu added from behind. That's right. Jiang Kai smiled. All right. But before any of that, we're heading to the guild district first. Zhu Zi agreed. That makes sense. If we're going to enter the guild challenge, we need to join a guild first. Nuan asked. Kai, did you already find one? You said before that because you offended the royal family, no guild would be willing to take you. I thought we were in for a real struggle. Hu Yan, full of curiosity, asked, Yeah, Captain Kai, which guild did you find? Jiang Kai just offered a mysterious smile. A short while later, in the guild district, Jiang Kai led them to their destination. We're here, he announced. Everyone stared in disbelief. Zhu Zi asked doubtfully, Kai, is this really the guild you found for us? Why does it look so deserted? The location was desolate. Not only was the gate empty, but there wasn't even a guild name on display. Suddenly, realization dawned on Nuan. Her eyes widened as she said, Wait a minute, Kai. You're not planning to start your own guild, are you? He held up a card and swiped it at the gate's terminal. It registered the information. A sign lit up with the words, God King Guild, number 319, Sector C. Jiang Kai answered calmly, That's right. The massive gates swung open before their very eyes. Their faces were filled with utter shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. This building is incredible. Before them stood an immense and beautiful mansion. Jiang Kai smiled warmly. Welcome, everyone, to the God King Guild. Zhu Zi was ecstatic. Whoa, Kai, when did you establish a guild? You didn't say a single word. I can't believe you were hiding an ace like this up your sleeve. Hu Yan was also stunned by the breathtaking view. Seriously, Captain Kai. I never would have imagined a penny pincher like you would be willing to buy such a magnificent place. Ruan Yu finally spoke, her voice full of awe. Exactly. How much could this place have possibly cost? It must be at least 100 sacred coins, right? Being called a penny pincher by Hu Yan had struck a nerve. It seemed his frugal reputation was unshakable in their eyes. He cleared his throat and gathered everyone together. He said, Actually, I've had this idea for a long time. So today, while buying your class change materials, I applied for guild registration. I remember when I first arrived on Ghost Star, every guild slammed its doors in my face, afraid of the royal family's influence. Fine. Relying on heaven or fate is useless. It's better to rely on yourself. So, I decided to build a guild of my own. A series of notifications appeared. God King Guild Headquarters undergoing identification. Identification successful. Guild information being verified. Verification successful, even though the God King Guild was only just beginning. The system announced the God King Guild is now officially established. Jiang Kai continued with a smile. At least now we finally have a home on Ghost Star. Everyone was overjoyed. This is amazing. The next day, Zhu Zi was celebrating wildly. Hey, my class change was a success. Kai, I've become a gladiator. Just then, a system notification was sent to adventurer Zhu Zi. My class is gladiator, level 21. Zhu Zi's voice buzzed with excitement. I finally have a second talent, and its attributes are insane. Jiang Kai grew curious. What kind of talent is it? Hearing this, Zhu Zi puffed out his chest with pride. It's called the Almighty Gladiator. It gives me a 10% attribute boost compared to other second advancement classes. On top of that, I get 7 bonus attribute points with every single level up. Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel happy for his friend. That's incredible. Hu Yan was just as impressed. For a martial artist class that relies on attribute growth, she said, that is just completely overpowered. Truly one of the strongest classes out there. The envy is real right now. Zhu Zi continued excitedly. And that's not all. During combat, I can freely reallocate all my stats, letting me switch between high agility and high attack modes on the fly. After the fight ends, my stats reset to their original state. Plus, it helps me learn new combat skills. This talent even has a chance to help me comprehend entirely new moves. Hu Yan was stunned by what she heard. He can reassign his own base stats. If he masters an ability like that, he could absolutely crush any opponent at the same level. And the feature to learn new moves is practically like getting skills for free. Jiang Kai walked over and clapped Zhu Zi on the shoulder. Zhu Zi, with a talent like that, you're on the path to becoming the ultimate martial artist. Zhu Zi grinned and replied quickly, Hey, Kai, I told you, I'll be the one protecting you from now on. Meanwhile, Hu Yan sighed in defeat. She was getting tired of saying how jealous she was. Just then, Ruan Yu approached them, his face a mask of pure misery. Seeing him, Zhu Zi spoke up. Hey, Ruan, what's with the long face? Did your class change fail? Jiang Kai also looked concerned. Ruan Yu, what's wrong? Ruan Yu said with a pained voice. The class change was successful, but I became a drunken master. My talent skill is literally drunken revelry. My strength and agility both increased by 2 points, but my vitality growth dropped from 3 points down to 2. The adventurer Ruan Yu, class drunken master, level 21. Hearing this, Jiang Kai offered some comfort. For most normal classes, after level 20, you get about 20 attribute points per level up. Besides special classes like soldiers or martial artists, very few people get any extra attribute points at all. For your class to get 3 extra points is actually pretty rare. Ruan Yu looked up. Really? Hu Yan, looking skeptical, chimed in. I agree it's rare, but Ruan Yu, I'm a little curious about this drunken revelry. What kind of revelry are we talking about? Ruan Yu quickly explained. The drunken revelry state awakens my subconscious. It pushes me from a state of being drunk into a strange state between drunk and sober. Basically, I think it's going to be... Well, everyone leaned in curiously. Going to be what? Ruan Yu blushed and scratched his head. Pretty. Unrestrained. He. That explanation just left everyone's head spinning. Even more unrestrained? Half an hour later, the group stood before a closed door. Zhu Zi spoke up. It's already been 30 minutes. Why isn't Nuan out yet? You don't think she ran into a problem, do you? Hu Yan crossed her arms. Let's just wait a bit longer. The class change trial is a difficult process, but I have faith that Nuan can do it. Just then, the door creaked open. Nuan stumbled out of the room, trembling all over. The others rushed to her side as Zhu Zi asked, Nuan, was your class change not what you hoped for? It's okay if it wasn't. We can just try again next time. Hu Yan asked with worry in her voice. That's right. To be honest, my first class change didn't go smoothly either. Ruan Yu patted his chest. He said firmly, Nuan, don't lose heart. We'll always be here with you. Seeing them overwhelm her, Jiang Kai stepped in. Everyone, calm down. I think Nuan has something she wants to say. Nuan spoke hesitantly, tears welling in her eyes. I'm just, she said, I can't believe it. I really can't believe that after changing my class to a medic, I received the ultimate grade talent, toxin analysis. The probability of getting this is less than 1 in 1,000. Hearing this, all 4 of them shouted in unison. What did you say? Nuan explained. With the toxin analysis talent, I can increase the activation speed of medicine by 10%. I can also increase the activation speed of poisons by 50%, and it boosts my ability to perceive toxins in materials by 30%. Ruan Yu smiled brightly. That's amazing, Nuan. So are you planning to go down the path of a poison user? She replied, not necessarily, but all medicines have some toxicity. When I'm concocting potions, I can use this talent to remove the toxins within them. Ultimately, that will let me increase the overall effectiveness of my medicine. The three of them finally understood, clapping their hands. So that's how it works. Afterwards, they gathered around as Jiang Kai spoke. All right, everyone's class change results were excellent this time. But among our rivals are many powerful teams. These squads are filled with players whose levels have been intentionally suppressed by major guilds. They were specifically created to dominate the rankings in team competitions, so we can't afford to relax now. In the days ahead, before the guild challenge officially begins, I want everyone to focus on leveling up as much as possible. With a single voice, the entire team agreed. 7 days later, system announcements echoed relentlessly through the forest. Objective: collect 180 elite forest wolf carcasses and 2 battlefield-grade wolf corpses. At that moment, Stone was standing beside Nuan. He boasted with excitement. After 7 days of hardcore combat, I feel like I've seriously leveled up. And he wasn't exaggerating. Stone, the fighter, had reached level 25. Nuan, their healer, was just behind him at level 24. Meet Hu Yan, a prophet class, level 31. And Ruan Yu, a death knight, level 25. Hu Yan smiled. My rain prayer skill is getting much easier to control. But as the team was sharing a laugh, Jiang Kai walked over. He opened his laptop, announcing, the Guild Challenge tournament brackets are out. The whole team gathered to look at the matchups. A wave of shock washed over them. Nuan gasped. What kind of coincidence is this? Their very first opponent is the Xuan Wu Guild, and we're up against Huang Da, the guy who has a grudge against Kai. Hu Yan added, her voice laced with concern. Plus, the timing of the last tournament's halt was suspicious. This time, the new rule states that victory is determined by the opponent's death. In my opinion, the Huang family pulled some strings to get their revenge. Zhu Zi exploded with anger, yelling, I'm going to the military and asking them if the Huang family is behind this scheme. Ruan Yu quickly tried to hold him back. Zhu Zi, you need to calm down. But Jiang Kai remained completely unfazed. He spoke calmly, don't bother. Whether it's fate or a deliberate act of revenge, I've been wanting to face Huang Da in a real fight anyway. His team stared at him, their faces filled with worry. Jiang Kai thought to himself, Huang Da, excellent. Everything the Huang family owes me. I'll take it all back during this match, with interest. The next day, the arena was roaring with energy. The crowd was electric, cheering with all their might. A beautiful announcer stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. She announced that the match between teams from level 21 to 40 would begin in 15 minutes, asking everyone to remain in their seats. The competing teams for this round are the Instant Kill Squad from the Xuan Wu Guild and the Fire God Squad from the Main God Guild. Since you're here, you can head to the stage now. As their names flashed on the massive screen, the arena erupted in cheers. Instant Kill enters the ring. No one can stop them. The chant echoed through the stadium. Instant Kill will make history. Xuan Wu is invincible. In the arena, Huang Da strutted forward with an air of absolute confidence, followed by his equally arrogant teammates. They marched onto the fighting stage like they already owned it. Just then, a senior member spoke to a group of rookies. You girls are really lucky. You arrived just in time for the annual guild challenge. Since you're here, I'll let you watch and learn. Even though your team did well on this month's rookie trial rankings, don't get arrogant. Watch how these veteran squads operate. Hong Chang, her eyes sharp, retorted, what's so exciting about a small group qualifying match? The final rounds later on are the only ones worth watching. Hearing her cocky remark, the man chuckled. Hong Chang, don't be so conceited. You may have placed first in this rookie trial. But among the fighters, in this very match, is the one person who shattered the 30-year-old rookie record of the Holy Sanctuary. At those words, the rookie's eyes lit up like stars. They looked at him with anticipation and asked in unison, you mean Jiang Kai? Up on the stage, Huang Da's mocking voice boomed, where's Jiang Kai? Hasn't he shown up yet? Don't tell me he's too scared to face me. One of his lackeys laughed along. That's only natural. After all, everyone knows how powerful you are, Captain. That nobody Jiang Kai dared to touch your little brother. But does he have the guts to challenge you? Soaking in the flattery, Huang Da laughed maniacally. Jiang Kai, weren't you unsatisfied? Don't be such a coward. His whole crew burst into laughter. Yeah, the Fire God Squad? More like the Coward Squad. But right then, a voice from behind cut through the noise, startling them. From the entrance, Jiang Kai's entire team had arrived. Jiang Kai led the way, his voice cold and steady. "What's all this useless noise you're making?" The team stood strong against Huang Da's taunts. Jiang Kai leaned forward. "Who's the coward? We'll find out after we fight." Zhu Zi immediately backed him up. "That's right." Meanwhile, a military observation team was focused on their own monitors, watching Zhu Zi and Nuan. Professor Li spoke up. "The trial run is complete. We can conduct our evaluation during the match. We can assess the performance of Sun Nuan and Yuan Zhu at any time." Lu Jun replied with satisfaction. "Excellent. But Professor Li, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to add one more person." Hearing this, Professor Li looked at his screen, confused. Weren't we only supposed to evaluate Yuan Zhu and Sun Nuan? Sitting above them, Su Lan chimed in. "Commander Wei also wants to see the evaluation results of one other person." Professor Li's attitude instantly changed. "Oh, I see. Of course. Adding one more is no problem at all." And who was it? None other than the captain of the Fire God squad, Jiang Kai. It was almost unbelievable. Looking at the level stats of the two members with him was just shocking. In such a short period of time, not only had they reached level 20 and completed their class change, they'd even surpassed it by several levels. This news stunned Su Lan. "What?" She grabbed the monitor to see for herself. When they left the military base just over 20 days ago, they weren't even level 10. How is it that everyone who follows Jiang Kai shows such explosive growth? A strange smile crept across Lu Jun's face. He said, "Actually, it's not that surprising. Jiang Kai has always been a very interesting person." Now, back on the stage, the announcer raised a hand. "Contestants, heed my words. Once the trial begins, neither team can leave the arena. There will be no surrender and no admitting defeat. The only path to victory is the complete annihilation of the other team. Is that understood?" Both teams roared in unison. "Understood." With a sharp nod, she declared, "Then let the match officially begin." At the signal, Huang Da roared with delight. "Everyone on my command. Kill them all." The enemy squad charged viciously toward Jiang Kai's team. He commanded, "Zhu Tu and I are the vanguard. Muyengu, you protect Hu Yan and Nuan. Nuan, you'll observe the battle. Be ready to heal us at a moment's notice. It has to be immediate." Everyone who received an assignment shouted, "Got it." Then, they all fell into their defensive postures. An enemy rushed forward, a grin stretching across his face. "Ha ha. I've been dying to carve you guys up." Zhu Tu said, "Kai, here they come." Jiang Kai calmly reassured him, "Zhu Tu, don't be scared. Just follow my lead." Back in the army, everyone was always trying to motivate Zhu Tu. "Zhu Tu, stop being a coward. Your abilities are just as good as anyone else's. Zhu Tu, if you don't show improvement this time, not even the captain can keep you on this team. You have to get fired up." Only the captain was thinking to himself, Zhu Tu's biggest weakness is his cowardice. Can he finally overcome it this time? But in that moment, no one could believe their eyes. They all cried out, "What on earth is Zhu Tu doing?" At that moment, Zhu Tu pulled out a jug of liquor and started chugging it down. "What is that? Is he drinking? He's drinking alcohol at a time like this? Is he an addict? You have got to be joking." But after Zhu Tu finished the jug, his confidence skyrocketed. "I, Sir Yuan, am the greatest god of war under the heavens. You trash heaps keep picking fights with Kai, don't you?" Hearing his voice, an enemy scoffed. "Is he already drunk?" Their team kept pressing forward. "Let's just finish this fast." But unexpectedly, Zhu Tu unleashed a single, powerful slash, forcing the shocked enemies to dodge in a hurry. A terrified enemy sputtered, "Didn't they say this kid was a coward? That he was only an E rank in the army? What's happening?" "I don't know either. He's clearly just a drunken madman." But at that moment, a battle-hungry glint filled Zhu Tu's eyes as he charged straight ahead. "Ha ha ha! Come on, Sir Yuan is here. Who dares to fight me?" Jiang Kai could only sigh and say, "Looks like there's no stopping Zhu Tu now." Good thing Wien and Gu is still clear-headed. But before he could finish that thought, a dark figure launched into the brawl. Nuan and Hu Yan couldn't hold him back. Brother Nuan Gu. The look on Nuan Gu's face was just as intense as Zhu Tu's. "In this life, I, Nguyen Gu, am weaker than no one. You dare to show off in front of our Fire God squad, and I'll be the first to put you in your place." The other team looked on in disgust. "Damn it, another alcoholic. Let's deal with him first." Nguyen Gu's entire expression suddenly changed, from a raging drunk to a man hopelessly in love. When he saw one of the enemies, he yelled out, "Such stunning beauty. My little darling, I'm coming to shower you with affection." The target recoiled in fear. "Whoa, what the hell is wrong with this guy?" And just like that, a terrifying blow slammed down from above, sending rock and debris flying everywhere in a horrifying clash. With his opponent rushing him like a crazed lover, the man could only kick Nguyen Na away. Get the hell away from me. A weary look filled Jiang Kai's eyes. He knew this was exactly how Nguyen Ngu acted every time he got drunk. Nguyen Jiang jumped back up, showing no sign of pain, and charged again. Ha ha! I like a beauty with a bit of a temper. The enemy's faces instantly paled with fear. Is this whole Fire God squad filled with lunatics? Brother Xia, these Fire God guys are total perverts. Hu Yan whispered to Nuan with some concern. The entire audience isn't going to think our Fire God squad is just a collection of weirdos now, are they? But still, it's the only ways you two and Brother Nguyen can activate their powers, and they're only doing it to protect us. Jiang Kai began to make his move. He activated his demonic eye transmission. Right now, Zhu Tu and Nguyen Ngu are both completely out of it. I have to focus and go all out. High above, Zhu Tu charged downward like a deity. Behold my earth-shaking stomp. A colossal explosion slammed down, instantly sending several enemies flying. Too close. Lucky for me, I'm quick. A high-speed enemy seized the opportunity, rushing in from behind. Now die, you lunatic. From a distance, Jiang Kai moved to foil his plan, launching his own fate-chasing daggers. Zhu Tu, be careful. The attacker, as if he'd seen it coming, instantly pulled out his shield and blocked all 5 of the daggers. They couldn't break through. He laughed to himself. Hey, I prepared this shield especially for you. As long as you can't break its defense, not even a critical hit can finish me. Another enemy, seeing that no one was protecting the 2 women, seized the opportunity to attack them. Hee. One healer and one fortune teller. These 2 have 0 combat power. Let me take care of them first. Hu Yan stepped forward. Nuan, hide behind me. Let me deal with him. Then, she used her unrivaled silver ice technique. Massive chunks of ice began to fall from the sky. Everyone in the arena could see it clearly. Look, it's a hailstorm. And just like that, Hu Yan unleashed a torrent of ice shards, firing them like bullets straight at her opponent. Damn it. Who would have thought this fortune teller could summon a hailstorm at will? For days, I've trained with the mystic ice jade Captain Kai gave me. I've learned to create and control this hail to disrupt enemy attacks, and the results are spectacular. The mystic ice jade is a B-rank item. It grants the user a skill that comes with a powerful freezing effect. Another enemy rushed to back up his comrade, slashing through the barrage of ice. The force of his attack sent Hu Yan flying backward. Luckily, Nuan was there to catch her. To think a mere fortune teller actually pushed us back. Don't you dare call yourself my teammate out there. Enough talk. That fortune teller is mine. I'll kill that troublesome woman myself. But just as he lunged forward, Zhu Zi crashed into the fight. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is the greatest battle god in the world. With a seismic stomp, he sent both of them flying. The 2 grunted in frustration as they landed. Damn it, this lunatic is as persistent as a fly. Another one arrived to back them up. Perfect timing. Let's crush this guy together. Agreed. But Zhu Zi's fighting spirit never wavered, and he refused to back down, even against another foe. Meanwhile, Nguyen Ngu was still putting on a ridiculous show. My darling wife, allow me to leave the taste of love on your soft, cherry lips. The enemy broke out in a cold sweat. Are you looking for a death wish? Who are you calling your wife? Take a good look at who you're talking to. The man glanced at Nguyen Ngu's shield, thinking to himself, that pervert shield has incredibly high defense. I have to strike at a blind spot where it can't protect him. Nguyen Ngu charged straight ahead. My darling, don't be shy. The bald man instantly leaped into the air, repositioning behind Nguyen Ngu with 3 daggers in hand. You annoying little brat. Die. 3 daggers flew through the air, but Jiang Kai was faster, using his soul chasers to intercept them. Nguyen Ngu, look out. Hearing the warning, he whipped his head around in terror. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Kai recalled the 3 soul chasers. The bald man shot a signal to Huang Da. Captain, he's used 8 of his daggers. Seeing Jiang Kai seemingly disarmed, Huang Da finally made his move. Ha, perfect. He revealed a super magnetic crystal, raising it high into the air. It began to pulse, causing all the metal items in the arena to react violently. Hu Yan cried out, "What is this thing? My compass. It's not responding." From behind her, Nuan yelled, "My dagger is being pulled from my hand." Even Zhu Zi was struggling to keep a grip on his greatsword. Jiang Kai thought to himself, I can't recall my soul chasers. He's using that stone to suspend my weapons in midair. Oh, Jiang Kai. Don't tell me you really thought we came unprepared. This super magnetic crystal was carved from the core of a high-grade lodestone, specifically designed to counter your daggers. You only have a single dagger left. Do you honestly think you still have a chance of winning? But Jiang Kai showed no fear. Instead, he smirked. Huang Da, I'm afraid you're celebrating a little too early. because I still have one dagger that isn't under your control. Huang Da stared in shock. That dagger. It's not affected by the supermagnetic crystal, but it doesn't matter. No matter what, he's a dead man. He immediately summoned a massive shield to block the attack. Jiang Kai stared at the shield. Today, I'll show you the true meaning of despair. From the observation room, Lu Jun gasped. Jiang Kai is about to lose. That's the Aegis of Titan. Even though it's been downgraded to meet match regulations, its defense rating is still a terrifying 72 points. On the Ghost Planet, the higher a weapon's grade, the higher the level required to wield it. However, by downgrading a high-tier weapon, a low-level adventurer can meet the minimum requirements to use it. While this process damages the item and reduces its stats, its power still far surpasses that of any normal weapon. Su Lanlian added worriedly, I can't believe the Xuanwu team would downgrade a transcendent-grade weapon. Lu Jun added, it's not just that. The supermagnetic crystal and the shield that Warrior just used are also top-tier items that they downgraded. They spared no expense to counter Jiang Kai. Su Lanlian's voice trembled. Then, is Nuan fated to be killed? Back in the arena, a sinister smile spread across Huang Da's face. Flash kill squad, on my command. Prepare to annihilate every member of the Fire God squad. Oh, and one more thing. Kill them slowly. I want them to savor the consequences of crossing the wrong people. While that warrior's weapons are weakened by the magnetic field. Take out these three first. Panic began to set in for the trio. This is bad. The bald man, humiliated before, now charged forward with renewed confidence. You damned pervert, die. Up in the stands, Li Biao held his head in his hands. The gear gap is just too massive. It looks like all hope is lost. Even though Zhu Zi found a way to overcome his timidity, it seems he won't get the chance to prove it. Jiang Kai is really going to lose this time. What was that? That's all you've got. So, Jiang Kai wasn't so tough after all. Huang Da's face was brimming with confidence. Hehe. My flash kill squad is fully equipped with black inner armor. Our gear is immune to magnetic forces. No matter how much you struggle, it's nothing more than the final throes of a dying man. And now, he triumphantly raised his magnetic stone. And instantly, the weapons were ripped from Hu Yan's and Nuan's hands. Jiang Kai, I'm going to make you die. For everything you've done to the royal family, I'll make you pay it back 100-fold. I want you to realize just how pathetic you are. I want you on your knees, begging me for mercy. Haha, but Jiang Kai would never accept this fate, not even with only a single weapon left in his hand. Jiang Kai, just give up already. Do you honestly believe that flimsy throwing star can hurt me? Keep dreaming. But this time, Jiang Kai unleashed a skill he had never revealed before. Devour and Shapeshift. A card, radiating the aura of the Grim Reaper itself, materialized. Huang Da could only stare in utter disbelief. What is that? A wave of shock washed over everyone. Wait, what was that just now? What in the world is going on? Why did Jiang Kai's 9 Calamities Chaser suddenly transform into a card? That killing intent? It's overwhelming. Is that a weapon with its own unique aura field? Jiang Kai thought to himself, of course it is. After all, this isn't the Chaser. It's the one-of-a-kind ultimate weapon of a gambler, the God card. He recalled the system notification. Normally, equipment on Ghost Star is ranked on a scale starting from F grade. But in reality, above S grade exists SS grade and even the legendary SSS grade. And the God card was a weapon of SSS quality. What? An SSS grade weapon? Furthermore, the God card possessed a unique set effect. A set effect. God card special effect number 1. For each additional God card you possess, all God cards you hold will gain a 10% boost to their base stats and a 50% increase in armor penetration. God card sets special effect number 2. Devour and Shapeshift. It has the ability to consume other thrown weapons. Before the fight, the Death card had already been disguised as the Chaser using this effect. The card itself contained no magnetic properties, so naturally, it was completely unaffected by the supermagnetic stone. Huang Da, the one who's going to be on their knees begging, is you. Except you won't just be begging me to spare you. You'll be begging me to end you. Sheer terror flashed across Huang Da's face. Wait, what is this bastard planning to do? Jiang Kai immediately activated Wrath of the Gods, unleashing a devastatingly powerful strike. Huang Da thought to himself, my Titan Shield is a weapon designed to stop superhumans in their tracks. It's just a playing card. How could it possibly break through? In the next instant, the shield shattered into 1,000 pieces, sending him flying backward. He slammed hard into the energy barrier before collapsing. His body went limp, and the magnetic stone slipped from his unconscious grasp. With its influence gone, everyone's weapons clattered to the ground, free once more. The supermagnetic stone's control was finally broken. Now's our chance. Zhu Zi, his strength seemingly restored, intercepted the three remaining enemies. What? Knowing Niu regained control of her shield and charged the bald-headed man. Honey, why are you sneak attacking one of your own like that? So mischievous. Meanwhile, the crowd in the observation room stared at their screens, utterly dumbfounded. Is this some kind of joke? A single, thin card just pierced right through that impenetrable-looking shield. What is the deal with Jiang Kai's attack? How can he possess such terrifying power? Huang Dai's expression was a mask of pure horror. How? How can this be? It's impossible. How could I lose to a worthless piece of trash like him? Damn it. I can't even get back on my feet. His underlings cried out, the boss is in trouble. Go help him. But before they could move, Zhu Zi was reinforced by Niu and Nango. The combined aura of the two drunks was completely overwhelming. Hey, your opponent is me. Where do you think you're going? The more you run, the more excited I get. As for Jiang Kai, he slowly advanced on Huang Da, the card magically retracting into his hand. Oh, Huang Da, the fun is just getting started. The real show hasn't even begun. Jiang Kai commanded the card, and it slashed across Huang Da's body, inflicting an indescribable agony. Witnessing its incredible speed, Lan Lan was in utter disbelief. He's too strong. My eyes can barely keep up. A flurry of strikes followed, each one slicing into Huang Da like a razor. He shrieked in agony. Stop it. Make it stop. You bastard. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Jiang Kai's gaze turned even colder. Still defiant to the very end, he said. But if you think this is the worst of it, you're sorely mistaken. Death card special effect number 1. The time is not yet ripe. A single use of the death card allows it to automatically attack a target repeatedly, up to a maximum of 50 times. Throughout this entire process, the target will take an additional 50% damage and be prevented from dying. The card relentlessly slashed at his body, creating the feeling of death without the release. His agonizing screams and pathetic cries for mercy echoed, shaking the entire arena. At that moment, Jiang Kai's voice dropped to a low, chilling tone. Tell me, Huang Da, he said. Killing people is as common as breathing for you, isn't it? Since you have no regard for the lives of others, then I'm going to let you experience the true meaning of fear before death finally takes you. Seeing this, Huang Da realized he must be from the Black Tortoise Guild. Death itself stood beside him as he stammered. No, please don't. And with that, Jiang Kai activated the third special effect of his necro armor. Its name, Death's Torment, an attack that shatters the enemy's very soul, forcing them to experience the agony of their final moments again and again. This terrifying effect only triggers on a critically wounded opponent, and it can be sustained until the caster's spiritual energy is completely depleted. As Jiang Kai unleashed Death's Torment, a colossal, shadowy version of himself materialized within his opponent's mind. Who's cutting me? Then came the waves of mental torture. It felt like his insides were being devoured, something eating away at his very organs. Arr! Somebody save me. His body felt like it was being ground into paste. The pain was unbearable. Next came the phantom agony of 1,000 swords piercing his heart. So much pain. Why? Why aren't I dead yet? He shrieked, tears streaming down his face. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Kai's voice was ice. You can't handle this? The pain you're feeling now isn't even 1/10,000th of the agony suffered by the innocents you murdered. Driven to the brink of madness, he screamed, Kill me. Just kill me. It was a perfect synergy. The Death God's card. The time has not yet come, combined with the Necro Armor's Death's Torment, creating a flawless fusion of overwhelming physical pain. Huang Da could only writhe on the ground. Help me. Please, just kill me. Watching this horrific scene, Lan Lan couldn't believe her eyes. How? How is he still alive? Damage like that should have been fatal ages ago. Lu Jun replied, his expression grim. I don't know what's happening, but I fear Huang Da is about to be broken beyond repair. He wondered. What exactly was Jiang Kai's secret weapon? Not even he could see through it. Meanwhile, Huang Da's torment had reached its peak. He coughed weakly. Jiang Kai. I swear on my life, I will never touch your family again. I was wrong. I'm begging you. Please, just end my life. But for Jiang Kai, an opportunity this perfect couldn't be wasted. How could he let Huang Da die so easily? His gaze shifted up towards the stands, where Huang Da's father was watching everything unfold. He must be losing his mind right about now, Jiang Kai thought. Up in the stands, Huang Tong ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. After all their preparations, they still couldn't kill Jiang Kai. He realized the truth. Jiang Kai was keeping... Huang Tong shot to his feet, his voice booming down to the arena. Jiang Kai looked up, feigning surprise. Oh, if it isn't Guildmaster Huang of the Black Tortoise Guild. Can I help you? The guildmaster roared, Jiang Kai, I know what you want. Just kill Huang Da right now, and I swear my son will never bother your family again. Jiang Kai sneered, and why should I believe you? Even if he doesn't touch my family. What about the rest of your guild? Don't push your luck, boy. Then suit yourself. Jiang Kai simply intensified the torture, and Huang Da's screams grew even more blood-curdling. Let me die. Just let me die. Above, Huang Tong clenched his jaw. This couldn't continue. Xiao Wei already needed psychological treatment because of them. If this kept up, Xiao Da would be mentally shattered for life. He called out again. Jiang Kai. Right here, in front of everyone, I stake the honor of the Black Tortoise Guild itself. I will personally guarantee your family's safety. If you still don't trust me, we can make a formal agreement in front of the military after this match is over. At last, Jiang Kai relented. Fine. Those were your words. His voice resonated through the arena. From this day forward, if any of you dare to touch my family again, I don't care if you're the Black Tortoise Guild or royalty itself. I will understood. Having achieved his goal, Jiang Kai finally granted Huang Da a merciful end. Seeing his son's fate, Huang Tong could only bite his tongue and swallow his burning humiliation. One of his men behind him hesitated, then spoke up. Guildmaster Huang. Huang Tong whirled around, lashing out. You fool! What are you gawking at? Go find the best psychologist in the city and check on Huang Da's mental state, now. The subordinate bowed his head. Yes, sir. Jiang Kai, just you wait. Just then, a tremor racked Jiang Kai's mind. That was close, he thought. I almost lost my footing. Using devouring form, wrath of the gods, the time has not yet come, and death's torment back to back. His spiritual energy was nearly at its limit. Even though Huang Da was dead, the enemy still had 4 level 40 fighters on the field. I can't collapse now. As long as I'm still standing, they'll have to keep an eye on me while fighting Zhu Zi's team. It's sure to divide their attention. Seizing the moment, Zhu Zi's power seemed to surge as he charged forward like a tidal wave. You pack of cowards. Are you too scared to face me, Yuan Mu, in a real fight? Like a snake without a head, the remaining fighters were thrown into chaos, forced into a desperate defense. They were sent flying back, completely overwhelmed. What is this? His power suddenly multiplied several times over. Seeing this, Hu Yan and Nuan couldn't hide their joy. It's Zhu Zi's unique talent, Almighty Fighter. He must have shifted all of his stats into raw power for that attack. That's the only way he could pressure a level 40 fighter like that. Zhu Zi, watch your flanks, someone yelled. But this time, Zhu Zi's speed was simply monstrous. In the blink of an eye, he cut down 2 of them. What? How is he so fast? Zhu Zi laughed. I already told you, you're all nothing but trash. With another roar, he lunged forward, sword first. The military officials in the stands were on the edge of their seats. Is that really Zhu Zi? He was unbelievably strong and incredibly agile. That's right. He was a true, unbreakable wall. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu, who looked like he was covered in junk, clung to his enemy. Honey, let's get a little closer. I've never in my life witnessed a raging drunkard chase a level 40 fighter around an arena. This has been a real eye-opener. The fighter desperately fled, screaming, You damn freak, get the hell away from me. The bald enemy seethed with frustration. The freak's shield had ridiculously high defense stats, making it almost impossible to deal any damage. If Jiang Kai would just attack someone else, I could focus. But he's not making a move. Wait a minute. Why isn't he doing anything? On the other side of the field, Stone was on a rampage. You useless bunch, is this all you've got? You're a disgrace to the entire fighter class. Just then, someone in the crowd realized something was wrong. Jiang Kai clearly has the power to kill them all. So why is he just standing there? Dragging this fight out gives him 0 advantage. Hold on. I think we've all overlooked a critical detail. Jiang Kai's level is low, and he's already burned through several powerful skills. Could it be that he's completely out of energy? The expressions on his enemies' faces changed instantly as a silent understanding passed between them. Outside the arena, the spectators checked Stone's stats. To their astonishment, the numbers were skyrocketing. This guy, Yuan Zhu, is an absolute monster. What kind of secret power does the Fire God Squad possess? Not only did a level 20 Jiang Kai crush the level 40 fighter Huang Da, but even the once timid Yuan Zhu was now performing like a legend. But no matter what happens, if the Fire God Squad can win and Nuan is safe, then I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Lu Jun replied, Don't be so sure. Huang Da may be dead, and the other 4 from the Swift Kill Squad have lost their will to fight. But this is still a life or death battle. They won't just surrender. They're only holding back because they're terrified of Jiang Kai. And speaking of Jiang Kai, ever since he killed Huang Da,
He's been completely motionless.
It could be a bluff to intimidate them, but isn't it more likely that he's completely out of power? The most dangerous part is, the four members of Swift Kill seem to have figured that out, and they're beginning to launch an all-out assault. If Jiang Kai just stands by and watches his brother fight all alone, then our theory has to be correct. Exactly. Instead of just giving up, Chi Bang is going all in on this gamble. In that case, let's place our bets. 2 minutes later, Stone braced himself on his sword, his entire body trembling as he muttered, "Damn it." Two of his opponents were conferring. Have you noticed? This Yuan guy's power. It surges and then fades. Yeah, you're right. Not only that, but every time his power spikes, his attack speed drops significantly. Could it be? They paused their analysis as one of them grinned with sudden insight. I've got it. He must have some kind of attribute-shifting talent. It makes him look incredibly powerful, but one moment of carelessness turns it into his fatal flaw. So, all we have to do is time our attack perfectly, catch him before he can convert his attributes, and he's dead for sure. And that Jiang Kai guy still hasn't moved. It looks like his spirit power really is completely drained. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Come on, weren't you the one who wanted to fight us for 300 rounds? If you've got the guts, then bring it on. The two enemies charged forward as one. Stone swung his blade with a roar. You arrogant losers, prepare to die. One of them deftly slipped behind him and sneered. Perfect. After we're done with you, Jiang Kai is next. Now, die. The military spectators watched in horror. This is bad. They figured out his strategy. I'm afraid Stone is about to lose. But just then, Jiang Kai's voice echoed across the arena. Such big words. You really think you can defeat my fire god squad with trash talk alone? With that, he leaped high into the air, hurling his weapon at the two attackers. What? A massive explosion rocked the arena as damage numbers flooded the air. Jiang Kai landed gracefully, looking down at his foes. Blasted to the ground, they could only stammer. Jiang Kai, how? How is this possible? He looked down at them with a completely calm expression and asked, curious. The story flashes back to the night before. The night before the guild challenge, Nuan had met privately with Jiang Kai. Kai, during dinner, you seemed really troubled. What's on your mind? The guild challenge is tomorrow. Huangda hates my guts. He'll stop at nothing to take us down. I don't know his exact strategy, but he knows my greatest weapon is Soul Chaser. There's a high probability he's going to target my weapon. Kai, Nuan asked, her voice laced with worry. Do you have a plan? Jiang Kai nodded. Yeah. Remember that mysterious card we got from the Fallen Corpse King's treasure chest? Using that, I'm over 90% certain I can handle Huang Da by myself. The problem is, we're not just facing him alone. Besides, unleashing that card's power comes with some serious side effects. Without the perfect strategy, our chance of wiping out the entire instant kill squad is less than 60%. Nuan, checking her status screen, added, we're completely out of Phoenix Tears. I've actually been researching a replacement for this tournament, but I haven't had much success. She then revealed a single pill, continuing, this is the only demon god capsule that matches your current attributes. 1 minute after you take it, your condition will temporarily recover to 50% of your peak, but the price is devastating. During that 1 minute absorption period, you'll be completely paralyzed, and that's not all. The demon god capsule has another brutal condition. The user must have already completely exhausted their spiritual energy, otherwise, it won't activate at all. Total paralysis for a full minute is already a death sentence. Intentionally draining your spiritual energy in a life or death battle, that's basically suicide. I should try to find another way. Jiang Kai suddenly grabbed her shoulders, his eyes blazing with excitement. Nuan, you're an absolute genius. Flustered by his sudden closeness, she blushed and stammered. What? A brilliant light shone in Jiang Kai's eyes as he declared, with this, I have a 100% certainty of annihilating the instant kill squad. Just you watch. Flashing back to the battle, 1 minute earlier. Amidst the chaos of the arena, no one was paying attention to Jiang Kai. He saw his opening. Perfect. I've taken care of Huang Da, and my spiritual energy is completely drained. Now, time to recover. The 1 minute countdown begins. Back in the present, he spoke to his enemies with an icy voice. It's a shame you won't live long enough to find out. Jiang Kai now stood ready, 5 homing daggers held aloft. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhu was still chasing the bald guy, yelling, Honey, are you playing hide-and-seek with me? The man cried out, Oh crap, I messed up. Just then, Zhu appeared right behind him, ending the chase with a single, decisive sword strike. As the man collapsed, Zhu declared, Remember this, to die by the sword of the world's #1 war god is your greatest honor. Nguyen Zhu rushed over, cradling the bald man's head and sobbing. He then demanded unreasonably, Why did you kill my precious baby? Zhu eyes flared with anger. Why did I kill him? Ha! What a ridiculous question. I am the world's #1 war god. Still completely out of it, Nguyen mumbled. My precious baby is gone, so you can be my new baby instead. Now, receive my kiss. Suddenly, a strange scent was sprayed directly into his face. Nguyen Gu's vision blurred as he gasped. This scent again. Before immediately passing out cold, Jiang Kai knelt nearby, spray can in hand, and sighed. Good thing I had Nuan prepare a few cans of anti-wolf spray for us. Looking down at Nguyen Gu, he thought to himself, looks like I'll need to stock up on a few more cans. His drunken rampages are getting even more terrifying than before. He stood up and looked toward the two girls, calling out, Hu Yan, Nuan. How are you two holding up? Hu Yan pushed herself up. Don't worry, Captain Kai, we're doing just fine. With the battle concluded, the announcer took the mic. I declare this match. But just then, Zhu Zi, still radiating a powerful battle aura, raised his sword and roared. Who goes there? Have you come to challenge me, Yuan Zhu? The announcer stared in confusion as Jiang Kai yelled, Oh, we are so screwed. Hu Yan and Jiang Kai quickly rushed to restrain him. We know you're the #1 war god, Zhu Zi. Just calm down. That's right, you can't attack this person. Hearing this, the announcer's face went pale. Ahem. In this match, the Fire God squad is victorious. Round 2 will begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. After her announcement, she quickly scurried away. Zhu Zi leaned in and grumbled into Jiang Kai's ear. Listen up, Kai. From now on, I've got your back. Jiang Kai sighed helplessly. Yeah, I got it. Nuan, Hu Yan. Let's get out of here. These two are so embarrassing. Coming. Still lost in his own world, Zhu Zi raised his sword to the sky and bellowed. When this war god takes the field, who dares to stand in my way? Meanwhile, in the audience. Wait a second, I barely blinked, and the Fire God squad already won. A relatively unknown team just completely annihilated the legendary Instant Kill squad. I mean, that fighter Yuan Zhu is one thing, but isn't the drunkard one of the most useless classes out there? How is he that strong? He actually chased down a level 40 fighter. And what about Jiang Kai? What in the world is his class? And that black card of his? What kind of heaven-defying weapon is that? Brother Xia, now I finally understand why you specifically brought us to watch the Fire God Squad's match.
Su Lanlin turned to Lu Jun. Jiang Kai. They actually won. That's Jiang Kai for you.
Even with the Fire God Squad he's leading, every single move he makes is completely beyond anyone's expectations. I'm sure Commander Wei is eagerly awaiting the results of the new ranking evaluation. Just then, Professor Li's voice came from behind them. The results for this ranking period are in. Yuan Zhu's rank has reached SS class, model, but since Su Nuan hadn't shown any other abilities, her rank remained at its initial C level. Su Lanlin was stunned. An SS rank. It's been so long since Jiangzhong City has seen an SS rank under level 40. Lu Jun frowned. If he can already reach SS rank now, then it's not entirely unexpected. Once he reaches a profession over level 60, he'll be able to enter the reserve team for the St. Dai Yao War God Temple. The selection model for training potential gods of war is rigorous. To even enter the reserve team, there are two distinct paths. First, you prove your overwhelming combat prowess, showing off your talent in local trials and selections. This is the path most people attempt to walk. The second is to be handpicked by the military itself. After meeting the strict class and rank requirements, you get a direct recommendation following a military evaluation. Almost no one ever qualifies for this second path. Su Lanlin was shaken, a direct entry into the God of War Temple's reserve team. In all of Yaguo City, not even one person a year achieves this. She couldn't believe this guy had that kind of potential. Luo Jun pressed on. By the way, Professor Li, what about Jiang Kai's ranking? The professor grimaced and replied, It's inconclusive. Hearing this, they both blurted out in unison. What do you mean? Professor Li quickly began to explain. Well, Jiang Kai's data is filled with serious contradictions. First off, his stats at level 20 are simply outrageous, but considering his class is still unknown, we can set that aside for now. Second, while his stats don't match a top-tier level 40 player, his attack output shows unbelievable destructive force. In one test, his attack coefficient actually hit 24,000, a number so high, it's almost impossible to believe. As for his card weapon, not only could we find no matching data in the entire weapons database for evaluation, it actually caused a critical failure in our calculation sequence. The only thing we can say for sure is what he showed in combat. Although Jiang Kai secured an unexpected victory, he burned through his own stamina far too quickly, and as a team leader, he gave his teammates too much free rein. He propped his chin on his hand, thinking, if I absolutely have to assign him a rank, Let's tentatively place him at D rank. D rank. Understood, Professor Lee. I'll report the final results to Commander Wei. Thank you for your hard work. After leaving the research lab, Su Lanlin was still deep in thought. There's no way Jiang Kai's evaluation is just D rank. Luo Jun, sitting calmly, replied, "Of course he's not a D rank." Hearing that, Su Lanlin challenged him. "Then why didn't you object back there?" Professor Lee's assessment wasn't wrong. "The problem is with the entire framework," he said. "This evaluation system was built using massive amounts of data from countless predecessors. But Lamlen, have you ever considered this? What if someone is walking a path that no one has ever walked before? Then using this system to measure him is bound to cause problems." Jiang Kai. Just like Commander Wei. "I'm truly looking forward to your next move." The next day, at a pharmacy, Hu Yan spoke excitedly. "Hey, there's an apothecary here. Let's take the chance to stock up on some ingredients for smoke bombs." The moment they stepped inside, the shopkeeper greeted them warmly. "Welcome, valued customers. What ingredients can I help you find?" Hu Yan quickly listed her items. "Sir, do you have any borage root, illusion mushrooms, or dark acid fruit?" The owner smiled and walked over. Yes, of course. We have everything you need. Right this way." Suddenly, Jiang Kai realized Nuan was gone. He turned to find her standing silently before a display of research materials. Jiang Kai walked up behind her and spoke. "So they even sell recipes like these here." Nuan picked up a scroll and unrolled it. "It's a poison formula," she said, "but it's unusual. I don't think I've ever seen green water ghosts at the exchange office." Hearing that keyword, the owner chimed in. "Ah, the green water ghost is incredibly rare. It only drops from the treasure chest of a mutated, general-class water ghost. One was recently found at the Taiping Mountain Path Water Ghost Lake." Jiang Kai asked him, "The Water Ghost Lake? People are actually willing to go there." The owner laughed heartily. "Haha, of course there are. Take ascetics, for example. That class has always been mysterious. They thrive in deserted, high-danger zones. The last one was just lucky. He stumbled upon a monster on its last breath." He then turned to Nuan with a word of advice. "But miss, the green water ghost toxin is extremely potent, and its activation conditions are incredibly strict. Not only is it easy to poison yourself while crafting it, but even if you succeed, it's a nightmare to actually use. That's why, despite its rarity, it's never been sold. I'd strongly recommend you consider something else." Nuan looked up, intrigued. "Sir, what kind of poison is the green water ghost exactly?" He explained, "It's a fatal contact poison. Once applied to an enemy, it penetrates their armor and clings directly to their skin. However, there's a catch. The green water ghost only activates if the target is completely submerged in water." "Water?" Jiang Kai asked. The owner nodded. "That's right. So you risk your life to create it, then you manage to apply it to your enemy. But that's still not enough. You also have to knock them into water. And that's assuming there's even a lake nearby when you fight." Even with that warning, their eyes met, a sharp glint passing between them. Then, in unison, they said, "Perfect, we'll take it." The owner was too stunned by their reaction to even respond. Jiangzhou City, Xuanwu Private Hospital. Inside the sterile hospital room, a grim report is delivered to Huang Tong. "Sir, the eldest young master's condition is far worse than the second's. His spirit has been utterly shattered. He's already showing the initial signs of a total mental breakdown. Urgent intervention is required. The council strongly advises that he stay away from the Ghost Star realm for now. We're recommending a minimum of 3 months of intensive psychological therapy." Hearing this, the guild master slams his fist into the wall, his face contorted with rage. Xiao Wei is still recovering, and now Xiao Da has fallen into this state. He was one of the most promising talents of our Huang family. And it's all because of that bastard, Jiang Kai. "Jiang Kai, I gave my word in front of everyone that I wouldn't harm your family. But don't you forget, I made no such promise about you. The Guild Challenge tournament isn't over yet, after all." Just then, a figure emerges from the shadows. "Guildmaster, I heard you were looking for me." A sinister smile plays on his lips. "Is this about the tournament?" Over the next few days, the Guild Challenge tournament raged on. Some teams, having witnessed the brutal way Jiang Kai dispatched Huang Da, chose to forfeit their matches before they even started. Others fought tooth and nail, but in the end, they too were crushed by the Fire God Squad. And so, Jiang Kai led the Fire God Squad, advancing uncontested into the top 16. That evening, back at their base, Hu Yan speaks up. "Captain Kai, the information for tomorrow's match has arrived." A notification from the Overlord Guild appears. "Fire God Squad. Competition briefing. Congratulations on reaching the round of 16. Your next opponent will be the Falcon Force Squad from the Xuanwu Guild. Their captain is Xu Feixiang. Report to the West Saints Glory Arena tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp to prepare for battle. Zhu Zi blurts out, the Shuanwu Guild again? And that name, Shu Feixiang, it sounds so familiar, doesn't it? Ruan Yu racks his brain. Yeah, I think so too. Jiang Kai's voice is low. Shu Feixiang and the Falcon 4 squad, we've crossed paths with them already. It was on our way to find the fallen zombie king. Just as I thought, the Huang family couldn't resist making a move. Suddenly, it clicks for him. I remember now. It was that crew of arrogant bastards. Hu Yan continues. From what I've gathered, Falcon 4 is their true elite squad. Even though the shield kill squad is powerful, when it comes to actual combat experience, they can't even hold a candle to them. Hu Yan's right. Almost everyone on the shield kill squad is just a spoiled kid from a high-ranking Xuanwu family. They're swimming in resources and top-tier gear. Nuan's expression turns grave. But Shu Feixiang's team is different. They're all hardened veterans, forged in the fires of real combat. Their tactical skills and adaptability are on another level. Especially Shu Feixiang. I've told you before, his speed is inhuman. Kai, you have to be extremely careful around him. Jiang Kai remains silent for a moment, then gives a solemn nod. The next day, the arena is electric with excitement. The Xuanwu Guild's Falcon Squad against the Overlord Guild's Fire God Squad. This is going to be good. Everyone knows about the bad blood between Jiang Kai and the Xuanwu Guild. This match is guaranteed to be an absolute powder keg. I heard Su Feixiang was talking some serious trash. Even claimed he's Jiang Kai's natural counter. Jiang Kai, we finally meet again. You remember my promise, don't you? I'm going to personally sever that arm of yours. At the provocation, Zhu Zi loses his cool and roars back. Hey, you bastard Zhu, don't speak too soon. Remember how arrogant Huang Dao was. The grass on his grave is already 10 feet tall. Jiang Kai smirks at Shu Feixiang. Let's waste less time with words, and let our skills settle this. Suddenly, the announcer's voice echoes through the stadium. Attention, all competitors. The 36th Great Guild War, round of 16 elimination match, is now beginning the official countdown. As the numbers echo through the arena, the crowd goes wild. Look, it's about to begin. Watching from the stands, Lu Jun and the purple-haired girl think to themselves, Jiang Kai, facing the real Falcon squad this time. Can you still create a miracle? The team shouts their support. Zhu Zi, you got this. We and the captain are behind you. But their captain sits silently, his expression unreadable. As the announcer shouts begin, Shu Feixiang's entire squad charges forward, their eyes burning with the intent to devour their prey. A unified roar erupts from them. Kill. On Jiang Kai's side, Hu Yan screams a warning. Everyone, on your guard. Their team responds in unison. Roger. Jiang Kai takes the lead, assuming his battle stance before launching himself into the air with breathtaking power. Hu Yan's eyes gleam with excitement. Hey, look at them all rushing to their doom. Let's see how Captain Kai surprises them this time. Shu Feixiang braces himself and lunges forward. A fiery aura explodes around him as he brandishes a colossal sword. He lets out a mocking laugh. Just as I predicted, his teammates respond instantly. Leave it to us, Captain. Instantly, his squad's weapons begin to glow with a brilliant emerald light. They stare intently, a wicked scheme taking shape. A smug grin spreads across Shu Feixiang's face. Jiang Kai, allow me to demonstrate what true team combat really is. With a unified grunt, his men hoist a massive shield into place. In response, Jiang Kai unleashes a volley of daggers, a storm of steel that mimics a dozen machine guns. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, but the enemy stood firm, their shields deflecting every blow. Jiang Kai remained perfectly calm, but behind him, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's faces went pale with fear. What? The crowd erupted in discussion. Their reaction speed is unbelievable. That's right. Even against a full frontal assault, they instantly formed a defensive wall, completely neutralizing Jiang Kai's simultaneous six-dagger attack. Their massive shields flared under the immense force. Not only did they block the critical hit, but they used the momentum to calmly retreat without a hint of panic. The red-haired man on the other side grinned and charged forward. Let me test his strength. His teammates gave the signal. Furthermore, as the front line was pushed back by the critical hit, the rear guard seamlessly moved up to press the attack. He lunged forward like a wild beast. Fire God Squad, taste the fury of my blazing flame whip. The announcer continued. Incredible. They shifted from a perfect defense straight into a devastating counterattack. The sudden assault caught Jiang Kai's team by surprise. He immediately gave the order, fall back. I'd only heard rumors about Falcon B before, but seeing their teamwork up close like this is something else. No wonder they're famous for squad-based combat. Luo Jun continued, exactly. Although, The individual members of Falcon B aren't top tier in Xuanwu. As a unit, their synergy makes them stand out even in a guild full of prodigies. Faced with such overwhelming coordinated power, Jiang Kai took a step back, his mind racing. This kind of perfect sync could only be forged in countless life or death battles, constantly walking the line between survival and oblivion. This single exchange proved it. These opponents were on a completely different level than the shield killers. Using a supermagnetic ore makes them stronger than ever. The enemy clutched the pulsing crystal in his hand and taunted, trying to recall your soul, chasing daggers. The crowd gasped in shock. Look, it's a supermagnetic ore. The Fire God Squad's weapons are completely neutralized. It looks like Jiang Kai will be forced to play his trump card right at the start of the match. But wait, everyone, look. Instantly, all eyes turned back to the arena. One by one, Jiang Kai's team revealed their weapons, their faces filled with confidence. The supermagnetic ore has been nullified. What's going on? You modified your weapons, too. Jiang Kai just smiled. Surprised? You think we wouldn't prepare ourselves after getting beaten by this trick once before the match? Captain Kai, it's a good thing you saved some of that ore from the mermaid labyrinth. I discovered a special mineral among them that naturally repels supermagnetic ore, so I upgraded everyone's gear. Now, we have nothing to fear from their little trick. Jiang Kai clapped Ruan Yu on the shoulder. Excellent work. He then turned to Xu Feixiang. Let me tell you something. In the face of absolute speed, even the most perfect teamwork has flaws. With that, he shot forward, a blur in midair. Enraged by the taunt, Xu Feixiang charged to meet him. Some little fry dares to lecture me. His arrogance was boundless. Then I'll let you taste the power of the world's #1 war god. He lunged, his blade swinging, wreathed in crimson flames. His underlings showed no fear. They roared in unison, earth-shaking arrow stomp. He leaped into the air, blazing with a blinding light. A colossal energy sword swung down with overwhelming power as someone screamed the order to retreat. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupted. The divine power from that sword was terrifying. Zhu Zi looked around in a panic. Where did everyone go? Just as a sneak attack came from behind, Jiang Kai yelled, Zhu Zi, watch out. He threw himself in front of his teammate, taking the blow. The red-haired girl on the enemy team cursed, furious at being discovered. Xu Feixiang descended from the sky. Jiang Kai, you dare get distracted while fighting me? I told you I'd kill you the next time we met. You have some nerve, challenging the world's #1 war god. Zhu Zi turned, glaring at the girl who had just ambushed him. On the other side, the clash between Jiang Kai and Xu Feixiang had begun. Jiang Kai swung his massive blade with incredible force, but his opponent's shield successfully blocked every single strike. The red-haired girl smirked. Looks like this one is all yours. She thought to herself, this idiot's reflexes are surprisingly good. I underestimated him. At that moment, Zhu Zi's eyes burned with rage. Fine. If you're that eager to die, I accept your challenge. He unleashed his own attack, his giant blade hurtling towards his opponent. Earth-shaking arrow stomp. Finish them. And with that roar, both teams charged forward, ready to tear each other apart. Ruan Yu, he declared. In this life, I will not be weaker than anyone. Fearless, with shield in hand, he taunted. Hey beautiful, here I come. The other guy's anger flared. You must have a death wish. Seeing this, the two women sneered. It's better if you handle this perverted drunk. Exactly. Leave these two useless girls to me. Hu Yan, be careful. The two women on the other side locked eyes with Hu Yan and Nuan Yuan, then charged forward. Hu Yan had reached her limit. Watch me. Ultimate Hailstorm Art Enhanced Edition. Then I'll provide support. Nuan Yuan wasn't about to be outdone. A relentless barrage of strikes flew toward the two women, completely overwhelming them. The red-haired girl gripped her weapon, unable to do anything but desperately dodge the assault. In the distance, the fierce battle between Xu Feixiang and Jiang Kai raged on. Jiang Kai's every blow rooted his opponent to the spot. Then suddenly, the man let out a mocking laugh. So the little brat likes using daggers, does he? Let me tell you, when it comes to speed, I've never lost. He then unleashed a volley of daggers straight at him. But he felt himself moving incredibly slowly. A sudden realization dawned on him, and his eyes lit up with insight. A sinister smile spread across his face. From the stands, the girl couldn't help but gasp in awe. In a single fluid motion, Xu Feixiang spun to evade Jiang Kai's daggers, using the momentum to close the distance between them. Lu Jun continued his analysis. I've looked into Xu Feixiang's data. His base agility exceeds 300. If you add his equipment bonuses, it's at least 350. He thought to himself, Jiang Kai's advantage is his speed. But Xu Feixiang's agility is likely over 100 points higher. In terms of raw stats, you could say he's Jiang Kai's natural counter. Jiang Kai still had the upper hand, but this guy was clearly a monster. He then declared, "Jiang Kai, challenging me will be the biggest regret of your entire life." His eyes suddenly blazed with light as he lunged forward. Cyclone slash. A series of massive explosions erupted. A blinding purple light illuminated the entire sky. A thought flashed through Jiang Kai's mind. Wait a minute. He focused his demon eye. He could see that while Su Feixiang appeared to only unleash one slash, his other hand was clearly gathering power. It seemed this cyclone slash was more than just a single attack. With his current agility, if he only focused on dodging, he'd never avoid 2 consecutive strikes in time. Jiang Kai retreated, and his opponent mirrored him, but only to build momentum. The man smirked, took the bait. Did you? Instantly, with 2 massive swords in hand, he charged forward. He stared intently at the golden energy blazing before him. Jiang Kai was completely shocked. What? My life chaser is being controlled? Jiang Kai, did you think you were the only one who knows how to modify weapons? My silver twin swords have been upgraded. While they can't control weapons from a distance like your super violet crystal, they're more than enough to handle your life chaser in close combat. You were prepared for this from the start, weren't you? That's why you lured me into using more of my daggers. That's right. So what, Jiang Kai, I have to say, I'm a little impressed. Even at a time like this, you still have the nerve to ask me pointless questions. Look what I see here. How interesting. Let me take a guess. This is your last dagger, isn't it? Or perhaps it's the trump card you've been disguising as a normal dagger all along, just as I thought. What do you mean? Jiang Kai was completely baffled. The man explained. The reason my Falcon Hunt squad stands at the top is not just our perfect coordination, but another key strength, and that is, we never ever underestimate any opponent. So before this match, I watched and analyzed your fights over and over again. Specifically, the battle between your team and the Shield Kill squad. You managed to defeat Huang Da with a surprise attack using that ace disguised as a dagger. But after you defeated him, you didn't immediately go to support your teammates. You stood perfectly still. Why is that? Could it be because you had absolute faith in your 4 team members, believing they could handle their own opponents? Let's rewind that again. Judging from your expression, that doesn't seem to be the case, which leads me to one bold conclusion. Your trump card might be a one-hit kill, but using it drains a massive amount of your stamina. It also depletes your mental energy, leaving you unable to strike again for a short time. And by my calculations, that recovery period is exactly 1 minute. Jiang Kai froze. The man had analyzed his abilities perfectly. His opponent continued, which means if you were to use that ultimate skill on me right now, I would undoubtedly die, just like Huang Da. But during that 1 minute, right after I've been eliminated from the match, is more than enough time for my team to wipe out the rest of your Fire God squad. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Nuan, and Hu Yan were nearing their limit. Nuan, get behind me. Right. I'll amplify your healing, and then we'll take her down together. Just then, Jiang Kai's expression shifted as a new plan formed. Suddenly, a razor-sharp arc sliced through the air, but Blue dodged it in a blur of motion. Zhu's brow furrowed, his voice laced with killing intent. Running, unfazed, Blue immediately launched a counterattack. He lunged straight for Zhu, his blade leading the way, and let loose a vicious taunt. You're supposed to be the world's greatest god of war. Don't make me laugh, you useless trash. Die. His sword struck like lightning. But Zhu met the blow with a timely parry, pouring all his strength into a furious counter-slash. Zhu roared, "How dare you question the power of the #1 warrior? Face my blade." But Blue instantly leaped backward, just out of reach. A dark-haired man watching the fight gasped in awe. That member of the Falcon squad. He's actually avoiding a direct clash with Zhu. He retreats when his enemy advances, and advances when he retreats. It's like he's just toying with Zhu. The captain explained with a grave expression. He knows all too well that Zhu has the attribute shift talent. In a head-on battle of pure power, his chances of winning would be slim. So he's constantly testing Zhu's patience, draining his stamina bit by bit, all while searching for a single, fatal weakness. The blonde girl looked confused. But isn't the Falcon squad's 4th team supposed to be incredibly strong? Using tactics like these seems to damage their reputation. The captain replied, his voice laced with worry. This is battle strategy. The Falcon squad aren't some privileged elites who care about their reputation. They know that in a life or death struggle, winning is the only thing that matters, no matter the method. He watched the intense battle, praying in his heart. Zhu, you have to hold on. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Ruin Yu was completely drunk, making a pathetic scene. He puckered his lips and slurred. Hey, beautiful. That waist, that chest, those long legs. I like it all. Suddenly, Scarface appeared, roaring at him, "Shut your mouth." A drunk is always just a drunk, the most useless class there is. He circled around, moving past Ruan Yu's side. Without warning, he thrust his spear straight through Ruan Yu's body. His voice dripped with contempt. "And you, just like your class, are destined to be completely and utterly useless." He coldly yanked his spear free. Ruan Yu let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Everyone screamed Ruan Yu's name in horror. Pinky saw the situation and rushed to his side, shouting over her shoulder, "Hu Yan, hold on. I'll find a way to heal Ruan Yu." Nuan started to turn and run towards him, but the fiery redhead instantly blocked her path. "Trying to save someone right under my nose? I don't think so." Hu Yan stepped forward to intercept the woman. Nuan, I'll provide cover. Go now." But suddenly, a hand unleashed shimmering rings of blue light. The ring shot towards Hu Yan, controlled by a girl with cyan hair. "Let's see if you have what it takes." Hu Yan had no time to defend herself and was sent flying backward. Nuan whipped her head around in panic, screaming, "Hu Yan." The redhead sneered with contempt. "A con artist and a singer with zero combat ability. Do two useless weaklings like you really think you're worthy of fighting the Falcon Squad?" The cyan-haired girl chimed in, "And don't even think your captain can save you. Right now, he can barely save himself." In a flash, Zhu appeared, shielding the two girls. "Insolence! Who dares act so brazenly before a god of war?" Blue zipped onto the scene, a grin on his face. "You're fast, kid. But don't you forget who your real opponent is." Zhu immediately brought his sword down in a mighty slash, sending earth and stone flying. Blue leaped back in an instant, effortlessly dodging the blow. Zhu cursed, "You damned coward. Do you have the guts to face me head-on?" Blue's tone was mocking. "You idiot. You have the attribute shift talent. Why would I ever use my own weakness to fight against your greatest strength?" On the battlefield, victory is life and defeat is death. He gave Zhu a sly look, a triumphant thought crossing his mind. Just as I planned, he's finally losing his patience. Zhu gripped his sword tighter, spun around, and roared in pure fury. "Then just die." Once again, Blue quickly retreated out of range. But in that exact moment, he saw it, Zhu's opening. He rejoiced internally. "This is my chance." In an instant, the light in Zhu's eyes vanished. A flash of white steel streaked past, followed by the metallic scent of fresh blood. A shock ran through Zhu's entire body. His eyes flew wide as he let out a pained groan. Everyone stared in disbelief, screaming, "Zhu!" He gritted his teeth, a deep gash now carved across his thigh. Blue smirked. "What's the matter? Weren't fast enough to shift your attributes that time, were you?" As he sheathed his sword, Zhu collapsed to one knee. Blue glanced down at him coldly, his voice dripping with scorn. "The world's most useless warrior." Fei Xiang stared down at Jiang Kai, his words a venomous taunt. "Oh, Jiang Kai, just look at your precious teammates. I've beaten them all to a pulp. It seems the outcome of this little battle has been decided, and we even have our first unlucky casualty. If you can't bear to watch them all die right in front of you, well, there is still one other option." Jiang Kai remained silent, his brow furrowed as he glared at his enemy. A wicked smile spread across Fei Xiang's face. "You could use that trump card of yours to save one person, but you only have one, and all of your teammates are injured. Who will you choose?" Across the way, Nuan, and Hu Yan were still cornered. Zhu was kneeling on the ground, as Fei Xiang held his blade high, ready to strike at any moment. Fei Xiang bared his teeth in a savage grin. "Of course, it doesn't matter who you use that trump card on. The fate of your team Vulcan is already sealed." Defeated, Jiang Kai remained silent, his head bowed low, hiding his expression from the world. Dark clouds swirled overhead as heavy drops of rain began to fall, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. Jiang Kai slowly raised his head to face Fei Xiang. "Is that right?" he said calmly. "Somehow, I don't see it that way." His eyes flashed with a brilliant green light. He had activated his demon eye. In another corner, a red-haired woman scoffed, her body erupting in flames. "A pathetic skill like summoning rain? Are you trying to make yourself a laughingstock? She clearly doesn't know her place." The blue-haired woman charged forward as well, preparing to land the finishing blow on Nuan and Hu Yan. "I'll send you both straight to hell." But Nuan didn't flinch. She grabbed Hu Yan, pulling her back swiftly. "Whoever said that rain can't be deadly?" With those words, she hurled a glass vial filled with a strange, green liquid toward the two attackers. The vial shattered on the ground. The green liquid instantly vaporized, creating a bizarre, swirling mist. The blue-haired woman scowled, shouting in anger, "Damn it, what is this stuff?" Her red-haired partner was also confused as tiny green droplets splattered against her skin, but she quickly recomposed herself. It doesn't matter what this is. We kill them first and worry about the rest later. The two charge forward in unison, their auras flaring menacingly. Just die already. They focus their power, unleashing a combined attack straight at Nuon, and Hu Yen. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, someone shouted in disbelief, "Rain? What in the world is that diviner thinking?" The person next to him chimed in, "And did you see that healer? She threw some kind of low-grade trick weapon. These two are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered." From the observation deck, a worried Lan Nan called out Nuon's name. But just then, Lu Jun's brow furrowed. "Lan Nan," he said suddenly, "look closer." Down on the battlefield, the blue-haired woman's sword suddenly clattered to the ground. She stared in horror as a strange poison ate away at her arm. What is this?" Her red-haired comrade was in even worse shape, screaming in agony as the pain ravaged her entire body. The poison spread with terrifying speed, consuming every part of her. She shrieked, her eyes bloodshot with pure hatred. You use poison." But Nuon, and Hu Yan remained perfectly still, their expressions as cold and unmoving as ice. The red-haired woman roared with fury, charging forward with her whip. "I'll kill you." Hu Yan simply scoffed. "Kill us? In your current state, you must be dreaming." In the next instant, she produced a Bagua mirror and began chanting an incantation for a hailstorm. From the heavens, beams of azure light rained down like frozen arrows, piercing through both attackers. They were paralyzed in an instant, overwhelmed with excruciating pain. The two women collapsed, sprawling helplessly on the ground. Lan Nan's eyes went wide with shock. What kind of poison was that? Its toxicity is terrifying. How could it completely neutralize a warrior's ability to fight? Lu Jun answered, a hint of fascination in his voice. "It's the rare green water ghost poison. It requires its target to be completely soaked to activate, a condition so strict that it's almost never used." I never imagined. Fei Xiang was speechless, staring at the scene before him. He was completely stunned. How? Is this possible? A confident smirk played on Jiang Kai's lips as he explained. In battle, a class that seems useless, a skill that appears to have no effect, and a poison that looks harmless can create an astonishing outcome when properly combined. His voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. But if you think this is the full extent of our Fire God Squad's power, then you are gravely mistaken. Just then, a panicked shout erupted from the stands. "Everyone, look over there. That drunkard. He's getting back on his feet." Ruan Yu, who had been down for the count, was suddenly standing. One hand clutched a deep stab wound, but blood still flowed freely, staining his robes crimson. The scar-faced man looked down on him with utter contempt. "Still trying to struggle before you die? You're nothing but a worthless drunk. Do you honestly believe you can defeat a true warrior?" He gripped his spear, his voice a low growl. "I will annihilate the entire Fire God Squad, and I'll start by cutting you down." Ruan Yu glared back, his eyes burning with fury. "My name is Ruan Yu, and I have never backed down from anyone in my life. I don't care who you are. I'm not afraid of you." The scar-faced man was taken aback, surprised by this sudden change in his demeanor. Wait a minute, he thought. This guy's eyes. They're completely different. Nothing like the flirtatious fool from before. Is this another trick, like that healer pulled? Ruan Yu's anger hadn't subsided in the slightest. He pointed a finger at his opponent and declared, "Let me make one thing crystal clear. Today, you will submit to me. You have no other choice." Humiliated, the scar-faced man flew into a rage and charged. "You bastard! You dare mock me?" Up in the stands, the blonde watched the battle unfold with a bored expression. "Seriously? I thought that drunkard had some amazing trick up his sleeve. But he's just as twisted as ever, only good for making people sick." But the gray-haired man next to him immediately shot back. "That's not right. Look closer. His condition is bizarre. Like he's not fully conscious at all. You'd think he was drunk." Numengu's body is swaying, seemingly unaware that Scarface is about to strike. But in a flash, he twists away from the spearhead. Fei Xiang, watching from the side, is completely stunned. That instantaneous burst of speed was insane. Hold on. What just happened? How is this possible? After that freak got injured, his speed seems to have doubled. Jiang Kai smirked, impressed by his prized fighter. Absolutely incredible. Do you know the difference between human reaction and pure instinct? Humiliated for the umpteenth time today, Fei Xiang ground his teeth. "What the hell are you rambling on about now?" Jiang Kai graciously explained. "In combat, people typically react based on their experience, their emotions, and other external factors. Meanwhile, Scarface charged at Nu again, convinced it was just a lucky break. Let's see if I can't split his head in two this time." From the sidelines, Jiang Kai continued his lesson. But instinct is the most primal power of all. Right now, Zhu can't even tell friend from foe. He's just moving. "Oh, beautiful. You're still not fast enough. Scarface roared, swinging his blade wildly. Shut your mouth and die. But Jiang Kai wasn't finished. No matter how much experience you have or how strong your will is, compared to primal instinct, human reaction is always half a step too slow. Nguyen bobbed and weaved like a phantom, dodging every one of Scarface's attacks until the man began questioning reality itself. Damn it, he's clearly injured. So how can he dodge so perfectly every single time? He's even more nimble than before. I can't predict his movements at all. Suddenly, Hu Yan understood everything. I see now. So that's Nyan No's new gift. Drunken joy unleashes his most primal power, his body's raw instinct. This state of drunken joy stimulates the subconscious, pushing me past intoxication into a sublime state between drunk and sober. Either way, I feel like things are about to get wild. Acting on her thought, she decided to test it. Hu Yan summoned a sword and hurled it straight at him, and Nu caught it. He snatched the blade from the air with drunken ease. My beauty, are you tired already? I'm still waiting for your passionate kiss to knock me out cold. Just then, Scarface lunged forward. You're courting death. Today, I'm going to tear you into 8 pieces to satisfy my rage. The two once again began a deadly dance across the arena floor. Scarface was getting desperate, unable to land a single hit on Nu. Look, even though the drunkard's footwork is a mess, he somehow manages to evade every single attack. Even Scarface himself couldn't believe what was happening. Impossible. The drunkard is a trash class, the lowest of the low. How could I possibly lose to someone like him? His eyes rolled back in pure rage. Die. A bolt of lightning crashed down from above, and blood began to fall. In a flash, the duel between Nguyen and Scarface reached its climax. Nguyen's blade was now buried deep in Scarface's forehead, but Nguyen wasn't finished. He gave the man a twisted grin and commanded, Now, strip. Scarface stammered incoherently, veins bulging in his eyes as he coughed up blood. And then, he collapsed. The entire stadium erupted into chaos. My God, to everyone from the Azure Radiance Guild, the drunkard class is considered absolute trash. So how could one defeat a high-level fighter? Eagle Squad 4 has already lost 3 members. Could the Fire God Squad actually pull off a comeback? Fei Xiang was now the last one left on his team, and a sliver of panic began to set in. Useless trash. Just then, Jiang Kai appeared before him in a flash. His expression was ice-cold as he greeted his old friend. What's the matter? Can't handle this much pressure? Fei Xiang. Didn't you come here specifically for me? It finally dawned on him. Jiang Kai. So you were the mysterious ace up their sleeve all along. A cold smirk spread across Fei Xiang's face. Sword in hand, he lunged forward. But don't celebrate just yet. Don't forget, my team hasn't been completely wiped out. In a single strike, his sword shattered Nuan's vial of poison. Nuan was thrown into a panic. This is bad. Fei Xiang was targeting her first. He pointed his sword right at her face. You annoying little medic. You dare try to poison me? Fine. If you're so eager to die, I'll kill you first. And then I'll deal with this cowardly tank. Nuan's eyes went wide, frozen in fear. She instinctively threw her hands up to shield her face as a powerful shockwave threw her backward. When the dust settled, Nuan peeked out, only to see Zhu Zi standing there, having blocked the attack with his own body. Nuan's face drained of color as she screamed, Zhu Zi. He was drenched in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. Fei Xiang scoffed at the pathetic display. A worthless piece of trash trying to play the hero? This is what you get for it. He let out a maniacal laugh. Now, I'll grant your wish, and let you be lovebirds in the afterlife. But as he tried to withdraw his sword, he found it was stuck. He suddenly realized, what's going on? I can't pull it out. The massive Zhu Zi had gripped the blade with his bare hand. He spat each word directly into Fei Xiang's face. Who told you this war god was finished? Fei Xiang's face turned pale with shock. What? At that moment, Zhu Zi unleashed his full power. After all, I already reallocated all my attribute points into Constitution. Inside the booth, the judges erupted into chaos. In true combat, power is linked to reaction time. Speed and agility are 2 sides of the same coin. While strength and agility dictate a battle's flow, Yuanzhu gambled his own body, converting his attributes directly into physical power. Fei Xiang's teammate was forced back, even as his razor-sharp blade pierced through Yuanzhu's flesh. But Yuanzhu locked onto his opponent's arm, refusing to let him move an inch. A berserker's rage exploded from him, a terrifying power that stunned his foe. Sparks of raw energy flared in his eyes, shocking the instructors. He was using his own body as the ultimate gambit, channeling his attributes for one final push. Yuanzhu's eyes were bloodshot with a crazed glint. Then, a fatal strike shot up from his opponent's throat, piercing straight through his head before he could even react. It took a long moment for the man to even process what happened. He couldn't believe his own eyes. A strangled gasp caught in his throat. How? Is this possible? Seeing this, Jiang Kai let a taunting smirk spread across his face. What was it I said before? Lai Ying, you want to kill my comrade? It's not going to be that easy. The smug confidence vanished from Fei Xiang's face, replaced by a flicker of confusion. Damn it, how did those useless grunts from Team Huo Shen get so strong? According to our analysis, they shouldn't have stood a chance. Seeing his opponent was still defiant, Jiang Kai issued a direct challenge. In that case, how about a duel between you and me? Fei Xiang. I'm going to make you accept your defeat, utterly and completely. At those words, he ground his teeth in fury. His pride wounded, Fei Xiang's face twisted into a ferocious mask as he roared like a madman. Jiang Kai, don't celebrate too soon. My men may have failed to take out your trashy friends, but I, Fei Xiang, will personally take your head. Hearing this threat, Jiang Kai's expression turned ice cold. In a fight, the surest path to victory is a decisive, all-out preemptive strike. In a flash, Fei Xiang was already charging at Jiang Kai, his sword raised high. Time to die. Violent twin slash. Luckily, just as the blade reached his eyes, he managed to activate his seal in time. Noble's focus. This explosive power is insane. As he dodged Fei Xiang's attack, he analyzed the situation. A full power strike like that, even if it doesn't land a direct hit, will still cause damage, but that also means, after this move, he'll be completely spent. With that thought, he prepared to launch his own counterattack. He then deftly dodged Fei Xiang's killing blow. Seeing this, his opponent's eyes went wide with disbelief. What? He screamed, his eyes bloodshot with shock. When did he? Appearing from behind his foe, Jiang Kai declared coolly, Fei Xiang, you've lost. He drew a single card from his pocket. He flung the Grim Reaper card towards him, but Fei Xiang refused to surrender, erupting with power once more and raising his sword. Says who? He snarled. Jiang Kai, are you toying with me? I'll kill you. But his only reply was Jiang Kai's scornful gaze. The more your emotions control you, he thought, the easier it is to lose your way. Before Fei Xiang could even swing his blade, a devastating blow slammed into him, stopping him dead in his tracks. It was just as Jiang Kai had predicted. The soul-chasing blade, which had been suppressed before, was unable to land a critical strike. But after the Grim Reaper card consumed his 9th soul-chasing blade, it inherited its 90% critical hit rate. And just like that, Fei Xiang's body was engulfed in sinister blue flames, amplified by the Grim Reaper card's power. In that critical moment, a system window appeared. The Grim Reaper card's penetration power increased by 50 points, critical rate by 15%, and permanent critical damage by 150%. Seeing this system notification, Fei Xiang panicked, veins bulging on his forehead. How is this possible? Before he could even react, a devastating attack struck him down. Jiang Kai's voice echoed, cold and final. Fei Xiang's fate is sealed. He was blasted backwards, collapsing to the floor. He tried to reach out to grab Jiang Kai's leg, but his strength was gone. Jiang Kai stood over him, coldly recalling his weapon. He glanced down at his fallen foe with utter contempt. I told you, you've already lost. The crowd in the stands erupted in a deafening roar. Oh my god, Team Huoshan won again. They've defeated the elite Xuan Wu squad twice in a row. This is nothing short of a miracle. Jiang Kai glanced at his teammates with a faint smile. They all let out a collective sigh of relief, their hearts swelling with pride. But while the victors celebrated, the losers could only watch. A red-haired girl gasped in amazement. It's really over. With his hands in his pockets, Lu Jun replied, it's over. What a spectacular show. Jiang Kai was as brilliant as ever, and Yuan Zhu didn't disappoint me, either. On top of that, Nuan's performance was also quite impressive. He then added, poison-based medics aren't usually fighters, but that kid set up a complex 6-water ghost formation and actually used it in combat. Her skill with poisons is on another level. Hearing this, she sighed. It's a shame Professor Li's committee already finished their evaluation. Otherwise, I would have. He was sure Nuan's performance would easily score an A rank. But on the field, Ruan Yu was wailing like his world was ending. My beauty, my precious. Why? The crying gave Hu Yan a headache, so she marched right over and sprayed something directly in his face. A cloud of purple mist hit Ruan Yu. Not only did the crying stop instantly, but he was also knocked out cold, dead to the world. Walking away, Hu Yan muttered, when it comes to critical moments, you still have to rely on me. The stunned announcer grabbed his mic, shouting, what do you think you're doing now? The situation was spiraling into chaos. Just then, a furious Zhu Zi raised his sword, ready for another round. You dare challenge this war god? You must have been prepared for a crushing defeat. Luckily, his friends quickly held him back. Zhu Zi, calm down. Jiang Kai felt a massive headache coming on. He put a hand to his forehead and sighed. This team is getting harder and harder to lead. The announcer raised his hand for silence and continued. And now, I declare, the winner of this battle is the Fire God Squad. At his words, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. They chanted in unison, Fire God, Fire God. Gazing over the roaring crowd and the stage, Jiang Kai felt something different inside him. He thought, but this feeling isn't bad at all. Even as the team headed down the contestants' tunnel, the sound of celebration still echoed behind them. Long live the Fire God. Long live the Fire God. Hidden in the crowd, a mysterious figure smirked. The Fire God Squad. Huh. How interesting. A few days later, at the main guild hall, the sound of frantic footsteps and urgent calls echoed. Captain Kai, Captain Kai. Jiang Kai looked up from his room. What is it? What's all the excitement about? Hu Yan and Ruan Yu burst into the room. Both of them were panting, their faces slick with sweat. Trying to catch her breath, Hu Yan explained, Ruan Yu and I were just out, and we heard that the class change materials for the Wineworm and Feng Shui Master have not only skyrocketed in Ruan Yu, having recovered slightly, chimed in. Ever since the military abandoned the Wineworm and Feng Shui Master classes, their materials haven't sold at all. Hu Yan's eyes lit up, her entire body buzzing with energy. Exactly. Doesn't this prove that our classes aren't useless after all? Hearing this incredible news, Jiang Kai couldn't help but smile. I think you're right. During the battle with the Hunting Eagle Squad, your performance was outstanding. Especially you, Ruan Yu, that moment you took down their knight stunned the entire stadium. But I believe that even within the same class, everyone's talent and destiny are different. Your success will be hard for anyone else to replicate. Finally, receiving some well-deserved praise, they basked in the glory of their victory. The two of them were practically floating on cloud 9, standing there with smug grins and their hands on their hips. Suddenly, Zhu Zi clapped Jiang Kai on the shoulder from behind. Of course. After all, our Fire God Squad is anything but ordinary. Beep, beep, beep. An alert suddenly chimed. Hu Yan opened it to read the latest bulletin. The Hunting Leopard Squad has clashed with the Crouching Dragon Squad. The Crouching Dragon Squad was wiped out, leaving only one survivor. But at the very last moment, the Crouching Dragon's captain single-handedly massacred every member of the Hunting Leopard Squad. A collective gasp filled the room. What? Jiang Kai's mind raced. He remembered the Hunting Leopard Squad belonged to the Xuanwu Guild. Their skills were top-notch. For the captain of the Crouching Dragon Squad to have done that all by himself and annihilate the entire Hunting Leopard Squad. Just what kind of monster were they dealing with? After a moment of thought, Jiang Kai spoke up. Nuan, this Crouching Dragon captain cannot be underestimated. When you have time, look into him. If we face him, I don't want to go in blind. She quickly replied, yes, sir. Then, he moved on to another announcement. Speaking of which, I have some news of my own. The battles are getting more intense, and every squad is suffering losses. Our next opponent is short on members. Knowing they stood no chance, they've withdrawn. Which means, we're advancing directly to the finals. It was the best possible news. The whole team exploded with cheers. Wait, does that mean we're going to the finals with our full roster intact? We're the only squad without a single casualty. It's all thanks to Jiang Kai's amazing leadership. Yeah, we're lucky to have Captain Kai. As they showered him with praise, he continued, this tournament's success is because of our perfect teamwork. You all allow me to push forward without worrying about what's behind me. Without that, no matter how strong I am, I couldn't have brought us to the finals. This victory belongs to every one of you. All right, everyone has worked incredibly hard. The finals aren't for a while yet. Take a day off to relax and reset your condition. Watching them cheer, a small smile touched his lips as he thought to himself, since there's some time, I should probably head back for a visit. In the city of Jiangzhong, inside a home so grand it was practically a private estate, and Zai supported her brother, her voice laced with urgency. Big brother, let me help you back. You were just discharged from the hospital. You can't overexert yourself. Her brother took small, careful steps, his voice soft. And Zai, I'm not that fragile. I need to keep training, so I can be strong enough to help Kai again. Just as he finished, a rough cough escaped him, and Zi's face filled with worry. Big brother, are you all right? Suddenly, Jiang Kai appeared behind them. He placed a hand on his brother's shoulder and said cheerfully, how can you help me if you catch a cold? Both siblings whipped around, stunned by his presence, and Zai gasped, brother, what are you doing back here? With that, they headed inside. By lunchtime, Jiang Kai was questioning reality. He thought to himself, hold on, wait a minute. Isn't this a little too extravagant? Before him was a banquet table, overflowing with every delicacy imaginable, all arranged like a work of art. And to top it off, Anne Z wasn't even done bringing out all the dishes. As she returned with more food, she asked, "Why aren't you two eating? Don't you like it? I can go cook something else." Hearing she might cook even more, Jiang Kai immediately shouted to stop her. "Whoa, whoa, and Z, that's enough, that's enough. We're your brothers, not a herd of pigs." His older brother just chuckled at the scene. Jiang Kai and Z was just worried because you've gotten so thin lately. Finally, the three of them sat down at the table together, and Z spoke up first. "Brother, since you're back, can you stay a little longer this time?" Big brother placed more food on Jiang Kai's plate, adding, "She's right, Kai. You sacrifice way too much for this family. My health is much better now. You don't have to risk your life on Ghost Star like you used to." A hint of sadness colored Jiang Kai's voice. "Big brother and Z, there are still things I have to do. I can't stay long, but don't you two worry. I'm doing just fine. I really came back this time to see how you were both living." Then, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at Anne's eye. "By the way, have the royals been back to bother you too?" Anzie flinched mid-bite at the question, but she quickly recovered. "Nope, not at all. The security around the estate is really good. Brother Liu often sends his people to check on us, too. Plus, that constant feeling of being watched, it's completely gone now." Hearing this, Jiang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He thought, so Brother Liu is a man of his word. I'll have to thank him properly when I have the time. Just then, Big Brother asked NZ, "That's right. Now that you can finally have a peaceful life at school, you must have made a lot of new friends, right?" She replied with a proud smile. "Of course. After all, our Anzi is smart and kind. Everyone who meets her loves her." Jiang Kai added, "That's great to hear." But as he watched her eat so happily, a thought lingered in his mind. Did I imagine it earlier? It feels like something is weighing on Anzi's mind. The next day, Jiang Kai rushed back to Ghost Star. The Fire God squad assembled, ready for the final battle. A few days later, deep within a vast forest, a ferocious wild boar charged, chasing after an unseen target. This was no ordinary beast, but an elite-level tusked boar. With a single, fluid slash, it was brought down in an instant. Zhu Zi rested his sword on his shoulder, his hand on his hip. Dealing with an elite monster like the tusked boar? Just another Tuesday for a war god like me. Hearing his boast, Hu Yan, who was perched atop a slain wolf, retorted, "Zhu Zi, you're not the only one who's gotten stronger." Ruan Yu chimed in with total agreement. "Exactly. I took down at least 3 of them myself." Seeing their remarkable progress, Jiang Kai nodded with a slight smile. "Our teamwork has reached a new level. It seems the pre-match training was a good idea." Just then, a notification sound echoed. Hu Yan quickly opened it. "We've got info on the final match. Main God Guild, Fire God Squad. Important participation information. Congratulations on reaching the final round. Your next opponent is the Crouching Dragon Squad from the Azure Dragon Guild. Report to the West City Arena in St. Glory tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp to compete." The Crouching Dragon Squad, I can't believe their captain made it to the finals all by himself. As they absorbed the information, a sense of unease settled over the team. "That guy is terrifying," Nuan whispered. "Kai, I have the report you wanted on the Crouching Dragon Squad's captain. His name is Di Zhang. His class is Fighter, level 40. He wields a silver longsword and is a brand new addition to the Azure Dragon Guild this year." Right after joining, Di Zhang immediately founded the Crouching Dragon Squad. Under his leadership, the squad grew at an explosive rate, becoming a formidable force within the guild in less than half a year. Because Di Zhang is new and his squad isn't arrogant like the Falcon Squad, there's very little intel on him. But luckily, I managed to find some videos of his previous battles. I discovered that the skill he uses, Phantom Shadow Slash, is blindingly fast. He can almost always kill his opponent in a single strike. A heavy silence fell over the group. After a moment, Hu Yan rested her chin on her hand, thinking aloud. Phantom Shadow Slash. Sounds a lot like that guy from before, Zifei Xiang. Another opponent who relies on overwhelming speed. Jiang Kai said nothing, but the same thought was he had to admit Hu Yan had a point. It took most people half a year to even make a name for themselves in a major guild. But to fight your way into the finals completely solo, that person's strength was leagues above Zifei Xiang's. Suddenly, a sound rustled the bushes behind Jiang Kai. A masked figure lunged from the shadows, launching a surprise attack. The masked man thought to himself, his reaction time is even faster than I expected. He then retreated, and the two stood facing each other. Sheathing his sword, the man spoke. "You're truly worthy of the one who led his team straight to the finals, the captain of Fire God, Jiang Kai." His hot-headed teammates immediately raised their weapons, rushing forward while shouting insults. Where did this masked coward come from? That's right. If you've got guts, fight us fair and square. Only Nuan noticed something. A hint of shock crossed her face as she thought, wait a minute, that height. And that build. Jiang Kai raised a hand, stopping them. Zuzi asked in surprise, Kai, why are you stopping me? This guy just tried to kill you. Jiang Kai's voice was cold. No. He was only testing me just now. He had no intention of killing me. Besides, the penalty for killing an opponent before the final match is severe. Isn't that right? His cover blown, Dai Tang pulled down his mask and replied, so you figured it out. Zhuzi's face went pale with shock. It really is him. Di Tang slowly walked until he stood right in front of Jiang Kai. He rested his chin on his hand and said, looking at you up close, you're really just a kid, huh? Zhuzi quickly blocked his path with his sword. Hey, you're the captain of the Crouching Dragon squad, aren't you? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you made it to the finals. If you say one more stupid thing, I'll teach you a lesson right now. The man held his hands out to the side, laughing. Don't misunderstand, I have no hostile intentions. Jiang Kai, I'm actually here to negotiate with you. Hearing the word negotiate, Jiang Kai grew wary. The man stepped back and looked at their whole team, saying, that's right. I've watched all of your matches. Your performance was brilliant. Especially you, Jiang Kai. Your trump card left a huge impression on me. To be honest, he continued, I'm not completely confident I can win against your squad. Tired of the rambling, Jiang Kai asked directly, what is it you want? A sly smile spread across the man's face. I hope you will agree to a one-on-one duel with me. Our victory or defeat will decide the final outcome of the competition. And during our duel, you are not allowed to use your trump card. Jiang Kai remained silent as the man continued. Of course, to make it a fair trade, I won't use any weapons that can counter your throwing knives. That includes shields and any defensive armor. Zhu Zi stood protectively in front of Jiang Kai. Hey, are you so desperate to win that you've gone crazy? What kind of ridiculous condition is that? We're not stupid. Why should we ever agree to that? He then put an arm around Jiang Kai's shoulder and started pulling him away. Let's go, Kai. Just ignore this lunatic. Jiang Kai called back over his shoulder. Sorry, I'm not interested in working with you. But the man pressed on, Jiang Kai, about your new profession. With your level of ability, you still haven't undergone a class change. I'm guessing you don't know what materials you need. What if I told you my guild could provide the coordinates to a secret dungeon to solve that problem? Would you still not be interested? Jiang Kai was stunned. He froze in his tracks, then slowly turned his head. A secret dungeon. The man continued, that's right. Simply put, a secret dungeon is an unverified, mysterious area. Inside, you can find all sorts of resources that adventurers need to level up. All dungeons in every country are managed by the military, especially the large-scale ones. Of course, the military also grants exploration rights for some small-scale dungeons to the major guilds. It's a way to motivate their members. These dungeons usually have a guardian who sets up a trial. Pass the trial, and the guardian will either reward you with rare resources or answer an adventurer's question within a certain difficulty. He held up a card. This information card contains the coordinates to a secret dungeon our guild discovered. All 5 of them stared at the card in astonishment. Zuzi blurted out, is that for real? Nuan, who knew more, said, it's probably true. I've heard my sister mention it before. Members of the Azure Dragon Guild discovered a secret dungeon in the exploration zone assigned by the country. Dai Tang put the card away. I hear the royal family often gives you trouble. You must be desperate to advance your class, to level up and become stronger, right? All you have to do is win, and the dungeon's location is all yours. So, Jiang Kai. How about it? This is a pretty incredible deal for you, don't you think? After hearing all of these tempting conditions, Jiang Kai answered flatly, your offer is indeed very tempting, but I still cannot accept. Hearing such a blunt refusal, the man looked at him in complete shock. Zhu Zi asked, why not agree? Kai, haven't you always wanted to change your class? Hu Yan added, he's right, Captain Kai. If you can complete your class change, you can finally continue leveling up smoothly. Dai Tang stepped forward. Jiang Kai, are you sure? Jiang Kai's resolve was absolute. We fought tooth and nail for this, he declared. Making it to the finals wasn't easy. I am their captain. If I throw away the honor of the Fire God squad for my own selfish desire, what kind of leader would that make me? What kind of friend? How could I ever be trusted again? Hearing those words straight from his comrade's heart, he was deeply moved by his captain's conviction. After speaking his mind, Kai turned to leave. If that's all, we're heading out. We need to get back to training. But suddenly, Zhuo landed a solid punch right in his face. Stunned, he yelled, Zhuo. What was that for? Zhuo's expression darkened. He growled, Kai. Are those words because you don't trust yourself, or is it that you don't trust us? You've never abandoned the team's honor for personal gain. So you think we just stand by and watch you sacrifice yourself for us? Kai was stunned, speechless. But Han cut in, saying, to be honest, I'm dying to see Captain Kai wipe the floor with that lowlife. Ruan crossed her arms with a smirk. She's right, Captain Kai. I'm waiting for you to successfully change your class, so you can lead us to even greater heights. Nuan stepped forward, healing his injury as she spoke. Kai, don't hesitate any longer. Just like you've always believed in us, and always put us first. We want to believe in you and support you, no matter what. That's what it means to be a team, right? Seeing their unwavering resolve, he lowered his head and chuckled. You guys are really something. Just don't blame me if I lose. A massive cheer was their answer. Then, he turned to face his rival, Dai Tang. I accept your terms, but you will live to regret this wager, because I'm going to kill you with my own two hands. Faced with the threat, the man just sneered. I'm looking forward to it. Before they knew it, the day of the battle had arrived. The arena was packed, with countless spectators from all corners, hungry for a spectacular show. Just then, a beautiful announcer took the stage. The moment you've all been waiting for is finally here. The final match of the level 21 to 40 challenge tournament officially begins now. Furthermore, both competitors and the organizers have agreed to change this match from a team battle into a one-on-one duel. It's Kai of the Fire God Squad versus Dai Tang of the Crouching Dragon Squad. The announcement sent a shockwave through the crowd. What? A one-on-one duel? Didn't the entire Fire God Squad just level up? Why would they throw away that advantage for a solo match? He must be insane. Looks like Kai is getting arrogant. But while some called him arrogant, others were buzzing with excitement. Now this is a match worth watching. Dai Tang's power is the real deal. Pitting him against a monster like Kai. Who do you guys think will win? Meanwhile, Jua stood with his arms crossed, his face grim. What is this feeling? I'm suddenly getting nervous. More nervous than when I was the one fighting. That guy looks treacherous. Is Kai going to be okay? But Ruan cheered enthusiastically. Captain Kai has totally got this. Nuan nodded. She's right. If it's him, there's no problem. Han, however, looked downcast. This is the first time. I haven't fought side by side with Captain Kai. All I can do is watch from the sidelines. It feels strange. To kick off the main event, the announcer's voice boomed. And now, let's welcome our competitors to the stage. It wasn't just his teammates. Every single eye in the stadium was now fixed on the arena floor. And there they were. Dai Tang and Kai strode onto the field, facing off. Their eyes met, a silent war already raging between them. The announcer spoke again. Let me clarify the rules one more time. The only way to win this match is for one competitor to kill the other. Are the rules clear to both captains? Without hesitation, they answered in unison, crystal clear. The announcer's voice echoed, excellent. Then I declare this match. Officially. Begin. Instantly, Dai Tang shot forward with a taunt. Kai, let's see what's deadlier. Your daggers or my sword. This fight will decide it all. Kai calmly analyzed his opponent. His speed is incredible, but my agility is second to none. And with the agility boost from my Soul Chaser daggers, I will not lose. He immediately activated Ghost Eye Focus. I just need to find the right opening. Landing a hit will be simple. Kai calculated the closing distance. 8 meters. 6 meters. 4 meters. The moment D-Tang leaped into the air. Perfect. This is it. But D-Tang unleashed his own skill. Phantom Shadow Slash. The impact sent a cloud of white dust everywhere. From within the chaos, Kai leaped to safety. Jua's jaw dropped. Whew. Kai's reflexes are insane. That guy didn't just dodge the Soul Chaser at point-blank range. His explosive power shot through the roof. Nuan agreed. Exactly. Phantom Shadow Slash combines defense and offense in a single instant. It's the ultimate technique he's so proud of. Even Han and Ruan looked terrified by what they were seeing. But from behind Tang, Kai's silhouette emerged. He unleashed a volley of daggers straight at his back. Dai Tang merely glanced back with a contemptuous smirk. In the next instant, he vanished. Kai was utterly shocked by the move. Dai Tang's sword was already aimed at his throat. He's fast. Even faster than before. The model Dai Tang laughed with absolute glee. Jiang Kai, it seems our little match is already decided. But Jiang Kai just roared. Void Step. In the next instant, he vanished, reappearing a huge distance away. He smirked. You know, during this time, I've reviewed all of your tournament videos, Dai Tang. Compared to the terrifying speed you're showing now, it's clear you were deliberately holding back in all your previous matches. Dai Tang's face darkened with fury. Oh, so that's the phantom cloak technique. You actually managed to dodge me again. Even though my guild demands I win, meeting a fascinating opponent like you, it truly gets my blood pumping. Nuon's eyes went wide with shock. This opponent is a monster. He almost finished Kai in just a few moves. Kai must be under unimaginable pressure right now, Zuzi added. This guy is seriously infuriating, but you can't deny his power. He's just so damn arrogant. The others could only watch, their faces etched with worry. In the arena, Jiang Kai and Di Tang faced off. Jiang Kai spoke first. I have to return those words to you. Just the same, you've awakened the true competitor in me. Di Tang offered a twisted compliment. You've got spirit, kid. I almost feel bad for what I'm about to do to you. How about this? I promise that even if you lose, I'll personally guarantee you a spot in the Azure Dragon Guild. How about it? Without waiting for an answer, Jiang Kai launched himself forward. Stop wasting your breath. This fight isn't over yet. Dai Tang's face lit up with excitement. An answer just as I predicted. But tell me, are you underestimating me? Or have you just become a fool? If you want to kill me, you'll need more than a few throwing daggers. Then, he charged forward with blinding speed. Jiang Kai unleashed Temporal Gambit as Di Tang countered with Phantom Shadow's formless slash. Ha! You want to kill me at close range? He scoffed. You're far too naive. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in pure shock. Dai Tang's attack shattered the very ground at his feet, followed by a brutal horizontal slash that tore into Jiang Kai. Another gash opened on his back. His teammates cried out in horror. Kai! Captain Kai. The crowd gasped in awe. Whoa! As expected of Dai Tang's ultimate technique, the shockwave alone caused that much damage. A direct hit would mean certain death, wouldn't it? Jiang Kai's foot slammed into the ground as he struggled to stay upright. Why? How did this happen? Jiang Kai frantically replayed the fight. The first time he used Phantom Shadow's formless slash. I held back some of my strength on purpose, but I could still barely escape the danger. But that last attack, I used everything I had to dodge, and I was still hit by the aftershock from his blade. Was the distance just too close for me to react in time? Or has his Phantom Shadow's formless slash become even faster than before? Dai Tang offered a cold compliment. Back on your feet already. Although, you look absolutely pathetic. Jiang Kai ignored him, lost in his own thoughts. But I can't shake the feeling that I've missed something incredibly important. Dai Tang continued his speech. I remember Xu Feixiang once said during a match that when it comes to speed, he has never lost, correct? Well, let me tell you something. No matter how fast my opponent is, when they face me, they will lose. Because the stronger my enemy, the more powerful I become. Jiang Kai remained silent. He formed a throwing star in his hand. Who says? He launched it toward his enemy. I haven't lost yet. Dai Tang looked delighted. What a stubborn kid. I love it, but that doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. He then unleashed another vicious slash at Jiang Kai. Is this tiny new trick all you have? How boring. At your current speed, you can't even touch the corner of my robes. Give up. My next attack won't give you a chance to rest. Jiang Kai was so badly injured he coughed up blood, and his teammates could only watch in terror. Nuon trembled. This is bad. Kai's situation looks critical. Another teammate grimaced. Chi. It hurts just looking at him. It's a completely one-sided beatdown. Jiang Kai really miscalculated, giving up the team battle to agree to this solo deathmatch. What in the world was his goal? Two others sneered. What goal could there be? He's a show-off. It was pure luck that let some unknown grunt like him sneak into the finals. Yeah, if you ask me, Jiang Kai deserves to die. Hearing those words, Zhu Zi gritted his teeth in pure rage and grabbed the two by their collars. Hu Yan roared. What did you say? You got the guts to say that again. Nuon quickly intervened. Zhu Zi, don't be reckless. A good man doesn't fight with dogs. Why stoop to the level of trash that only knows how to bite? That's right. One of them sneered with contempt. The next second, he screamed, I said Jiang Kai deserves to die. What the hell are you muttering about? That's right. Hey, everyone, get over here and see this. We've got a loyal little dog protecting its master. Zhu Zi was furious. You people. But before he could finish, another voice cut through. What's all the noise? This is the spectator area. Throw anyone causing trouble out of here. Understand? Nuon was surprised. Sister. She walked over to explain. Jiang Kai is in a one-on-one duel with Di Tang, and I was worried you'd get too anxious watching. I came to check on things, and saw those two. They were deliberately looking for trouble to vent their anger. After all, your Fire God squad is exceptionally talented. This time, the Xuanwu team not only failed to make the finals, but they also lost all face. They're probably wishing for Jiang Kai to just drop dead. Zhu Zi cursed under his breath. A bunch of disgusting flies. Nuan stared anxiously at the arena floor. Over there, Jiang Kai was on the losing end. He focused intently on the daggers before him. Di Tang's face was filled with contempt. Jiang Kai, why make this so difficult? You've already lost this match. Stop your useless struggling. If you just agree to join our Azure Dragon Guild, you'll still have a chance to enter the secret realm. Jiang Kai's voice was low and steady. I haven't lost yet. Seeing the look in his eyes, Di Tang felt a flicker of fear. This kid was clearly cornered, but his eyes held no fear or panic. Only a calm, stubborn resolve that was almost unnerving. He immediately tightened his grip on his sword. Fine. If you refuse to admit defeat no matter what, then he charged forward. I'll just have to shatter that confidence of yours completely. It was the same move again, the phantom shadowless slash hurtling straight for Jiang Kai. Everyone wondered, what's going on? Why isn't Captain Kai dodging? Nuan covered her eyes, unable to watch what would happen next. Di Tang was closing in, yet Jiang Kai remained perfectly still. Suddenly, a fire lit in Jiang Kai's eyes. Activating his blaze-quenched state, he unleashed a storm of daggers. Di Tang was stunned. What is this? A terrible feeling suddenly washed over him. Watching Jiang Kai's flickering silhouette, he couldn't understand why he could no longer track the kid's movements. Jiang Kai's daggers sent the sword flying from his hand. Di Tang knew this was bad. He'd fallen into a trap. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Kai made his move. Now is the time. A barrage of daggers pierced straight into Di Tang's body. Spiritual energy radiated from the daggers, then exploded in a flash of brilliant green. Di Tang was thrown back, a deep wound across his chest. His whole body trembled. In that instant, a final dagger shot forward, stopping right at his forehead. Jiang Kai held it there and declared, "You lose." The crowd stared in absolute awe at the scene. One person stammered, unable to speak. What? Am I seeing things? Jiang Kai pulled off a counter kill from the brink of defeat. What just happened? How did he do that? It's unbelievable. His teammates erupted in cheers. Tears streamed down Zuzi's face. I knew it. Kai wouldn't go down that easily. Di Tang stared in disbelief. You actually found my weakness. But when? Jiang Kai replied, I have you to thank for that. Your own words gave me the hint. Di Tang was shocked. What do you mean? He began to explain. 10 minutes ago. Something felt off. I had this nagging feeling I was missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. But what was it? He recalled Di Tang's words from earlier in the fight. You said my speed was unmatched, right? Then let me tell you. No matter how fast an opponent is, they will always lose to me. Wait a second. Overwhelming power beats overwhelming power. That's it. That has to be it. I think I finally understand. Before the main guild tournament, I watched your matches. You always finish your opponents with that phantom shadowless slash at the most critical moment. I wondered just how fast you could possibly be. Back then, I focused entirely on your maximum attack speed. I completely overlooked how you constantly change your attack tempo. But I forgot, you're a man who will do anything to win. You even used information about the secret realm to try and bargain with me. When it comes to winning, you are absolutely relentless. For someone so obsessed with victory, if your first attack isn't at full power, it's likely a probe to test your opponent. But the moment you see a chance to win, you should strike with your fastest speed to eliminate the obstacle. But you didn't do that. Just like in a previous match against a high-agility opponent, the incredible speed you displayed then was more than enough to finish him in one blow. But instead, you acted like a seasoned predator, toying with your prey after catching it. It just didn't make any sense. Soon, I locked onto another key point, and a bold theory formed. Your sword's edge followed me like a shadow. At that moment, I almost felt like you could predict my every move. Was it just an illusion? Perhaps. It wasn't an illusion at all. That was when Jiang Kai had thrown his daggers at Di Tang. Who says I've lost? Rather than sit here and wait to die, I'd rather seize the initiative and test my theory myself. To confirm my suspicion, I used our combat distance. I altered the speed and flow of my attacks, changing my energy output, testing my theory against him with every strike. And just as I suspected, the results were always the same. His phantom strike could never land a direct hit on me, but at the same time, I could never fully escape the shockwaves. And I was taking damage with every exchange.
Someone as desperate for victory as you wouldn't be interested in a simple game of cat and mouse. So I guessed you had a mental type skill. Divine Frenzy.
It allows you to predict your opponent's next move. And that is your real killing technique. As the truth hit him, Di Tang's face twisted into a grimace. Kai continued, Furthermore, I bet this mental power works through a physical medium, letting you instantly detect an opponent's muscle contractions, or even the airflow across their body. Use it to predict their attack trajectory and launch an immediate counter. Once I figured out your secret, All I had to do was use a skill to paralyze your thought process. By disrupting your judgment, even for a split second, I could create the fatal opening I needed. Hearing this, Dai Tang trembled in disbelief. Is that so? But that was just a guess back then, wasn't it? Weren't you afraid you were wrong? Or that even if you were right, you couldn't beat me? You're far too confident. Kai shot back. The one who's too confident is you. You use the name Phantom Strike to hide the true nature of your mental skill, a simple trick to mislead your opponents. To boost your kill rate later on, you poured most of your attribute points into stats other than spirit. Because of that, your actual mental power isn't that high, which gave me the opening I needed to shatter your strategy. These words left Dai Tang gasping in shock. You were gambling. Kai confirmed it. That's right. But the facts prove my gamble paid off. You've lost. Defeated by the very killing technique you were so proud of. Or, more accurately, defeated by your own undefeated arrogance. Finally, Dai Tang understood. So that's how it was. With those final words, Dai Tang collapsed. Kai declared, "It's over." The female announcer was stunned. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, did you all see that? With absolutely no advantage, Kai found his opponent's weakness and landed the final, fatal blow. That was a textbook reversal, a truly classic moment. The crowd erupted in cheers. Kai is the GOAT. That fight was insane. Don't even try to argue with me. Kai is my one and only god now. Kai. Zhu was just as hyped. That was legendary. Kai, your performance was so awesome it gave me chills. Nuan chimed in. That's right, Kai. I was so nervous I forgot to breathe. He smiled warmly. Sorry to make everyone worry. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan quickly joined in. Captain Kai, you were the brightest star in the arena today. Don't you forget, I'm your #1 fan. Me too. Captain Kai, you were beyond amazing. Zhu couldn't hide his excitement. All right, I've decided. Tonight, we're celebrating until we drop. As soon as Nuan heals Kai up, we're going out to toast his victory. Kai tried to stop them. Hold on. Isn't there something we're forgetting? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder and pushed him along. The group left cheerfully. Let's go. It's on me. We're gonna go all out tonight. You said it. The announcer called after them. Hey, wait. I haven't even announced the official results yet. Hey, don't go. She turned back to the crowd, still full of energy. I now solemnly declare that the champion of this competition is Kai from the Fire God Squad. Kai. Even Lan had to praise him. I can't believe Kai pulled off a miracle. Or perhaps, he himself is the miracle. The next day at the main guild, a voice rang out, "Everyone, get over here." The military just sent someone to deliver the rewards. A small, gold-plated box sat on the table. The 5 of them stared at it as Ruan Yu complained. What could possibly fit in a box this small? The military is so cheap, let's just open it and see. The moment the lid was lifted, glowing cards shot out into the air. One card flew straight towards Kai, then another to Ruan Yu, and a final one to Hu Yan. Whoa, so the rewards are given out as cards? Kai's eyes lit up. He reached out and grasped the card, and a blinding light instantly erupted from it. Kai was absolutely thrilled. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank upgrade, 9 Calamities Soul Chaser. Next, the info panel for the weapon appeared. He exclaimed excitedly, "This is the upgraded Soul Chaser. I heard that rare S-rank weapons like this can have different upgraded forms, like Sown, Stew, or S3. I never expected the Soul Chaser to have a second form. What a surprise! And it has a 15% critical hit boost, meaning 1 out of every 7 strikes is a guaranteed crit. So much better than before. Combined with the armor shredding effect, my chances of winning against high defense monsters just skyrocketed. Then, another card floated before them. What's this one? Ruan Yu spoke up quickly. Captain Kai, I know this. This is a really good item. It's called the Mother-Child Stones, a set made of a child stone and a mother stone. An absolute attraction exists between the two. If you embed one in your gauntlet and the other in your Soul Chaser, then no weapon will ever be able to disarm you again. This is amazing. Hu Nan's eyes lit up as she examined the card. I can't believe it. These are the job change materials for a Spirit Master, from level 41 to 60. Ju was just as thrilled, holding an Immortal's Gourd used for wine. It could boost the effects of any drink by 30% and cut cooldowns by 50%. Jiang Kai was deeply impressed. It's like these rewards were tailor-made for us. Suddenly, a thought struck him and he turned. Wait a second. Juzi. Nuan, here are your rewards. He then reassured Kai. Don't worry. Nuan and I are still military personnel, so our rewards were sent to Captain Li Biao. Then he casually slung an arm around Kai's shoulder and whispered, Besides, you guessed right this time. These rewards were tailored to our individual fighting styles and needs. Commander Wei is really generous, Nuan added. That's right, the person who delivered them was actually one of Mr. Lu's men. Mr. Lu even passed on a message that Commander Wei personally requested these gifts for us. Jiang Kai was taken aback. Commander Wei personally requested them? Ruan Yu and Hu Yan looked on in admiration. Whoa, it must be because of you, Captain Kai. Captain Kai, what an honor. Exactly. Who do you think our Captain Kai is? Commander Wei truly has a sharp eye for talent. Jiang Kai was more than satisfied with the gift. Commander Wei and Mr. Lu had helped him immensely. He'd have to thank them in person next time. Nuan changed the subject. By the way, Kai, now that you've won the finals, isn't the Azure Dragon Guild supposed to give you that secret dungeon info card from the bet? He replied, don't worry, they're sending someone to deliver it in 3 days. Hu Yan ran over and pinched her cheek. Hey now, Nuan. Captain Kai fought hard to win that match. Don't you go stressing over all these little things. You're always frowning, buried under all that worry. It's painful to watch. She quickly denied it. No, I'm not. Seeing everyone so cheerful, Jiang Kai felt a sense of deep satisfaction. The scene shifts to Jiangzong City, where Jiang Kai is walking down the street. He recalls the look on Yingzi's face, a deep unease settling in him, as if something was weighing heavily on her mind. I'll give Yingzi a surprise today, he thought. I'll pick her up from school, and maybe I can ask what's going on. At the end of the day, students poured out of the school gates. Hey, where are we hanging out after school? Are you still thinking about playing? Didn't you hear the extermination nun? We have a test tomorrow. How can you be so calm? Jiang Kai arrived at Yingzi's classroom and asked, Is Jiang Yingzi here? A female student answered, Jiang Yingzi isn't here. She was called away by someone else. Wait, I think I've seen you before. Are you her older brother? He confirmed, that's right. But, called away? Do you mean a teacher called her to the office? The girl hesitated, then said quietly, No. Actually, a group of upperclassmen had been targeting Yingzi recently. Hearing this, a cold dread washed over Jiang Kai. Targeting her? What do you mean? She hurried to explain. The leader of that group is named Zhao Lei. He's a delinquent who just transferred here a while ago. I heard his father works for someone from the Huang Wei family. Relying on his connections, he acts like a tyrant around school and has a ton of followers. Even the teachers can't control him. It was 2 of the girls who always hang with Zhao Lei that called Jiang Yingzi away. Just then, a boy frantically ran past them. Hurry, I'm gonna be late. But in the next second, he was kicked to the ground. 3 bullies cornered him. Damn, you've got some nerve. I told you to be here within 3 minutes of the bell, and you dare to ignore me? At that moment, Zhao Lei appeared. The boy trembled, pleading, No, Brother Zhao, that's not it. Please let me explain. Zhao Lei raised his fist. I think you're just asking for a beating. But his fist stopped dead in its tracks. Jiang Kai had grabbed his wrist. You're Zhao Lei? You know Huang Wei? Seeing someone interfere, the bully's face twisted with rage. Who the hell is this blind fool? You know who I am, and you still have the guts to act so arrogant. Are you tired of living? The man introduced himself. I am Jiang Yingzi's older brother, Jiang Kai. Where is she now? Far from being scared, Zhao Lei just sneered. Haha, so you're that Jiang Kai who doesn't know his place. The one who offended the Huang Wei family. And why the hell should I answer your question? Huh? He taunted him. Of course, if you get on your knees and bark like a dog, I might consider showing some pity and telling you. Jiang Kai remained calm. I'm afraid you couldn't handle it. Seeing this, Zhao Lei gritted his teeth in fury. His 2 followers immediately charged forward. Still acting tough? Today, we're going to teach you the meaning of regret. Brother Zhao, we'll take care of him for you. The students around them immediately started whispering. Look, they're fighting over there. Whoa, which unlucky guy pissed off the young master Zhao Lei this time? The 2 cronies continued their charge. Jiang Kai stood perfectly still, too slow. He effortlessly dodged their punches. The 2 were stunned. What? Jiang Kai pivoted, and in a blur of motion, he struck back. In a single instant, the 2 thugs were on the ground, groaning in pain. Zhao Lei cracked his knuckles in frustration. Damn it. If both you and your sister refuse to learn your place, then I'll teach you who makes the rules in this school. On the sports field outside, a yellow ball was hurtling through the air. It slammed directly into Jiang Yingzi's head. The 2 girls with her laughed. Oops, hey, Junior. We only asked you to get the ball. Why did you use your face to catch it? That's right. How incredibly careless of you. If people thought we were bullying you, that would be a huge problem for us. Yingzi trembled, not daring to fight back. She whispered, I'm sorry. But the 2 girls weren't finished. It's good that you know you're wrong. Oh, but look at this filthy backpack. Aren't all the books inside completely ruined? Suddenly, she spotted something on the ground. Oh, what's this? A photo of Yingzi and her brothers had fallen out. Yingzi lunged for it desperately. Give that back. It was a precious photo from her last birthday, the first time her brothers ever baked her a cake. But one of the bullies held her back, a smirk on her face. What's with all the yelling? So aggressive. Look how tense you are. It seems we found something interesting. Please, give it back to me. The girl's expression turned sinister with a twisted smile. Ha. Keep whining. And my hand might just slip and tear this to shreds. Just then, her phone rang. She answered it, annoyed. Hello? I'm busy. What is it? Someone named Jiang Kai came looking for Jiang Yingzi and ran into Zhao Lei. What? They actually started a fight. Some idiot really doesn't know his own limits. Huh. Hearing this, Yingzi's eyes widened in shock. That's my brother. Without a second's hesitation, she bit down hard on the bully's arm and sprinted away. Hey, you little brat. Damn it, she actually bit me. Is she crazy? Yingzi bolted up the stairs, her heart pounding. Faster. I have to be faster. They have more people. My brother's in danger. The moment she arrived, she called out to him. Jiang Kai turned with a warm smile. Yingzi. She panted, her voice laced with worry. Are you okay? But when his gaze fell upon the bruises on Yingzi, a red fury blazed in Jiang Kai's eyes. His hands clenched into bone-white fists. From behind, Zhao Lei charged forward, enraged. It's too late to kneel and beg for your life. Yingzi screamed a warning. Brother, look out. Jiang Kai simply lifted his leg, and in the next instant, his foot connected squarely with Zhao Lei's face. The bully slammed into the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Outside, other students were struggling to move desks. This is the third trip. Meanwhile, the teachers are probably kicking back on massage chairs in the air-conditioned office. They're treating us like human forklifts. I wish a bolt of lightning would just strike these desks and turn them to ash. Stop dreaming and get moving. Once this is done, we can go home. But suddenly, the two female bullies stormed through. Get out of the way. The girl Yingzi had bitten was fuming. Where is Jiang Yingzi? That damn dog actually bit me hard enough to draw blood. Just wait until I get my hands on her and pull out every single one of her teeth. But before she could finish, a blinding flash appeared before her eyes. Wait, what is that? In the next second, a powerful shockwave sent her and the entire stack of desks flying. The crowd screamed, Zhao, big sis. The two students from before stared in disbelief. It actually turned to dust. Does this mean we don't have to move them anymore? Dude, I think I should go buy a lottery ticket. The one responsible was Jiang Kai. He was absolutely furious. Even Yingzi was stunned by this display of power. Zhao Lei clutched his wounds, groaning in agony. Damn it, that hurts so much. I've been training at Ghostar. My physical abilities should have been enhanced. So why couldn't I even take one hit from that punk? He's nothing like the weakling young master Huang said he was. Jiang Kai strode towards him, and the bully flinched. As they faced off, Jiang Kai looked like a demon coming to claim his very soul. You shouldn't have bullied my sister. Tears of fear streamed down Zhao Lei's face. This guy's aura, it's too strong. It's terrifying. The other students watched in awe. Whoa, Yingzi's brother is that incredible? Look at Zhao Lei. He's scared completely stiff. Why does her brother look so familiar? Ah, I remember now. He's the Ghostar explorer, Jiang Kai. The one who's been getting super famous lately. He's my older brother's idol. Jiang Kai grabbed Zhao Lei's face, his voice dripping with menace. You said you were the one who makes the rules at this school, didn't you? The bully stammered, Wah, what are you going to do? Jiang Kai's threatening voice echoed in Zhao Lei's fading consciousness. If you like to rule through sheer power and violence, then today, I'll make sure your own body remembers this lesson. Forever. Only the one left standing has the right to talk about rules. Zhao Lei's world went black. Where am I? Oh God, someone please save me. How dare you bully a member of my Jiang family? Just then, a small hand grabbed his arm. Brother, stop. Yingzi rushed to his side, pleading. Please, don't fight anymore. Okay? Jiang Kai was silent for a moment, and in the next, his terrifying aura vanished completely. Heeding her words, he began to walk away. Yingzi, wait for me by the stairs. I'll be there in a minute. Okay, but he hadn't forgotten the two girls. You too. Come here. I have something I need to say to you. They trembled, stammering in fear. Jiang. No, brother Jiang. Let's just talk this out calmly, okay? By the time everything settled, night had already fallen. Later, Jiang Kai was gently applying medicine to Yingzi's wounds. Her legs were covered in scrapes, and she winced in pain. Jiang Kai's hands froze. Yingzi, Did I hurt you? She quickly shook her head. No, not at all. It doesn't hurt one bit, I promise. Oh, right. Aren't you busy with your work at GoStar? Why did you come all the way to my school? He cut straight to the point. If I hadn't come looking for you today, when were you planning on telling me you were being bullied? Since we were kids, you've always been like our oldest brother. You keep everything bottled up inside. She then turned the question back on him. But what about you? You never tell us about all the dangers you face at GoStar, do you? Jiang Kai froze. She continued. Brother, you always come home with a bright smile. But even a guard commander has to be careful when dealing with the power of the royal family. The money you bring home. I bet you have to take on incredibly dangerous missions at GoStar to earn it, right? Yingzi's voice was filled with self-blame. I just hate that I'm so powerless, that I can't go to GoStar and help you. So the only thing I can do is try my absolute best not to make you or our older brother worry. Besides, they weren't always this awful. It started with just a few rumors, but lately, they've become much bolder. And I knew you were busy with that important tournament. I couldn't let this distract you. Seeing Jiang Kai's silence, she grew anxious. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mad? I'm so sorry. He gently placed a bandage on her forehead. This little kid has really grown up. Jiang Kai looked at Yingzi. You never have to apologize for this. The ones at fault are the cowards who bullied you, not you. And don't worry about me. Those scumbags at Ghost Star can't touch me. From now on, I'll video call you every single day when I'm done. I won't let you worry like this again, okay? But if I ever hear you're getting bullied and hiding it again, me and our older brother will tear this school to the ground. It's a big brother's job to protect his sister, after all. His comforting words brought tears to Yingzi's eyes. He handed the picture back to her. Here, you should hold on to this. She took the photo of the three of them, a smile finally returning to her face. Yeah, I will. Thank you, brother. As night completely fell, the two finally headed out. All right, let's go home. Big brother will be so happy to see us returning together. Okay. A few days later, at Ghost Star. Inside a lone cabin, a voice cut through the silence. Captain Kai. Is this really the secret realm location Dai Tang gave us? Don't tell me the Azure Dragon Guild played us for fools. This is just a normal, rundown cabin. Yeah, there are no hidden mechanisms or anything. He pulled back a rug, confirming his suspicion. It doesn't look like a fake. Everyone, check this out. The cabin might look ancient on the outside, but the inside is spotless, not a speck of dust anywhere. It's obvious someone has searched this place thoroughly. And another thing, I noticed the ground in the yard is all uneven. It looks like it's been dug up and refilled recently. That must be from their search for the entrance. Besides, a prideful bastard like Di Tang wouldn't stoop to lying, even after losing to us. Hu Yan was stunned. So you're saying a massive organization like the Azure Dragon Guild tore this entire place apart and still couldn't find the entrance? Then how are the three of us supposed to find it? Ruan Yu asked, his voice filled with despair. He's right. Ruan Yu thought helplessly. If only Nuan were here. Her intel gathering ability is on another level. She'd definitely spot something. Hu Yan sighed, just as frustrated. Nothing we can do. The military recalled both of them, after all. Despite the situation, Jiang Kai remained confident. We only borrowed Zhu Zi and Nuan for the guild challenge anyway. The tournament is over, so it's time for them to return to their training. He made a decision. We'll camp nearby tonight and keep watching. Right. As night fell over Ghost Star, Ruan Yu was fast asleep, cuddling a large rock. You've lost weight. You're not as soft anymore. But you're still my dearest wife. Moi. 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 Meanwhile, Jiang Kai stood watch from a distance, his eyes fixed. He pondered deeply. He'd been watching for hours without a single strange occurrence. Was I wrong about this place? Suddenly, a presence materialized behind him. Jiang Kai sensed it instantly and waved a dismissive hand. Hu Yan, I'm not tired yet. No need to switch shifts. Go back to sleep. But in that instant, the presence vanished. A jolt of alarm shot through him. Something was wrong. When Jiang Kai whipped around, there was no one there. He glanced back. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan were still fast asleep, mumbling in their dreams. Kai. Captain Kai. Let me take this one. You fiend. Taste the power of the great swordswoman Hu. Then suddenly, right behind Jiang Kai, a figure appeared, its head hanging upside down. He looked up, into a grotesque, horrifying face. Jiang Kai leaped back as the ghost maiden attacked without hesitation, unleashing her soul chase. But the throwing knives he hurled passed straight through her body. A cold dread washed over him. What? My soul chase is useless against her? The ghost maiden suddenly dropped to the ground, and then shot like an arrow toward the wooden cabin. She's too fast, and she's heading for the cabin. I have to keep up. Jiang Kai immediately activated his ghost eye, focusing his vision as he gave chase. He aimed for the windows on the upper floor and crashed through the glass, landing inside. But the moment his feet touched the ground, Jiang Kai froze. Humph. Before him, the ghost was staring into a mirror, but the reflection staring back was monstrous. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Kai leaped into the air, unleashing his corrupting flame. But just like before, the three projectiles passed harmlessly through her. Refusing to give up, Jiang Kai unleashed his full corrupting flame barrage. But the result was the same. A sense of desperation began to creep in. I aimed for her weak points, but none of my attacks can land a scratch. Outside, the first light of dawn began to break. Just then, Jiang Kai pulled out a strange card, deciding to give it a shot. It flew straight and true, right for the Ghost Maiden. But just as the card was about to strike her back, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window. At that exact moment, his card slammed into a table instead. Jiang Kai's eyes flew wide with astonishment, because in that flash of light, the Ghost Maiden was gone. She had completely vanished. Hu Yan was so stunned she could barely speak. Captain, what are you saying? A ghost appeared and just walked into this cabin. Ruan Yu was speechless. A Ghost Maiden. Jiang Kai explained what happened. It was all so sudden. I didn't have time to wake you. The Ghost Maiden was strange. She didn't try to harm me. Instead, she made a beeline straight for this cabin. Wooden house, sitting before a mirror, combing her hair. This only deepened her suspicion. Could this be related to the cabin's secret? He was thinking the exact same thing. No matter how I attacked it, I couldn't even scratch that thing. At dawn, it simply disappeared. Vanished right in front of that mirror. Gone. Hu Yan couldn't make sense of it. This is just too strange. As they were talking, a figure suddenly emerged from behind them. He was surprised they had noticed him so quickly. Jiang Kai immediately went on high alert. Who are you? The man introduced himself without hesitation. I am Ao Yu, captain of the Azure Dragon Guild, and a pioneer in world exploration. Hu Yan felt a wave of distrust for this so-called captain. Ao Yu, she spoke with a sharp edge in her voice. So you're from the Azure Dragon Guild. You knew about that ghost and said nothing. What are you scheming? Hearing her hostile tone, one of Ao Yu's men snapped back. Hey, watch your mouth. Ao Yu raised a hand, silencing him. It's all right. She's not wrong. Our motives weren't entirely pure. We simply wanted to witness your strength for ourselves. There's no ill will. With a friendly gesture, he extended his hand in invitation. Mr. Kai, you are one of the few people I truly acknowledge. We could work together. But Jiang Kai only stepped back, his guard still up. I appreciate the high praise, but there's no need to cooperate. I never work with people I don't trust. With that, he immediately turned to leave. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, we're going. After he was gone, Ao Yu's team grumbled in frustration. What's with that brat's attitude? Who does he think he is? Exactly. We've been stuck here for 2 months and haven't found a single clue. Does he really think he's that smart? Meanwhile, his two teammates had slept soundly through the night, oblivious to the visitor. But contrary to his team's irritation, Ao Yu was extremely intrigued by the young man. I genuinely admire Jiang Kai's audacity. Let's see what he's capable of. The bright moon cast its light over the silent landscape. A voice echoed from behind the house. It's appeared. The three of them, Jiang Kai, Ruan Yu, and Hu Yan, took off at full speed. Follow the plan. In stark contrast to their urgency, Ao Yu's group watched leisurely from a rocky outcrop above. A subordinate asked, Captain, aren't we going in to watch? Ao Yu was perfectly calm. There's no rush. If Jiang Kai wants to fight, we'll give him the chance. Ruan Yu, shield in hand, charged forward like a rampaging boar. Been a while. I really miss this. In an instant, he phased right through the wall, bursting into the ghost's chamber. Hu Yan yelled out, Are you okay in there? But the female ghost wasn't disturbed at all, simply staring into her mirror with a wicked smile. The unfortunate truth was that even Ruan Yu's attack was useless. Just as he said, physical strikes had no effect on this wraith. Jiang Kai's brow furrowed. This is going to be difficult. The reflection in the mirror began to shift. What is the real key here? A single, blood-red eye appeared in the glass like a ghastly illusion. Jiang Kai's eyes flew open as something flashed past him. Hu Yan, busy helping Ruan Yu to his feet, didn't notice. Quick, drink this sobriety potion. Seeing him standing frozen, Hu Yan asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? Ruan Yu, regaining his senses, looked up. Jiang Kai was staring in one direction, unwavering. The ghost's eyes in the mirror. Something's not right. Did you see it? But Hu Yan and Ruan Yu hadn't noticed anything different at all. No, I didn't see a thing. Me neither, he added. Hu Yan was bewildered. Captain, are your eyes playing tricks on you? but his gaze remained locked on the mirror. No. My ghost eye is fully focused. There's no mistake. In the reflection, her eyes were slowly warping into something bizarre and terrifying. Jiang Kai knew this wasn't over. This time, a strange character appeared within her pupils. The character for terror. Terror nest? What's that? Hu Yan asked, confused. What are you mumbling about? Suddenly, he spoke the four words clearly. The terror nest. The moment he finished speaking, the ghost spun around, revealing razor-sharp teeth. You're dead. A torrent of pure darkness shot straight toward him. Conditions met. Entering the ancient horror terror nest, his eyes widened in absolute shock as he was consumed by the energy and disappeared, vanishing right in front of their eyes. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan cried out in pure horror, Captain. Hu Yan completely lost her composure. Damn you. Give Captain Kai back to us right now. But as she lunged, the ghost faded like an illusion, causing her to stumble through empty air. The group watching from the rocks above grew curious. It looks like something's happened down there. They immediately rushed inside. Hey, what do you two think you're doing? They saw the two of them relentlessly attacking the mirror. This worthless mirror, where did you take Captain Kai? Ao Yu ordered his men to restrain them, and they instantly moved in. Yes, sir. They grabbed both of their arms, holding them back. Hu Yan struggled wildly. Let me go. Let me go. Ao Yu shouted, stop this foolishness. That mirror might be the most important clue to solving this entire place. How could I let you two just destroy it? Ao Yu demanded. Now tell me what just happened here. Where is your captain? And how strange. It's not dawn yet. Why did the she-demon disappear? Panicked, Hu Yan could only point at the mirror. The mirror. The mirror. Captain Kai was sucked into the mirror. The sudden news sent Ao Wu reeling in shock, sucked inside. At that exact moment, the entire room began to tremble violently as a faint image appeared. Words began to form within the mirror's reflection. The secret realm has been activated. Whether the adventurer passes this trial or not, this realm will vanish forever. Ao Wu panicked. What? The system continued to display the adventurer's progress in the nest of terror. The counter reads 0 out of 1 million. Jiang Kai opened his eyes, finding himself in a space of absolute, suffocating darkness. What's going on? Was I really pulled inside the mirror? The secret realm's notification appeared before him. Human fear is born from the unknown. Within 30 minutes, you must annihilate every living creature inside the nest of terror. The Mirror of Revelation will answer your questions, helping you conquer the fear of the unknown. Upon completing the trial, you will receive a weapon of level 5 or higher. We wish you a pleasant challenge. A deep frown creased his forehead. This is the secret realm's trial? What's the Mirror of Revelation? And what terror creatures? Where are they? The words had barely left his lips when a powerful tremor shook the ground. So, it's starting? He held out his hand, summoning a torrent of decay flame. Even with both hands set ablaze, the space remained plunged in total darkness. Why is it still pitch black in here? The secret realm issued a reminder. The effects of your flame weapon will be preserved, but its ability to generate light has been nullified. A sense of dread washed over him. Does this mean I have to complete the mission without even seeing the monsters? In the distance, sinister red lights began to glow. Countless pairs of eyes, all hurtling towards him at incredible speed. Only when they were nearly upon him could he see their true forms, colossal monsters with grotesque bodies. Here they come. He launched himself into the air. He would kill them first and figure it out later. For every creature he struck down, the secret realm announced, Congratulations, you have slain a creature of the secret realm. You have received 1 experience point. His fighting spirit blazed. His face hardened with intense concentration, and his eyes gleamed with killing intent. The number of dead spider-like monsters began to pile up, followed by a relentless stream of notifications. Congratulations, you have slain a creature of the secret realm. You have received 1 experience point. He landed gently on his feet. A smirk played on his lips. Is this all it takes to complete the trial? A few dozen monsters were hardly a challenge. But before he could celebrate, another, even larger swarm of creatures descended upon him. Jiang Kai was stunned. No, this isn't right. This horde is massive. It's at least double the size of the last one. Completely surrounded, Jiang Kai used Gambler's time to teleport, then immediately unleashed his decay flame into the swarm. In an instant, massive explosions lit up the dark space. But even so, the monsters just kept on coming. Jiang Kai grit his teeth in frustration. Just how many of them are there? Faster. I have to be faster. Outside, the mirror's counter displayed 77 out of 1 million. Time elapsed. 44 seconds. Ao Wu tried to make sense of it. Do those numbers mean Jiang Kai killed 77 monsters in 44 seconds? The creatures in a secret realm can't be weak. To kill 77 in 44 seconds, that guy is an absolute monster. Then doesn't the other number mean? There are a total of 1 million monsters in there. The nest of terror. So that's why it has that name. That is not a place humans should ever set foot in. Huan was in disbelief. 1 million. 1 million monsters. When we fought the Merman Lord on Eternal East Island, we had hundreds of thousands of players fighting together. But now, Captain Kai is completely alone. How could anyone possibly kill that many? She became frantic. No, let me go. I have to get in there and save Captain Kai. The others held her back. You can't go in there. Han looked confused. What do you mean? Ao Wu explained. Because this is a solo secret realm. Unlike a normal secret realm, a solo realm only allows a single adventurer to enter. The rewards inside are always far greater. But in return, the adventurer has to face unknown trials all by themselves. On top of that, the difficulty is on a whole different level. I'm sorry to say it, but I don't think Jiang Kai can hold out much longer. Hearing those words, tears began to stream down Hunan's face. Inside the realm, the horde of monsters continued to grow. Jiang Kai leaped into the air to dodge them, but it was useless. He was overwhelmed as their claws and teeth tore his body apart. The pain. This damned body. The numbers are just too different. Am I really going to lose this time? But to be beaten by these pathetic, low-level creatures. Jiang Kai grit his teeth so hard they began to bleed. I absolutely refuse to accept this fate. A system notification suddenly appeared. Adventurer's death is imminent. At that moment, a single card flew out from his body. A system notification blazed to life. The gambler's exclusive weapon, the death card. Its hidden special effect, the Wheel of Fortune, has been activated. From within the pitch-black void, Jiang Kai's voice echoed with confusion. What was that sound just now? In an endless white space, his body began to regenerate. The death card pulsed with a constant light, drawing his attention. Jiang Kai's eyes slowly opened as the system AI appeared alongside the death card. Congratulations. You have activated the death card's hidden special effect, the Wheel of Fortune. While in a near-death state, the Wheel of Fortune will select a random outcome for you. Jiang Kai was stunned. The death card had a hidden effect like this. Each outcome is a double-edged sword, containing both a reward and a punishment, which are then amplified by your gambler's talent. Jiang Kai considered it. A double-edged effect with amplified rewards and punishments. A chance at survival. Or eternal damnation. Will you spin the Wheel of Fortune? A grin spread across Jiang Kai's face. Is that even a question? Of course. Spin it for me. As he spoke, the light from the death card intensified dramatically. In that moment, Jiang Kai's entire body was bathed in pure white energy. The agony that racked Jiang Kai's body vanished without a trace. Was this his own consciousness? Suddenly, he was jolted by an incredible sight, a colossal clock materializing right before his eyes. This was the Wheel of Fate, its hands spinning backward, defying all logic. Jiang Kai watched intently. It's starting. The hands then blurred into an unseeable speed. When it finally stopped, the system announced the spin was complete. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up as he read the results. Positive status, rapid recovery. Negative status, weakness, exposed. A brilliant golden aura erupted from his body, and the space itself seemed to warp around him. A warm current surged through him, as if he were submerged in a divine hot spring. He could feel boundless power coursing through his veins. Snapping out of his mental space, Jiang Kai's eyes blazed with newfound strength. An instant later, the aura radiating from him sent the monster horde flying. Jiang Kai commanded his death card, slaying beast after beast before recalling it to his hand. Now brimming with confidence, Jiang Kai knew the pieces were set. The life or death gamble could truly begin. Without a moment's hesitation, the decay flame shot forward. Wherever it went, hordes of monsters fell in its wake. Jiang Kai calculated his options. The gambler's high only lasted for 10 seconds, followed by a long cooldown. It was completely unsuitable for a prolonged battle. Then, an idea struck him. Wait a second. After the death card devoured the upgraded version of Soul Pursuit, its attack efficiency seemed to have skyrocketed. Without hesitation, he summoned the death card again. Go, he commanded. Flames erupted as he began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The moment he finished, a massive explosion rocked the entire area. Jiang Kai smirked. Just as I thought. If I let the death card carry the flames over a wider area, I can blast even more monsters to smithereens. Then I just have to wait for a critical hit during the burn. And rely on the ensuing chain reaction. The death card is controlled by my thoughts. Its attack range is far greater than the 9 Tribulation Soul Pursuit. I can use this to my advantage and set the entire battlefield ablaze. A moment later, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing massive piles of incinerated monster bones. Jiang Kai taunted them. What's wrong? You guys are moving way too slow. Come on, you're monsters from a secret realm. Can't you put up a better fight than this? Forget it, I'll just come to you. And with that, his hunt began. Back in the real world, the monitor displayed the stats: 416 kills out of 1 million. Time elapsed 209 seconds. Hu Yan asked nervously, Ruan Yu, is this monitor broken? Why has the kill count suddenly stopped changing? Even pausing for a few dozen seconds is deadly here. This is a secret realm with millions of beasts against one person. It's kill or be killed. A few seconds is all it takes to— Exactly. With the difficulty of this realm, it's completely normal for Jiang Kai to be struggling. Instead of worrying yourselves sick, you should just wait for him to get out and arrange a therapy session to make sure he doesn't have a mental breakdown. Hu Yan, with tears welling in her eyes, cursed at him. Pa, you're the one who needs therapy. Nothing's decided yet, so stop spouting nonsense. I believe in Captain Kai. He stubbornly argued back. Hey, isn't the current situation proof enough? Besides, we worked our butts off for months, and Jiang Kai just stumbled into this secret realm by chance. If he actually manages to clear it, I'll eat my words. But looking at how things are now, this opportunity has been completely wasted. 1,000,000 beasts. I'll bet you anything Jiang Kai is a dead man. Suddenly, Ruan Yu spoke with a firm voice. What's the wager? Her words left him utterly speechless. Nolan pushed on. I asked you. What's the wager? The guy sneered. You people really don't know when to give up. If you insist, I'll make it crystal clear. If Kai walks out of there alive, I will kneel right here and call him my father. But if he doesn't, you'll kneel and call me father. Do you dare? Nolan went all in. You're on. Suddenly, Hannah screamed. Oh my God, what is happening? Everyone whipped their heads around in shock. The mirror's count updated, 620 out of 1 million. Inside, explosions ripped through the dimension and monsters shrieked in agony. Kai had caught up to them. So this is where you all ran off to. He resumed his attack. You're just dungeon monsters, after all. His eyes blazed. Where do you think you're going? Let's keep this fight going. Don't stop now. Another wave of explosions tore through the space. Monsters burst into showers of blood, followed by an even bigger blast. Just seconds later, the smoke and dust began to clear. Kai calmly recalled his death card. The system announced that all dungeon creatures had been eliminated. Time, 1,447 seconds. Kai let out a satisfied sigh. Is it over already? I still have over 30 minutes of my rapid recovery buff left. What a waste. Just then, a golden light materialized behind him. Kai glanced over his shoulder to see the dungeon's overseer, Cleo, appear. Congratulations, brave challenger. You have completed the trial of the Terra Nest. I will now calculate your rewards. Kai's jaw dropped in surprise. This must be the dungeon overseer that Dixon mentioned before. She explained, You may now ask the Oracle Mirror 5 questions that do not exceed its authority. Kai's mind raced with excitement. This was a golden opportunity. Would it be a waste to just ask for the gambler's class change material formula? He might even be able to peek at the truth behind the demon star, which would help him prepare for the dangers ahead. The only problem was, he didn't know the specific limits of its authority. The mirror displayed a countdown, 4 minutes and 32 seconds remaining. Cleo warned him, Please ask your questions quickly. The Oracle Mirror's energy will be depleted within 5 minutes. Kai was startled. There's a time limit, too? He immediately asked his first question. What is the connection between the beast gods of the blue star and the demon star? The mirror behind Cleo remained unchanged. Kai quickly understood. No reaction. Does that mean the question exceeds its authority? A notification confirmed it. Your first question has exceeded the authority level. You now have 4 remaining opportunities. Just as I thought, he muttered, then asked his next question. For the gambler's class change materials, what do self-immolating flame in midair, ever-changing metal, unstable, floating earth, and still gentle wind refer to? After hearing the question, the mirror began to stir. Kai's face lit up. It's working. A mystical light radiated from its surface. Kai's eyes widened. Wait a second. The mirror showed the image of a blazing tree, the Skyfire tree. Kai watched intently as the flames grew more intense. He remembered what Nuon had once told him. These are Skyfire trees, with a lifespan of about 20 years. A tree over 30 years old can become a Skyfire spirit tree. After killing one, there's a chance a fire tree heart will drop. It's a material that enhances the effectiveness of flames. The purpose became clear to Kai. That's right. A flame that can exist without burning any physical substance. The Skyfire tree heart. Isn't that literally a self-immolating flame in midair? I should have realized it back at the Flamefall Ridge. Seeing that he had found his answer, the mirror's image changed again. Argent silver. I remember that's a type of metal from the demon star. It's liquid at room temperature. It's not rare, but that must be the ever-changing metal. Suddenly, he froze. The mirror now showed a barren, desolate land. His eyes widened as he recognized something. No, that's not right. There's something rising from beneath the ground. As the image focused, he could see tiny white specks. Zooming in further, Kai realized the next material was dust. Dust settles to become earth, and when it's kicked up, isn't that just unstable floating earth in the air? The mirror shifted again, this time to a clear blue sky. Kai stroked his chin, deep in thought. It's the sky this time, but there doesn't seem to be anything there. What does this have to do with a still gentle wind? He stared intently at the floating clouds, and finally, it clicked. Wait a minute. It's not that there's nothing there. There's air. Seeing that Kai had figured everything out, the system announced, "The Oracle Mirror has completed answering your 5 questions." Kai stroked his chin, lost in thought. A skyfire tree heart, argent, silver, dust, and air. It turns out 4 of the materials for the level 20 gambler class change were all incredibly common things. It seems the key is to think outside the box, to see what others miss. Following that logic, he thought about living water from the headspring, and one thing immediately came to mind. In the world's constant cycle, the most common form of this is rainwater. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. The answers are clear now, he thought, a grin spreading across his face. I wonder what kind of surprises the gambler class will bring me after I change jobs. Just then, the dungeon's overseer appeared once more. And now, I shall bestow upon you the second reward. His pupils shrank in disbelief as another item was brought before him. Congratulations on receiving the Sacred Crest gemstone. He reached out and took the powerful artifact in his hand. The item's description appeared. Once activated, it could manipulate the user's will, forming a halo of sacred light. Unleashing the halo could activate a one-time soul purification effect within a certain range. Kai Jiang was impressed. It seemed this Sacred Crest gemstone wasn't just for him. He could use it on others, too. It was just as convenient as the Death Talisman, controlled simply by his will. Purification. It instantly reminded him of the demonic siren from before. Humans have always been incredibly vulnerable to mental-type assaults. That siren's shriek alone could shatter an adventurer's will, paralyzing them with pure terror. But with this new artifact, that would no longer be an issue. Combined with the necro armor he'd already acquired, he now possessed 2 pieces of gear that granted immunity to mental attacks. The system also chimed in. In combat, the halo can be used to bind a target, restricting its actions. The purification state lasts for 10 minutes. The binding state can last from 3 to 180 seconds, depending on the opponent's power. Jiang Kai stared at the screen, momentarily stunned. It even has a crowd control skill. This Holy Crest crystal was certainly full of surprises, but for now, it only seemed to have purification and combat support functions. He couldn't help but wonder, what made it a legendary SS rank item? The Holy Crest crystal, the only weapon blessed by a god's tier, could enter its activated state twice. The revelation was staggering. A unique grade ghost crystal. He examined the item in his hand. My death card is a unique weapon, but it's exclusive to the gambler class. This Holy Crest crystal, however, has no class restrictions, and it's also a ghost crystal, the only one in existence. This meant that, in a critical moment, it could become his ultimate trump card. The system announced again, progress, 1 million out of 1 million. Hu Yan couldn't believe her eyes. Oh my god, Ruan Yu, come look at this. How many zeros is that? Am I seeing things? No, it's 1 million. Captain Kai's team must have cleared the challenge. AOU was completely floored. What? Jiang Kai killed 1 million monsters inside that hidden realm. No way. The monitor must be broken, right? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the portal, so intense that everyone had to shield their eyes. Hu Yan was overcome with excitement and joy as Jiang Kai finally returned to the Kai squad. At that moment, the illusory house slowly vanished, revealing nothing but the desolate forest around them. Ruan Yu couldn't hide her curiosity. Captain Kai, were there really 1 million monsters in that terrifying nest? How did you kill them all? Hu Yan was just as curious. Yeah. Were there any other traps or mechanisms inside? Did the Guardian of the Hidden Realm give you any trouble? Their barrage of questions made him chuckle helplessly. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, one question at a time. I can't answer you all at once. Just then, Ao Yu walked over. Jiang Kai, I'll be honest. I don't know how you did it, and a part of me hates to admit it, but congratulations on clearing your personal dungeon. He held out his hand. Also, I want to apologize for my previous arrogance. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hidden information about the siren to test you, and I definitely shouldn't have underestimated you. His respect was genuine. Jiang Kai, I have to admit it. You are the most outstanding young adventurer I have ever met. A smirk played on his lips as he answered with confidence. Who am I? I've never needed anyone else to define me. And he reached out to accept the handshake. But thank you for this sincere compliment. I accept your apology. And for the record, I won't deny it. You're not half bad yourself. Ao Yu sighed, then gripped his hand firmly, laughing heartily. Likewise, likewise, seeing the tense atmosphere between them finally relax brought smiles to Ruan Yu's and Hu Yan's faces. The others couldn't hide their grins either. Hu Yan then brought up playfully, I seem to remember someone making a bet about what they would do if Captain Kai made it out alive. Her sudden reminder made Zhu Zi jump. Every single person turned to stare at him. Jiang Kai was confused. Hu Yan, what are you talking about? What bet? The very next second, to his complete shock, Zhu Zi dropped to his knees and shouted. A few days went by, and Hu Yan was anxiously pacing around the house. Why is Jiang Kai's class advancement taking so long? He's still not back. This is taking even longer than when Nuan did hers. Ruan Yu tried to reassure her. Well, Jiang Kai's class is brand new. An advancement like this probably just takes more time. Let's wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was floating in a pocket dimension, surrounded by a swirling, pale blue energy. A magic formation glowed beneath his feet in the hazy void, pulsing with immense power. After a long while, the absorption was finally complete. He opened his eyes. Success. A system notification rang out. Congratulations, you have completed the level 20 class advancement for the gambler. New class, Master of Deception. Jiang Kai was a little confused. Master of Deception sounds like a class even more skilled in the arts of gambling. The mysterious woman from the void appeared before him once more. After this class advancement, your basic attributes will increase by 100%. The activation probability for the super multiplier talent has already reached 100% and cannot be raised further. The super critical hit talent has been upgraded to a 0.2% chance to activate a 200 times damage critical hit. He thought to himself, overjoyed. The activation rates for both my super talents have increased. It might only be a little, but in a desperate situation, that tiny difference is the hope I need to turn defeat into. He immediately asked the system's AI, does my new class, Master of Deception, also come with a new talent? The system confirmed it. Tomorrow, he would unlock the talent of a Master Deceiver. It was a powerful, innate skill for deception, granting mastery over alluring language to cloud an enemy's judgment. Jiang Kai's interest was piqued. This was like an upgraded version of his deception ability. If used well, it could lead to some unexpected fun. The system also announced that due to the talent duplication effect, he would receive a second, random talent. Your agility will be permanently increased by 40%. Jiang Kai was floored. A 40% boost was higher than his other skills combined. He cracked his knuckles. A Master Deceiver, huh? He looked forward to testing it out. In the data research lab, Professor Li marveled after carefully studying the new information on Jiang Kai. His initial evaluation was only a D rank, yet somehow, Jiang Kai had emerged as the champion of the Guild Challenge tournament. Just then, Su Lanlan slowly entered the room. When I first saw that kid refuse to join the military, saying he had to defeat the royal family on his own terms, I laughed at his arrogance. She admitted frankly, but after witnessing these battles, I think I was the one who was a frog in a well. She gazed up at the display screen. He actually did it. Now the royal family won't dare pressure the military anymore. Perhaps it's time we overhaul our evaluation system. Professor Li mused with a nod. Perhaps. She handed him a file. By the way, this is the latest data on the Maitreya land transmission formation that we've discovered. Please analyze it and see if you can find any common characteristics. Professor Li scanned the document. The number of nations that have discovered this has reached 55. We've been at this for so long, yet we still have nothing to show for it. We're running out of time. A fierce hope burned within Su Lanlan. But for some reason, I have a feeling we're going to find it soon. Elsewhere, the trio of Jiang Kai, Nguyen Yu, and Hu Nan ventured deeper into the woods. After walking a fair distance, Hu Nan leaned against a tree. I'm dead tired. Are you serious? We've been circling this area for so long. So why haven't we spotted a single howling moon wolf demon? Nguyen Yu had a theory. Captain Kai, do you think someone beat us here to level up and already wiped out all the wolves? No. Jiang Kai dismissed the possibility. Impossible. The howling moon wolf demons are different from regular wolf beasts. They can walk upright. This means they not only have razor-sharp claws and incredible power, but their fighting style is also extremely versatile, making them tough opponents. He turned to his teammate. Besides, a typical small guild wouldn't dare to provoke these monsters, and if a major guild had come through, we would have heard news about it. Suddenly, Hun Han's expression turned grim. Don't tell me our luck is so bad. It's a blood moon. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Kai pressed her for answers. Hun Han, what's wrong? Hun Han explained the phenomenon based on her own knowledge. Captain Kai, I got bored and did a little divination. I discovered that tonight is a blood moon. A blood moon can awaken the ancient bloodline of the wolf tribe, causing them to transform into humanoids. When that happens, their combat power explodes, and their intelligence skyrockets. Nguyen Yu considered the possibility. I've heard that wolf demons hide and wait before a blood moon appears. No wonder we haven't seen any today. Jiang Kai's face grew serious. Then we can't rule out the possibility that the Howling Moon Wolf Demon Tribe has gathered in a group of no less than 100. After they transform into humanoids, I fear even their weakest members will be as strong as that warlord-class armored earth dragon. This meant the very ground they were standing on was a ticking time bomb. There were at least 100 monsters here, each with the power of a warlord-class armored earth dragon. Gu and Yu couldn't hide the fear on his face. So, Captain Kai, should we retreat? Though he hated to admit it, the grim truth was staring them right in the face. It's too late. The moon had already shifted to a ghastly, blood-red color. The blood moon had arrived. Tonight's moon was bright and crimson. Suddenly, something zipped past. Hunan flinched, accidentally knocking the compass from her hand. It tumbled end over end into the nearby bushes. "Oh no," she cried out, confusing the other two. "My compass." From the dark bushes, a pair of cold, sinister eyes appeared. The compass continued to roll. The mysterious thing in the shadows watched intently. Suddenly, it shot out with unbelievable speed. Hunan stood frozen in utter shock. The creature rocketed toward her, but she didn't move an inch. Seeing this, Jiang Kai began gathering his power and yelled, "Hunan, move!" But her eyes remained wide as she stood her ground. Her gaze was locked on it. Ha! All of a sudden, Hunan knelt and picked up a small, pink creature. Oh great, the compass. Jiang Kai skidded to a halt, completely baffled. What is that? The pink animal was actually quite cute. Hunan gave it a puzzled look, then smiled gently. "Let's make a deal. Spit out everything in your mouth and give it back to—" Seriously, the pink creature puffed out its cheeks, its entire body trembling. Then it let out a triumphant laugh. It had swallowed the compass whole. Hu Yan's face turned dark. She was utterly speechless at its stupidity. With a sudden burst of rage, she grabbed her weapon, ready to end it. "You idiot, spit it out now." Her teammates rushed to hold her back. Hu Yan, calm down. But in that moment, the group failed to notice a lurking presence in the shadows. Only Jiang Kai sensed it instantly, his head snapping to the side. Wait, he felt it. The unmistakable aura of beasts, hiding in the bushes up ahead. From the darkness, a pack of massive, ferocious wolves emerged. The system pinged. Mutated-level monsters, Howling Moon Wolf Demons. The team instantly took a defensive formation. Jiang Kai's voice was grim. Mutated wolf demons. We're surrounded. Prepare for battle. Ruan Yu. Protect Hu Yan. At those words, the flask in his hand slipped and shattered on the ground. But Ruan Yu's face lit up with pure joy. So many beauties, he thought. I am the Wolf King. Line up, ladies. Your king will grant you his affection one by one. Jiang Kai panicked. Damn it. Ruan Yu hasn't even entered his combat state, and he's already rushing forward. His Frostbone Tower shield alone can't possibly block an entire pack of mutated wolf demons. Out of time, Jiang Kai leaped into action. Hu Yan, let's follow Ruan Yu, she agreed without hesitation. Ahead of them, Ruan Yu stood his ground, shield raised, against a tide of pouncing wolves. Jiang Kai swiftly unleashed a fiery attack. He thought to himself, I remember these beasts. Strong offense, but weak defense. Keep our distance and attack from range. With a single strike, he inflicted devastating damage upon the pack. In a flash, the entire group of wolves exploded. Jiang Kai had just annihilated 5 level 45, mutated Howling Moon Wolf demons. As their bodies littered the ground, Ruan Yu burst into tears. My beauties, how dare you ruin this king's fun? But even with the battle over, Jiang Kai felt a strange sense of unease. The wolf demons were clearly numerous, so why didn't they all attack at once? His eyes shot open with a sudden realization. Wait a minute, were they just testing our strength? His suspicion was confirmed. Another wave of wolf demons emerged from the darkness. This time, their numbers were several times greater. The creatures advanced slowly. Jiang Kai stood firm against them. Without a moment's hesitation, he crossed his arms and unleashed a torrent of fire. The force of his attack was immense, kicking up a massive cloud of white smoke. But when the smoke cleared, the wolves were completely unharmed. They continued forward, their growls deepening. Seeing this, Hu Yan's face filled with fear. Captain Kai. My soul pursuit skill landed 4 critical hits on 17 of the mutated wolf demons, but I only managed to kill 4 of them. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation. They're smart, they're too spread out. It's impossible to land an effective area of effect attack. Suddenly, Hu Yan's head whipped around, her face pale with shock. A lone wolf demon had leaped into the air, aiming for a sneak attack on Jiang Kai. She screamed, "Look out behind you!" But Jiang Kai remained perfectly still as the demon lunged for him. Then, his eyes flashed. In the blink of an eye, the wolf's arm was gone. Jiang Kai's power had activated. Mirage of the sea crossing sky. He leaped high into the air, dodging effortlessly. What you perceive as real is merely what I allow you to see. Now, enjoy the sweet agony of death. With a roar, Jiang Kai unleashed his soul pursuit technique. The wolf demon shrieked in agony as the attack connected. Another level 55 mutated Howling Moon wolf demon had been slain. Yet another pack charged forward aggressively. Ruan Yu just laughed with excitement. My beauties, your big brother Wolf King is here. He looked as happy as an innocent child. But before the wolves could even reach him, they were met with the full force of Jiang Kai's attack. 3 level 55 mutated Howling Moon wolf demons were instantly killed. Seeing their bodies fall, Ruan Yu collapsed to the ground, sobbing his heart out. As Jiang Kai landed, Hu Yan spoke up. That was too close. If you hadn't intervened, Captain Kai, Ruan Yu would have been killed. Just then, her attention snapped back to the pink creature. She pinched its cheeks hard. Don't think you're safe just because you look cute. Spit out my compass, now. Or I'll feed you to the wolves myself. But as she threatened it, Jiang Kai's gaze suddenly shifted. He hadn't expected it. More wolf demons were rushing in, surrounding them from both sides. Their roars echoed through the clearing. Jiang Kai shouted a warning, Hu Yan, 4 o'clock. His voice snapped her back to reality. But as she turned, a wolf was already lunging through the air. She froze, her body trembling, unable to react. The beast's claws tore into her shoulder. But even then, she desperately held onto the pink creature. Blood streamed from the deep gashes on her shoulder. The pain was unbearable. As Hu Yan collapsed to the ground, the entire wolf pack suddenly froze. Jiang Kai watched them, analyzing their behavior. They seem afraid. It's like they've sensed some kind of terrifying presence. He followed their gaze, and his eyes widened. Wait, they're looking over there, at the small, pink creature that had just been acting so innocent. Now it looked like a true demon, its body radiating a sinister, murderous aura. Without a second thought, Jiang Kai charged forward to attack. At that very moment, countless projectiles shot out but were instantly neutralized. Now, Hu Yan's body was trapped inside an energy sphere, rising high into the air as everyone watched in horror. He stared, completely stunned. What? From her position, a terrifying power was suddenly unleashed. Jiang Kai screamed in a panic. Hunan. A blinding light swallowed his vision, as if that energy was about to detonate. And then, it stopped. The smoke slowly began to clear. Before him now was a blood-red sphere, enclosing both Hunan and the beast. Inside, she was being healed by a miraculous power. Hunan's eyes fluttered open. Who are you? Just then, Hu Yao, a being of the same race, appeared. She gently touched Hunan's face. You lasted longer than I thought. She seemed intrigued, noting how Hunan was clearly as weak as a rabbit. Hunan, severely wounded, drifted into a delirious state. Hu Yao touched her again and chided. What a nuisance. Then, she began to treat Hunan's injuries. Hu Yao parted her lips slightly, and then licked the bleeding wound. She cooed softly. Just bear it a little longer, little rabbit. Suddenly, she sensed someone outside, tampering with her space. Hu Yao glanced up, genuinely surprised. Oh, to think he can remain conscious under my pressure. How interesting. Without hesitation, a small orb of energy formed in Hu Yao's hand. If that's the case, then let's play. The orb shot straight toward Jiang Kai's forehead. His consciousness began to fade. What? How? So suddenly, a moment later, Jiang Kai jolted awake. He looked around frantically. What happened? Then his eyes froze. Wait a minute, this place is. Jiang Kai now stood in the middle of a completely devastated city. He wondered how on earth he had ended up here. Just moments ago, he was in the demon spirit forest. Hunan, Ruan Yu, the wolf demons, and that fox spirit. Where did they all go? He shouted at the top of his lungs, Hunan, Ruan Yu, help me. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble violently. Jiang Kai braced himself with one hand on the ground. This tremor was caused by a colossal creature weighing over 50 tons. Up ahead, a group of people were fleeing for their lives. Somebody, please, save us. Monstrous beasts were chasing right behind them. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in horror. There. Beast gods, terrified screams echoed through the ruins. Jiang Kai was completely bewildered. Damn it, what in the world is going on? He immediately tried to summon his fate tracking card, but there was no response. Just as he feared, he couldn't use his skills. Could it be? Did the system suddenly bug out and teleport me back to Blue Star? No, that's not right. This isn't an illusion. It's that fox spirit's bizarre ability. Looking at the monsters, he reasoned, In a real battle against beast gods, the chances of seeing ordinary people are extremely low. Besides, not a single superhuman had appeared so far. Suddenly, a desperate plea caught Jiang Kai's attention. "Please, someone, save my child." A mother, standing at the jaws of a monster, threw her child away from danger. Jiang Kai forced himself to think rationally. "Stay calm. This is no time to play the hero. Even if this is an illusion, I don't know the consequences of—" He saw the terrified, tear-streaked face of the little boy, and remembered himself as a child, covered in wounds just like that. Suddenly, his feet froze in place. An intense battle raged in Jiang Kai's mind. Even if none of this was real, the child's cries were genuine, as if he could feel the evil looming over him. The monster's jaws opened wide, ready to swallow the boy whole. This kind of thing. I still can't. In the end, Jiang Kai made his choice. He would save the child. Even without his superhuman abilities, he couldn't just turn his back. Jiang Kai grabbed the boy and ran, with the colossal monster in hot pursuit. His body was covered in wounds, and he was about to collapse from exhaustion, even after all the brutal training on the demon planet that made him stronger. Without his skills, he was ultimately just an ordinary man. Just then, the monster slammed the ground, sending a shockwave that knocked him off his feet. He lost his balance. Oh no! As he fell, the child slipped from his grasp. Tragically, the boy fell right towards the monster's sharp claws. But just as he was about to be impaled, he stopped, because Jiang Kai had managed to grab him just in time. I caught him. But at that moment, the monster's grotesque tongue shot towards them. His eyes widened in shock. In the end, there was no escaping being its meal. Jiang Kai's entire body was racked with agony, his flesh feeling like it was rotting away. This pain, this feeling of being digested. Could this really be just an illusion? A voice echoed in his mind. Look, this is the price you pay for trying to be a hero. Who do you think you are? Just because you got lucky and killed a few weaklings. Do you really think you're some kind of omnipotent savior? In reality, you can't do anything. You're just a pathetic insect who can't protect anyone. Tears streamed down Jiang Kai's face. I couldn't protect anyone. Suddenly, an exact copy of Jiang Kai appeared before him and confirmed it. That's right. Just admit it. You can't even take care of yourself, so why bother with others? Humans are selfish creatures by nature, aren't they?
It's truly heartbreaking. In truth, you've already done more than enough. So stop trying to be strong and just rest.
As the voice finished, Jiang Kai found himself back in a warm, cozy home. Xiao Kai, what are you spacing out for? Come sit down and eat while it's still hot. This boy. You're so tired. You've been pushing yourself way too hard lately. Covered in wounds, Kai Jiang was witnessing a scene of pure happiness. Just like when he was a kid. He'd fall, and even if tears welled in his eyes, he'd grit his teeth and say it didn't hurt. After all, our little Kai had to be a real man. But no matter how tough he acted, deep down, he was still just a child. His voice trembled as he called out, "Dad, Mom, I miss you so much, little Kai. If you're tired, it's time to come home." The image of a tearful little Kai appeared, his tiny hand reaching desperately for his home. "Dad, Mom." A younger Kai Jiang tried to grab a chicken leg from a bowl, but suddenly, his small hand clenched into a tight fist. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry." Hearing this, the two figures suddenly paused. Kai Jiang slammed his fist on the table. "This is the path I've chosen." His parents simply nodded and smiled, their forms slowly fading away. What can we do? It seems there's just no stopping this kid. That's right. He's a grown man now, with a will of his own. Then don't forget your original dream, son. Keep moving forward with courage. We will always be proud of you. Yes, Kai Jiang said with a relieved smile. I understand. At that moment, Kai Jiang gathered a powerful force in his hand. With a single punch, the entire illusion shattered into pieces. The image of the crying child cracked and faded, along with the roaring monsters. The illusion dissolved, revealing its creator. What? He gasped in shock. Kai Jiang gritted his teeth in fury. So everything here was just a part of your twisted game. At the same time, his injuries began to rapidly heal. The imposter just laughed. Well, this is certainly a surprise. You weren't drawn into my perfect fantasy. Wasn't it beautiful enough for you? Kai Jiang's face darkened. No matter how perfect you painted it, I knew the truth. It was nothing more than a beautiful, fragile bubble, and I'd rather shatter it with my own hands than hide inside it. The imposter sneered. Oh? A beautiful, fragile bubble, you say? He formed a shimmering sphere between two fingers. Like this? That's quite a nice way to put it. I like it. So then, how about you guess if I can kill you inside this illusion you hate so much? With those words, he lunged forward. But Kai Jiang had already leaped into the air, easily dodging the attack. He smirked confidently. I'll bet that your clumsy tricks won't even withstand a single blow from me." He then unleashed the sacred crest's light, activating its soul purification special effect. A brilliant golden light instantly blasted the man far into the distance. A moment later, under the pale moonlight, Kai Jiang returned to reality. "I'm back." His eyes immediately fell on the sleeping Ruan Yu, and a wave of panic hit him. Oh no, was Hu Yan taken? But before he could finish the thought, Hu Yan's body flew back into his arms. The wound on her shoulder was completely gone, shocking Kai Jiang. "It's fully healed? Did that fox spirit cure Hu Yan's injury?" But then Hu Yan began to blush and talk in her sleep, leaving him utterly speechless. I hate it. What in the world is she dreaming about? Why is her face so red?" A soft, ethereal voice echoed around him. "An adventurer from the sacred nation? You're more interesting than I expected. Whose voice is that?" He scanned the area, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Kai Jiang gently laid Hu Yan down and took a defensive stance. "Who are you? If you have the guts, stop hiding." The fox spirit giggled. "Ha, you humans are always so easy to provoke. It's a shame that, as you are now, you don't even have the right to know my name." Kai Jiang was confused. "Hey, you." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Ha, but since you're so cute, I suppose I can give you a little gift. Remember this well. I will only show you this once." "What?" A detailed map instantly materialized inside his mind. Kai Jiang was bewildered. "Wait, what is this?" The fox spirit sounded amused. "It seems my boring days are finally over. I wonder what kind of surprises will happen next. This is getting exciting." Kai Jiang ran in the direction of the voice. "Wait, you two interesting humans. Be sure to entertain me even more next time we meet." Kai Jiang shouted into the empty space, completely baffled. "Hey, you, wait a second." But only silence answered him. He stood there, stunned. "She's gone." And just like that, the sun began to rise. Hu Yan was astonished. "Huh? Captain Kai, you're saying I almost died yesterday. And that fox saved me?" Kai Jiang questioned her. "Why would that fox spirit save you? Did she say anything weird? Do you remember anything at all?" "Wait, she can talk. My head hurts. I think I just slept through the whole thing. I don't remember a thing." As she said this, her cheeks flushed bright red. Except for that one dream. In her dream, the enchanting fox spirit sat beside her. "This is a thank you gift," she purred, far sweeter than blood. "So, my cute little rabbit, try not to get hurt so carelessly next time." It was such a strange dream. Kai Jiang's voice snapped her back to reality. "Hu Yan, are you okay?" She quickly turned her head away, trying to hide her blush. That dream was just way too embarrassing. Ruan Yu's voice cut through the air. "Captain Kai, Hu Yan, get over here now, or this meat is going to be charcoal." Jiang Kai prompted them. "Eat first. We have things to discuss later." "Okay." Hunan eagerly dove in. "Hee, this meat is amazing. Here I come." "Oh, Hunan, are you trying to eat it whole?" Watching her, Jiang Kai could only sigh. The moment food appeared, all her troubles vanished. These two are really something else. The next day, the trio arrived at a deep canyon. "We're here," Jiang Kai announced. According to the Fox Demon's map, the coordinates point right to this ravine. Hunan and Ruan Yu looked on. "Captain Kai, are you seriously going in without us?" "Yeah, what gives? You're the one who said that fox spirit is dangerously cunning. What if it's a trap? Maybe we should go find Commander Lu's team and ask them first." But Jiang Kai disagreed. "Commander Lu's unit is swamped with military affairs. We can't keep running to him for everything." He turned to his two companions with a warning look. "Hu Yan, you just recovered from your injuries. You need more rest. And Ruan Yu, after you had a few drinks, you start swinging at shadows. The fog in there is thick. It's a death trap. Both of you, stay here and wait for my return." But before they could even protest, Jiang Kai had already ventured deep into the mist. He thought to himself, "Don't worry, I'm just scouting ahead. If I find anything unusual, I'll pull back immediately." He replayed the situation in his mind. Her abilities, they probably surpass any monster we've ever faced. There's a high chance she's a map-level boss. If she wanted to kill me, she wouldn't need such an elaborate scheme. Besides, more than her bizarre powers, it's her completely unpredictable nature that truly puts me on edge. What is she really trying to do? And more importantly, why can't I shake this strange, uneasy feeling? 20 minutes later, at the ravine's end, Jiang Kai cautiously moved forward when something caught his eye. Before Jiang Kai lay the deep blue expanse of a lake. He scanned it carefully, noting, "At first glance, it looks completely normal." Suddenly, Jiang Kai's foot kicked a small pebble, sending it skipping across the ground and right into the water. But strangely, there was no splash. Instead, the stone simply vanished without a trace. In that instant, Jiang Kai realized this was no ordinary lake. What is that? The surface of the water began to churn violently, as an overwhelming malice erupted from the depths, sending a chill straight to his bones. This sinister aura was several times more terrifying than the fox spirits. Watching the water bulge upward, he knew. It's coming out. Damn it, did I really just walk right into her trap? Jiang Kai scrambled backward, then turned and fled with everything he had. I have to get out of here, now. His face had gone deathly pale. Why? Why am I this terrified? It was a fear so absolute it consumed every other emotion. Not even when he first set foot on the Demon Star, facing a monster for the first time, feeling that crushing despair as death closed in. The fear, rage, regret, and frustration. He had never felt a terror quite like this. It was as if something was intentionally amplifying his fear tenfold. But if this creature is so horrifyingly powerful, then why is it hiding at the bottom of a lake like a coward? Jiang Kai's body was still sprinting on pure instinct. If it was waiting for me to get closer, why hasn't it attacked yet? And then, clarity struck. Jiang Kai skidded to a halt. There was only one possible explanation. This entire display is meant to avoid detection. To create a smokescreen of mystery, he clenched his fists and drew his throwing knives. Jiang Kai resolved to face it head-on. All right, let's see what's really pulling the strings here. Suddenly, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. Wait, that's a system notification. Congratulations. You have discovered the Maitreya Temple teleportation array. The scene shifts to another location. Among the top 10 nations in the world mining the Demon Star, the Shengyao nation was about to become the only one, without a ticket to the global tournament. Didn't Shengyao always brag about how powerful they were? If they're willing to kneel down and lick my boots clean, maybe we consider giving them a few clues. That's right. Get on your knees, and we'll think about finding the teleportation array for you. Hearing the relentless taunts, a hand slammed down on an armrest. Commander Wei worried aloud. Is there truly no hope left for us? Just then, Luo Jun burst into the room in a panic. Commander Wei looked up, confused. Little Lu, what's got you in such a rush? Luo Jun slammed one hand on the table, announcing breathlessly. Commander, we found the teleportation array. Commander Wei shot to his feet, his voice trembling. What? What did you just say? Back at the canyon, the military had already established a perimeter, cordoning off the area. Stay back. Behind the warning tape, this isn't a tourist attraction, Ruin Yu said in amazement. Whoa, look at all the spectators. Anyone who didn't know better would think a king-level boss just spawned, Hu Yan added. Well, what do you expect? Finding a link to the teleportation array is the Shengyao nation's absolute top priority. After all, the crowd began to buzz. Look over there. It's Commander Wei's group. Jiang Kai smiled and greeted the approaching commander. Hu Yan couldn't contain her excitement and blurted out, You're Wei Ying, Commander Wei, the guardian deity of Jiangzhong City. Before she could finish, a soldier reprimanded her. Insolence. How dare you address the commander by his name? But Commander Wei simply waved it off. This isn't some formal ceremony. It's perfectly fine. He smiled warmly. Besides, any friend of Jiang Kai's is a friend of mine. Even Hua Tianshen, the legendary head instructor for the War God Temple's reserve forces, stepped forward with words of praise. I've heard Commander Wei mention Jiang Kai so often. At last, we finally meet. Jiang Kai was taken aback. This man. He grasped Jiang Kai's hand with a warm demeanor. Things were too hectic before. Allow me to introduce myself properly. Greetings, Jiang Kai. I am Hua Tianshen, head instructor of the War God Temple Reserves. Your reputation precedes you. Jiang Kai replied respectfully, Instructor Hua. Behind them, Nguyen Nju and Hu Yan went into full-on gossip mode. The head instructor of the War God Temple's Reserves knows our captain. Captain Kai's reputation is really something else. Commander Wei clarified, Tian Shen is also the chief commander for this year's national tournament. The moment he heard you found the teleportation array, he couldn't wait to come with me. Hua Tianshen's praise was endless. You truly are worthy of Commander Wei's high esteem. You've finally helped us with a monumental task. The commander spoke with gravitas. Indeed, Jiang Kai, you've resolved a critical threat for us. Beyond the official glory you deserve, I've decided to give you my own personal reward as well. Before Jiang Kai could even react, Nguyen Nzu and Hu Yan's eyes lit up like high beams. That's a massive bonus. But against all expectations, Jiang Kai refused. I don't want any additional reward. His decision sent a shockwave through the crowd. What did you just say, Captain Kai? He slowly began to explain, his voice filled with gratitude. Commander Wei, I'm just a common man, with no powerful family to back me up. I have no authority of my own. Ever since entering the Demon Star, I've been suppressed by the royal family and blacklisted by the major guilds every step of the way. It was you, sir, and the heroic spirit society who stood against that pressure, protecting me and my family with all you had. This debt of gratitude is something I will carry in my heart forever." Commander Wei was left utterly speechless. The commander found his voice, trying to reason with him. "Jiang Kai, don't be driven by emotion. I know your family's situation. You're still young, risking your life alone on the Demon Star. What will you do when the money runs out?" Jiang Kai's reply was firm as steel. "This isn't an emotional decision." He then posed a question of his own. "Do you remember what you told me that day when you took me to the ruins of the safe zone to watch the battle between superhumans and beast gods?" The commander froze, the memory of his own words echoing in his mind. For the rise and fall of the nation, every man bears responsibility. In this world, someone has to be the one to stand up and fight those monsters. Jiang Kai continued, his gaze distant. "Back during the battle on Yongdong Island, maybe I was still naive. But now, after fighting alongside everyone on this long journey, I think I'm starting to understand." His words struck a chord with Nguyen Nu and Hu Yan, moving them deeply. "Captain Kai." Jiang Kai looked the commander in the eye. "Commander Wei, without you, I wouldn't be the man I am today. A portion of that reward rightfully belongs to you." The brilliant sunlight seemed to illuminate his conviction. "Compared to the other selfless and mighty superhumans, I know my own power is still lacking, and my understanding is shallow. But," a faint smile touched his lips, "I will always find my own way to fight shoulder to shoulder with you all." The commander listened in silence, his expression growing heavier with each word. Hua Tianshen felt a sense of disbelief. The commander was offering this kid a reward from his own pocket. Countless people would kill for such an honor, yet he rejects it so publicly, time and time again. Commander Wei remained silent through it all. Then, he suddenly strode towards Jiang Kai and launched a sudden punch. "You've got some nerve." The unexpected attack sent Nguyen Ju and Hu Yan into a panic. "Captain Kai." But just as the fist was about to connect, it stopped. Inches from his face, the commander relented. "When you've made up your mind, not even 10 bulls could sway you." Nguyen Nu and Hu Yan could only stare, frozen in shock. Jiang Kai's eyes were sharp, meeting the commander's gaze without a shred of fear. And in response, the commander broke into a smile. "But it is exactly that fearless courage and heaven-defying stubbornness of yours." He placed a hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder. "That makes you truly worthy of my esteem." Jiang Kai froze. It was only then he realized. This was all a test. And it wasn't just him. Everyone else's jaws were on the floor. "You can't be serious." That's the first time I've ever heard Commander Wei praise someone. That punch was terrifying. If that were me, I would have been a goner. But that kid didn't even flinch. Hua Tianshen spoke thoughtfully. "It seems I've greatly underestimated this young man, Jiang Kai." Hu Yan grinned from ear to ear. "Commander Wei, so you aren't angry?" Jiang Kai started to speak. "Commander Wei, but the commander immediately cut him off. "There's no need to say more. It's not the first time you've turned me down. I respect your decision. As for the official reward you and your team have earned, the military will distribute it through the proper channels." Jiang Kai's face lit up with a surprised and excited smile. "Yes, sir." With that matter settled, the commander beckoned. "All right, you, come with me." And so, the two of them walked toward the massive, split boulder. Henry was nowhere to be found. Even after passing through this place, who would have guessed? The teleportation array was hidden deep beneath this lake. He raised his hand, and a powerful aura began to form. Once he gathered enough power, he hurled it forward with immense force. Instantly, the searing blast of energy obliterated the massive boulder into countless fragments. Divine might. Earth-shattering slash. The mountainside shattered, revealing a massive, gaping hole. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. He shattered the entire mountainside with one blow. Commander Wei calmly explained, "That was a primordial force strike. Only warriors from our sacred splendor can awaken the talent to wield such skills and truly master this power." This immediately brought to mind the legends. Primordial force, a mystical energy that erupted into existence at the very creation of the blue star planet. I remember Zhu Zi's warrior's heart talent has a secondary effect. One of them, the sword Qi Slash, uses this exact same primordial force. He couldn't help but marvel internally. But this is the first time I've seen it used in person. Incredible power. Commander Wei's voice was steady and deep. On the global stage, the warrior class has fallen to 6th place in the professional rankings. But I have never put any faith in those rankings. The 1,000-year legacy of Sacred Splendor's martial path cannot be measured by mere numbers. When primordial force is unleashed, even the top 5 classes must keep their distance, let alone a new class like yours with its limitless potential. I believe a day will come when no one will dare to underestimate Sacred Splendor again. A faint smile touched Jiang Kai's lips. He turned his head to face the commander. I believe it too. Time passed quickly. 7 days later, at the Military Council Hall, a global news broadcast was underway. The number of nations that have discovered a teleportation array has now reached 65. Only 15 slots remain before the 80-nation limit is met. Breaking news. Nation C has located a new array, becoming the 66th country in the world to gain access. And another flash report, nations E and F are now engaged in a border conflict over a dispute in the relic zone. Hua Tianxian stood sternly at the podium, his hands planted firmly on the table. Based on known intelligence and field reports from multiple teams over the last few days, we've compiled critical data about the relic zone. The screen behind him displayed level 60. First, no adventurer over level 60 may enter the relic zone. He spoke while touching a holographic gate. Second, each person gets only one entry. Once you leave or die, you can never return. Third, the array operates on a team-based system. Maximum of 5 members per team, with only 3 teams allowed to register per day and at least a 3-minute interval between each deployment. Images of teams deploying appeared on screen. And fourth, there are only 4 entry points inside the relic zone. Regardless of which nation's array you use, you will be deployed to one of these 4 locations. Hua Tianxian's voice grew grim. Fifth, and this is our most critical problem. The world's major powers have already begun to cooperate and blockade these entry points. Hearing this, the entire assembly rose to their feet in shock. What? Hua Tianxian continued. The rules only state that 80 nations can enter the relic zone, not that all 80 must be allowed to compete. For every rival they eliminate, their own chances of victory increase. So they're using their superior numbers to lock down the entry points and prevent anyone else from getting in. What's worse, and far more troubling, is that all 21 of Sacred Splendor's teams have already been eliminated and forced to withdraw. Half a month later, on the Demon Star, a storm of fire rained down upon the forest, incinerating everything in its path. A system notification rang out. 5, 10, 15 Howling Moon Wolf Demons defeated. Level 55 and 45. Congratulations, you have reached level 21. Jiang Kai walked calmly through the inferno. Finally, level 21. A faint, ethereal interface appeared before him as a new skill was unlocked. Your level has increased to 21. You will activate a new class skill. Deceptive Doppelganger creates up to 3 clones. Upon activation, the user automatically enters a state of stealth. Jiang Kai was intrigued. Oh, a clone-type skill, huh? The description continued to scroll. Deceptive Doppelganger can perfectly mimic the user's actions, status, equipment, and skills, but it cannot inflict any actual damage. He instantly saw the flaw. This is a problem. It can't deal any real damage. Doesn't that mean if they're attacked, they're just helpless punching bags? The system instantly explained that when the decoy dummy takes damage, it simultaneously absorbs the physical and mental energy spent by the attacker. Upon being recalled, all the absorbed energy is completely returned to the owner. A few ideas sparked in Jiang Kai's mind. So that's how it works. This is definitely more than just a simple punching bag skill. It's an entire energy conversion system. On the surface, it looks like it's taking a beating, but it's secretly siphoning the opponent's power dry. The system continued its report. The decoy dummy can exist for a maximum of 10 minutes and cannot stray more than 30 meters from its caster. The stamina and mental power absorbed by the decoy cannot exceed the caster's maximum stats. At level 30, this skill can be upgraded. He did some quick math. 500 spirit points is a heavy cost, but with my current abilities, I can probably recover in about 3 or 4 days. He couldn't help but wonder, with the support of my double talent, what other skill will I get? The system answered immediately. Talent activated. You will receive an additional random professional skill. Random skill. Exploit weakness. For every 1% of health the target loses, your own base stats will increase. He muttered to himself, the more they wear down, the more ferocious my attacks become. Jiang Kai pondered, I've heard that some explorer classes get stronger in a specific stat the more injured they become. I wonder, if they came up against my exploit weakness skill, who would come out on top? Just then, his watch buzzed. It was Zhu Zi. A voice came from the other end. Kai, what are you up to? He answered, I'm grinding levels. Zhu Zi, isn't your team busy with training? How do you have time to call me? The voice on the other end hesitated. He immediately sensed something was wrong. What's up? Suddenly, Zhu Zi said something completely out of character to Jiang Kai. It's nothing. I was just thinking of you, for some reason. Today, I just really wanted to hear your voice. As soon as he heard that, he shot back with a weird look on his face. Hey, dude, why are you being so cheesy all of a sudden? The question made his friend backtrack. Cheesy? I guess it is. A little. It's probably just the training fatigue. Whenever I get a break, my mind starts to wander. Seeing this, Jiang Kai switched to another topic. Hey, Zhu Zi, you're acting strange today. Is there something else you wanted to talk about? But Zhu Zi denied it, making an excuse to end the conversation. No, really, it's nothing. All right, big shot, you keep slaying monsters. This humble servant will take his leave. Bye-bye. But before he could call back, the line went dead. Hello, Zhu Zi? On the other side, Nuan saw him hang up and followed after him, a bit puzzled. She walked over and called out his name, Zhu Zi. Noticing his strange mood, she asked, "Didn't you say you miss Kai? Why didn't you talk a little longer?" However, he didn't want to give himself away. Kai knows me too well. If I said any more, he would have definitely figured out something was wrong. And with a gloomy look, Zhu Zi added, "I don't want him to worry." She frowned, about to say something, but he cut her off, turning negative again. Nuan, in your opinion, what do you think people feel when they go insane after being killed and forced offline? Hearing this sent a chill down her spine. What are you talking about? He turned back, trying to force a laugh. Maybe they feel nothing at all, no more worries. Thinking about it that way, it doesn't seem so scary anymore. But Nuan didn't buy it. She saw right through him. Because of this mission, Zhu Zi was barely holding on. About 3 days earlier, a man had rushed to meet with 3 elite squads, the Fierce Tiger, Tian Heng, and Hot Blood squads. Seeing him arrive, everyone greeted him cheerfully, calling out Commander Hua. Tian Shen didn't have time to waste. Time is short, so let's keep this brief. But suddenly, a foot slammed into someone's face with no time to react. Hua came and appeared with a sinister grin, taunting. You think a bunch of trash like you actually deserves to compete with us? Listen up. Either beat us with your own strength, he declared with overwhelming confidence, or crawl between my legs. The reporters saw Huo Kaiman's brazen arrogance. They started shouting, crawl, crawl, crawl. Give us a smile. Let those idiots see you clearly. One man was kicked to the ground, unable to get up in front of the massive crowd. The others could only watch, their blood boiling. I'm going to kill them. Tian Shen was also watching, unable to stomach the sight. A tech company had developed a device that could transmit images back from the land of delirium. Despite a slight delay, the scene playing out before them was incredibly intense. He then began to summarize the consequences. In the past half-month, we have sent over 50 teams into the land of delirium. Over 200 of our most elite soldiers have been slaughtered and forced offline just like this. The men stared at the screen, their jaws hanging open. Tian Shen continued, however, their sacrifices were not in vain. They provided us with invaluable information. This is a map of the land of delirium that we pieced together based on all the intelligence they gathered. But he didn't continue, pausing for effect. You're all here, so you must have already guessed what I'm about to ask. Angel could no longer sit back and watch. He addressed everyone with grim determination. Through 27 elimination rounds, we've chosen our most elite squads. I need you to accept this heavy burden. In 3 days, prepare to break through the encirclement once more. Hearing their orders, the soldiers roared back in unison. Seeing their resolve, Angel continued detailing the plan. We now know the Forsaken Land has 4 entry points, designated Point A, Point B, Point C, and Point D. Within a single day, any team using the same teleportation matrix will arrive at the exact same insertion point. He then stressed the most critical detail. Memorize these coordinates so you can fight your way back. Find a way to push towards this position and plant the flag of Sheng Yao. This is the linchpin of the entire mission. Suddenly, Commander Wei stepped forward with a question. Commander Hua, are we breaking through countless barriers just to plant a flag at these coordinates? I'm certain they will hunt us down relentlessly. Hearing this, Tian Shen simply gave a calm reply. Our goal isn't a suicide charge, but a strategic breakthrough. This is all part of a secret plan the higher-ups have been orchestrating. The moment he said that, a wave of shock went through the room. A secret plan? He then laid it all out. That's right. So far, 73 nations have discovered these teleportation matrices, but 42 of them have already seized the advantage. They entered the lost continent ahead of us to lock down every single entry point. In this situation, for any other nation to break through is nearly impossible. Tian Shen spoke with absolute confidence in his strategy. However, this also means there are 30 other nations being shut out, just like us. He stepped forward, his voice ringing with power. For that reason, we've already contacted several of those nations. At 600 hours, 3 days from now, each country will dispatch its 3 strongest teams to form a temporary alliance and enter the lost continent together. Finally, Tian Shen announced the official designation for this mission. Operation Dawn. Commander Wei was stunned. Operation Dawn? He then led his men to the flag to begin preparations. The first team to successfully break the blockade will plant this flag, creating a signal to lure the enemy forces deeper into the territory. Once that succeeds, the remaining squads will launch an all-out assault on the 4 main entry points, seizing residential rights in the shortest time possible. The bald-headed man nodded in approval. If the enemy's elite forces are all baited toward the flag's position, Then the defenses at the 4 entry points will be spread thin. It's truly the perfect opportunity to strike from the outside. But Commander Wei was quick to point out the fatal flaw. However, this also means that whoever accepts this mission, the Shangyao team will face the most ferocious, concentrated attack from the enemy army. But Tian Shen slammed the table, his reaction explosive. Right now, every pioneer nation is facing a stalemate of one kind or another. He stood before them, his resolve like iron. Therefore, the fate of our entire nation is riding on your shoulders in this operation. The very survival of our people. I'll say it again. Even if only one of you is left standing, you must carry the honor of Shangyao. Fight until the very end. Is that clear? Commander Wei echoed the sentiment, his voice a roar. Fight to the end. Never surrender. With that, the soldiers moved to a mountain cave to prepare for battle. As they arrived, they saw a massive vortex swirling in the water. Commander Wei stared at it, his expression grim with thought. Just then, Nuanuan walked over to encourage Juzi. Juzi, I believe in us. We can definitely do this. Buoyed by her support, he smiled back. Yeah. Suddenly, a notification chimed on everyone's communicators at once. They have received an urgent dispatch. The first team of the Tianheng squad had successfully broken through the enemy encirclement. Knowing the danger they now faced, the commander bellowed, "All units, listen up. In this battle, there is no retreat, no surrender, and no regrets." Juzi charged forward, shouting with fierce determination, "Even if it means our bodies are ground to dust, we will complete this mission." Seeing this, Commander Wei had no choice but to yell, "Now, follow me and charge." 2 days later, at the main guild hall, Jiang Kai walked down the street, replaying Juzi's strange words from their last call. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about you. I don't know why. I just really wanted to hear your voice today. Cheesy, right? Yeah, maybe a little. I guess training's just been exhausting lately. My mind wanders whenever I have a free moment." But Jiang Kai couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Juzi. Was he really just tired from training? He hadn't been able to contact him or Nuanuan for 2 days now. An unexplainable sense of dread was creeping over him. Finally, Jiang Kai made a decision. I should just go find them. But just as he was about to enter, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu rushed toward him, shouting, Captain Kai, Captain Kai, something's happened." Seeing their frantic state, he asked with growing concern, "Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, what's with the rush?" Hu Yan, her face pale and beaded with sweat, stammered, We just saw a trending video on the forums. Zuzi's squad and Nuanuan. They're in trouble." The words hit Jiang Kai like a physical blow. "What did you say?" She didn't hesitate, immediately pulling up the video for him. After this clip went viral, the Shangyao government quickly discovered it and forced it to be deleted, but I managed to save a copy. On the other side of the screen, a man was laughing tauntingly. "Hey, I'm sure plenty of you from Shangyao are watching, right?" He had shown no mercy. Countless wounded soldiers lay bleeding on the ground. "If you've got the guts, come and save them." The camera then panned to a shot of Nuanuan, injured and bound. "After all, you people understand reason. If you send a commanding officer to beg for mercy, we might just let them go." On the ground, the heavily injured Stone was forced to listen to his taunts. "That is, of course, if you're willing to admit you're all just a bunch of useless cowards." Then, he ordered his underlings to drag the 2 captives away. "Men, hoist these 2 up." Once they were hanging, Hawkman approached with a challenging smirk. "Now, we'll just wait and watch them bleed out, drop by agonizing drop." Seeing this, Kai Jiang's eyes widened in utter disbelief. His expression slowly darkened as he demanded to know what happened. What was going on? 2 days earlier, in Maitreya's domain, his squad had just entered the forest when they received a notification. "You have entered Maitreya's domain. We will provide you with simultaneous translation. The language you hear will be translated into the Sacred Light tongue." Stone looked at the chaotic scene, a hint of fear in his eyes. "Aren't there any troops stationed here?" Yuan Ling stepped forward to explain the situation. "The Tianheng and Raging Blood squads are famous for their ferocity in battle. They likely coordinated with other teams in the alliance to lure all the garrison troops away from this area." Hu Yan, looking unsettled, moved forward to investigate. "Captain, our current entry point is Point A. Should we head southeast immediately?" But just then, Commander Wei received a call from another officer. "Commander Hua." The voice on the other end sent a jolt through the entire team. "Attention all squad members, our operation has been compromised. The Tianheng and Raging Blood squads were ambushed by garrison troops the moment they reached their entry point." At that same instant, shadowy figures emerged from the dark woods, moving toward them. More and more appeared, surrounding the squad in a deadly circle. Hawkman emerged from the shadows, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "You fools. You really walked right into this trap the moment you got the signal." He advanced slowly, his power flaring as he prepared to annihilate them all. Now, allow me, Clement Hawkman, to begin the slaughter. Hawkman lunged forward, striking down one of their comrades with a mocking sneer. Soon enough, you'll all share your friend's fate. Witnessing this, Yue Ling lost all control, rushing forward with a curse. Damn it, you bastard. Seeing his reckless charge, Commander Wei immediately tried to stop him. Yu Ling, don't be impulsive. Get back here now. But it was too late. He was already upon them, swinging his weapon at one of Hawkman's men. But the man didn't even flinch, because the attack did absolutely nothing. Yuan Ling's face went pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is that possible? My blade can't even pierce him. But the man just laughed, taunting him. Are you trying to tickle me? Worse, Hawkman revealed the twisted nature of his power. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention. Unless you can kill me in a single blow, any wound you inflict only makes me stronger. Hearing this, a terrible realization dawned on Yue Ling, and panic set in. What did he say? Hawkman slowly placed a hand on Yue Ling's head and spoke with chilling calm. Now, it's your turn to watch your head blossom. In the next instant, he was frozen solid, unable to react as Hawkman's grip tightened with devastating force. There was no other outcome. His head exploded in a gruesome spray of blood. Seeing this, everyone screamed Yue Ling's name in pure shock and horror. Suddenly, another figure stepped out to join the fun. Hawkman, you're always so crude. The newcomer caressed his own sword, a sly look on his face. What if you scare my lovely prey to death? That would break my heart. Then Christina emerged, rolling her eyes at the two of them. You two are so boring. Less talk, more killing. Let's get this over with. Hawkman scowled, clearly annoyed by their arrival. Hey, Winhar, why are you two out here? Didn't I already say this prey belongs to me? But the other man just shamelessly teased him back. Hee hee. I can't let you have all the fun, Hawkman. You're far too greedy. Nearby, Stone watched the three of them appear, his heart pounding with fear. These three are monsters. I have to hold the line. I have to fight. Commander Wei wasted no more time, taking a defensive stance. Stone, break through with me. Hu Yan, protect Nuan. Hearing the order, the squad steeled their resolve, their voices united. Commander Wei surged forward first, his voice booming. A warrior of the sacred light is here. I am Yuan Mo, the greatest war god under the heavens. Come at me, you worthless trash. Stone charged, unleashing a powerful first strike that shocked his enemies. The sheer force of the blow sent several of them flying. Seeing that incredible power, Winhar's curiosity was piqued. He wanted a taste of that strength for himself. Oh, the greatest war god, you say? Then allow me to test your might. But Hawkman shoved his way forward, determined to reclaim his prize. Don't you dare steal him from me. This one's spirit and skill look interesting. I want to crush his skull with my own two hands. Commander Wei wouldn't allow it, striking from behind. Your opponent is me, but the other man had already lost control, lunging forward for the kill. Winhar will be the one to cut you down with a nether blade, but you two refuse to back down. Are you kidding me? I'm the greatest warrior in the world. How could I let you act so arrogant? As their blades clashed, neither gave an inch, but Wen was being overpowered, thinking. His strength, it's immense. But just when he was cornered, Wen unleashed another technique, Phantom Afterimage. Zutu gathered his power for a massive strike, but his target vanished. Suddenly, a voice mocked him from behind. You fool, I'm right here. Locating his opponent, Zutu charged forward, but he had no idea. Wen had already unleashed an attack. The blade sliced across his neck. The searing pain forced him to a halt as he thought, so strong. My eyes can't even follow his movements. At that moment, Wen struck again, his voice dripping with scorn. No matter how much trash talks, it's still just trash. And now, it's time for you to die. Zhu had no clue what devastating move was coming next. While he was still reeling, Wen descended from above, unleashing a devastating skill. Piercing slash. In the next instant, blood sprayed into the air. But as Wen looked on, he saw something that stunned him. No, it couldn't be. Commander Wei had sacrificed himself. Taking the fatal blow meant for Zhu. With his last ounce of strength, the commander spoke. Did you ask for my permission to kill my soldier? Zhu looked at him in a panic, calling out to his captain. But the commander turned and roared his final order. Zhu, snap out of it. Get Nuan, and the others out of here. I'll hold him off. Now go. Before he could say another word, Hugh Man brought his club down hard on the commander's head. Weren't you supposed to be my opponent? What are you doing meddling over here? Zhu was frozen in shock, watching his mentor spit up blood from the vicious blow. Tears welled in his eyes as he listened to the enemy's cruel laughter. Hugh Man, you're pathetic. You actually let this old geezer interfere with me. I just let my guard down for a second, The dying captain placed a hand on Zhu shoulder. Zhu, the truth is, I've always admired Jiang Kai. You're all my squad members. But it always seemed like he was the only one who could unlock your true potential. But there is one thing where I will never lose to him, and that is my vow to protect my team until my very last breath. Zhu's grip tightened on his sword. Christina attacked relentlessly, sneering. You really don't know your place. An enemy soldier charged in for the kill. Die. Nuan cried out in terror. Huaji. Huoman spat with contempt. The holy paladins are nothing but a pack of weaklings. Come on, let's see who gets to kill this prey first. Wen charged forward with a smug grin. I have no intention of letting you have all the fun. Watching this unfold, Zhu was utterly speechless. He unleashed a ferocious attack. You bastards. His sudden burst of power sent a wave of fear through his enemies. What? Nuan collapsed to the ground, sobbing hysterically. Huaji! Zhu gently helped her back to her feet. He urged her, his voice tight with desperation. She's gone. There's no pulse. We have to go. Just then, Wen summoned a mysterious card. He shouted in excitement. So that was origin power. The very thing you martial artists are so proud of. Looks like the holy sanctuary finally sent someone worthwhile. At that same moment, Huoman charged, snarling. Damn you. Trying to run. None of you are leaving here alive today. Sensing the immense danger, Nuan screamed. Zhu, look out. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved her out of the way. Zhu narrowly dodged the fatal blow. Wen scoffed, a mocking smile on his face. Your origin power is pathetic. That last attack was nothing but a lucky shot. Now, come and taste the power of my soul-devouring blade. Zhu trembled. He was already at his absolute limit. A single strike shattered his sword in two. Seizing the opportunity, Huoman launched a sneak attack from behind. Die, you fool. Huoman beat Zhu to a bloody pulp. Nuan screamed in anguish. No. Christina watched with a look of pure disgust. That's enough. This has gone on long enough. With a flick of her wrist, she bound him tightly with her wires. Zhu struggled against his restraints. Let me go. Christina sounded almost annoyed. Still not giving up? Honestly, to hold out this long against so many masters, you truly are impressive. Her tone turned scornful as she continued. But it's all for nothing. Your plan has already been exposed. We've known about it for a long time and have already made our counter preparations. What's the point in struggling any further? But still, Zhu glared up at her defiantly. Don't look at me like that, Christina warned. Forming an alliance of nations to break our encirclement. It certainly increases your chances of victory. But it also greatly increases the risk of a leak, doesn't it? She gave him a sinister, mocking smile. For example, what if one of those nations traded your entire plan for a seat at the table? Her words hit him like a physical blow. Huoman kicked Zhu viciously and snapped. Hey, Christina, what are you whispering to this loser about? He continued, his tone thick with jealousy. Don't tell me you've fallen for him. Am I, the great Huoman, somehow inferior to this piece of garbage? Wen couldn't help but chuckle at the display. Harassing a lady like that. I'm afraid that's hardly the behavior of a gentleman, now, is it? Let's just give them a clean death, Christina suggested. She added with a hint of pride. They are, after all, worthy opponents. Her words made Nuan and Zhu's faces drain of all color. Hawkman quickly stopped him. What's the rush? Keep that medic alive to treat our men, he sneered, then shot a disdainful look at the other captive. As for this stubborn brat, we'll keep him as a plaything for Sheng Yao. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group of soldiers were on patrol. Suddenly, a shadow descended, taking out 3 of them before they could react. They collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. A fierce resolve burned in Jiang Kai's heart. Zhu, Nuan, I swear I will bring you both back safely. The spatial gates slowly began to open, and Lan suddenly recalled his earlier words. Hey, have you guys seen that video? It's been 2 days. Why hasn't the military sent a new squad to break the siege? It takes time to prepare. Sending them in now would be a suicide mission. The military aren't fools. Sheng Yao was humiliated, and now the entire world is laughing at us. She clenched her fists in a sudden burst of anger. Was there truly no one who could deal with that monster Hawkman and his crew? I wish I could charge in there and take them all down with me. Thinking of Nuan's tragic fate, Lan's heart ached. Nuan, I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough to protect you. Professor Li gave the order. Once we return, compile the data immediately. His teammate obediently complied. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Lan inquired, Professor Li, are we finished with the data sampling for today? He nodded. We're done. The Demon Star was already a massive enigma. But this teleportation gate to the Forsaken Land confirms my suspicions. The secret behind it is far greater than anything we could have imagined. Professor Lee couldn't hide his concern. By the way, Lan, are you all right regarding your sister? The higher-ups. Lan forced a smile. I understand, Professor. The military has its own strategic considerations. Just getting clearance to be here is more than enough. Hearing her response, he nodded with satisfaction. Although Nuan is young, her courage was truly commendable. You must be very proud of your sister. As a member of the military, you, more than anyone, should understand the importance of the bigger picture. Lan turned away decisively. Professor, let's head back. Professor, Lee agreed. But then, she suddenly froze. Wait, that person. To her astonishment, she recognized Jiang Kai. A soldier spotted him and immediately shouted, Stop them! Everyone, freeze and turn around now. Jiang Kai's face tightened with annoyance. Without a second of hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the spatial gate. The soldier roared in anger. Instructor Su, grab him. But Jiang Kai had already dashed past Lan, giving her one last, meaningful look. A small device was thrown, and in a flash, a massive explosion erupted. The soldiers covered their faces in shock. It's a smoke bomb. What is happening? Jiang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, Lan had appeared, standing between him and the soldiers. She quietly pulled the pin from a grenade. For a fleeting moment, a smile graced her lips as she whispered, Nuan, I'm counting on you. In that instant, Jiang Kai stepped into the spatial gate. He gave a firm nod, igniting a spark of hope in her heart. He would bring Nuan back safely. At the same time, inside the Forsaken Land, a crowd was buzzing with chatter. Hey, look! Someone's coming through an entry point. Which nation is sending more fools? Looks like the beating they took 2 days ago wasn't enough. Fine by me. If they send 100, we'll kill 100. If they send 200, we'll kill 200. A pair of feet stepped through the gate. Seeing only Jiang Kai, the crowd was confused. What? Just a single person from Shengyao? They burst into contemptuous laughter. Damn, for a second I thought some real threat was crawling out. So it's just a stray dog from Shengyao. Did they really send a soft, pampered weakling like you to negotiate with us? Did everyone else in Shengyao die? Or did we scare them into wetting their pants? But at that moment, Jiang Kai had already begun to silently channel his power. I think you're mistaken. I'm not here to negotiate. One of the thugs lunged forward, not knowing his own doom. Then what are you here for? Jiang Kai's voice was ice. I'm here to kill. The words had barely left his lips when he unleashed his ultimate technique. Time Seal. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was annihilated, their dying screams echoing in the air. Back at the military command center, Angel questioned his subordinate with a grim voice. Have we identified the nation that betrayed us? Commander Wei replied calmly. We have. It was the Black Nation, during Operation Dawn. They used the mission as an excuse to cancel their plans. Yesterday, we discovered 3 of their squads had already entered and garrisoned themselves within the Forsaken Land. The commander couldn't help but curse in fury. Damn it all. A traitorous spy seizes a spot in the national tournament, while our own people are trapped in the Forsaken Land, their fate unknown. Angel felt a wave of helplessness. Is there really nothing we can do but wait for death? Suddenly, a soldier burst into the room with an urgent message. Reporting, Commander Hua. Someone has charged into the Forsaken Land. Alone. The commander stared in disbelief and barked an order. What did you say? Report clearly. Right now. The soldier delivered his report with urgency. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai of the Hua Shen squad, disguised as a patrolman, infiltrated the ravine. The commander's voice boomed with rage. Insubordination. This is complete madness. Who is this Jiang Kai? Some kind of reckless fool trying to be a one-man army. Who does he think he is? He's on a suicide mission. The soldier continued, unbelievably. About 15 minutes after he went in, all 15 guards stationed at entry point A were neutralized. This shocking news stunned everyone present. What's this? Angel seized the moment and gave the order, notifying the leaders of every nation that our forces have breached the entrance. In half an hour, we can activate Plan B. But an officer voiced his concern. Commander Hua, Plan B is absolutely critical. Shouldn't we screen them further? We can't afford another defection. But Commander Wei cut him off. There's no time. 74 nations have already discovered the Lost Lands teleportation array. Jiang Kai has given us this chance, and we have to take it. Angel's voice boomed in agreement. Exactly. Activate Plan B during the assault. Deploy all military forces and prepare to conquer the Lost Land. The decision was made, and the room roared its assent. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou City, at the military psychological treatment center, a crowd stared in shock at the sight of Jiang Kai. Who is that guy? He's not one of ours, is he? The captain suddenly realized who he was looking at. Another patient saw their expressions and yelled, "Who is it?" At the same time, in class 253, students were buzzing. Holy crap, the news is blowing up. Who is that guy? He's so badass. I can't believe he's attacking the Lost Temple all by himself. Curious, Ying Zi glanced over at the screen, only to freeze in shock. She recognized that familiar silhouette. Projected onto massive skyscrapers was the image of Jiang Yu. The breaking news ticker read, "Unnamed Holy Light Adventurer storms the Lost Temple alone." In that very temple, Zhu Zi and Nuan were strung up, beaten, and broken. Nuan asked worriedly, Zhu Zi, are you asleep?" Zhu Zi mumbled back, Nuan, it hurts so much. Are we going to die? I'm scared." She started to sob, trying to rally him. "Zhu Zi, get it together. You're the #1 war god in the world. So many people are watching us right now. We cannot bring shame to the soldiers of the Holy Light." And she was right, far in the distance. A camera lens glinted from behind the leaves. Zhu Zi let out a grim sigh. "But I saw what they did to Sister Hua. They killed her so brutally. I saw them crush the captain's head and Brother Chen's. They're monsters, especially that huge one. He's impossible to kill." His eyes started to glaze over. Nuan. I'm so scared. I don't think I can hold on anymore." Nuan screamed his name in despair. Zhu Zi, a maniac, threw liquor right in his face. "Don't you dare fall asleep. Wake up. It's no fun if you die on me." He taunted them endlessly. "Hey, you Holy Light mutts. Where are your cowardly friends? Why haven't they come to save you?" The crowd behind him roared with laughter. "The Holy Light is nothing but cowards. We've had them for 2 days, and they haven't even made a peep." The maniac lunged forward with a shard of glass. "Come on, wake up and cry for me. Let's show everyone just how strong the backbone of a Holy Light soldier really is." Nuan watched in absolute terror. Zhu Zi. Just then, a streak of light shot out from the darkness. It slammed directly into the maniac's head. Nuan was too stunned to even scream. The shock snapped Zhu Zi back to his senses. The goon's lifeless body crumpled to the floor. And there stood Jiang Kai, like a god descended. The backbone of a Holy Light soldier is a hell of a lot stronger than your skull. Recognizing their savior, they both screamed at once, "Kai." Jiang Kai's gaze hardened as he stared down the enemy. Zhu Zi, Nuan. I'm late, all hell broke loose. Inform the Hawkman Guild. He's here for the hostages. Kill him. Jiang Kai calmly activated his skills, his resolve like steel. Sorry, Nuan. Looks like you'll have to hang on a little longer. A woman with orange hair sneered arrogantly. Hypnosis art. But his system panel flashed, skill activated. Spiritual cleanse. The woman's eyes widened in panic as she jumped back. What? He's immune to hypnosis. The next second, Jiang Kai's attack landed. The woman just smirked, unfazed. Is that all you've got? You can't even scratch my armor. But her arrogance vanished in an instant. She shrieked in agony. How is this possible? Another attacker rushed in. Go to hell. Phantom quadruple strike. But his comrades weren't faring any better. You, Holy Light punk. Taste my earth-shattering slash. A sorcerer saw an opening for a sneak attack. Withering curse. Your soul is mine. Be banished to the deepest layer of hell. But Jiang Kai faced them all with cold calm, moving like a bolt of lightning through their ranks. His enemies cried out in agony. Damn it, why didn't my curse work on him? His feints. I can't read his moves. He's too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were all reduced to ash. A hidden observer watched, his pupils shrinking in fear. A hooded figure drew their bow, aiming for a kill shot. My poison-barbed arrow will be your end. But Nuan saw the danger. Kai, behind you. Jiang Kai whipped around instantly, but he wasn't fast enough to dodge completely. The poisoned arrowhead grazed his leg. He roared with fury. You're asking to die. In that same instant, the archer was incinerated into dust. Nuan yelled frantically, Kai, get out of here. There are too many of them. Just leave us. But Jiang Kai's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing their chance, the remaining enemies swarmed him. The poison got him. Move in. Don't kill him just yet. Let him savor the fear of his own death. Keep on dancing. Keep acting tough. Let's see how you look as mincemeat. This is what you get for trying to be a hero. A rain of blades descended upon him. Nuan screamed in despair. Kai. Zhu Zi finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Watching from afar, Ying Zi's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor and crashed to the ground. His classmates watched in horror. Jiang Ying quickly pressed the pressure point above his lip. The captain sat there stunned, cursing them. These insane bastards deserve to be minced. The guard commander, who saw everything, slammed his desk in fury. A fire of pure vengeance had been lit in his heart. Tian Shen demanded with a stone-cold expression. Plan B. How much time is left? His subordinate quickly reported. 10 minutes and 23 seconds. He declared with absolute certainty. Plan B must succeed this time. I want them to pay the price. At that very moment, Zhu Zi was sobbing his heart out. Kai, he screamed in a rage. You worthless cowards. If you have any guts, fight me one-on-one. If I don't tear you to shreds, I don't deserve the name Yan. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Zhu Zi, I never knew you had this side to you when you were sober. I'm actually a little touched. Zhu Zi froze in utter disbelief. No way. That voice. It was Jiang Kai speaking to calm them down. All right, stop yelling. It takes more than that to kill me. Nuan was overwhelmed with emotion as she cried out, Kai, you're not dead. Zhu Zi was just as overjoyed, a mess of tears and snot. Am I seeing a ghost right now? Jiang Kai could only offer them a weary smile. He reminded them sheepishly, Zhu Zi, Nuan, if you two keep staring, you're going to burn a hole right through my face. But in an instant, their relief turned into a murderous glare. Nuan demanded, completely baffled. What in the world is going on here? I saw you get hit with a poison arrow. I saw it, so why? Why are there two of you? Jiang Kai explained with a confident smirk. That arrow only clipped my pants. The one being attacked right now is also me. But it's just a decoy summoned by my new class skill. Zhu Zi's eyes went wide with excitement. A new class? You've had a class change? Was that really a decoy? He confirmed it with a simple nod. That's right. Rewind 30 seconds. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Ignition decoy. The barbarians swarmed forward without hesitation. He's poisoned. Get him. But don't kill him just yet. We need to make him suffer a truly painful death. Keep dancing. Keep acting tough. Just wait until we grind you into paste. This is what happens when you try to be a hero. As they attacked, the real Jiang Kai made his move. He thought to himself, what they just saw was one of my decoys. It served as the perfect target to create an escape window, while I slipped away into the bushes. Zhu Zi was absolutely floored. Dude, that is unbelievably amazing. Nuan agreed, her heart racing. That was on another level. Seizing the golden opportunity, Zhu Zi urged, Kai, let's get out of here before they figure out it's a fake. If those three psychos find us, we are definitely dead. Nuan added, pleading with him. Kai, you've used up so much of your stamina already. You can't fight all of them. Back on the field, the barbarians continued to wail on the decoy. You coward, where's all that arrogance from before? Why so quiet now? What happened to all that big talk? Look at you, lying there like a dead dog. This is for your ego. This is for your pride. But one of them suddenly tensed up. Wait, something feels strange. He looked up in horror to find the branch holding Zhu Zi and Nuan. Nuan was now completely empty. What the? He Dian frantically scanned the area, and behind a large bush, three figures slowly came into view. He immediately yelled at his men. Damn it, stop attacking. We've been tricked. They're over there. Jiang Kai's voice was grim. It's too late. Zhu Zi, take Nuan and run. Leave the rest to me. Zhu Zi was completely stunned by his words. Wait, Kai, you're going to fight them all alone? Without a shred of hesitation, he roared back, go. Trust me, I'll catch up with you. Jiang Kai quickly issued a command. Ignition decoy. Dispel. In an instant, the decoy vanished. The barbarians didn't miss a beat. Block them. Don't let a single one escape. As he ran, Zhu Zi shouted back, his voice filled with worry. Kai, you idiot. You better come back alive. Jiang Kai replied with unshakable resolve. Trust me, this rabble isn't strong enough to kill me. With that, he poured all of his remaining strength into a final, desperate counter-assault. A massive, earth-shaking explosion erupted from the clash. Seconds later, thick smoke and dust blanketed the entire area. Hawkman roared in disgust. A bunch of worthless trash. I fed you for this? To let one weakling beat you all? Without hesitation, he lunged forward to attack. Jiang Kai managed to block the strike, but the sheer force slammed him back against a boulder. Hawkman sneered at the sight. What's this? You're still just a kid who's wet behind the ears? Now stop wasting time and go catch them. His men scrambled to their feet. Right, W watched from the side with a contemptuous laugh. Two adorable little kittens, running away so fast while we were just warming up. How mischievous. Hawkman snorted with disdain. We should have listened to me from the start. Crippling their legs would have been much easier. The elegance of some people is truly a liability. Christina challenged with a deep frown. And what good would your crude methods be, other than getting my shoes dirty? At her words, the surrounding grunts began to snicker. Jiang Kai clicked his tongue. Such a shame. I almost finished the summoning. Just as the words left his lips, a brilliant light erupted from his body. Hawkman's eyes went wide with terror as he stood frozen, asking himself, "What is that?" The two remaining enemies were instantly paralyzed with fear. A horrifying realization hit Hawkman. Damn it, could it have been from that moment? He bitterly regretted his last move. Seizing that brief opening, Jiang Kai had secretly unleashed his ultimate technique, and the arrogant Hawkman had fallen right into the trap. Witnessing the aftermath, Jiang Kai let out a contemptuous sneer. A little more power, and I could have blown it into dust. Hawkman was pushed past his breaking point, letting out a savage laugh. "You little brat, you're still wet behind the ears, yet you act so damn arrogant." With killing intent blazing in his eyes, he charged forward. "Why don't I teach you the beautiful sound of your own bones snapping?" Win also rushed towards Hawkman with excitement. "Getting this wild is going to ruin your form, you know." Jiang Kai dodged the blow in a flash. He retreated to create distance, his gaze becoming lethally sharp. Another strike came hurtling at him, but Jiang Kai simply leaned away. He instantly threw 3 daggers toward Win, who offered a compliment. "Humph, your speed isn't half bad." He then unleashed his void-piercing quad strike technique. It's always fun to watch prey struggle before they die, but it's even more amusing when they obediently wait for death. Hawkman leaped high into the air. "Little punk, I'm going to smash you into a pancake." Christina finally joined the battle. "What are you two idiots doing, playing some kind of hunting game? Just finish him off already." The three of them unleashed a relentless barrage on Jiang Kai. He planted his back foot, coiled his power, and then shot forward, catching them completely by surprise. He weaved through the storm of attacks, dodging almost every single blow. But then, one of Christina's vines snaked out and wrapped tightly around his leg. She gloated with confidence. "Did you really think my sorcery was less of a threat than their attacks? You're looking down on me far too much." However, with Jiang Kai's explosive speed, the vine constricting his leg snapped instantly. Christina wasn't worried at all. She just scoffed. "Don't think you can escape just by breaking a few of my vines." Humph, how naive. Jiang Kai's daggers landed on the ground one by one and exploded. In that instant, she understood everything. Wait, his target is the ground. Below, her entire network of vines was catching fire. A second later, the flames erupted into a raging inferno. Christina stared in utter disbelief. How could this be happening? Elsewhere, their entire battle was being broadcast on a monitor. Hua Tianxian praised his strategy. Jiang Kai chose to fight them head-on, just to break the sorcerer's magic. From the very beginning, he wasn't trying to dodge the vines, but to lure Hawkman and Win away to isolate Christina. The commander also commented, "He faked a retreat, but it was actually a full-blown assault. That kid really knows how to play mind games." The guard commander added, "This is his specialty. The moment everyone thinks he's gone mad is the exact moment they've walked right into his trap. For him, this is probably just the beginning of him turning the entire battle around." Back on the field, Jiang Kai continued to rain down explosive daggers. Hawkman and Win were forced to leap back to dodge the blasts. Once they were clear, he finally turned around. "Christina, you're the only one who respects a radiant warrior, so I'll grant you a quick and painless death." She defiantly summoned her mystical staff, refusing to back down. Ridiculous. "It's not certain who's going to die here, so wipe that smug look off your face." Christina confidently unleashed a homing fireball spell. "You think your pathetic flames can compare to mine? Let me show you what true power, drawn from nature itself, looks like." Jiang Kai met her challenge with a grin. "Then let's see whose is stronger." His dagger shot forward and collided with her fireball. Seeing what happened next, Christina was horrified. Impossible. Just how much power is behind his attack? Jiang Kai's dagger sliced straight through to Christina. She quickly raised her staff, chanting, "In the name of the Dark Knight, I summon the wall of black sorcery." The dagger slammed into the magical shield she had just created. But its power was too immense, and cracks began to spiderweb across the barrier. The next second, it pierced right through the shield. Christina couldn't believe it. How could he break through my black sorcery? A massive explosion consumed her position, along with her final, piercing scream. No. A moment later, as the dust settled, Christina's body lay lifeless in the rubble. Jiang Kai acknowledged her as a worthy opponent. "It's just a shame you were fighting for the wrong side." With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, her body began to emit a strange, ethereal light. Sensing the danger, Jiang Kai whipped around just as that stream of spiritual power slammed into his chest. A system notification flashed before his eyes. "You have received the status effect, Curse of Vengeance." Jiang Kai was taken aback. What the hell? The Sorcerer is a new class from the foreign lands that only appeared 3 months ago. This group is both mysterious and erratic, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. Even the international files have very few records on them. I never expected they'd have a revenge skill that activates on death, just like a similar trick. But what exactly is this curse? When I killed Christina, I used Soul Pursuit to level up. If I had used it before, would it have still triggered the curse? Just then, Hoffman and WH gloated with delight. I trust you've received Christina's little gift by now, haven't you? Are you absolutely drowning in regret for killing her? What a shame. What a shame. It's far too late to realize it now. Such a pity. It seems Lady Luck is being incredibly cruel today. A beast that's lost its claws. How long can it possibly struggle in the hunter's domain? The two continued their venomous taunts. Hoffman, let's make a deal. Leave this one for me to handle. You can have the next one that shows up. Hey, deal. But you better save his head for me. I want to be the one to smash it. Boom. WH agreed without a second thought. Then it's time for my sword to taste some blood. With those words, he unleashed his Phantom Mirage technique. Kai Jiang's eyes flew open as he shouted, Void form. The instant WH's sword came down, Kai Jiang vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust. The man was stunned. He just disappeared? Just then, Kai Jiang appeared right behind WH. He whipped around, thinking, you really think that's enough to stop me? WH used Mirage Escape, once again teleporting behind Kai Jiang and throwing him off balance. WH mocked him, your killer throwing daggers are gone, and you can't use that escape skill twice in a row, can you? He gripped his sword tightly, forcing me to use the soul-devouring blade against a level 60 expert. I'll admit you have some skill. A twisted expression spread across his face, but I'm sorry to say, now it's time for you to die. Finally, WH unleashed the soul-devouring blade's piercing slash, sending a powerful strike straight at Kai Jiang. Facing the oncoming blade, Kai Jiang remained perfectly calm, growling through his teeth, the one who's going to die. An object suddenly flew from his hand. Is you. WH had no time to dodge. He was shocked. A throwing dagger. He realized the dagger was flying right back at him, but WH was still overflowing with confidence. Before my soul-devouring blade, your little toy is worthless. He arrogantly swung his sword to block. Let me shatter your final hope. But unexpectedly, his own blade began to crack. WH's eyes went wide with disbelief. What? A second later, the dagger pierced through him, and his body froze in place. Kai Jiang spoke calmly. I heard that your soul-devouring blade is a unique grade weapon. A victorious glint appeared in his eyes, but it doesn't really seem like much. WH asked in a daze, what kind of weapon is this? But before he could finish, Kai Jiang struck him down for good. Tell me. And with that, WH collapsed. Kai Jiang replied coldly, all you need to know is that it's stronger than your soul-devouring blade. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed out. Hoffman casually walked forward. Interesting, very interesting. You took care of two powerful enemies for me in the blink of an eye. That saves me a lot of trouble when the global tournament begins. Kai Jiang replied indifferently. Actually, I could save you even more trouble. For example, by making sure you don't even get a chance to participate. Hoffman's eyes filled with excitement. Is that so? I've already seen through all of your little tricks. You have some kind of clone ability that seems to restore your condition. He analyzed further. Beyond that, your greatest strength is attacking from a distance with hidden weapons. Hoffman let out a cold laugh. That poor fool WH never understood, even at the moment of his death. Christina was killed by your dagger, yet you were able to use a dagger to kill him while he was under the curse of vengeance, and you walked away completely unharmed, if I'm not mistaken. He declared triumphantly, the dagger that just killed him wasn't a real throwing dagger. It was another weapon, disguised as one, wasn't it? Kai Jiang just stared in silence as Hoffman continued to gloat. It doesn't matter if you admit it. I've also figured out that your attacks are a complete gamble on landing a critical hit. Remembering the earlier explosion, he added, one of your talents must grant a massive critical damage multiplier. It provides a stable critical hit rate for your daggers, which is why your attacks seem so terrifying on the surface. He concluded confidently. But in reality, you're not skilled in combat at all, especially not close-quarters combat. Kai Jiang flinched slightly. Hoffman's gaze then shifted to his waist. You're already injured, and your stamina is draining. A dark smirk spread across his face. And now that I've seen through your tricks, you no longer have a chance to use that dark dagger on me. Hoffman suddenly revealed his trump card. And I am the ultimate counter for a schemer like you. A single drop of red blood materialized. Kai Jiang was stunned. In Hoffman's hand was a mysterious, bright red liquid. Everyone in the observation room shot to their feet. Commander Wei and Commander Guan looked horrified. The blood of an ancient warrior. What? Hoffman immediately absorbed the blood. The blood of a berserker. A treasure exclusive to the barbarian class. For a barbarian like Hoffman, whose power grows the more injured he becomes, the berserker's blood allows him to instantly enter a frenzied, battle-damaged state. It triples his combat power in an instant. Everyone gasped in unison. What?
Hua Tianchen couldn't help but worry. Kai Jiang, can he really hold out until Plan B is ready?
Commander Wei was also in a panic. The kid. Hawkman let out a triumphant laugh. Do you have any idea what this is? The blood of a berserker is far more powerful than some unique grade weapon like the soul-devouring blade. He couldn't hide his manic glee. Now, I'm going to shatter every bone in your body, one by one, and show the entire world that no matter how strong someone from the Sacred Order is, Hawkman charged forward, swinging his fist. In front of me, you're still just a piece of trash. His hand shot towards Kai Jiang. Hawkman laughed as he grabbed him. So you knew you couldn't escape? You've accepted your fate as a stray dog, ready to die quietly. He raised his fist high. Then, you'd better enjoy what comes next. A fist smashed straight into Jiang Kai's face, followed by a brutal hook. But Jiang Kai just took the punishment in silence. In an instant, his face was bruised and swollen. Hawkman grabbed Jiang Kai's head, ready to deliver the final, skull-shattering blow. But just then, Jiang Kai suddenly laughed. A flicker of realization hit Hawkman. Wait, could it be? Behind him, the real Jiang Kai was already making a run for it. The people watching from the hospital room were glued to the screen. One man exclaimed, I knew it. The one he caught is a body double. It has to be. Another person chimed in with relief. That's right. If the real one got caught, he'd be dead for sure. It must be a double. That's why he's taking the beating so calmly. The captain observed carefully. Indeed it is. Jiang Kai is still a bit green. An experienced veteran would see through this act easily. But even if his acting was a little weak, at least he managed to escape Hawkman's grasp. A lively discussion broke out. Next time we see Jiang Kai, we have to tell him. The double needs to show a little panic to make the enemy believe it. Back on the battlefield, Hawkman reacted instantly. Trying to run, he exploded forward in pursuit. You think you can fool me? You're still just a kid. A sharp glint appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. Deception state, activate. Hawkman froze in his tracks. His eyes widened in horror as his entire body seized up. Damn it, my perception is paralyzed. His vision began to blur. Crap. I can't track his movements at all. Jiang Kai's voice echoed with cold intent. So, you're the barbarian that brute force can't kill, huh? He leaped into the air, then shot forward like a blur. Let's see just how long you can last. Jiang Kai's speed was boosted by his frenzied time skill. He calculated inwardly, barbarians always train their bodies, but their mental fortitude is weak. While he's trapped in my deception state, I can use my dual blades to break through his armor. He recalled the moment at entry point A. Gripping his blades, he had activated their continuous attack and armor-piercing effects. And now, Jiang Kai unleashed a furious storm of slashes on Hawkman. He wondered urgently. What? No critical hit yet? Hawkman sneered arrogantly. You think those little toothpicks can break my armor? Jiang Kai replied calmly. Oh, really? But they're more than enough to dismantle that turtle shell of yours. He tightened his grip on his swords and brought them down with a powerful new skill. Stonefall Strike. A surge of critical hit stats flooded his system. Hawkman was stunned. Jiang Kai added a taunt. You waste of space. Is this all the so-called blood of a berserker amounts to? You're not a barbarian. You're just a rabid animal. You look down on the people of Sanctuary, you hurt my friends, and you dare call yourself my nemesis. A moment later, a raw scream of pain tore from Hawkman's throat. He was sent flying backwards as a swift figure leaped high into the air. Jiang Kai's voice thundered with conviction. Then today, I'll specialize in killing a nemesis like you. He plunged his blades down with all his might, and the armor finally shattered. A thrill shot through Jiang Kai. Armor broken. Hawkman grit his teeth in fury, struggling to rise. No, I can't lose. I'll kill you. But in that instant, fresh blood gushed from around the two blades. Hawkman's eyes bulged in disbelief. He trembled, looking down at the swords buried in his chest. What? On the sidelines, the commander began to panic. This monster Hawkman not only had terrifying defense, but was also buffed by berserker blood. Yet Jiang Kai had shattered his armor and struck a fatal blow. Hua Tianchen provided some analysis. From what I know, high-quality dual blades increase attack power and speed, but they don't directly boost critical hit rate or damage. He wondered, could it be that his greatest strength isn't ranged attacks, but close combat? But is this a level of power a class over level 20 can even achieve? Commander Wei looked worried. No, Jiang Kai's specialty has always been ranged attacks. He recalled, but today, using melee weapons, his critical hits are exploding with even more terrifying power. The thought sent a chill down Commander Wei's spine. He just gets stronger the more he fights. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai spoke with amusement. Hey, big guy, don't you just love crushing people's skulls? Jiang Kai chuckled. Actually, I have a similar hobby myself. Maybe we can compare notes. Hawkman's eyes widened in fear as Jiang Kai flicked a card at him. Remember this. Don't ever touch anyone from my sanctuary. The power in the card activated. The time isn't right yet. Hawkman shrieked as the effect took hold. Damn you. Wow, what is this? In his final moments, he screamed, Kill me. If you have the guts, just kill me. A mysterious glint appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. What's the rush? I told you, the time isn't right. I'm afraid you'll have to enjoy this for a little while longer. At the Y Country headquarters, Christina Vasson to Commander Mack, please dispatch a team to the Maitreya Temple immediately. 15 minutes ago, she had witnessed that horrific scene on screen. Kill me. The words sent a shiver down Christina's spine. What? That kid from Sanctuary is torturing a monster like Hawkman to this extent, a state where even begging for death had become a luxury. At that moment, Jiang Kai was enveloped in a massive aura of power. Christina, you are the only one who showed respect to the Sanctuary warriors. I will grant you a quick death. A horrifying realization washed over her. She thought he was just pretending to be a good guy. But now she knew. Letting her die quickly would have been an act of mercy. An incredible act of mercy, in fact. Christina was stunned. That kid. He was an absolute monster. Inside the briefing room, Mac's voice was a low growl. Christina, I thought I ordered you to reflect on your failure. Who gave you permission to barge in here? To dare interrupt my meeting with the esteemed commanders of our allied nations? The disrespect is astounding. She pleaded, Commander Mack. That kid who stormed the land of lost joy today is no simple intruder. What if Sacred Light and their allies are using this as an opportunity to strike? He snapped. Silence. Mack channeled his fury into a clenched fist. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? He stared directly into Christina's eyes. You were our most trusted subordinates, yet you were all taken offline. Killed by some unknown kid from Sacred Light. Mack roared. Do you think the forces at the other Logan points are as useless as you? We don't need to make a big deal out of some small-time grunt. Garrison 345 has already been dispatched. He said smugly. Within 10 minutes, they will crush him into dust. Mack snarled. Now get the hell out of my sight. Her face fell. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, back with Black Man. He had been beaten within an inch of his life. He was on the ground, groveling. Please. I'm begging you, just kill me. I'll never do it again. I, Black Man, swear I will never touch anyone from Sacred Light again. His eyes were wild with terror. Just grant me a quick death, I beg you. Jiang Kai retracted his technique. And here I thought you were some kind of tough guy. Turns out you're just another piece of trash who's scared of a real fight. Nothing more than a bully who preys on the weak. You mock others for being useless, when you're not even worthy of being called useless yourself. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. From now on, if you see anyone from Sacred Light, you get on your knees and crawl the other way. With one final strike, Jiang Kai sent Black Man to the afterlife. Where he once lay, there was now only a pool of crimson. Jiang Kai reached for the card he dropped, but suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. The battle had taken its toll, leaving Jiang Kai with severe internal injuries. Jiang Kai's body began to tremble uncontrollably. With Black Man's death, the effect of his Stonefall punishment skill vanished, and the pain racking his body intensified tenfold. A sudden shout pierced the air. There he is. He's the one who killed Black Man. His head snapped around, searching for the source. Right in front of him, an entire army was charging forward. A flicker of fear crossed his face. Were these the defense forces from another login point? Their power level seemed formidable. Jiang Kai grew wary, especially of the smug-looking man leading them. Ket, listen up, kid. Did you really think you could defeat the elite forces of multiple nations all by yourself? Now that you're here, you're not leaving alive. Jiang Kai quickly regained his composure. Is that so? This was no time to show weakness. Despite the agony, he stood tall, defiant. You've come in a good time. I, Jiang Kai, will be happy to entertain you all. The enemy commander sneered. Still talking big when you're at death's door. A savage roar erupted from Ket, filled with pure ecstasy. Kill him. Tear him apart. The defense forces swarmed towards his position. Jiang Kai struggled to summon his fading fire. But a sudden voice rang out, freezing him in place. Captain Jiang Kai, going into battle without us? That's not very heroic of you. Bolts of lightning cracked across the sky. As the voice spoke, a torrential downpour began to form. Hu Yan landed with a flourish. Behold, my invincible, universe-conquering rain-summoning jutsu. The defense forces froze, completely confused by the sudden turn of events. What the? One of them yelled. Damn it, my chains are going haywire. Even Jiang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. Hu Yan, wait a second. Since when was your rain-summoning jutsu this powerful? She gave him a playful wink. Captain Jiang Kai, You're not the only one who's gained a new talent. Out of nowhere, Zhu Zi charged headfirst into the enemy ranks. The world's #1 god of war, Zhu Zi, has arrived. Prepare to die, you worthless grunts. Before the enemy could even process what was happening, they were already taking heavy damage from Zhu Zi's assault. Ruan Yu then leaped into the fray to join the fun. Hello, my beauties. Your king has arrived. Hand over your weapons and your maidenly hearts. Jiang Kai just stared at Ruan Yu, dumbfounded. And from the mountains behind him, an entire army lay in wait. Lu Daxuan, the captain of Operation Daybreak's Plan B, gave the order. Protect Jiang Kai, secure the garrison point. The army roared as one. Protect the hero of sacred light. Kill. Jiang Kai was bewildered. So many people. As the two sides clashed, Nuan landed beside him. Jiang Kai, we're not too late, are we? Jiang Kai tried to make sense of it all. Nuan, what's going on? Why is everyone here? And where did all these reinforcements come from? She began to explain calmly. Back then, when you told me and Zhu Zi to go on ahead, neither of us wanted to leave you. But we were afraid we'd just get in your way. We planned to retreat and hide, then help you once we recovered our strength. At that moment, Zhu Zi had said, just hold on a little longer. They're getting closer. Hurry. Nuan continued. But before we could find a place to hide, the enemy was already on our tail. We had no choice but to keep running. In that instant, she saw something that surprised her. Her voice grew somber as she recalled the memory. Right as the enemy was about to catch us, Captain Lu Daxuan appeared with his army. Thanks to him, the two of them received medical treatment just in time. Now, leave the rest to us. Your wounds are severe. You need to be treated with my dew condensation technique, right on time. Nina let out a sigh of relief as Hannah and Nathan arrived. Hannah rushed over, her voice filled with concern. Nina, Zach, are you two okay? Nathan echoed her worry. We're here to back you up. As Nina explained, the story unfolded. Not only had their friends arrived, but the allied nations, once pushed back by Saint's Light, had also launched a new, coordinated attack. Kai smirked. To rally the allied armies for a second assault this quickly. This couldn't have been a last-minute plan. It seems the military had a backup strategy all along. Nina began to treat Kai's wounds. Kai, if you hadn't held back their main force at point A, no one would have had a chance to break through their lines. Don't say another word. Come on, let me patch you up first. He hesitated. There are a lot of powerful enemies here, especially that guy named G. His strength is on another level. I'm worried. She took his hand, her grip firm and reassuring. Don't be. On the front lines, the battle raged with unrelenting ferocity. Nina was filled with absolute confidence. Commander Lu Daichuan is the linchpin of our Operation Daybreak's Plan B. Dealing with that G guy won't be a problem. Besides, just look at everyone. Hannah was ecstatic. Ultimate invincible ice nova. Get ready to scream. The defending Imperial guards cried out as the attack hit. Nathan taunted them playfully. Hey there, don't run. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Zach held his ground like a true champion. The world's greatest god of war is here. Who dares to challenge me? Earth-shattering stomp. With a single move, he decimated a whole group of enemies. Seeing the tide turn against him, G gritted his teeth and gave the order to fall back to the garrison. Just as they began their retreat, a soldier shouted from the distance, Point B has been breached. We're advancing toward the stronghold. Joy erupted on Kai and Nina's faces. We did it. The Imperial guards panicked. What? Lu Daichuan raised his sword high. All troops, hear my command. Today, we show these grunts the true meaning of the Saint's Light spirit. The army behind him roared with fighting spirit. Kill them all. Fight for Saint's Light. Many among the enemy ranks began to falter. Nina was overjoyed. Kai, this is amazing. We won. Saint's Light won. But suddenly, Kai's eyes went blank. Yeah. Amazing. As the words left his lips, his body collapsed. She desperately caught him as he fell. Kai. Deep worry creased Nina's face, but she forced a gentle smile. You fought hard. Now, rest easy and sleep. At that very moment, emergency broadcasts interrupted television stations everywhere. Today, the multinational Allied forces launched a second surprise attack, successfully breaking through the 4 major garrisons in the Lost Temple. After their initial defeat, the garrison forces attempted several counterattacks, but all were crushed by the fortifications erected by the Allied forces. The latest battlefield intelligence shows the garrison forces have suffered devastating losses, with a casualty ratio of 3-1. Another report confirmed that at 6 a.m. Jiangzhou time, the Allied forces' second wave of reinforcements arrived at the Lost Temple as part of a combined strategy. Allied forces' strength has increased by 40%. And breaking news, the third main force of the Allied forces has successfully landed. A military spokesperson stated that this operation marks the successful seizure of the lost temple by the Allied forces. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the nationwide headquarters. Your people are useless. You couldn't even stop two pathetic little Allied squads. The one who deserted first has the nerve to talk. Oh, if you hadn't turned tail and fled, our counterattack would never have failed. Now you're getting really good at shifting the blame. Weren't you the one who beat your chest, guaranteeing the defensive line was flawless? A fierce argument broke out. In the end, it's still Nationwide's fault. They should have sent more people from the start. Exactly. That's why everything turned out like this. Hearing the accusations directed at him, Mac became enraged. Mac, your Nationwide must bear the greatest blame for this failure. Bloodshot rage filled his eyes. Urgent announcements spread rapidly across the globe. The multinational Allied forces, led by Saint's Light, declare that as of today, access to the Lost Temple is now open. This act of inclusivity, compared to the former lockdown policy of the garrison forces, received widespread international support. Back at the Lost Temple, it seems someone was trying to break in. A guard spotted the movement and panicked, scrambling to report it. All squads, be on alert. Intruder detected. I repeat, intruder detected. The commotion drew Commander Liu Daichuan out to assess the situation. He was stunned. Someone's trying to charge into the Lost Temple all by himself. Commander Liu couldn't help but worry. Don't tell me we've got another one like young brother Kai on our hands. He was deeply concerned. Young brother Kai still hasn't woken up. If this is a similar situation, we're in big trouble. Harris suddenly threw his hands in the air. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. He shouted as he walked. My name is Harris. I represent Nation F, and I'm here to negotiate. Commander Liu was completely baffled. Then, just as suddenly, Jiang also appeared. Excuse me, who is the commanding officer here? I am Jiang from Nation H. I represent my country, and I hope to negotiate a peaceful resolution with you. As soon as they introduced themselves, a few soldiers cried out, I remember. That guy WH is a swordsman from Nation F. He's the one who. They killed so many of our people. The Hat Nation. Aren't they the very traitors who turned on us? And they still have the nerve to show their faces here. Harris and Jiang began to plead their cases. I've come here in good faith. Our Juice Nation is willing to pay any price and resources for a slot in the Grandmaster tournament. We were forced into it. You have to understand. We know we were wrong. The Hat Nation is prepared to pay double for a slot in the tournament. Someone turned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, the Hat Nation must be rolling in money, buying your way in once, and now trying it again. He sneered. And what right does your pathetic Juice Nation have to talk down to us? Your strongest champion, Kim? What a joke. Wasn't he instantly annihilated by one of Sheng Yao's masters? If you hadn't been so completely useless, we never would have lost that battle. Tensions flare between Harris and Jiang. What did you just say? I said your Hat Nation is useless. Say that one more time. Suddenly, Liu Dachuan's furious roar cut through the noise, and Nov, all of you, shut your mouths. The two instantly froze, their words dying in their throats. He let out a cold smirk. Peace negotiations, you say. Sorry, but we never got the memo. Seize them. The soldiers surged forward. Yes, sir. At that very moment, Jiang Kai's eyes slowly fluttered open. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan cried out in relief. Captain Jiang Kai, you're finally awake. He blinked in surprise. What are you two doing here? Don't tell me. You've just been sitting here watching me sleep this whole time. She let out a small laugh. Well, we were worried about you. Right after we broke through the defenses at Point A, you were so exhausted you just collapsed. He explained excitedly, and you've been out cold for 3 whole days. Ruan Yu snapped his fingers. Oh, right, 2 days ago, Zhu Zi told us. Captain Jiang Kai, your little sister, saw the video of you charging into the land of Maitreya by yourself, and she fainted at school. A jolt of panic shot through him. What? Yingzi fainted? Hu Yan shot him a look. Ruan Yu, could you not pause for dramatic effect? He just scratched his head. Hey, calm down, calm down. Nuan said she's fine now. She knows you're safe, and more than that. She knows you were the biggest hero in Sheng Yao's victory. She's incredibly proud of her big brother. Jiang Kai let out a huge sigh of relief. Is that right? Hu Yan then pointed to herself, a mischievous glint in her eye. To celebrate our epic victory, I'll let you two in on a little secret. You want to hear it? Both he and Ruan Yu were intrigued. What is it? She began eagerly. Remember that day, Captain Jiang Kai? You asked me how my rain summoning art suddenly got so much stronger. Jiang Kai nodded. That's right, Hu Yan. You said it was a new talent. Don't tell me you leveled up again. Ruan Yu let out a yawn. Hu Yan, just spit it out already. She continued, all right, I won't hide it from you. Ever since I left the forest, the lair of the howling moon wolf demon, I felt like my entire body became lighter, more graceful. It was the strangest feeling. Then, a few nights ago, the system panel lit up, announcing a complete upgrade to all my base attributes. Her power had surged dramatically. Hu Yan had gained a new talent. A single leaf began to glow in the palm of her hand. Hu Yan summoned a crackle of lightning that danced around her finger. Check this out. My new talent lets me control the natural elements, like wind, lightning, and water. She then gathered a small orb of water in her palm. Jiang Kai was amazed. Incredible. Hu Yan. You can actually control the flow of water now. The moment he said that, the orb of water exploded, drenching a very surprised Ruan Yu. Hu Yan flushed with embarrassment. Whoops, sorry. I guess I only have basic control for now. An attack like that massive storm from the other day still requires my compass to pull off. He wiped the water from his face. This is incredible. You didn't even level up, but all your stats increased. And you unlocked a brand new talent. Hu Yan beamed. I know, I never expected it. Do you guys think maybe I just got lucky and exploited a system bug? Jiang Kai paused, deep in thought.
No, this was no random glitch. My gut tells me this has something to do with that wolf demon. It seemed to treat you differently. Hu Yan.
Suddenly, Jiang Kai's stomach growled loudly, followed by a few coughs. Hu Yan's eyes widened. We've been so busy talking. Captain Jiang Kai, you haven't eaten in 3 days. You must be starving. With that, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu scrambled out of the room. Hang on, Captain Jiang Kai. I'll go get you some food right now. I know just what he likes to eat. A faint smile touched Jiang Kai's lips. Just then, Lu Dachuan strode in, his face beaming. Jiang Kai, my little brother. I heard you were finally awake. Jiang Kai managed a small smile. Elder brother Lu, the man began. Little brother Jiang Kai, I've been wanting to properly introduce myself for a while now. Unfortunately, organizing the city's defenses has kept me busy these past few days. Besides, you needed your rest, so I didn't want to disturb you. Jiang Kai replied graciously. Elder brother Lu, thank you for arriving when you did. You saved Zhu Zi, Nuan, and me. Lu Dachuan firmly shook his hand. Without you, our Operation Dawn would have been a failure. You are the true hero of this battle. You deserve all the credit. He then hesitated for a moment. Also, little brother Jiang Kai, there are actually 2 matters I'd like to discuss with you. Lu Dachuan's tone grew serious. First, a few of the factions we drove out are now begging for peace. What's more, they want to buy slots for the tournament. At first, the higher-ups wanted to refuse them all outright. But the resources they're offering, it's just too much to ignore. You might not be aware, but here on the Beast God battlefield, our own resources are stretched dangerously thin. Jiang Kai was a little confused. But isn't this the kind of thing the military should decide on their own? Your opinion is absolutely crucial. The man placed a hand on his shoulder. It's as I've always said. Without you, Operation Daybreak would have never succeeded. Jiang Kai felt awkward. You're the one who took down Qiu Yang, the toughest target. If we just decided to negotiate, wouldn't that disappoint a hero like you? I trust your judgment. You all should make the final call. The interests of the nation's high command are what matter. I believe the military will weigh the pros and cons correctly. Lu Dachuan nodded in agreement. All right, and that reminds me. Right, what's the second matter? He asked. The man continued. The second matter is actually an idea from Commander Wei, even though you've only just recovered from your illness. Once the global hegemony tournament begins, Lu Dachuan's voice was steady. He hopes you can lead Zhu Zi, Su Nuanyuan, and your entire Fire God squad as one of the teams representing Sheng Yao in the competition. Jiang Kai pointed to himself. Me? Lu Dachuan's voice rang out. That's right. Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan fought valiantly during the trials. They were always considered prime candidates, and with you leading them in battle, your rich experience and undeniable power are clear for all to see. You're the only one who can be the team leader. Besides, Commander Hua agrees, and he has made a promise. If you manage to secure a ranking and earn rewards, they will be split on a 4-to-6 ratio. You get 6 parts, the military gets 4. Jiang Kai fell silent, thinking. You might feel it's a small share, but a tournament of this caliber is normally only open to the military. Daichuan continued. After all, the military bears the burden of protecting us. Resource allocation must be prioritized for them. If just anyone could participate, the entire nation would descend into absolute chaos. Little brother Jiang, you understand, don't you? Jiang Kai spoke up. Brother Lu, please don't get the wrong idea. In truth, having the chance to represent Sheng Yao is a worthy challenge in itself. I am more than willing to participate, but this is a matter of life and death. I can't make that decision for my team. I need to ask for their opinions first. Lu Dachuan finally understood. You have a point. Your two teammates aren't military personnel. They are under no such obligation. Jiang Kai said, Exactly, Brother Lu. So, if the Fire God squad decides to join as a full team, could I ask you for a favor in advance? The man was surprised. Oh? And what might that be? 15 minutes later, Ruan Yu called out cheerfully. Captain Kai, we're back. Hu Yan asked. Did Brother Lu already leave? After everyone finished their meal, Jiang Kai laid everything out. So, that's the situation. This global hegemony tournament will be more dangerous than any battle we have ever faced, so I need you two to think this through carefully, and then decide whether you want to join. A loud shout erupted. That's so awesome. Hu Yan was ecstatic. Captain Kai, I want to go. I want to go. You can't leave me out of the global hegemony tournament. Ruan Yu chimed in. Me too. I want to join. As long as I'm with you and everyone else, Captain Kai, I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Kai broke into a smile. You two truly fear nothing in heaven or on earth. 1 month later, on the Ghost Star, a demonic figure clawed its way out of the ground. Panting heavily with wide eyes, he stood before a massive gate as a notification flashed. Congratulations, you have discovered the teleportation circle to Maitreya's domain. A cloaked figure stood atop a clock tower. A notification appeared, and in a flash, they were gone. The watches on every soldier's wrist began to glow. System requirements met. The Global Hegemony Tournament will officially commence in 12 hours. Within Maitreya's domain, a system window appeared on everyone's watch. This tournament will be broadcast live in high definition. Each nation may send a maximum of 3 teams of 5. Exceeding this limit will result in the random, instantaneous death of that nation's members. Offline death. The faces of the Fire God squad turned pale. Jiang Kai spoke. The final teleportation circle. It's finally been found. The Global Hegemony Tournament is about to begin. Zhu Zi was stunned. Damn, are these rules a joke? They're so vague. All it says is that too many people means death. It doesn't say how we're supposed to fight, or what even counts as a victory. Ruan Yu spoke up. Could it really be that simple? Hu Yan snorted. If you ask me, they're definitely waiting until it begins, before telling you where to point your guns. Jiang Kai chuckled. Hu Yan's right. But in a way, that's a good thing. At least this time, those who rely on dirty tricks won't be able to scheme ahead of time. He smiled and issued his command. Everyone, rest up and conserve your energy. In 12 hours, we prepare for war. The group responded in unison. Understood. The sky darkens, then instantly brightens. A system announcement rings out. The Global Hegemony Contest's first stage is about to begin. Once the competition starts, all players will be teleported to random locations within the Forsaken Land. The rules were announced, a 3-minute preparation phase, during which everyone was immune to all damage. But after that time was up, one random member from each squad would be completely paralyzed, unable to act on their own. They could be moved by others, rescued by their allies, or mercilessly executed by their enemies. And for every 2 hours that passed, another team member would be imprisoned. If a captured player was killed, the curse would simply jump to another random teammate until the entire squad was wiped out. However, killing an opponent granted you 1 rescue card. 5 of these cards could free a captured teammate. Once the game began, the outer edges of the land of Maitreya would swarm with commander-level monsters, and as the competition timer ticked down, this safe zone would gradually shrink, forcing everyone inward. The game would end when only 3 teams remained. Rankings would then be decided by the number of active members and remaining rescue cards. The final countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The competition is on. Under the flickering system lights, Jiang Kai stood lost in thought. As expected, the other contestants materialized. His eyes turned cold. Zhu Zi and the others were nowhere to be found. Jiang Kai took off at a sprint, his mind racing. They'd been scattered, and now one of them would be randomly paralyzed. If the captured person was surrounded by enemies, it would be a guaranteed death sentence. This rule seemed like a test of individual strength, but it was really a test of the entire squad's unity and power. It was a fatal weakness for any team. The system's prep time clock showed 30 seconds remaining. Only 30 seconds left. He wondered if he'd be the unlucky one chosen to be paralyzed. I'm still invincible for now, he thought. I need to find a place to hide first, then figure out how to regroup. They had to resolve this paralysis crisis as quickly as possible. Back in Jiangzhou City, in the military academy's classroom, everyone was watching intently. The commander shouted, "What's going on? Why did they all suddenly go into hiding? Are they playing hide and seek?" Hua Tianxian replied, "Their actions must be related to the rules of this new tournament. After all, only the participants in the land of Maitreya know the specific details." Commander Wei, what do you think? The commander noted, It looks like the calm before the storm. The start of a massive hunt, but the three teams sinks light center all elite squads, hardened by countless battles. No matter what happens, all we can do now is trust our soldiers 100%. Back in the land of Maitreya, Hu Yan and Nuan were on the move. As they scanned their surroundings, a sudden shadow leaped out, startling them. They both jumped back as Hu Yan yelled, "Who goes there? How dare you ambush the great heroine Hu?" Zhu Zi appeared, calling out, Nuan. Hu Yan, I've finally found you too." Nuan's face lit up with surprise and joy. Zhu Zi, he gave a weak laugh. "Did I scare you?" Hu Yan asked him. "When did you get here?" Zhu Zi looked confused. "Me? I've been here the whole time. You could say I got really lucky. I opened my eyes and realized my random teleport location was in the forest right near our base. I tried to contact everyone to regroup, but the competition had already started and all communications were cut off. But I figured everyone would probably head back to the base, so I hid in a tree and waited. And sure enough, I found you both. By the way, how did you two end up together?" Nuan answered, "Hu Yan and I ran into each other on the way here. We also guessed that everyone would try to regroup at the base, so we came here together." Hu Yan added, "Exactly. If we figured it out, I'm sure Captain Kai and Ruan you thought of it too. As long as they're free to move, they'll definitely come here." Nuan looked worried. "I just wonder who will show up next." A minute later, the sound of rustling leaves filled the air. Zhu Zi whispered, "Someone's coming." A foot stepped into the clearing, and everyone gasped. Ruan Yu. He was panting, struggling to speak. "Hu Yan, you guys really did come back. The prep time is 0. Nuan's eyes widened. Then the one who was captured is? Zhu Zi's face darkened as he yelled, "Huh." Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was perched on a tree branch. A tremor went through him. "No, I can't move." His heart sank. "It couldn't be me, could it? This is bad." He looked down and saw someone else. Jiang Kai stared at the figure below. The man was staring right back at him. When did he get so close? He hadn't made a single sound. Could it be he was already lying in ambush here? Did he see me jump into this tree? Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Damn it. But after a moment, the man below hadn't made a move. A realization dawned on Jiang Kai. Humph, don't tell me he's paralyzed, too. Suddenly, he glanced somewhere else, and just as he suspected, wait, over in the bushes. A blond man was also frozen in place. He couldn't believe 3 people had chosen to hide in this small area, and all 3 of them had the terrible luck of being captured. Jiang Kai calculated the odds. This meant that whichever team's allies arrived first could easily kill the other 2, instantly earning 2 rescue cards. He closed his eyes, his thoughts racing. Zhu Zi, where in the world are you guys right now? On their side, Zhu Zi was growing desperate. Hu Yan, use your divination. Can you find out where Kai is? Nuan spoke up. He's completely immobilized right now. He could be attacked at any second. We have to find him fast. Ruan Yu agreed. She's right. Hu Yan, you have to try. Hu Yan took out her compass and nodded. All right. I can't guarantee its accuracy, but I'll give it my best shot. But from behind them, 4 figures approached. Talk about a bad encounter. You're from Country Y, the Seraph Guild, the Holy Knight Squad. One of them sneered. Jiang Kai is your captain, isn't he? It seems he's the one who got captured this time. Nuan's group recognized them instantly. They were from Country Y. The man smirked. Sharp, aren't you? That punk Jiang Kai was left all alone, and the rest of you walked right into my hands. Looks like Lady Luck isn't on your side today. Ha! Zhu Zi scoffed. I was wondering who it was. So you're from the same country as Christina? I guess the last beating wasn't enough for you. Coming back to offer your lives again? The others shot back. Yeah, right. If it wasn't for that scheming rat Jiang Kai, our H country's defensive line never would have collapsed. We wouldn't have been forced to pay so many resources for a slot in this competition. Exactly. Today, we'll start with you lot. Then we'll find Jiang Kai and collect everything he owes us, with interest. One of them cautioned, Tom, be patient. After we kill these 4, we'll have 5 rescue cards. We'll be able to break the spell soon, the spell holding you captive. Hearing this, Zhu Zi's team was stunned. Their enemies laughed wickedly. Without Jiang Kai, you're nothing but lambs to the slaughter. They charged forward. Today, we'll show you the true meaning of despair. Take out the healer first. Nuan's eyes widened. Before she could react, Zhu Zi had already leaped into the air. With a powerful ground-shaking stomp, he sent all 4 of them flying back. Their leader grunted, he's got some serious strength. Boris. Lobo, handle the other 2. Jessica and I will corner this meat shield and the healer. They surged forward, filled with bloodlust. Lobo whipped out his chains. A damn fatty and a fortune teller? I can finish you both in 3 seconds. Ruan Yu raised his shield and stepped forward. Get back. Leave this to me. But Hu Yan immediately realized the problem. Oh no, Ruan Yu hasn't had his drink yet. Boris charged in aggressively. You fat pig, still trying to play the hero? As he spoke, the two of them clashed. Ruan Yu was clearly on the losing end, struggling to block the attack. Hu Yan began to cast her spell, Ultimate Invincible Rain Summoning, but a hook suddenly snagged her compass. Lobo laughed sinisterly. Summoning rain? You'd be better off praying for a quick death. Just then, Zhu Zi shielded Nuan and knocked Jessica away, but the enemy captain was launching a sneak attack from the side. Nuan screamed, Zhu Zi, look out. He glanced over, his eyes wide with shock. He managed to react just in time to block the blow, but his opponent's power was far greater. The man taunted, I see it, the fear in your eyes, and pathetic trash like you still wants to protect your teammates. Go run and cry with the girls. Zhu Zi strained, struggling to hold on. Just then, Nuan used her Shadow Thorn needles to help. The pins pierced the man's hand, making him recoil in shock. What the? The scene shifts. Elsewhere, Jiang Kai was still trapped in the tree. Half an hour had passed. He wondered how Zhu Zi's group was holding up when he suddenly sensed a presence. Someone was here. Just then, a man wielding a massive blade walked into view. He spotted a blonde-haired player immobilized on the ground. A cruel grin spread across his face. Finally, I found one. Pure terror washed over the blonde man's face. A second later, a spray of crimson blood filled the air as he was struck down. As a card appeared, the swordsman noticed another player nearby. Oh, there's another one. That player gritted his teeth in fury, when suddenly, the man looked up. In the tree was Jiang Kai. His heart sank. I've been spotted. The man's grin widened with excitement. Excellent. This must be my lucky day. To find 3 people at once. He then mercilessly swung his blade at the person on the ground. He licked the blood from his blade with a twisted expression. Thanks for the gift, my friend, but I'm not planning on letting you go. Another card appeared as the player collapsed. The man then turned, walking towards Jiang Kai. He declared, You're next. Jiang Kai's mind raced. Damn it. Is this really how I'm going to die? I can't move. Unless Zhu Zi's team gets here in time. But then, a realization hit him. Can't move. A confident smile slowly formed on his face. The swordsman leaped into the air, his blade held high. Die. Jiang Kai let out a sinister laugh as he activated his death card. His body may have been paralyzed, but his death card wasn't. It shot forward, catching the attacker completely off guard. A moment later, the entire area was engulfed in a blinding light, instantly vaporizing the enemy. Jiang Kai watched as 3 cards appeared and commanded the death card to retrieve them. The 3 cards began to glow with a dazzling light. They flew straight into Jiang Kai's body. That's 3. But I need 5 to save myself. I'm still too short. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I've got it. 5 minutes later, another player carrying a mace arrived. His eyes lit up with joy. No way. My luck is insane. 3 rescue cards just sitting here for the taking. But his senses screamed with caution. Wait. Something's not right. Why would there be 3 rescue cards here? His eyes lock onto 3 cards. Floating among the branches. A battle just took place here. The bloodstains haven't even dried. Did both sides wipe each other out? Or maybe. A survivor heard my approach and was too cowardly to even collect their prize. Did they flee while wounded? He scans the nearby bushes, his doubts growing. Something's wrong. But still, he cautiously moves forward. Something felt off. Could this be a trap? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Kai's death card struck, plunging directly into the man's back. He knew it instantly. It was a setup. His entire body began to dissolve, transforming into a single card. A triumphant smile spread across Kai's face. He now held 4 rescue cards, just 1 more, and he would finally win his freedom. But he wondered how Zhu Zi's team was faring. At that very moment, Zhu Zi was locked in a fierce battle, forced to retreat under a relentless assault. His 3 opponents surged forward to support their captain. Nuan screamed a warning. Zhu Zi, behind you. He gritted his teeth, and a second later, a heavy blow sent blood flying. Zhu Zi roared in fury, 4 against 1. Have you no shame? Ruan Yu charged in to back him up. Zhu Zi, try my new brew. Without a second thought, Zhu Zi complied. Boris and Jessica sneered. Trying to numb the pain with alcohol? I suppose even a coward gets a little liquid courage. The enemy captain smirked arrogantly. More like a final drink before your execution. You dared to conspire against me? You're just digging your own graves. Lobo eagerly joined the fray. But in that instant, a brilliant light erupted from Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu. An overwhelming aura pulsed from them. I, Yuan Mu, am the greatest war god under heaven. If a god stands in my way, I'll slay a god. If a demon blocks my path, I'll slaughter a demon. And my contributions to this team are second to none in this life. Now, where are the beautiful ladies? Their four opponents were completely frozen in shock. What the? Faster than lightning, Zhu Zi was upon them. With a single, devastating blow, he sent them flying. The enemy captain couldn't believe this terrifying power. Still glowing brightly, Zhu Zi declared, "The number one god of war has arrived. Now all of you will bow before me and accept your doom." Witnessing this, the captain was paralyzed with fear. A blade of pure energy had already pierced clean through his body. The aftershock alone shattered the surrounding trees into splinters. Meanwhile, Boris clashed with Ruan Yu, a look of awe on his face. "I have faced countless swordsmen, but your swordsmanship, for a drunkard, is more bizarre and brilliant than any masters I've ever seen." Ruan Yu, empowered by his drunken state, sneered. "Enough with the chatter. Take off your coat." Fear flickered in the man's eyes. Why? Why is this happening? After drinking, it's like he's become a completely different person. His sword style was unpredictable, shifting from fast to slow, yet it was always fluid and seamless, a perfect fusion with his very being. A few days earlier, at their campsite, Ruan Yu had asked Captain Kai about it. Kai explained, "Ruan Yu, even though you aren't a swordsman by class, your innate drunken Jue talent is a perfect match for a swordsman's skills. And with the global championship approaching, this is a skill book I acquired for you from Brother Liu." Back then, Kai had leveraged his connections with the well-supplied military. "I need you to find a swordsman's skill book for Ruan Yu to power up." Da Chuan had agreed instantly. "Consider it done. To bring glory to our nation, a skill book is nothing. I would gladly risk my life if you asked." Ruan Yu held the book, his hands trembling with excitement. This is the legendary skill book that every swordsman adventurer dreams of obtaining. Blade of the unconscious mind. The system immediately displayed its information. Back in the present, Ruan Yu was unleashing a relentless flurry of attacks. "My, what a hairy chest you have." "I like it." Boris blushed furiously. What are you trying to do? This is the global championship. And you're still hitting on me. I get the feeling you're missing something under all that gear. Oh, I see now. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You little devil. The man's face turned beet red. "Missing something?" "I'm wearing outer plate, inner armor, and padding. I'm not missing a thing." The words had barely left his mouth when Ruan Yu tore his shirt clean off. A wicked grin spread across Ruan Yu's face. "That's not enough of a smile." "Keep smiling," Boris wailed in protest. "No." Elsewhere, lightning crashed across the sky. Lobo and Jessica dodged the attacks, sneering. "Assassins like us thrive when the odds are against us. Did you really think these cheap tricks could stop us? You're dreaming. Let's finish them off and end this quickly." Nuan tossed out several summoning orbs. Hu Yan. The spirit appeared, brimming with energy. "I don't care what kind of assassins you are. In this reign, I am a god." The orbs Nuan threw hurtled towards the two, catching them by surprise. On impact, they burst, releasing a strange purple liquid. Their bodies began to sizzle and burn. "What is this stuff?" My face is melting." Hu Yan raised her hands to the sky. "Now, face my power." Cosmic annihilation, hailstorm. The two assassins were brutally pummeled by the devastating attack. 10 minutes later, silence returned to the battlefield. Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu finally came to their senses. Nuan rushed to their side. "Zhu Zi, Ruan Yu, are you guys awake?" They looked around, dazed. "Where did that arrogant squad go? Who won?" "The rescue cards. Did we get them?" "Yeah, what happened?" Nuan smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. We have all 5 rescue cards. Not a single one is missing. Hu Yan is divining Kai's location right now. As soon as we find him, we can go." "Right on cue," Hu Yan cried out in excitement. "I found him. I know where Captain Kai is." Hearing the news, a wave of relief and joy washed over the team. Meanwhile, Kai was still using his card to lure in more prey. He grew anxious. It's been half an hour, and no new adventurers have shown up, and Zhu Zi's team still hasn't found me. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Kai recognized the sound instantly. "This is bad. That sound. So that's it. This event is designed to shrink the arena." Just as the thought crossed his mind, a colossal stone foot crashed down to earth. A wave of towering monsters appeared, wielding entire trees as weapons. And right on cue, the system's notification rang out. Commander-grade stone golems, level 65. And a king-grade stone golem, level 88. Jiang Kai knew he was in serious trouble. Even with his death card, taking on 4 level 65 commander-grade monsters would be an all-out life-or-death war. And now, a terrifying king-grade beast was in the mix. The situation was critical. One of the golems smashed a tree aside, clearing its path. That single action sparked a realization in Jiang Kai. Wait a second. These things are made of rock and vines. Their only features a pair of ruby red eyes. They have no mouths, ears, or noses. A monster of earth and wood. It probably lacks the senses of smell and hearing. If I can stay hidden, they might not even notice me. Suddenly, a massive foot stomped down right beside his hiding spot. Its hand wrapped around the tree trunk. Jiang Kai's heart pounded. Was my theory wrong? But then, the stone golem gripped the tree with its other hand and simply ripped it from the ground. It seemed the golem wanted to use this tree as its new weapon. Jiang Kai held his breath in terror, only to watch it hoist the entire tree onto its shoulder and start moving. He thought to himself, am I part of its weapon now? So it really can't smell. That was too close. I was about to activate the Wheel of Fate and gamble everything. Suddenly, the golems broke into a run. They stopped near a cliff, where 2 teams of players were locked in a fierce battle. Jiang Kai could see them clearly now, 2 squads locked in combat. The golems charged forward at full speed, but their view was blocked by the terrain, and they can't see or smell. How could they possibly know people were over there? The battling players felt the tremors of the approaching golems. Run for it, but it was too late. One golem slammed its fist into the ground. Earth and stone erupted everywhere. The players froze, staring at the shower of deadly debris. The golems were completely focused on their prey. One after another, they leaped into the air, bringing their massive tree trunks down on the helpless players. And then, Jiang Kai finally understood. These creatures weren't using sight or sound. They were hunting their prey through vibrations in the ground. That explains why they didn't find me. The foliage provided cover, but the real reason was, I was in the tree, completely off the ground. This means I can't let the golem throw this tree. The moment I touch the ground, they'll know exactly where I am. The few remaining survivors desperately tried to fight back. One of them yelled out a command. Everyone scatter. Get off the ground and attack from the air. As a golem lowered its tree trunk, one player saw his chance. He leaped onto it, screaming, I'll take you on. Jiang Kai observed calmly. A level 60 combat class couldn't hope to damage a king-grade boss so easily. He watched the player's technique closely. Wait, his true target isn't the boss. He's trying to shatter the tree trunk to create a diversion and escape. A sly grin spread across Jiang Kai's face. This was the perfect opportunity. Like a predator lying in wait, he knew his escape hinged on this single moment. The player suddenly sensed something was wrong. There's someone else here. But it was too late. Jiang Kai's death card shot out, flying straight towards him. The man died instantly, realizing someone was using the boss to eliminate other players. As his body hit the ground, the golem's foot came crashing down. When it lifted its foot, his body was already fading away. The card flew straight into Jiang Kai's waiting hand. He smiled. That made 5 cards a full set. A system prompt appeared. End the imprisoned state. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Kai accepted. A brilliant light enveloped his body. Imprisonment successfully lifted. He clenched his fist. Finally, he could move freely again. Just then, his attention was drawn back to the golem below, as it raised its massive weapon, ready to crush another player. Jiang Kai figured the beast was distracted by the fight. This was the perfect chance to escape. But then, he sensed something change. This feeling. A golden circle materialized once more in the sky above. The first stage of the Global Hegemony contest has concluded. Commencing Stage 2. A rescue zone has been opened on the map. Rescue cards can be exchanged for special items. One member from each squad will once again be designated as imprisoned. The imprisoned cannot act on their own, but they can be moved, rescued, or killed by other players. As the announcement ended, the stone golems vanished instantly. The tree trunk plummeted towards the ground, forcing Jiang Kai to grip it tightly to stay balanced. Elsewhere, Zhu Zi and his team were running for their lives. Hurry! We have to regroup with Captain Kai. The second round of random imprisonment is about to start. Zhu Zi urged them on. There's no time. We need to find cover now. Nuan spotted a hollow tree nearby. And then, the countdown began. He pushed everyone inside. Get in. Quick. 3, 2, 1. They all held their breath, waiting. But when nothing happened, the group erupted in cheers. It wasn't me, Ruan Yu said with relief, which could only mean one thing. Then, the one imprisoned this time is Captain Kai. His luck is terrible. I knew it. You have been selected as the imprisoned for round 2, he sighed, cursing his fate. My luck is just the worst. The world around him fell eerily silent once more. Jiang Kai found a hidden spot high up on a branch, silently observing the chaos unfolding below. Down below, Just as expected from Commander and King-level monsters, they annihilated an entire elite squad in under a minute. Then, something clicked in his mind. The rules. They mentioned something about functional items. It sounded like some kind of special equipment. A system window popped up with an explanation. The rescue zone is now open. Rescue cards can be used to exchange for functional items. He didn't know their exact purpose yet, but if the system was highlighting them, they had to be crucial. His gaze sharpened with intent. In the end, it didn't matter if it was to break his imprisonment or to get those items. He had to gather rescue cards, and he had to do it fast. The beasts began to move. They snapped massive tree trunks like twigs. The hunt had begun. He stuck with his original plan, hide in the canopy, and let this monster eliminate his competition for him. But the creature's advance was anything but silent. Jiang Kai's eyes shot open. That sound. It couldn't be. In that exact moment, the branch beneath his feet started to crack. Danger. It was about to give way. A wave of dread washed over Jiang Kai. Was this it? All around him, ancient trees were being torn from the ground and snapped in half. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Damn it. If he fell now, he'd be walking straight into the lion's den. All of his efforts would have been for nothing. The anxiety in his gut twisted tighter as he prayed silently. Hold on. Just don't fall. Not now. Jiang Kai held his breath, trying to be absolutely still. The sharp crack of splintering wood echoed constantly, and the thud of their footsteps made the very ground tremble. Jiang Kai's panic grew as the monsters drew closer and closer to his hiding spot. Meanwhile, the other four were deep in discussion. So the person imprisoned in this phase is Kai. But wasn't he already captured before this? Hu Yan offered her theory. I'm guessing Captain Kai was rescued by one of the other two squads. After being freed, he's back in the game. No wonder my divination couldn't get an accurate lock on his position. Zhu Zi nodded. Lu's team is incredibly strong. Right now, that seems like the only possibility. Ruin Yu ran a hand through his hair. Captain Kai has the worst luck. He barely escapes one trap just to immediately fall into another. His comment brought down the mood of the entire group. But Nuan quickly rallied them. Everyone, let's get our heads back in the game. It's unlucky, sure, but it also means Kai is most likely still alive. Our top priority now is to assess the situation, and then regroup with him. Hu Yan stroked her chin thoughtfully. Nuan is right. The first phase of the competition is over, but we have no idea which nations were eliminated or which ones advanced. On top of that, the new rules mention some kind of functional items. As they spoke, Nuan's eyes suddenly caught something. She whipped her head around to see a faint purple mist slowly spreading through the air. Guys, look over there. What is that? Zhu Zi recognized the fog immediately. I swear that wasn't there a moment ago. Ruan Yu added, I didn't see it earlier either. You don't think it's coming from a monster, do you? Nuan's voice became serious. It doesn't feel like it. If it were a monster, the area wouldn't be this quiet. I have a feeling. We might find something important over there. Hu Yan's fighting spirit surged as she raised her hand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find out. The mysterious mist continued to drift through the forest. As the four of them drew closer, they all looked up at once. Before them stood a series of towering stone monuments. In the very center was a pillar, emitting the purple mist they had been tracking. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Rescue zone successfully discovered. Use rescue cards at the stone monuments to exchange for corresponding functional items. They were overcome with joy. No way. We actually found a rescue zone. Hu Yan grabbed Nuan's arm. Quick, let's see what we can exchange them for. They stopped at a monument for a locator map card, an item that could pinpoint anything. Hu Yan was ecstatic. This is perfect. With this, we can avoid monsters and find Captain Kai's team. Not only will we be more efficient, but after we regroup, we can search for other rescue zones. Nuan nodded in agreement. Yeah, but the exchange price is 8 rescue cards. Reading that, the excitement vanished from their faces. 8 cards. That's highway robbery. There's no way we can afford that. Let's see what else they have. They then split up to check the other options. The monuments included a single-person teleport card, a target isolation card, and a status abnormality removal card. The four of them gathered before the final stone monument. This one was for a global information card. Ruan Yu looked troubled. 5 rescue cards is the cheapest price here. Should we get it? If we spend them, we'll have nothing left. Hu Yan argued back. But we were incredibly lucky just to stumble upon this rescue zone. Who knows if we'll get a chance like this again. It's too big of an opportunity to miss. Nuan agreed. She's right. Instead of searching for Captain Kai blindly, it's better to get crucial intel first. In a battle of life and death, an information gap is what determines everything. It decides who wins and who loses. Zhu Zi, what do you think? Zhu Zi gave a serious nod. I agree. Besides, we can always find a way to get more. With the global information card, they could designate Lu and Chen's squads. The three of them spoke in unison. Nuan, begin. She produced 5 rescue cards. All right, let's give this a shot. Nuan placed her hand on the stone tablet, and the 5 cards were instantly drawn into it. She stood before the monument, waiting. Exchange successful. Global information card acquired. It worked. Instantly, a holographic map materialized before them. Current number of survivors, 906. Zuzi gasped, nearly 300 people have been eliminated already. Hu Yan added grimly. The initial phase was just small-scale skirmishes, but with the rescue zone's appearance, the monster's invasion range has expanded. The real massacre has only just begun. Ruan Yu's face tightened with worry. Captain Kai is so famous. It's not just the Italians who are after him, and now there's even a target designation card. I can't even imagine the danger he's in. But at least he's not alone. A prompt appeared. Confirmed designation of the Mountain River Squad and the Crimson Squad as targets for the global information card. Nuan tapped. Confirm. I don't know how long Lu and Chen's teams can last. We have to check their status now. Mountain River Squad, 3 survivors. Crimson Squad, 2 survivors. A wave of shock silenced the entire group. What? Ruin Yu's anxiety spiked. Captain Kai. Nuan realized the terrifying truth. Kai wasn't with Lu's team. Meanwhile, in the military command center, all eyes were glued to the monitors. Excellent. It seems the Fire God Squad has found an important item card. Right now, the Mountain River and Crimson Squads have found their captured teammates, but their casualty rate is far from optimistic. The commander wondered aloud, where on earth is Jiang Kai hiding? Not a single camera has managed to catch a glimpse of him, Commander Wei speculated. Judging by the situation with the others, it's possible Jiang Kai was imprisoned twice, which would also prove that he broke out of the first imprisonment on his own. After all, we never saw anyone helping him. Tian Shen agreed. That's right. I can't figure out how that kid did it, but he never ceases to amaze me. Suddenly, Commander Wei's eyes widened. Wait a minute. What is that? He barked an order. Ba, isolate that feed and magnify the screen.
Yes, sir. The screen zoomed in on 3 figures. It was the Hunter Squad. Its members were all level 50, but the one in the lead was level 60.
Tian Shen issued another order. Pull up all intel on the Hunter Squad and any combat data we've gathered since the competition began. A subordinate reported, Sir, while squads from every country have taken casualties, F country's Hunter Squad is a special case. To this day, they have maintained a flawless 0 casualty record. Their captain, Visa, is F country's top-ranked swordsman. According to our intelligence, after Visa broke through to level 60 a year ago, he deliberately de-leveled himself to 40, then grinded back to 60 at an unbelievable speed. Therefore, we speculate that his unique talent is something similar to Rebirth. Tian Shen was stunned. Rebirth? The commander was just as shocked. A talent like that exists? Isn't that basically cheating? In other words, this guy might look like he's level 60, but his true power is far beyond that. Commander Wei confirmed. It's worse than that. I've heard rumors about the Rebirth talent before. The truly terrifying thing about this ability is this. After every rebirth, the user's base attributes are all massively enhanced. Furthermore, the more times they are reborn, the more monstrous the attribute growth becomes. The scene shifts to the Mountain River Squad, now down to just 3 members. Xiao Jiang spoke up. Boss, your wound is bleeding again. She seethed with anger. Humph. Those shameless bastards from K country and G country, colluding with each other just to ambush us. If it wasn't for them, Fang Wei wouldn't still be imprisoned, you wouldn't be injured, and Zhao Ming and Chen Jian wouldn't have died in vain. Da Chuan's voice was stern. This is no time to get emotional. We've already wasted too much time escaping. We have to speed up. If we run into those monsters now, things will get even worse. Right. Suddenly, 3 arrows whistled towards them. Da Chuan's eyes widened in shock as he threw himself in front of the other 2. Who's there? Their attackers were from F country, the hunting party from the Eclipse Guild. One of them sneered, I didn't expect to run into some trash from Sacred Glory while on our way to kill Jiang Kai. His name was Visa, an adventurer. His class, swordsman. His level, 60. He introduced himself with a chilling smile. My name is Visa. Remember it well, because it will become the nightmare that haunts you for the rest of your lives. Lu Dechuan gritted his teeth. The pressure from this man was terrifying. Xiao Jiang placed Fang Wei behind a rock and charged forward. Boss, let me hold them off. Xiao Jiang, it's too dangerous, Da Chuan warned. Visa just let out a sinister laugh. Trying to run? Once my prey has been targeted, there is absolutely no escape. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside Xiao Jiang. Allow me to personally come and play with you for a bit. She lunged with a desperate strike, but he dodged it effortlessly. The hem of his cloak scraped the ground, and in the next instant, he blurred past Xiao Jiang, catching her by surprise. Visa's true target was the injured Fang Wei, and with a single, brutal strike, he was eliminated. In anguish, Xiao Jiang screamed, "Fang Wei." She lost all reason and charged forward, shouting, "You, psycho, I'll take you down with me." But Visa calmly raised his blade and unleashed his blizzard slash. The attack's nature was confusing to Xiao Jiang, until Da Chuan's hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "Watch out." They barely managed to dodge the resulting explosion. Xiao Jiang cried out in alarm, "Captain." He was already charging forward with his overlord blade, ready for a decisive battle. Visa stood perfectly still as the blade swung down. Lu Da Chuan shouted in triumph, "It's a hit." But a second later, he froze, realizing something was terribly wrong. The thing he had just cut down was merely a tree trunk. Da Chuan realized with dread, "This is bad. It's a substitution." Just then, Visa reappeared in a different spot, arrogantly unleashing his next technique, Invincible Shadow Flash. The moment the words left his lips, terror washed over both Da Chuan and Xiao Jiang. A devastating flurry of slashes instantly tore into them, giving them no time to even react. He then landed gracefully on the ground. Visa turned to look at their injuries. Da Chuan was trembling on his knees, while behind him, Xiao Jiang's body began to fade away. The victor spoke with absolute arrogance, "I already told you. My prey can never escape. Not you. And not Jiang Kai." Any last words? Da Chuan laughed with confidence. "Jiang Kai. He will definitely conquer this tournament for Saint's glory." He swung his blade toward the captain, sneering. "Ha, I'm afraid your dying wish is about to be shattered." The blade began to glow with a blood-red light as it plunged straight through Lu Da Chuan's chest. His body slowly disintegrated, and his player card appeared right after. Visa stepped forward to claim the card, completely satisfied. His underlings finally started talking. "Humph, if you ask me, that trash wasn't even worthy of the boss's attention." "Yeah, he just dirtied his hands." "Boss, with these three, we've now collected all 7 rescue cards." Visa immediately gave an order. "Use the area scan card." "Jiang Kai, I'm getting very eager to finally meet you." Over at the military headquarters, 3 officers were in a tense discussion. I recall Lu Da Chuan's personal strength being exceptional. His latest evaluation was even S rank, and yet this guy killed him so easily. If he runs into him, does Jiang Kai even stand a chance of winning? Commander Wei said nothing, simply observing the monitors in silence. The scene then cuts back to Jiang Kai. He was still perched on a tree branch. About 20 minutes ago, the branch showed signs of cracking. Then, he noticed something strange. A stone golem was carrying the entire tree on its shoulder and simply walking away. A moment later, the creatures crumbled back into rubble, letting the massive trees crash to the ground. The system announced, "Giant stone golem has entered hibernation state." By Jiang Kai's calculations, 15 minutes had already passed, meaning there were only 5 minutes left until these monsters would awaken. Just then, a group of people appeared in the distance. Jiang Kai was on high alert. These newcomers were from Country H, the Flying Eagle Squad. I seriously don't get how the Hawkman Guild lost. They had so many people but couldn't kill a single guy named Jiang Kai. Humph! If Saint's Glory hadn't launched that second wave attack back then, Jiang Kai never would have escaped. Just thinking about it is frustrating. Whatever. Let's just take out our anger on someone from Saint's Glory first. After that, we'll rely on our own strength to fight for the top 3. Jiang Kai is close. Our squad has been using an area scan card to track him. This time, there's nowhere for him to run. Suddenly, one of them pointed. "Hey, look over there." Visa's squad had also arrived. That's odd. The target should be right around here. The members of the Country H squad were confused. Isn't that the Slaughter squad that refused our alliance, saying they wanted to take down Jiang Kai all by themselves? Every other country's team has taken heavy losses, but those guys have been fighting this whole time without a single scratch. One of them scoffed in annoyance. "Humph, they're just lucky. Today, I'm going to be the one to take Jiang Kai's head." The sounds of their search echoed. "Found Jiang Kai yet?" "We searched all around here. There's nothing. The area scan card says he's right in this spot." The purple-haired man kicked a tree in frustration. "Damn it. Don't tell me that Brat sensed something was off and already escaped." Then, he saw Jiang Kai standing right there. His face was a mask of pure shock. "There's someone in the tree." As he looked closer, his expression twisted into terror as he screamed, "It's Jiang Kai." But even though he'd been found, Jiang Kai wasn't worried. In fact, he looked amused. What a shame. The prey you all risked your lives to hunt is actually the hunter. The crowd immediately erupted. "Jiang Kai. Where's Jiang Kai? Someone found him." The purple-haired man pointed. "Look, Jiang Kai is hiding right there." They were all confused. Why isn't Jiang Kai moving? Is it possible he's been captured? Captured? No way. The tracker showed this guy's position was constantly moving before. The purple-haired man's jaw dropped as he yelled. Last time he faked being a substitute, and this time he's faking being a prisoner. Jiang Kai, besides playing these cheap tricks, what else can you do? The area scan card shows you can move freely, so stop with the act. The others immediately chimed in. That's right. He pretended to be a substitute to kill Hawkman. Look at the expression on his face. You guys. This is definitely a trap. Jiang Kai did a quick calculation. A rough estimate put their numbers at 60 to 70 people. The situation was not in his favor. He absolutely could not afford to show any weakness. He had to calm his nerves first. But then, his eyes flashed with recognition. That man. The killing intent pouring off him was overwhelming. The man slowly approaches. Tell me, was someone named Lu Daxuan part of your Sacred Dawn group? I wiped out his entire squad. Pathetic, really. A bunch of trash who couldn't even fight back. With this very blade. I took their heads, one by one. He smirks. The name's Visa. So, Jiang Kai, don't you want to avenge your fallen comrades? Rage boils in Jiang Kai's veins. This bastard killed Brother Lu's team. A moment later, Visa slashes his sword forward. Attack. With that command, he leaps into the air. Let's see if your little tricks can actually kill me. Visa's blade descends upon him. But this was the moment. Just as Jiang Kai predicted, the earth begins to tremble violently, making his men cry out. What's happening? A countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Time remaining, 0. Hibernation sequence, terminated. A smirk spreads across Jiang Kai's face. Perfect timing. Visa, still mid-air, is suddenly stopped by an unseen force. Massive boulders begin to rise from the ground, locking into one another. Look, the rocks. In an instant, a legion of colossal stone golems materializes with terrifying force. The men scatter in terror. This is bad. It's a stone golem legion. Damn it. So that's why the system alert mentioned monsters nearby. We never even saw them. If we don't run now, we're all dead. But Jiang Kai summons his death card, trying to escape. This hunter hasn't dismissed you yet. Death card. Go. The card flies, slicing through trees and blocking the enemy's escape route. Behind them, a golem raises a massive tree as a club. Its devastating strike, combined with the death card's trap, leaves the enemies with no hope of survival. One by one, they fall. Some are crushed into paste, others are obliterated by stone fists or buried beneath falling boulders. Facing this nightmare, Visa grinds his teeth in fury. He never imagined Jiang Kai was allied with these monsters. Damn it. How in the world did he subdue them? Just then, a massive boulder blocks his path, while from behind, a golem lands a devastating blow with a powerful whip. Reeling from the pain, Visa screams, Mistwood substitute. Instantly, his body is replaced by a wooden log as he escapes right past Jiang Kai. Meanwhile, Visa's teammates couldn't escape their fate of being eliminated, tossed into a chasm created by the raging golems. With the battle over, Jiang Kai's body begins to glow. Rescue card successfully used. You have successfully lifted the imprisoned state. He leaps high into the air, a look of pure satisfaction on his face as he surveys the battlefield he orchestrated. It worked. Jiang Kai lands back in the trees, watching the golems rampage. Using a king-class boss to harvest players dealt with them faster than he expected, though a part of him felt unfulfilled. It's a shame. I couldn't avenge Brother Lu. I let that bastard escape. But his mood quickly brightens. To suddenly get so many rescue cards like this. What a huge profit. The scene shifts to a military command center. Tian Shen gives the order. Rewind the footage. Slow to 10%. Enhance the afterimage at the 9.2 second mark. His subordinate immediately complies. Yes, sir. On the screen, a figure leaps from within a tree trunk. It's Jiang Kai. Commander Quan's jaw drops in astonishment. It's that kid, Jiang Kai. He was hiding inside the tree. No wonder we couldn't find him. Commander Wei nods proudly. So that was it. Was this his plan all along? Commander Quan asks. Commander Wei, what exactly just happened? Commander Wei explains, that type of monster is a stone golem. While incredibly powerful, it has a critical weakness. No sense of smell or hearing. It relies solely on ground vibrations to hunt its prey. As long as you stay off the ground before it locks on, it will never find you. From the very beginning, when Jiang Kai was imprisoned, he must have been hiding up in that tree. Therefore, the stone golems never detected him. Later, when the king golem used that tree as a weapon, he was simply forced to move along with it. Tian Shen confirms. Exactly. While he couldn't act under the imprisoned status, you all just witnessed the result. He possesses a secret weapon. My guess is, it can be controlled telekinetically. He leveraged the chaos of the rampaging golems, using his secret weapon to pick off other players, collect rescue cards, and orchestrate his own escape. Commander Quan is in awe. For Jiang Kai to survive that situation and turn it to his advantage, I am truly and utterly impressed. Commander Wei adds, but escaping that trap is just the beginning of the fight. What he and the player called Fire God must face next. That is the true test. Back in the forest, half an hour later, Jiang Kai's senses sharpened. That feeling. It was about to start again. The familiar golden circle materialized once more. Phase 2 of the global tournament had officially ended. Phase 3 was now beginning. On this map, the monster invasion speed has surged by 200%, and each squad will now have one member captured and imprisoned. The imprisoned person is completely immobilized, but they can be moved, rescued, or even killed by other players. Any captured player who isn't freed within 30 minutes will self-destruct and die. A new type of functional item has also been added to the rescue zone. Kai took note. He grimaced. The competition was growing harsher by the minute. Self-destruction. If he hadn't managed to escape before, he would have been blown to bits by now. The third round's random imprisonment was about to begin. Kai wondered, would his luck run out and it'd be him again? He braced himself as the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. He gritted his teeth, but then what? Luck was finally on his side. A grin spread across his face. It wasn't him. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy in the distance caught his eye. Eerie violet wisps of aura floated through the air over there. Kai immediately headed for the source. A system message appeared. Congratulations, you've discovered the rescue zone. Touch the stone stela and use rescue cards to exchange for corresponding functional items. Kai's heart soared. It was the rescue zone. He quickly scanned the items, a locator map card, a single-person teleport card, a target isolation card, a status debuff removal card, and a global information card. The effects of these cards seemed incredibly potent. But then, his steps halted as he stood before one particular stone stele. This was the arena card, which let him select one enemy target and one of his own squad members. Kai's eyes widened. It cost a staggering 30 cards. That would consume more than half of his rescue cards in one go. It was anything but cheap. He weighed the options. But such a high price meant the system considered its strategic value far superior to the other cards. The ability to force a designated target into a duel, it appeared to be the only purely offensive card available. He summoned his cards. I prefer to seize the initiative, he thought, so let's make a gamble. Without a second thought, Kai fed his entire stash into the steal for the arena card. About 3 minutes later, the system chimed. Rescue cards remaining, 5. He then requested 2 more teleport cards. With that, one problem was solved. He had avoided capture and acquired 3 powerful new tools. The most important task now was to regroup with Zhu Tu and the others. He glanced at the sky, a heavy feeling in his chest, wondering which of them had been captured. A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, sending leaves dancing through the air. A figure was trembling, crawling desperately across the muddy ground. Hu Yan's eyes went wide with disbelief when she saw who it was. It was Ruan Nu, drenched in sweat and clearly struggling. Zhu Tu realized in an instant, it seems the one who was imprisoned this time was Ruan. Hu Yan spoke urgently. Phase 3 started too fast. We just broke through an ambush and only managed to collect 4 rescue cards. It's not enough to save Ruan Nu. Nuan was also struggling with a dire situation. The continuous, fierce battles had depleted everyone's stamina. At this rate, trying to find Kai while also gathering more rescue cards seemed like an impossible task. Just then, a system notification pinged, delivering the latest global news. Current tournament survivors, 305. Monster invasion progress, the active zone is now 38 kilometers from the competition's edge. Hu Yan was left speechless. The second phase alone had wiped out over 600 people. Now that the beast tide was accelerating, the final, decisive battle couldn't be far away. The ancient trees around them began to shake violently. The 3 of them whipped their heads around in alarm. 2 men with incredibly intimidating auras were approaching, weapons drawn. Billy sneered. We've been watching you for a while. A 4-person squad, and all of you are injured. The other man added with a smug voice. Better yet, one's imprisoned, and one is a healer. That means there are only 2 wounded soldiers left who can even fight. 4 rescue cards delivered right to our door. A gift like this, we won't be passing it up. Unintimidated, Hu Yan stepped forward, clenching her fists. You want to kill the fire god? If you've got the guts, then come and try. Without another word, the 2 men charged. Humph, you can barely hold your weapon. Who are you trying to scare? Billy, finish them off and let's grab those cards. My pleasure. Taking your heads will be a great way to blow off some steam. But before either of them could land a blow, 2 arrows of fire streaked through the air like meteors. Half a second later, they slammed into the 2 men. incinerating them in an instant. The three teammates were overjoyed, instantly recognizing their savior. That familiar fire arrow, that familiar sneak attack, that familiar, overwhelming power. Thank goodness, Kai had arrived just in time. "Sorry I'm late," he said casually. "I had to take care of 3 ambush groups on my way here." The 3 of them stared at him as if he were a godsend, completely overwhelmed with emotion. Zhu Tu pinched his own cheek hard just to be sure he wasn't dreaming. "Wait, I'm not dreaming." "But Kai, weren't you the one who was imprisoned?" Huyan had the same question. "That's right. We couldn't even find you. How did you manage to find us?" Kai offered a slight smile, not in a hurry to answer their questions. "It's a long story. In Phase 3, the Beast Tide's speed has increased by 200%. We're short on time. Let's save Ruin Nu first. We can talk about me later." Zhu Tu was still uneasy, but we're still 1 rescue card short. But before he could question it further, a storm of cards erupted from the main character's hands, shocking the 3 onlookers. The cards flew directly at Ruan Yu, enveloping her in a soft, golden light. Ruan Yu felt a wave of energy as she was set free. I'm free again." The system announced the successful use of a rescue card. "You have been freed from the imprisoned state." This left the other 3 completely stunned. As they gathered, Ruan Yu explained everything that had happened. "What? So you've been tailing the crystal golems this entire time?" Huyan asked, a mix of awe and playful disbelief in her voice. Only Captain Kai would have the guts to use a king-tier boss. The thought alone sent a shiver down Ruan Yu's spine. "A king-tier boss?" Zhu Zi slung an arm around him, grinning. "He doesn't care who he's up against. Our leader is just that insane." But Jiang Kai's mood was heavy with regret. "It's a shame. I still don't have the power to avenge our fallen brothers." Hu Yan offered her encouragement. "Zhao Yu, avenging our squad isn't your burden to bear alone. We're all in this with you." Then she remembered something and handed him the cards they collected. "Oh, right, Zhao Yu. Here are the 4 standard draw cards we just got." He took them, and the system added 5 special draws to his inventory, bringing the grand total to 23. However, the rewards from those 4 special cards were still a mystery, so he decided to hold on to them for now. "Preparing for anything?" Hu Yan asked. "So what's our next move?" He stared ahead, his voice filled with grim resolve. "We find the survivors of the Red Squad. Then, we form a new battle plan." A long trail of blood led deep into the forest, where the Crimson Squad was tending to their wounds. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, and they both froze. Fortunately, it was Jiang Kai's team. Brother Chen, Brother Xia. Brother Chen couldn't hide his shock. "Jiang Kai, how did you kids find us?" "Wait a second. Don't tell me you actually got the global information card." Jiang Kai simply smiled. "That's right." Brother Xia explained grimly. "We passed the rescue zone earlier and wanted one, but we had to use all our rescue cards to break free from an entrapment. You young guns are truly a different breed." Then, Brother Chen remembered something. "Right, the Shanny Squad." Jiang Kai lowered his head. Lu Daxuan's group was completely wiped out. The news hit the 2 veterans hard. Jiang Kai then made his proposal. "Brother Chen, Brother Xia, I have a plan to fast-track us straight to the final round. But I have to warn you, it's a high-risk gamble. You need to decide if you're willing to take it with us." The 2 men exchanged a silent, knowing glance. Then Brother Chen slammed his sword, fierce green, into the ground and laughed. "What the hell is there to consider? This brutal war has already claimed 3 of our brothers. Every breath we take now is a hard-won battle." He declared his resolve for the sacred flame and for his fallen comrades. "Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I will tear it all down." His words ignited a fire in Jiang Kai's team. But just as he finished speaking, Brother Chen violently coughed up a spray of crimson blood. Everyone rushed to his side in alarm. Brother Chen choked, letting out a weak laugh. "Sorry for letting you kids see me like this," Brother Chen said, his body trembling. "This broken body. I'm afraid I'll just hold you back." Jiang Kai immediately turned to Nuan. She reassured them. "Brother Chen, Brother Xia, don't worry. Leave your injuries to me." Half an hour later, they were all positioned in the trees, standing watch. Brother Chen finally broke the silence. "Jiang Kai, is there something special about this grove of trees?" Brother Xia chimed in. "Yeah, you brought us straight here after we recovered, but you still haven't told us the plan." Jiang Kai began to reveal his strategy. "Earlier, I encountered a monster horde on the move. A group of crystal golems, led by a king tier. I used a target designation card to lock onto its location, and I've confirmed it's leading its horde right this way." He smirked. "As long as we follow them all the way, we can avoid combat and survive until the very end." Brother Chen stammered. "What? Follow a king-tier monster? Are you sure you mean follow and not offer ourselves up as a free meal?" But a flash of understanding lit his eyes, and he quickly calmed down. Then again, in our current state, a high-risk strategy is likely the only way for us all to survive. Brother Jia agreed. He's right. At this point, we have to bet it all on one roll of the dice. Jiang Kai, we trust you. His voice was filled with confidence. Don't worry, brothers, Zhu Zi added. Following anyone else might be a suicide mission. But following our Jiang Kai, it's a guaranteed win. Soon, the crystal golems appeared on the horizon. Jiang Kai seized the moment. They're here. Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu watched in tense silence. Hu Yan and Nuan stared, their eyes wide with shock. Brother Chen and Brother Xia grew anxious as the horde flattened every tree in its path. Jiang Kai sprang into action, clinging to a tree trunk. As long as we don't touch the ground, they won't detect us. Everyone understood immediately. Elsewhere, Wei was recovering by a stream, lost deep in thought. He replayed the encounter in his mind. That was too close. I barely dodged it, but how can that kid, Jiang Kai, possibly control a king-tier crystal golem? Suddenly, his eyes darted behind him. Wei unleashed a vicious slash with his sword. Show yourself. Earth and debris flew from the force of the attack. From within the dust cloud, Shui Yi of the Angler squad emerged. A grand swordsman possessing 2 god-tier talents, perfect reincarnation and bloodthirsty phantom, Willis appeared, intrigued.
Visa, your strength has always been underestimated. Visa grew restless. Could it be? The intel about reincarnation was.
This power was already known to certain nations, but the bloodthirsty phantom technique, I've used it publicly less than 3 times. He stared daggers at Willis. How could this man know? After a moment, Visa demanded, Who in the world are you? He introduced himself. The name's Willis. Don't be so tense. Right now, I have no interest in fighting. Willis then held out a syringe. This is a Type 3 rapid recovery serum. It can completely replace the blood in your body in under 3 minutes. A gift from an alchemist friend. I have no use for it, so it's yours. He flashed an artificial smile. You're wondering why I'm helping you, right? Or do you think this is poison? You wound me. That's truly heartbreaking. Visa's expression grew grim. Willis bowed his head slightly. Rest assured, I don't prey on the wounded. I'm sure you're aware that Jiang Kai is in this tournament. He continued, I heard. He's not even level 40, yet he turned the entire tide during the qualification match. It's a shame I was called away on a mission and missed the chance to fight him. A true pity. Willis smirked. A player this interesting. I imagine you're quite curious about him too, aren't you? Visa replied, So what if I am? A dark purple aura pulsed from his arm. That wound looks like it came from a monarch-class beast. The toxin will corrode your heart in 3 minutes, he taunted. Once other squads find you in this state, you're dead for sure. Can you accept an end like that? Willis dangled the syringe, a tempting offer. In this entire tournament, the only ones worthy of me fighting are you and Jiang Kai. I'm incredibly curious. Which one of you is truly stronger? A cunning smile spread across his face. After all, only the stronger one is worthy of becoming my opponent. Visa looked like he was about to lose control. In that instant, Willis teleported right beside him. Rim, I think our intelligent Mr. Visa won't disappoint us. The man looked hesitantly at the serum. Gree grew anxious as Visa took the serum from his rival. Is this really okay? What about our ranking? Willis simply stretched. Ranking? What meaning does that have? If I didn't know a worthy opponent was here. Just then, Jiang Kai gave an order. Let's move now. His face passed straight through the barrier, and his teammates quickly followed. Ruan Yu kept watch from outside, smiling. Just as I thought, the monsters can't get in. Jiang Kai warned, but the moment this wall vanishes, they will swarm us. While this phase is still active, we need to push forward and put some distance between us and this horde. Roger. 10 minutes later, Jiang Kai led his team on the ground, while dozens of eyes watched them from the trees. The hidden figures slowly revealed themselves. Jiang Kai could feel their presence, and he wasn't the only one. Jiang Kai formed shurikens of fire in his hands. He launched them forward and called out to Hu Yan. She grinned and began casting her spell. Here it comes. The invincible silver ice technique. Tremble, you fools. A volley of ice shards rained down on the branches, forcing their enemies into the open as a heavy mace smashed into the ground. It's the team from Country D, the Tribal Squad and the Cheetah Squad. They've been discovered. And from another side, Country M's Demon Weavers and Spirit Squad. Oh, the Sacred Radiance team is more perceptive than I thought. Country M's Demon Weavers and Spirit Squad. Their reaction time is fast. They look impressive. Jiang Kai smirked. Did you really think we came in here unprepared? 3 minutes earlier, the team had received the latest global bulletin. Current survivors remaining in the tournament, 25. Number of squads, 11. Monster incursion progress, 1,400. Zuzi was in shock. There are only 11 squads left already. Nuon added, the monster horde is forcing all the squads toward the central area. The probability of encounters is rising, and the battles are getting fiercer. This tournament might end much sooner than we think. Jiang Kai began his analysis. Excluding our 2 remaining Sacred Radiant squads, there's a chance that some of the 9 other teams are from the same country, meaning they're familiar with each other's skills and can coordinate attacks. We also can't rule out the possibility that the remaining squads will form another alliance to ambush our Sacred Radiance team. This forest is a natural hiding place. The likelihood that our enemies are lying in wait is extremely high. Everyone, stay sharp. The moment you notice anything unusual, enter combat mode. Suddenly, from Country N, the Flying Bird Squad, the Emissary Squad, and the Holy Knight Squad stepped forward. Hey Alice, this is no time to be fangirling over some guy. Let's deal with these Sacred Light Goons first. Our 3 nations still have to settle who's on top. Chen spoke up, confirming what Xiao Jiang had warned them about. They've already formed an alliance. Jiang Kai remained calm and asked, so, everyone's here. But he sensed something was off. A familiar aura suddenly washed over him. Just then, the mace wielder charged forward. Ha! You little punk! I'm more than enough to smash you into meat paste. But at the same time, arrows whizzed by, declaring, Jiang Kai is my prey. In an instant, the man's arm was sliced clean off. His teammates rushed forward, crying out for their leader. But an unseen blade cut them down in an instant. The blond man from Nation Y laughed mockingly. How fortunate, he sneered. One less team to deal with. Just then, menacing footsteps echoed through the silence. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. The one approaching was Wei. A triumphant smirk spread across his face. In the end, you're just like that pathetic Shengyao squad. None of you can ever escape my grasp. Jiang Kai replied with cold indifference. So, you're still alive after all. But he wasn't alone. 2 figures stood silently behind him. Jiang Kai sized them up. They didn't seem to be from Nation Y, especially the blonde one, whose presence was strangely unsettling. At that moment, Hunan's voice shook with rage. Was it you? Did you kill and lose team? Today, I will have my revenge. Ruan Yu echoed her sentiment. That's right. Wei charged forward, his sword a blur of arrogant motion. A pity, he snarled. You don't even have the right to beg for your lives at my feet. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, fury boiling over as he unleashed 3 flying daggers. Don't get cocky, he roared. I'll take your head in and lose name. The enemy leader struck with decisive force. The Shengyao members are the largest group, he thought. Now's our chance to wipe out their entire squad. Alice began to chant a spell as a phantom image materialized. You think I needed to be told? She whispered the incantation. Sincerely. Repent. In an instant, the entire group was ensnared by her magic. The spell directly affected Zhu Zi, and even Ruan Yu struggled to resist its power. Nuon was caught in the spell's grasp. Hunan's vision began to blur. Elder Chen and Elder Xie were also falling into a trance. Jiang Kai watched in horror as his comrades fell under the spell. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy forces charged forward for the kill. He clenched his jaw, his mind racing. This is bad. Zhu Zi's team is caught in a mind control hex. If this continues, they'll all be slaughtered. Jiang Kai made his choice, charging toward his friends to save them. But Visa appeared before him in a flash, a smug grin on his face. Little rat, he taunted. Did you forget? You're my prey. Without hesitation, Visa unleashed his signature move. Peerless Shadow Rend. Jiang Kai roared a single word. Etherealize. A spectral form materialized from thin air, completely ensnaring Visa. Meanwhile, the command center watched the battle unfold on the massive screen. The commander gasped in shock. That was too close. Jiang Kai was almost cut in half. On the field, the Hex team trembled, fighting for control of their own minds. Commander Wei's face went pale, remembering the last victim of this Hex. Oh gods, forgive me. Forgive this sinner. Sincerely repent. This mind control Hex plunges its victims into an endless abyss of guilt. The more they struggle, the heavier the sin weighs upon their soul, until they completely lose the will to fight. Hua Tianshen slammed his fist on the table in a fit of pure rage. Jiang Kai could barely defend himself. Damn it, he thought. Is this really the end for Shengyao? Are we all going to be wiped out here? Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass cut through the air. A drunken voice roared, Repent for what? This old man has done nothing wrong. Everyone turned in confusion toward the commotion. It was Ruan Yu, now completely drunk, staggering towards Alice with a giddy grin. Hey there, pretty lady. Your big bro is here to play. He swung his massive sword at Alice with wild abandon. What the? She frantically raised her staff to block. Get away from me, you fat pig. The instant his sword struck, the hex shattered. Everyone snapped out of their trance. Elder Chen grit his teeth in anger. Looks like we all fell for their trick, but how did it break so suddenly? Then, a look of realization dawned on Hu Han's face. That guy Ruan Yu. Once he's drunk, he gains a natural immunity to all mental attacks. It's just like when he faced the ghost banshee's terrifying scream. As another wine flask shattered, Zhu Zi erupted with overwhelming power. He roared, the #1 god of war, slayer of demons, vanquisher of thousands, kill. He descended upon them like a meteor, giving them no time to react. Zhu Zi casually slung the massive blade over his shoulder. If you want to touch my people, you'll have to get through my sword first. The enemy leader stumbled back in shock. That's primordial energy. Nuan, and Hunan cheered with joy. Ruan Yu, Zhu Zi, you were amazing. Elder Xia was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. He's like a completely different person when he drinks. Nearby, Willis watched the two powerhouses clash from the shadows. Rim, Willis asked, who do you think is stronger? Rim replied in a cold, detached voice. I can't tell. It seems neither of them is using their full power. Willis playfully flipped a gold coin into the air. Bingo. So you noticed it too. He then snatched the coin tightly in his fist. A strange and sinister magic erupted from his body. I suppose it's time to give these two lazy cats a little push. A pillar of dark energy shot straight into the heavens. A system notification appeared for all to see. Global Hegemony Competition, Phase 4 initiated. Monster containment barrier has been deactivated. Moments later, a tremendous crash echoed from deep within the forest. Willis smirked in satisfaction. It seems I won't have to intervene after all. Terrifying roars erupted from the depths of the woods. Jiang Kai whipped his head around, his face pale with dread. No, it's the monster horde. There's no way we can fight that many powerful bosses at once. He quickly flung a volley of cards straight at Visa. Death God card, he yelled. I have to end this now. Finish him and stop the competition. But the cards only struck a wooden log. A horrifying realization dawned on Jiang Kai. No, it's a substitute. In a flash, Visa had already appeared right behind Hun Han. Jiang Kai, he whispered menacingly. Do you know what makes my blade even sharper? Horror seized Jiang Kai, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Hun Han, look out. Visa's blade flashed in an instant as he finished his sentence. When it tastes the blood of its prey, Hun Han screamed in agony. Jiang Kai desperately dashed towards her at full speed. But suddenly, the ground erupted before him. A horrifying, thorn-covered beast clawed its way out of the earth. It materialized before them. A level 70 commander, the Venomfang centipede. Jiang Kai barely dodged in time, gritting his teeth in frustration. These bastards have already pushed this far. Meanwhile, Visa's eyes widened in shock. His blade was piercing through Hu Nan's already frozen body. Sputtering and coughing, she gripped Visa's arm, trying to escape. Though her body trembled violently, Hu Nan refused to let him go. The hunter and the prey. It's time we switched places. Her defiance left Visa utterly stunned. He never expected this from her. She held on with all her might, screaming, Nuan, now. Then another ally unleashed a volley of skull orbs. I've been waiting far too long for this. But Visa just smirked, activating his skills. Shadow dodge, blood shell, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. When it comes to a real fight, you, girls are just too weak. Visa vanished without a trace. The skull orbs hit the ground, dissolving into useless puddles. To Hunan's horror, he disappeared, leaving his sword behind. He remotely controlled the blade, sending it for a fatal blow. Consider this a gift, if I wasn't in a hurry. I'd never let you two die this easily. As Hunan collapsed, Nuan rushed to her side. Hunan. Suddenly, Visa appeared behind Nuan with his peerless shadow slash. Little sister, you should worry about yourself first. But just as his blade was about to strike, Jiang Kai threw a card from the sidelines. The arena card. The card struck its target twice, then shot forward. A terrible feeling washed over Visa as he turned and saw a massive sphere of energy. It hurtled toward him, churning up dust and debris. A system window suddenly appeared, forcibly binding designated target. Entering arena mode. Confirm. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate for a second. This guy is too dangerous. I have to finish him myself. Visa was frozen in place, clueless as to what was happening. Even Zhu Zi was completely immobilized. Nuan panicked, desperately trying to heal Hunan. Hunan, don't move. Just let me heal you. Trembling, Hunan forced her eyes open to speak. Nuan. Save your energy. Your benevolent healer's heart might be our final trump card. She refused to give up, her eyes filled with tears. Hunan's hand trembled as she reached for Nuan. Don't cry. At least we forced that bastard to use one of his escape skills, right? And with her final breath, she gave one last command. Remember, help Captain Kai. We have to win. Hunan dissolved into particles of light. Nuan's heartbreaking sobs filled the air. Hunan, a mob of enemies charged toward her. The healers, the weakest. Get her. Seeing this, Zhu Zi flew in, sword held high. A friend of this, war god. He brought his blade down with absolute power, sending them flying. Is not for trash like you to touch. But then, an enemy used shadow poison stab and lunged forward. Leaving your back exposed was your biggest mistake. But Zhu Zi, boosting his agility, dodged the attack with ease. Jiang Kai and Visa were sealed inside the arena, cut off from the world. Outside, the Venom-Fang centipede roared in fury. It slammed its massive body against the barrier again and again. Inside, Jiang Kai faced Visa with grim determination. This guy's movements were unnervingly bizarre. I can't give him a single opening to escape. Visa just returned a condescending smirk, so Jiang Kai unleashed a flurry of cards. I have to land the first blow. Gambler's time. Phantom card toss, Visa countered decisively with his own slash. Blood-bursting snowfall. Their attacks collided in a blinding flash of light. Jiang Kai clenched his jaw in fury. If his Fetekasur card landed a critical hit, the power would be amplified 100-fold. But could this guy somehow negate critical hits? Visa's blade moved gracefully, deflecting every single attack. Too slow, way too slow. Visa laughed, his arrogance growing. Jiang Kai, your speed is pathetic. Yet Jiang Kai continued his relentless assault. High above, Grim and Willis watched calmly from a flying carpet. Grim leaned forward, eyes gleaming with excitement. One is cunning and unpredictable. The other is as fast as lightning. This is fascinating. Between these two monsters, who will actually win? This fight was definitely worth the trip. Just then, the Venom-Fang centipede below spat a torrent of venom. The two maneuvered the carpet, narrowly avoiding the surprise attack. Then, one of them activated his skill. Shadow ambush. They both vanished, leaving the beast utterly confused. The Venom-Fang centipede scanned the area for its targets before finally crawling away. Willis said nonchalantly, "Your presence-concealing skill is quite handy. Now, we can really enjoy the show." Back in the arena, Jiang Kai activated his Demon's Eye focus. He deftly evaded another one of Visa's deadly attacks. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation. It's not that he can negate criticals. In the exact moment Visa strikes, he precisely targets the edge of my Fetekasur card, using the absolute minimum force to redirect its trajectory. As the card flies off course, it ends up hitting the arena's indestructible barrier, which completely neutralizes its critical hit power. Jiang Kai launched another card straight at him, but Visa countered with a new skill, creating a cloud of smoke. Bloodthirsty Phantom. Visa vanished into the smoke. The card flew through empty air. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth in frustration. He got away again. Just how many escape skills does this bastard have? Even in this confined space, my death card can't seem to land. Enraged, Jiang Kai pulled out another card. Sacred Halo. I'll use its light to pin him down and force him out of hiding. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, sensing a presence behind him. It was Visa, lunging for a sneak attack. The look on his face was pure malice. With a twisted, demonic smile, the true assassin moved like a phantom. Via pressed harder, drawing fresh blood from his victim, but he thrust the blade deeper, and a piercing scream rips through the air. In that instant, Jiang Kai grabs Via's hand, unleashing a furious counterattack with his sacred power. But the assassin isn't fazed in the slightest, smugly declaring that their resistance is nothing more than the final struggles of the weak. In my eyes, you are beneath notice. Via then unleashes a sinister wave of dark energy. Jiang Kai stares in horror at the terrifying aura. What is this? Via just flashes a wicked, cunning grin. Did you really think this blade's only special effect was drawing blood? To trade your life for mine, you are pitifully naive. He unleashes his final technique, blood sacrifice, which begins to drain Jiang Kai's life force. An aura of blood engulfs his body as he screams in agony. The terrifying act stuns his teammates. Nguyen Enju's jaw drops in disbelief. Chen and Xia are completely paralyzed with shock. Nuan watches in horror as his blood is drained away. Kai, she screams, desperately fighting to break free from a monster's grasp. Thankfully, Chen and Xia arrive just in time to strike it down. Be careful. She immediately dashes forward, screaming, "You damn bastard! Unforgivable." But another enemy moves to block her path. A perfect opportunity. Ju is struck, her sword flying from her hand. A coward like you wants to be a hero. Alice and her team charge in recklessly. Charging in like that will only get you killed. Via swings his blade, smashing Jiang Kai into the ground. He sadistically retracts his blood aura, admiring his handiwork as Jiang Kai lies broken, soaked in his own blood. Nuon frantically pounds against his shimmering barrier. Kai. He squints, struggling to look toward her. Kai's wounds are too severe. Is he even alive? Focusing her mind, Nuon calmly begins to cast her healing magic. She tries to cast the spell, but a notification appears. Target cannot be healed. Nuon freezes in utter disbelief. What did it say? Greem realizes that the barrier of light seems to have completely cut them off from the outside world. Willis calmly adds, his life is fading, and yet he can't be healed. It seems Via's power is absolute. He remembers Jiang Kai's earlier arrogance. Next time you see someone from Shengyao, you better kneel. This guy, he's interesting. Willis can't help but feel a twinge of sadness. But Greem. For some reason, I actually feel a little disappointed. Meanwhile, back in the military academy, the air is thick with tension. Commander Wei sighs, in the end, Jiang Kai isn't even level 30. To fight a top-tier master whose power far exceeds level 60, he has truly given it his all. Hua Tianshen nods in agreement. Indeed, he adds a grave warning. Furthermore, all of you must remember his name, because one day, he will surely become an immense threat to Shengyao. Via raises his blade again, bringing it down with a vicious slash. Via feels a surge of annoyance. There's no resistance. Has he finally accepted his fate? Jiang Kai trembles, thinking to himself, this should be enough. A triumphant smile spreads across his lips. A golden card in his hand begins to glow brilliantly. A spark of joy flashes in his eyes. At last, the system announces, hidden effect of the death card has been activated. The wheel of fate begins to turn. Spin it. In his spirit form, Jiang Kai urgently commands, spin it now. The needle of the great wheel begins to spin, whirling around several times before flying past the number 1. And then, it stops on the number 12. Wheel of Fate spin complete. Awarding talent reward. Elemental attack. Talent multiplier activated. Duration, 60 seconds. Penalty, select one talent to be temporarily sealed. The multiplier is activated for 10 minutes, but during that time, one chosen talent cannot be used. The system displays the options, Super Multiplier, Critical Strike, Agility Boost, and Deception. Please select a talent to disable. Jiang Kai shouts out his choice. I choose to seal Super Multiplier and Agility Boost. Super Multiplier isn't that useful in a real fight. And even with an Agility Boost, he'll never be faster than that monster. It's better to find an opening and pour everything into Critical Strike. He confirms his choice. Super Multiplier and Agility Boost have been disabled. Receive Elemental Attack. This skill creates a protective barrier while adding elemental damage to all attacks. Jiang Kai's soul begins to transform. He feels a powerful pull, as his consciousness is dragged back to reality. Damn it, my life force is still draining away. Even with this new talent, it's not enough to save my dying body. Jiang Kai's soul is rapidly healed, and a strange red light now burns in his eyes. Outside, Via stares intently at the body. He watches with suspicion. The corpse hasn't vanished. Could it be that this guy isn't completely dead yet? A twisted smile appears on Jiang Kai's lips. Via unleashes a wave of overwhelming pressure and his ultimate technique, Invincible Shadow Flash Slash. This blow will erase you completely. But in that exact moment, his eyes snap wide open. Jiang Kai's wounds vanish as he grits his teeth and shoots up. As the assassin lunges, Jiang Kai activates his new talent, Soul Chase. A pillar of light erupts, and Via just barely twists his head to dodge. But he was a split second too slow. The blast grazes his face. What? In the next instant, they both land on the ground. Jiang Kai now stands with an overpowering aura. He let out a powerful threat, I told you before. When you see someone from the Sacred Order, you kneel and find another way around. The commander stammered in disbelief. Kai, he's not dead. Are my old eyes playing tricks on me? Angelus examined him closely. It's more than that. I can feel an overwhelming fighting spirit surging from his entire body. What in the world is happening? Commander Wei was utterly speechless. Even Greem was shocked. How is this possible? Willis, however, looked rather amused. Suddenly, things are starting to get interesting. Vi angrily wiped the blood from his face. Do you possess some kind of self-healing talent? Kai remained silent, refusing to answer him. 1 hour earlier, Stone's group was in a state of shock. Kai showed everyone a dazzling golden card. This is an arena card. It cost me 30 rescue cards to get it. It can trap one enemy and one of our allies inside an independent space, completely immune to all outside damage, forcing them into a duel to the death. Hu Yan worriedly speculated. An independent space, if it's immune to outside damage, Doesn't that mean it can't receive any outside support either? So if he gets seriously injured, he'll be left completely to fate. Ruan agreed. That's right. But Nguyen gave him a surprising answer. Maybe we can try this. She then pulled out 2 flower petals, Professor Lee's latest experimental product, the symbiotic pupil. If 2 people wear the blue and red flowers, they can create a link within 3 meters, allowing them to transfer depleted energy. The transfer fee is 10% of your energy. Kai took the blue flower, even though it can pass through the spatial barrier. He didn't forget to warn her. But a 10% energy cost is not low. Nguyen, save your strength unless it's absolutely necessary. Protect yourself. She smiled brightly, her eyes curving as she agreed. But Kai sensed something was wrong and looked towards her. Nguyen, her energy depleted, she collapsed, trembling on the ground. She fought to look up at him. Kai, you have to win. Then she collapsed completely. The last of her energy left her body. Take my strength with you. In that moment, Kai's eyes were filled with nothing but resolve. Nguyen, she used the symbiotic pupil to transfer all of her remaining energy to me. Visa, however, was thrilled by this. Kai, you went through all that trouble just to force me into this barrier. Are you afraid I'll go on a killing spree? You can't stop me, you know. After I kill you, I'll hunt down and slaughter every last member of your sacred order. Kai gritted his teeth in absolute fury. Next, Kai unleashed a death god's rotting fire card. A corrupted flame shot towards Visa, but he hid behind his shield. As the flame passed through the barrier, Kai roared, "Now's the time." The card shot straight through Visa's technique. The farther it flew, the more power it gathered. Then, a blinding light erupted from the card as it surged forward. Even Angelus watched in amazement. Could that be a pure energy attack? But he's not a martial artist class. How is that possible? Meanwhile, Visa landed on his feet. He lunged forward. Trash deserves to die a trashy death. This time, I'll carve you up piece by piece until you're in hell. Visa unleashed his bloodthirsty storm slash upon Kai. Kai's gaze had become unnervingly calm. Your blade's speed is too slow. Hearing this, Visa's advance faltered for a moment. His face twisted in shock. No, impossible. How can this be? Are you kidding me? A faint smile appeared on Kai's lips. So, have you figured out who the real trash is now? The card from before was now embedded in the center of Visa's back. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Did I lose? Kai stood silently, watching. Bright red blood began to spurt from the wound. A second later, Visa collapsed to the ground. As his body vanished, a series of cards materialized, flying one by one towards their new master, Kai. He felt a moment of joy, but then his entire body froze from the impact. Outside, monsters lay scattered everywhere, and Chen was being run through by 2 enemy swords. He roared with defiance. You want to destroy my sacred order? You'll have to step over my dead body first. At the same time, Xia erupted with power, sending his enemies flying back. He fought with savage glee. So what if we all died together? In this moment, I am invincible. In the end, they both fell, their bodies slowly fading away. Before they vanished, they gave one last bright smile. Now, it's all up to you guys. Over on Stone's side, he charged forward with his sword, running the blonde-haired man straight through. Stone gloated. Take a good look. This is what happens when you anger the #1 god of war. The man gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it. Then, he drove his own fist straight into Stone's abdomen. He laughed like a madman. You son of a bitch, you're not walking away from this alive. At the same time, a colossal monster was approaching their position. Elsewhere, the dust and smoke began to clear. Alice, covered in wounds, was trying to fight back. Across from her stood another person. It was Ruan, and he was completely drunk. You're a feisty one, aren't you? How exciting. I like it. Just then, a horde of beasts charged from the forest towards them. Alice screamed in terror. Damn it, it's a beast tide. Willis and Grimm sat calm. Zhu Tu was still dead set on finishing the final enemy. Ruan Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the agony of his severed arm. Alice was barely holding on, her entire body trembling. Willis observed calmly. It seems before the real winners are decided, these adorable little ones will start the true slaughter. On Zhu Tu's front, the 2 warriors were still locked in a ferocious struggle. Only then did Zhu Tu finally notice his surroundings. The blonde-haired man smirked. The beast tide has arrived. Let's go to hell together, you bastard. But a single card shot through the air, obliterating him in a flash. Jiang Kai declared coldly, it's over. The horde of beasts was still charging aggressively, until they suddenly sensed something, and all of them looked to the sky. A moment later, they turned and fled back into the forest. Alice was stunned. The beast tide. Did it just retreat? A familiar circle of light materialized once more. The top 3 teams of the global tournament had finally been decided. All survivors will have their strength fully restored, after which the final results will be calculated. Jiang Kai felt his wounds mend, a wave of relief washing over him. The injuries of the others healed as well. Ruan Yu was still clinging to the bizarre creature, muttering, "Oh, beautiful. This texture. This elasticity." Alice was also restored in an instant. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, satisfied. "My strength. It's all back." Ruan Yu finally snapped out of it, and the two exchanged a confused glance. Seconds later, his scream echoed from the woods. "There's a monster." Jiang Kai called out, "Are you all right?" The system's voice continued, now commencing the survivor count for all teams, and tallying the number of rescue tags to determine the final ranking of the 3 surviving squads. Team Demon Spine from N Nation, with 1 surviving member, has acquired 38 rescue tags, placing 3rd. They will receive 1 key to the Land of Miracles. Team Angler from Die Nation, with 2 surviving members, has acquired 98 rescue tags, placing 2nd. They will receive 2 keys to the Land of Miracles. Willis let out a bored sigh. "Oh dear, only 2nd place? Rim, after all my hard work, we still lost." "I'm utterly heartbroken." His partner remained silent, unsure how to respond. And finally, Team Fire God of the Saints Light Guild, with 3 members, has acquired 108 rescue tags. They will receive 3 keys to the Land of Miracles. Jiang Kai reached out, taking the keys. "What are you two still spacing out for?" He reminded his friends of the reality. "Saints Light. We won." At those words, his 2 companions erupted in joy, pulling him into a celebratory hug. "We won. I knew we could do it." Jiang Kai's triumphant smile was broadcast on the main screen for all to see. Back at headquarters, Commander Wei's jaw hit the floor. "Am I dreaming right now? It's our Saints Light." Saints Light took 1st place in the global tournament. The entire command room exploded with emotion. "We won! We won! Our team is number 1. Commander Wei was overcome with joy. "Team Fire God, you've done well." Hua Tianxian turned to address the room. "Everyone, listen. Today's victory for Saints Light belongs to every single one of our heroes. To those who fought to the death on the battlefield. This is the true spirit of the Saints Light military." Hua Tianxian placed a hand solemnly over his heart. From this day forward, the name Saints Light will resonate throughout the entire world. Everyone in the room mirrored his powerful gesture. Their voices united. "Yes, sir." The system announced. "The global tournament zone will close in 10 minutes. The winning team, please use your keys to enter the Lost Ruins for exploration." A surge of energy swept across the battlefield. Now collecting all rescue tags and function cards, the cards swirled together, forming a massive vortex. "Finally, I can go take a shower. I feel so sticky and gross." Zhu Tu was buzzing with excitement. "Let's go. Let's go. We have to hurry back and tell the Nuan Guild the good news. This is the glory that everyone risked their lives to achieve." Jiang Kai's eyes were filled with a profound sense of hope. Everyone's sacrifices. They finally paid off. But suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He couldn't shake his distrust for the 2 figures standing behind him. A deep sense of caution filled him. Those 2 were impossible to ignore. He analyzed them in his mind. Acquiring 98 rescue tags, their strength is clearly extraordinary. And on top of that, they allied with someone as arrogant and untamed as Visa. He tried to recall something. "I remember now. It seemed like they used some kind of hidden skill to evade aggro. That's why that monster never attacked them." An unsettling feeling grew in his gut. "I have a bad feeling. That man is far more dangerous than he appears." Just as he was watching him, he realized the man was watching him, too. Jiang Kai's guard went up instantly. "He's looking right at me." Then, the man started walking towards him, extending a hand in greeting. "Jiang Kai, my name is Willis. I've heard so much about you." Jiang Kai's expression soured. "You know my name." Willis waved his hand dismissively, offering a disarming smile. "Please, don't be so tense. My friend, your potential is far beyond anything I could have imagined. Your performance today was truly magnificent. However, I must admit, I am incredibly curious about your class." But Jiang Kai couldn't care less, immediately turning his back on him. "If I recall correctly, you and Visa are on the same side. I don't think that makes us friends. Zhu Tu, Ruan Yu, let's go. Don't waste your time with people like this. This was far more dangerous." But just then, the man made his move. Zhu Zi roared in fury. "Hey, you shameless loser. So you decided to fight." From his palm, a pale blue orb of energy materialized, pulsing with an ethereal power. Jiang Kai instantly dashed forward to block him. "Zhu Zi, don't get any closer." Without hesitation, he unleashed a volley of sharp throwing knives. But in a flash, the energy sphere effortlessly deflected them all, sending them clattering to the ground. It was as if they were weightless. In half a second, Before he could even raise his guard, the orb was mere millimeters from his face. Ruan Yu and Zhu Zi screamed in terror, Captain Kai. Kai. His eyes shot wide open as he cursed internally. So fast. But against all expectations, the sphere didn't attack him. Instead, it rocketed straight into the sky. It shattered into countless fragments of light, which then slowly reformed into a letter. Before drifting down into his hand, Jiang Kai was completely stunned. A letter? The moment it reached his hand, the mysterious man stepped into a portal and vanished. His voice echoed from the portal. It was a pleasure meeting you, Jiang Kai. I look forward to our reunion. Thanks to the space gate, Grimm and Willis arrived in an instant. Grimm couldn't help but ask, what exactly was that thing you gave to Jiang Kai? What if the military asks about it? Just then, a storm of arrows shot toward him at incredible speed, catching him completely off guard. But this attack was merely a warning, with no intent to actually harm Grimm. Willis's face was a mask of cold fury. Stop meddling in my affairs. I hate having to repeat myself. He then turned and casually walked away. I'm getting a little hungry. What should I treat myself to when I get back? Grimm was left drenched in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon Guild Hall, Jiang Kai, Ruan Yu, and Zhu Zi stood together in the main lobby. Zhu Zi looked worried. Kai, are you still thinking about that letter? The scroll in his hand continuously emitted a sinister aura. No matter how he tried, he couldn't open it. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed in frustration. He couldn't fathom what could be inside. He'd been unable to unseal it since receiving it. Suddenly, Ruan Yu remembered something and spoke up. Captain Kai, it just occurred to me. I've heard of a class called alchemist. They're known for crafting items imbued with special magic. It's possible this letter has some kind of seal placed on it. Jiang Kai fell deep into thought, an alchemist and a seal. Zhu Zi didn't like that Willis guy one bit. You can tell just by looking at him that Willis is bad news. He's definitely not a good person. Who knows what kind of dirty trick he's played with this seal? Kai, maybe we should have someone from the military check it out. Jiang Kai considered it carefully, his expression growing more serious. No, that guy's power is unfathomable. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it already. His strength is clearly on another level, yet he willingly gave up first place in the tournament. Jiang Kai held the letter, his mind a chaotic mess. Just what is he plotting? In half a month, I'll find him and get some answers. Just then, a voice called out, making the three of them turn around. I had a feeling I'd find you guys here. Luo Jun, flanked by two of his subordinates, slowly approached them. Jiang Kai was surprised. Brother Luo, what are you doing here? But Luo Jun didn't answer, instead asking a question of his own with a hint of complaint. What am I doing here? Do you have any idea how many people were crowded at the mountain pass, waiting for the victorious heroes to return? And what do you three do? Sneak back here to hide. Jiang Kai answered honestly, Brother Luo, you know I don't like being in the spotlight. Luo Jun winked teasingly. I get not wanting to see the others, but you're not even going to greet Commander Wei? Jiang Kai was utterly shocked. Commander Wei came here too? Luo Jun elaborated. It's not just Commander Wei. The high-ranking managers in charge of this operation are here, including both Archangel Generals. They all made a special trip to the mountain pass just for you. Jiang Kai was so flustered he could barely speak, stammering. That many people are here. In contrast to his anxiety, the other two were ecstatic. Wow, we've really made a name for ourselves this time. Kai, in all my time in the army, I've never seen such a grand reception. Luo Ju nodded with a slight smile. All right, I know you're modest. When I saw you guys, I already sent word for everyone to disperse. Hearing this, Jiang Kai let out a long sigh of relief. Then he suddenly remembered something important. Oh right, Brother Luo, I need to ask you something. How are Hu Yan, Nuan, and the Ying Lu Guild doing? Ruan Yu and Zhu Zi chimed in. Can we go visit them? Yeah. Is everyone okay? Luo Jun took the opportunity to give them an update. A visit might not be convenient right now, but don't worry. As soon as they logged out, every member of the operation immediately received the military's top-tier psychological treatment. They should make a full recovery in less than 7 days. This news brought huge smiles to their faces, and a wave of relief washed over them. But that's not all, Luo Jun continued. In addition, the Fire God Squad made a massive contribution this time. Commander Wei has personally requested a special policy just for you all, which will grant you. It's the right to use the Green Channel, just like the military. Jiang Kai was surprised. The Green Channel? He quickly explained. That's right. To ensure missions go smoothly, all military personnel get the privilege to bypass the queue after logging off, allowing them to instantly log back into Ghost Star. If the application is approved, for 1 year, the Huoshin Guild will get 100 uses of the Green Channel. Meaning, For those 100 times, even if you're kicked offline, you can get priority access back into Ghost Star. Hearing this, the three of them grew even more excited, overjoyed beyond words. Ruan Yu jumped up and down. This means Hu Yan and Nuan can come back immediately too. Zhu Zi threw an arm around his brother Kai. Soon, our entire Huotian squad will finally be reunited. However, Lu Jun had one more thing to discuss. Right, Jiang Kai, there's something else. I think I should tell you first. The matter was grave, and his expression turned serious. It's about the Xuanwu Guild. The moment they heard that name, their entire demeanor shifted. What? Have those bastards from the Royal Guild been harassing my big brother and brother Z again? Lu Jun reassured them, don't worry. Ever since you crushed the Royal Guild in the Guild Challenge, they backed off considerably. I heard that after you killed Huang Wei, he completely lost his mind. He just trembles in a corner, muttering to himself. Killed them all. Killed them all. And another one wasn't doing any better. Huang Da is still trapped in the nightmare of you torturing and slaughtering him. The second he hears your name, he has a complete breakdown. He hides under his blankets in fear, screaming, no, don't come here. I don't want to go online. Lu Jun continued his report. Today, when Huang Tong heard you won the championship, he flew into a fit of rage, coughed up blood on the spot, and passed out. Seeing Huang Tong lose control so suddenly sent waves of panic through his people. Guildmaster Lu Jun relayed the news. To prevent this from affecting the entire guild's operations, the Xuanwu Guild has appointed new leadership. Huang Tong's position as guild master has been taken over by someone. Her name is He Shishi. She's a true powerhouse. She's young but incredibly decisive and ruthless. She has 4 mighty generals at her back, each a top-tier master. They're known as the 4 seasonal blooms, and no one dares to cross them. He warned Jiang Kai directly. You need to be careful of this, He Shishi. Jiang Kai was stunned. Was brother Lu Jun actually warning him? Lu Jun placed a hand on his shoulder. After all, He Shishi is a distant relative of the Huang family. She might hold a grudge against you. I just hope my worries are for nothing. Zhu Zi wasn't concerned. I don't care if her name is Huang or He. If she wants to bully Kai, she'll have to get through this pillar first. Ruan Yu chimed in. And me too. Jiang Kai sighed. You too. I'm the captain of Huotian. The ones who should be having nightmares are the ones who start trouble with us. 7 days passed in a flash. A system notification appeared. Level 45 and level 65 elite water buffalo vampires. The ferocious monsters charged forward in a massive horde. With a bright smile, Ruan Yu confidently advanced with her shield. Hello, babies. Such soft skin. Let your big brother, the Ruan Bull King, take a love bath with you. A spark of immense power shot through the monsters, annihilating with just a single, effortless strike. Jiang Kai had already cleared a huge chunk of them. The system announcements flooded in. You have successfully slain an elite water buffalo vampire times 5, times 15, times 20. A huge number had been slain, but the monster horde was endless. From the swarm, what looked like the alpha emerged. A dark, ominous aura radiated from its body as it charged straight for him, its eyes glowing crimson. A smirk played on his lips. The warm-up is over. He instantly leaped into the air, reaching back to draw his card. Death God's Fading Fire. A flurry of cards shot from his hand, wiping out everything in their path. You have successfully slain an elite water buffalo vampire times 1, times 25, times 35. After eradicating the last of them, he landed gracefully on the ground. Just then, the system announced his level up. Congratulations on reaching level 31. He looked at his hand, surprised. It hasn't even been 7 days and I'm already level 31, but he didn't feel anything particularly different. Suddenly, he noticed something and looked up. The player Jiang Kai from the Secret Realm has successfully reached level 31. Super Multiplier activated. Agility Enhancement Talent activated. Agility increased by 40%. Overall combat power, a wave of pure joy washed over Jiang Kai. I've finally activated the Super Multiplier. He thought to himself, after that last talent upgrade, the super multiple probability jumped from 1% to 3%, which didn't sound like a huge change. But going from a 1 in 100 chance to a 1 in 33 chance, the odds had actually skyrocketed. This upgrade had been a massive boost. Even his weakest stat, strength, was now nearing 300 points, far surpassing most level 40 fighters, and his agility was over 700 points. For a typical elite at level 40, hitting 450, even with gear, was almost unheard of. He glanced down at his hand. Just this single attribute alone was equal to the combined 4 attributes of others at his level. Looking at his hand made him inevitably think of Willis's silhouette. He clenched his fist tightly. If they ever faced off again, he definitely wouldn't lose when it came to speed. About 10 minutes later, the sobriety potion bottle lay empty on the ground. After drinking it, Nathan's power had increased exponentially. Captain Kai, I've reached level 34. Just 6 more levels until I can prepare for my next class change. The expedition had leveled him up to 34. Kai clapped his shoulder in praise. Well done. These past few days were brutal, but your progress has been lightning fast. Nathan scratched his head humbly. It's just a shame Zhu Zi went back to the military. Otherwise, with you leading, Captain Kai, he would have definitely improved even more than me. Kai agreed. After all, Zhu Zi is a soldier. The military has other arrangements for him. The two of them have been in here for quite a while now. It was finally time to head back. Thinking about it, Hun Han has probably returned by now. Let's go back to the guild first. And just like that, the two of them started walking through the forest. After a while, they saw a crowd of people up ahead. Nathan was surprised. That's a lot of troops. Where could they be going? Kai had a hunch. I remember that direction. It leads to the quarantine zone guarded by the military to prevent monster raids. Just then, a voice called out, making him turn his head. Captain Kai. Su Lanlan walked over to them. What are you two doing here? Kai answered, I finished training Nathan and we were heading back, just passing through. He couldn't hide his curiosity. Did something major happen for the military to suddenly mobilize so many people to the... Su Lanlan got right to the point. In 2 months, the military is preparing to team up with the major guilds to hunt the world boss over at Deer Chase Ridge. As soon as they heard this, their eyes shot wide open, their jaws hanging in absolute shock. Hunt. A world boss? Images of those terrifying creatures instantly flooded their minds. World bosses didn't just crush king-level bosses in terms of rank. The most terrifying part was that every time they launched an attack, they triggered a beast tide, luring countless monsters into a frenzied assault on the... A grim and malicious expression appeared on his face. Countless monsters? Kai's face turned serious. The Murloc boss at Yongdong Island was only king level, but it nearly buried an army of 200,000. Su Lanlan glanced down at her watch. Exactly. And the stronger the boss, the larger the scale of the beast tide. Her watch immediately displayed the relevant data. According to official government data, the scale of the most recent beast tide reached the millions. Kai and Nathan grew even more worried. Then isn't it incredibly dangerous? We know the risks, but it must be done. To open up new territories and secure resources for survival, the quarantine zone cannot be allowed to fall. Because of that, we project a minimum mobilization of 5 million troops to fight this beast tide. Even if it's dangerous, we have to fight. After hearing that, he fell silent, saying nothing more. In a private villa, Hunan was overjoyed when she saw the two had returned. She ran out to greet them. You're finally back. She threw her arms around both of them. I missed you guys so much, Kai asked. Was the psychological treatment center too suffocating for you? Hunan complained, you have no idea. Actually, Nuan, and I were better a long time ago. But the military said we needed a few more days of observation. If we weren't rewatching the videos of the global tournament to pass the time, the two of us would have died from boredom. Hunan chuckled as she brought it up. Captain Kai, when you dealt with that visa guy, it was totally awesome. It was like you got revenge for me. A sense of relief washed over him. My victory against Visa wouldn't have been possible without the credit due to you and Nuan. It's good that you're both safe now. Just then, a message notification arrived. He looked at the screen display. It was an email to join the guild. Nathan was surprised. I can't believe so many people are applying to our guild. Kai mumbled. Actually, ever since we won the guild challenge, we've constantly had people applying. It's just a pity. As he was speaking, his eyes suddenly focused on one person in particular. This person? He skimmed the information. Shen Yi, a level 32 adventurer and a hardship ascetic. I remember the pharmacy owner who sold the green water ghost formula mentioned it. The one who discovered that formula was a hardship ascetic. Nathan chimed in, as he also had some knowledge about this class. Hardship ascetics must travel deep into the wastelands, training in harsh conditions. Because of that, they have the highest chance among all classes of discovering hidden realms and activating special quests. Huyan hesitated. Captain Kai, this guy might be able to provide us with a ton of dungeon intel down the line. Should we try to keep him around? He just gave a faint smile. Let's meet him first, then we'll decide. The next day, in the Red Moon Forest, a man was training under a powerful waterfall. Suddenly, a voice calling out Shen Yi broke his concentration. It was Jiang Kai's party, waving cheerfully. With a mighty splash that parted the water, Shen Yi instantly appeared on the shore. Guildmaster Jiang, you all arrived much faster than I expected. Jiang Kai got straight to the point. I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll be direct. You can join the Fire God Guild, that's fine. But you must prove your sincerity and your value. For Shen Yi was truly at a loss for words, but he agreed with a smile. No problem. However, I have one condition of my own. Help me get to level 40 first. Hu Yan snapped, I've never seen someone ask to join our guild while making their own demands. He countered, "This is a two-way street. I have an interest in joining you, but I can also choose not to, can I? If you think it's too difficult." But before he could finish, Jiang Kai interjected. "Just level 40? Is that all?" Shen Yi was impressed. Such confidence. Reaching level 40 takes at least a full year. Jiang Kai scoffed. "A year? Try 5 days. Maybe even less." 3 days later, the ground was littered with monster corpses. The last growling beast was swiftly logged out of existence. A system window appeared. "Congratulations, you've reached level 40. Shen Yi was ecstatic. "Level 40. I finally reached level 40. Jiang Kai gave a satisfied nod of congratulations. "Now you just need to find the class change materials to advance again." He couldn't hide his excitement. "My god, this is unbelievable. I jumped 8 levels in only 3 days. I gained more experience in these 3 days than I did in an entire year of grueling training." Hu Yan and Ruan Yu ran over to them. "Humph. Now you see how incredible he is. Let's see if you still dare to look down on Captain Kai." "That's right. I'm not just bragging. Our Captain Kai is on another level." Shen Yi's expression became serious. "Guildmaster, I am thoroughly and completely convinced. I agree to hand over all the intelligence I have to the guild." Hearing this, Jiang Kai was a bit taken aback. "Oh?" Shen Yi began to explain. "Do you remember where you found me? I was training in front of that waterfall, wasn't I? Well, behind that waterfall is a hidden cave, and every 6 days, a mysterious orb of light appears inside." Jiang Kai was skeptical. A mysterious orb of light? The other two were just as shocked. Shen Yi confirmed it. "That's right. But the orb is unbelievably fast. It only shows up for about 10 seconds before it vanishes. I tried to catch it once before, but I was sent flying by a blast of rock." Jiang Kai inquired, "When did the orb last appear?" Shen Yi said it was 5 days ago, which means it should appear again tomorrow. Hu Yan added, "Captain Kai, that sounds like nothing we've ever encountered." He agreed. I have a feeling. This could be a clue to some kind of rare opportunity." He made his decision. "Since we found it, we have to go see it for ourselves." All 3 of them were fired up. Right. A moment later, as the waterfall roared down, they made their way into the cave. Shen Yi acted as their guide. "I used to live here. Nothing's been touched, so probably no one else has been here." Hu Yan was amazed. "Whoa, this cave is much bigger than I imagined. How did you even discover this place to begin with?" He explained. "I originally came here to see if it was a suitable training spot, and I ended up stumbling upon that orb of light. The impact from the shattered rock nearly knocked me out cold. After I woke up, I started training in the waterfall to heal my injuries. I never dared to provoke the orb again after that. Luckily, it didn't seem interested in me, so things have been peaceful." Jiang Kai surveyed the area. "The walls in here are incredibly solid, but for that orb to shatter them like this, it shows just how dangerous that thing must be." Suddenly, something caught his eye. Outside the cave, a brilliant golden light began to shine. Jiang Kai called out, "It's here." Without hesitation, Jiang Kai launched 3 of his throwing knives and shouted the order, "Capture it." And that's all for this recap video. That was a summary of this part of the story. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.